Today marks the day of recruitment at the chaotic sanctuary. Numerous kingdoms and noble families from the surrounding regions have dispatched their prodigies to seek apprenticeship. Though the chaotic sanctuary has seen better days, it remains one of the foremost powers in the vast expanse of the Nine Heavens continent. Thus, the throngs of aspirants eager to learn continue to surge forth, creating a lively, bustling atmosphere. At last, I have entered the chaotic sanctuary. I have finally completed the first task issued by the system. Xiao Yun exerted tremendous effort to squeeze through the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the chaotic sanctuary, stepping onto the expansive square within. Ignoring the murmurs of those around him, Xiao Yun promptly closed his eyes to examine the system within him. Insight System. Function. Bestows insight upon the host. Insight count. One time can be used at will by silently reciting it. Task. Enter the chaotic sanctuary completed. A new task will soon refresh. Observing that his task status had changed to completed, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming rush of emotion, nearly moved to tears. After 16 years in this world, he had finally accomplished the system's first task. It must be noted, this task was exceptionally challenging. After all, despite its decline, the chaotic sanctuary is still a revered sanctuary, not a place accessible to just anyone. Hailing from a noble family in a small kingdom, Xiao Yun's family lacked the resources to facilitate his early arrival at the chaotic sanctuary. Therefore, he had waited 16 long years for this day of recruitment to finally blend into the crowd and complete the system's initial task. Ding! New task. Join the chaotic sanctuary. Reward. 3 insights. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. He instantly understood that his second task had arrived, and this time the reward was even more generous 3 insights. It is essential to acknowledge that insight occurs when a cultivator, while contemplating the great Tao, unexpectedly resonates with it, entering a profound state of understanding. The probability of such an event is exceedingly rare. Even the most gifted individuals may experience it only once in a lifetime. Even those exceptional prodigies may only achieve insight 2 or 3 times throughout their lives. This illustrates just how precious the opportunity for insight truly is. Thus, despite the system possessing only this singular function, Xiao Yun harbored no disdain. To join the chaotic sanctuary, Xiao Yun mused, a smile breaking across his face as he regarded his latest task. Indeed, having arrived at the chaotic sanctuary, I must certainly join. Although the sanctuary has declined, it remains a formidable entity, still one of the most powerful forces in existence. The opportunity to cultivate within its hallowed grounds would undoubtedly increase his chances of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. With this thought, Xiao Yun maneuvered through the throng towards the elevated platform ahead. On the platform, seated in a meditative posture, was an elderly man with a kind demeanor. Clad in a gray robe, his gaze was deep and unfathomable, reminiscent of the cosmos itself, making it difficult to behold directly. I am the Elder of Guidance, responsible for receiving you for the assessment, the elder said with a warm smile, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. This year, he wondered if any exceptional talents or prodigies might emerge. Enough of idle chatter at the chaotic sanctuary. We have no rigid customs. The assessment for disciples consists of only one challenge: to strike the chaotic bell. With that, the elder flicked his fingers, causing a massive rift to tear open in the space before him. From this rift, a resplendent, ancient gray bell emerged and descended onto the square. Boom! As the bell landed, it produced a thunderous sound, akin to celestial beings singing and angels harmonizing, causing the souls of all present to tremble. This is the chaotic bell, a legendary artifact of the Emperor. It is said that long ago, the chaotic Emperor wielded this bell, conquering the realms and asserting dominance across the vast multiverse. In any ranking of imperial artifacts, this bell would undoubtedly place in the top 3. The square erupted with discussion. Those participating in the assessment hailed from noble families, each possessing considerable experience. Xiao Yun, hidden within the crowd, gazed longingly at the chaotic bell. If he could possess such a treasure, there would be no limit to where he could go. Alas, this artifact belonged to the Emperor. He was not yet qualified to wield it. Form an orderly line. One by one, place your palm upon the chaotic bell. If you can cause it to ring, You shall become a disciple of our chaotic sanctuary, the elder instructed again. The crowd responded by lining up, each attempting to engage with the bell. However, instead of ringing, the bell emitted a golden light that transported those who touched it away. A wave of panic swept through the crowd. The elder's voice boomed, "Do not panic. The imperial artifact possesses a spirit. Should one fail to resonate with the chaotic bell, it will simply return you home, saving you the journey." Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd calmed down and resumed their attempts to touch the bell. Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking, "I never imagined the chaotic bell had such a feature. Even if one fails the assessment, they receive a complimentary ticket home." However, Xiao Yun had no intention of being sent back. He was determined to join the chaotic sanctuary. He pondered how he might strike the bell. Observing the young men and women approaching the bell, he noticed that upon contact, they would close their eyes and subsequently vanish in a flash of golden light. Clearly, those who were transported away were failures. As time ticked away, still no one managed to strike the chaotic bell, causing concern among the crowd. Suddenly, the bell rang out with a resonant chime, echoing throughout the entire chaotic sanctuary. The crowd instantly perked up, turning their attention to the source of the sound. They beheld a young man standing before the bell, his face alight with excitement and joy. On the platform, the elder of guidance remarked, "One chime indicates a marginal qualification to join our chaotic sanctuary, but you shall only be an outer disciple. Where are the outer disciples' attendants? Take him to the outer sect." "Yes, elder." A man in black robes swooped down from the skies, seizing the young man beside the bell and soaring away. Upon hearing that the young man had merely qualified as an outer disciple, the crowd was taken aback. To be able to strike the chaotic bell was already an impressive feat, yet to be relegated to the outer disciple status seemed overly stringent. Someone inquired, "Elder of guidance, how many times can one strike the chaotic bell? What is the correlation between the number of rings and the treatment received upon joining the chaotic sanctuary?" This was a pivotal question, and the crowd collectively turned their gaze towards the elder on the platform. The elder smiled gently, responding, "The chaotic bell can ring a total of 9 times. 1 ring qualifies one as an outer disciple. 2 rings qualify one as an inner disciple. 3 rings qualify one as a true disciple. 4 rings qualify one as an elder disciple. 5 rings qualify one as a disciple of the Grand Elder. 6 rings qualify one as the saint son of our chaotic sanctuary. As for 7, 8, or 9 rings, it has been many years since such occurrences have been witnessed. Should they happen, the individual will instantly become the son of the chaotic sanctuary." As the elder's words echoed, the crowd was filled with aspiration and longing. The assessment continues unabated. As time passes, the crowd in the square dwindles. To Xiao Yun's astonishment, despite testing hundreds of thousands, merely a few hundred have joined the chaotic sacred land, a probability that seems exceedingly low. Among these few, only 3 have made a significant impact. Xiao Yun distinctly observes that the expression of the elder in charge of recruitment has soured, devoid of the previous kindness, now replaced by a countenance of gloom. Clearly, the absence of prodigious talents has left the elder profoundly disheartened. Each generation is less remarkable than the last. Must the chaotic sacred land truly face decline? The elder gazes sorrowfully at the youths undergoing tests below, letting out a mournful sigh. Yet, he is aware of the underlying reasons. Any true genius would exhibit formidable talent early on, thus being recruited by the other 5 sacred lands. However, the chaotic sacred land adheres to an archaic and peculiar tradition. One must not practice any martial arts prior to the assessment if they wish to join. Therefore, the youths participating in the trials are in essence untrained mortals. In contrast, those true prodigies have long embarked on their cultivation journeys, leaving no opportunity for them to join the chaotic sacred land. Regrettably, this is a rule passed down from ancestors, and none dare to alter it. At last, it is my turn. In the crowd, Xiao Yun gazes at the ancient chaotic bell before him, his face alight with anticipation as he strides forward. After such a lengthy wait, it is finally his moment. I wonder if I can strike the chaotic bell? He extends his palm towards the time-worn surface of the bell. Boom! Instantly, a tremor resonates in his mind, and a passage of golden text materializes, illustrating the essence of all things and elucidating the principles of the chaotic path. In that moment, Xiao Yun comprehends how to sound the chaotic bell. It turns out that he must grasp the meaning of these golden characters. Once he understands the fundamentals, he can ring the bell. The more he comprehends, the more resounding the bells chime. With this realization, Xiao Yun's resolve solidifies, and he silently chants, "System, activate a moment of enlightenment." Boom! A resounding echo reverberates in his mind, and Xiao Yun's thoughts sharpen, a cascade of inspirations emerging within him. The golden text transforms into symbols that penetrate his gaze. So this scripture is titled Chaotic Induction. Once mastered, it allows one to harness the power of the chaotic bell. The greater one's strength, the more potent the borrowed power. If one reaches the realm of the sage, they can even refine the chaotic bell itself. Immersed in the profound state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun grasps the essence of the scripture before him. Unbeknownst to him, the world outside has already erupted in excitement due to his testing. Chapter 2. The Nine Resonances. The Divine Child stands as Xiao Yun experienced a moment of enlightenment. The chaotic bell tolled for the first time. Instantly, the untested youths in the square cast envious glances toward Xiao Yun, clearly aware that he had passed the assessment. Even a single chime was sufficient for admission into the chaotic sacred land. On the high platform, the Elder of Guidance glanced at Xiao Yun with a slight shake of his head, for he perceived nothing extraordinary about the boy's physique, concluding he was no genius, likely only capable of a single chime. However, at that moment, the bell rang again. The chaotic bell resonated once more, emanating waves of golden light. The youths in the square, upon witnessing Xiao Yun, were now filled with jealousy. 2 chimes were enough to qualify as an inner disciple. The Elder of Guidance looked at Xiao Yun with surprise, astonished that this seemingly ordinary boy could cause the chaotic bell to toll twice, which had clearly defied his expectations. Then, the 3rd chime sounded. Not only were the youths in the square astonished, but even the Elder of Guidance displayed a look of disbelief. What was happening? The boy appeared devoid of any special attributes and lacked sufficient spiritual energy. To elicit a single chime was already remarkable. Yet 3? The elder found himself perplexed. At his level, he no longer needed the chaotic bell for assessment. His keen insight was enough to discern a mortal and amp, Oppo's, as talent. In truth, he had accurately predicted the talents of the youths tested before. Yet this ordinary boy had confounded his calculations. It was illogical for this child to even ring the bell once, let alone 3 times. The elder pondered in confusion. Then, the 4th chime rang out. The square erupted in a clamor, all present left in shock. The Elder of Guidance's expression shifted, and he regarded Xiao Yun with increasing solemnity. For chimes meant that according to the rules, he could already become a disciple of the elders. Such an individual could undoubtedly be deemed a super genius. Yet, the elder remained bewildered, for he saw nothing extraordinary in Xiao Yun. What was the matter? Had his discerning eye become clouded? Unable to resist, he focused his spiritual energy to clear his vision, but Xiao Yun still appeared ordinary, devoid of any signs of a super genius. Then, the chaotic bell rang for the 5th time. The crowd was now numb with astonishment. The Elder of Guidance could no longer maintain his composure. He rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fervor, intently scrutinizing Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, within the chaotic sacred land, powerful divine senses surged through the void, drawn by the bell as 5 chimes. Clearly, the tolling of the bell had stirred the attention of some powerful figures within the chaotic sacred land. Then the 6th chime sounded. Standing beside the chaotic bell, Xiao Yun began to levitate, his previously unremarkable form gradually emanating waves of faint golden light. This was a blessing. The chaotic bell was bestowing a blessing upon him. How could this be? In the sky, powerful divine senses from within the chaotic sacred land probed the scene, ancient whispers echoing through the void. Clearly, 6 chimes had thoroughly stirred the chaotic sacred land. After all, by the established standards, such a talent was already eligible to become the holy son of the chaotic sacred land. With favorable fortune, he might even rise to become the master of the chaotic sacred land, leading one of the 6 great powers. One oversight it was to think that an ordinary boy could cause the chaotic bell to toll 6 times. The Elder of Guidance, gazing at Xiao Yun beside the bell, was filled with astonishment and excitement. 6 chimes indicated a talent that rivaled that of a prodigy. Even if no further geniuses emerged, the elder would not be disappointed. After all, one prodigy equated to the worth of countless talents. However, before the elder could revel in his delight, the 7th chime rang out. Instantly, the elder's countenance changed dramatically. The chaotic bell unleashed a cascade of golden light that illuminated the heavens and the earth. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun sat cross-legged beside the bell. His eyes closed as the golden light washed over him. A massive white light shield gradually enveloped him, making him appear akin to an unborn child in the womb. The cleansing of sinews and marrow, a return to the womb, this. The elder of guidance stared in shock, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yun. The 7th chime, the chaotic bell, was autonomously aiding this child in cleansing his sinews and marrow, stripping away his acquired essence, returning him to a state akin to an unborn infant. It was truly a remarkable occurrence. The chaotic bell had not tolled 7 times in ages, and such a prodigy had not appeared in the chaotic sacred land for a long time. Truly, this was a blessing for the chaotic sacred land. Ha ha ha! I have just emerged from seclusion, and now such a prodigy has joined us. This child will be mine, and none shall contest him. As the 7th chime of the chaotic bell resonated, terrifying divine senses swept through the void from within the chaotic sacred land. Particularly, 2 formidable presences surged forth, akin to ancient behemoths awakening, exuding an overwhelming aura that shattered the clouds above. The space above the chaotic sacred land was torn apart by the collision of a black fist and a purple lightning bolt, shattering like glass shards. Even the long-slumbering supreme beings were stirred. The elder of guidance, feeling the 2 terrifying auras, was shaken to his core. These 2 elders were ancient superpowers, having slept for millennia, yet they were still roused. This highlighted how rare it was for the chaotic bell to toll 7 times. Quick, find out this child's name and origin. The elder of guidance commanded, glancing toward Xiao Yun while sending a message to the steward below. Then, the 8th chime rang out. The elder of guidance trembled, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his eyes filled with astonishment. The 8th chime. How many years had it been since the chaotic bell tolled 8 times consecutively? The chaotic sacred land had not seen such a prodigy in many years. The ancient ones would surely emerge to compete for this disciple, he murmured, as if affirming the elder's words, within the depths of the chaotic sacred land as forbidden ground. The lids of ancient coffins exploded open, revealing pale, decrepit hands reaching out from the pitch-black coffins. The fossilized beings of the chaotic sacred land emerged from their sarcophagi, summoning battle spirits from the dark abyss, unleashing powerful waves of soul energy. This is my disciple. Who dares to contest him? I shall suppress them for 1,000 years. A domineering voice reverberated through the skies, causing myriad pathways to tremble at its sound. Chapter 3. On par with the Holy Master, the coffin lid could no longer contain the tumultuous energies within. As waves of terrifying divine consciousness surged forth from the depths of the chaotic sacred land, exuding an overwhelming aura. Numerous forgotten, petrified bones awakened from their slumber, gravitating towards Xiao Yun with keen interest. In the nearby void, powerful figures emerged like deities, standing majestically against the heavens, their presence shaking the 9 skies. These were the formidable beings residing within the chaotic sacred land. As the 9th toll of the chaotic bell resonated, the entire realm erupted in fervor. On the square, those youths yet to participate in the assessment stood in stunned silence. The elder responsible for their reception could no longer maintain his composure, descending to stand beside the chaotic bell, gazing at Xiao Yun with palpable excitement. 9 tolls ring, and a divine sun rises. At last, a divine sun was to emerge from the chaotic sacred land. In this realm, the status of a divine sun was comparable to that of the Holy Master, surpassing even the elders and the esteemed elder. Thus, the reception elder dutifully stood beside Xiao Yun, offering him protection. Even though such a safeguard was unnecessary within the chaotic sacred land, where the ancestors and esteemed elders watched over and the petrified bones lurked in the void. Yet, the elder felt it imperative to display reverence, and his admiration for Xiao Yun was genuine. Huh! I never expected that under my jurisdiction, a divine son would arise. If this divine son ascends to the imperial throne, my name shall be etched into the annals of the chaotic sacred land, celebrated through the ages. The reception elder swelled with pride. This was a divine son, more formidable than the extraordinary talents, capable of rivaling the offspring of emperors, with a high likelihood of becoming a quasi-emperor and even aspiring to the imperial realm. If the chaotic sacred land could produce another emperor, it would rise to prominence, shedding its status as the weakest among the 6 sacred lands. After years of waiting, this day had finally arrived. The reception elder gazed at Xiao Yun, his aged face trembling with excitement, tears welling in his eyes, nearly spilling over. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the chaotic sacred land erupted in fervor. Countless powerful beings soared into the skies, their gaze fixed on the square. Whether it was the long-buried, petrified bones, the slumbering ancestors, the reclusive esteemed elders, or the influential elders and the sons of the chaotic sacred land, all turned their attention to the chaotic bell. Xiao Yun, standing beside the bell, became the focal point of all eyes. However, he remained oblivious to the commotion, enveloped in a radiant golden divine light, appearing transcendent, as though he had achieved saintly status. 9 tolls ring, and a divine sun rises. It was indeed astonishing. To make the chaotic bell toll 9 times required complete comprehension of the chaotic induction, something even seasoned practitioners struggled to achieve. Yet, this seemingly ordinary mortal accomplished it in such a brief span. What extraordinary perception! For years, the other 5 sacred lands had their divine sons, while the chaotic sacred land was devoid of one. Now, that had changed. The time for the rise of the chaotic sacred land has arrived. Little did I expect to witness the birth of a divine son in my lifetime. My life would be fulfilled. Rumors suggested that once a divine son emerged from the chaotic sacred land, he would be invincible in his generation, destined for the imperial throne. This youth possessed the potential of an emperor. Above the chaotic sacred land, discussions erupted. The elders were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. The younger generation, filled with curiosity, gazed at Xiao Yun, wondering what extraordinary abilities this seemingly ordinary individual possessed to incite such a commotion. Typically, when divine sons manifested, they radiated brilliance and exuded spiritual energy, unmistakably extraordinary. Yet, Xiao Yun appeared utterly unremarkable. At that moment, feeling a profound sense of comfort, as if indulging in a rejuvenating experience, Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes amidst the crowd's gaze. He stretched his body, feeling remarkably light, as if all his past ailments had vanished. Suddenly, he felt a chill, sensing the intense scrutiny of many upon him. Turning to survey his surroundings, he spotted the reception elder and the formidable figures in the distant sky. What was happening? Why were they all staring at him? The attention of so many made Xiao Yun uneasy, especially the reception elder's gaze, which felt almost blinding in its intensity, leaving him feeling exposed. Esteemed elder, Xiao Yun said awkwardly, taking a few steps back, fearing the elder might have ulterior motives. Xiao Yun, congratulations on joining our chaotic sacred land, and for causing the chaotic bell to toll 9 times. You are now our divine son. The reception elder's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if he beheld a rare treasure. Xiao Yun was taken aback. 9 tolls? A divine son? This revelation stunned him. He anticipated ringing the chaotic bell, but never expected it to toll 9 times. This was beyond his wildest dreams. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Anyone could recognize the immense advantages of being the divine son of the chaotic sacred land. He would undoubtedly receive focused training, and becoming a formidable powerhouse was a mere formality. Just then, a crack appeared in the space beside him, and a golden figure emerged, radiating an overwhelming presence that evoked a sense of reverence. The reception elder quickly bowed. I pay my respects to the Holy Master. It was none other than the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land. Xiao Yun froze, preparing to show respect, only to hear the Holy Master say, Xiao Yun, there is no need for formalities. You are now our divine son, standing on par with me. Greetings, Holy Master, Xiao Yun stammered, taken aback by the notion of being regarded as an equal to the Holy Master, leaving him momentarily speechless. The Holy Master smiled gently, then addressed the reception elder. Elder, I shall take the Divine Son with me. The ancestors and petrified bones await to receive disciples. Farewell, Holy Master. Farewell, Divine Son. The reception elder bowed deeply. The Holy Master waved his hand, and a golden path extended from beneath his feet, leading into the depths of the chaotic sacred land. Divine Son, please. The Holy Master gestured toward Xiao Yun. Holy Master, please. Xiao Yun replied politely, stepping onto the golden path. Together, they entered the chaotic sacred land side by side. Chapter 4. The chaotic body standing upon the golden avenue. Xiao Yun was filled with astonishment, for it resembled the conveyor belt he once rode at the airport. One need only remain still to be propelled forward at remarkable speed. In a short while, the two entered the depths of the chaotic Holy Land. As Xiao Yun stood on the golden path, he could clearly observe countless celestial caves and exquisite palaces on either side, inhabited by many formidable figures who reverently bowed to him and the Holy Master. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Xiao Yun felt a surge of excitement. He had anticipated starting from the grassroots level upon joining the chaotic Holy Land, yet he found himself instantly elevated to the status of a Divine Son, on par with the Holy Master. What a delightful surprise! Divine Son, the Holy Master of the chaotic Holy Land, suddenly spoke. Next, we shall proceed to the chaotic hall, where numerous ancestors and fossilized beings await your arrival. They are eager to take you as their disciple. However, the final choice rests solely with you. We shall not impose. Understood. Xiao Yun nodded, yet curiosity prompted him to inquire, are the ancestors and fossilized beings powerful? How do they compare to the venerable elders? A smile crept upon the Holy Master and Appo's face at his words, yet he recognized that Xiao Yun was still but a mortal with limited understanding. Thus, he explained, the venerable elders are merely of the extraordinary realm, lesser even than I. The ancestors, however, are all saints at the very least. As for the fossilized beings, their prowess is even more terrifying. They are titans from a bygone era, having long since ascended to the great sage realm, with some even nearing the status of quasi-emperors. At that moment, the two arrived at the entrance of the chaotic hall. An ancient voice suddenly resonated from within. The Holy Master jests. We, the ancient and unyielding, are merely a collection of failures on the path to becoming emperors. Xiao Yun was profoundly shaken by the Holy Master and Appo's words. He had not anticipated that the powerful beings within were all saints. Though they jested as failures on the emperor's road, the strength required to contend with emperors, even as a failure, was unfathomable. With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiao Yun followed the Holy Master into the chaotic hall. Instantly, numerous gazes turned towards him. The Holy Master stood respectfully to the side. Despite his status as the Holy Master of the chaotic Holy Land, he was merely a junior here, lacking any authority. Xiao Yun curiously observed the shadowy figures lining the hall, their forms indistinct and their appearances concealed. He wondered silently who among them possessed the greatest strength. If he were to take on a master, it would only be fitting to select the one of the highest caliber. After all, a master with formidable strength would undoubtedly impart exceptional techniques, and with such a powerful backing, one could stride confidently into the future. Strangely, the Divine Son appeared quite ordinary, lacking any extraordinary physique, and did not resemble a reincarnated powerhouse. His physical form was unremarkable, and his soul, though slightly more potent than an average person's, seemed inferior even to some outer disciples. The chaotic bell does not err in its assessments. Perhaps it is our own inadequacies that prevent us from seeing through the Divine Son's essence. After all, only the chaotic body has managed to resonate 9 times with the chaotic bell in our Holy Land and Appo's history. As Xiao Yun scrutinized the masters, they too were examining him. All were saints, their sacred eyes already opened. In their gaze, Xiao Yun felt as though he were unclothed, every cell within him laid bare. However, despite their prowess, they could not perceive the Appo's Enlightenment System and Appo's dwelling within him. Thus, to them, Xiao Yun appeared rather mundane, devoid of any discernible talent. Had he not awakened the chaotic bell, he would have lacked the qualification to join the chaotic Holy Land. The powerful beings within the hall deliberated for some time before one of the Thunder ancestors stepped forward. Addressing Xiao Yun, Mind Amp, Oppos, Thunder God Technique and Amp. Oppos can summon heavenly tribulations to strike down adversaries when cultivated to perfection. Its might is boundless. Would the Divine Son be willing to take me as your master? As soon as the Thunder ancestor finished speaking, another stepped forth. I am the Undying Ancestor. My Undying Demon Technique grants me immortality when perfected. I am the Blade Ancestor. By mastering my dominating blade, one can sweep through foes unchallenged. I am a Fist Ancestor. Through my Divine Dragon Fist, one can transform into a Divine Dragon, soaring through the vast void. Within the hall, the powerful beings introduced themselves, each hoping to take Xiao Yun as their disciple. The fossilized beings remained silent, for they could not discern any extraordinary qualities in Xiao Yun. Thus, they remained cautious. As their lifespans were limited, they typically slumbered within coffins and had little time to mentor disciples. To choose a disciple of poor talent would be a grievous waste of their lives. Consequently, the fossilized beings maintained their composure, refraining from soliciting a disciple until they could ascertain Xiao Yun and Oppos' uniqueness. All these individuals sounded immensely formidable. Who should he choose as his master? At this moment, Xiao Yun found himself in a quandary, uncertain of whom to select. After all, each was incredibly powerful, making it difficult to determine who was superior. The Holy Master of the chaotic Holy Land stood by, observing with an impassive demeanor. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he stepped forward, addressing the assembled powerful beings, esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings. Elder Emperor Tian seeks an audience outside. Emperor Tian? Is he still alive? What business does a mere extraordinary being have here? Does he wish to take the Divine Son as his disciple? Let him enter. After a brief discussion, the assembly permitted Elder Emperor Tian to enter. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair and a frail appearance entered, his gait trembling as though a gust of wind could topple him. Xiao Yun regarded the elder with astonishment. Was this truly the venerable elder? He appeared younger than the ancestors and fossilized beings, yet he bore the countenance of one on the brink of death. At that moment, Elder Emperor Tian bowed to the assembly of ancestors and fossilized beings, then turned a warm smile toward Xiao Yun, proclaiming, Divine Son, though my cultivation may be lacking, thee and Oppos, chaotic canon and Oppos, I practice as the supreme scripture of our chaotic Holy Land. Once mastered to perfection, it can forge the most powerful sacred body in the myriad realms, the chaotic body. At that point, the path to emperorhood will be within your grasp. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun and Oppos' eyes sparkled with intrigue. The chaotic body, even in his ignorance, he understood that such a physique was unrivaled. Once cultivated, it would undeniably pave the way to becoming an emperor. Moreover, Xiao Yun was acutely aware of his own ordinary aptitude. Without cultivating a formidable physique, he would likely never ascend to greatness. However, with the chaotic body, all hurdles could be surmounted. Chapter 5. Persisting in the practice of the Chaos Sutra in an instant, Xiao Yun resolved to take Tian as his master. Perhaps this individual's cultivation and status pale in comparison to the esteemed ancestors within the Grand Hall. However, possessing the chaos body would alleviate any concerns regarding his strength in the future. Moreover, as a divine child, his position was already on par with that of the Holy Lord. Yet, despite Xiao Yun's thoughts, the esteemed ancestors and the fossilized beings within the hall clearly disapproved. How absurd! A cold snort echoed within the hall. The Thunder ancestor scoffed. Tian, are you unaware of the formidable difficulty associated with the cultivation of the Chaos Sutra? Since ancient times, aside from the Chaos Emperor who created this sutra, has anyone truly mastered it to perfection? Without achieving perfection in its cultivation, one cannot forge the chaos body. You are wasting the divine child's talent and time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun was enlightened. So the cultivation method was indeed arduous. Yet he remained unfazed, for he possessed the gift of enlightenment. What cultivation could he not master? The challenge of cultivation? A single moment of enlightenment would suffice. If one was insufficient, then 2, 10, or even 100 Xiao Yun had plenty of moments of enlightenment at his disposal. Speaking of enlightenment, Xiao Yun couldn't help but check his system. Enlightenment system. Function. Bestows moments of enlightenment upon the host. Enlightenment count. 3. Can be used at any time by silently reciting. Task. Join the Chaos Holy Land. Completed. Task will soon refresh. After reviewing his system, a smile broke across Xiao Yun's face. He had successfully completed the task of joining the Chaos Holy Land and had gained 3 additional opportunities for enlightenment. Just as he reveled in his achievement, Tian raised his gaze toward the distant Thunder Ancestor, his expression solemn, and spoke with a composed tone. Honorable Thunder Ancestor, it is precisely because of the Divine Child's extraordinary talent that I believe he is more suited to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. Perhaps the 9 chimes of the Chaos Bell are a reminder that the Divine Child is indeed the rightful heir to the Chaos Sutra. The esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings within the hall began to murmur amongst themselves, although no one had succeeded in mastering the Chaos Sutra over the years. The allure of the Chaos Body was undeniable. If Xiao Yun could truly forge the Chaos Body, the rise of the Chaos Holy Land would be imminent. An emperor, especially one who achieved enlightenment through the Chaos Body, would undoubtedly be among the greatest in the annals of history, ranking within the top 10. Such temptation was overwhelmingly great. Nonetheless, the difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra gave rise to hesitation among the ancestors and fossilized beings. Seeing their deliberation yield no decision, Xiao Yun took the initiative to speak. Esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings, I wish to take Tian as my master and practice the Chaos Sutra. His words drew the attention of the esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings within the hall. The Thunder Ancestor frowned, saying, Divine Child, you are still merely a mortal. You may not yet comprehend the formidable difficulty of the Chaos Sutra's cultivation. Throughout the history of our Chaos Holy Land, countless prodigies have emerged, some prompting the Chaos Bell to chime 7, 8, or even 9 times. Yet, without exception, they have been unable to master the Chaos Sutra to perfection. Xiao Yun replied earnestly, I am willing to give it a try. At that moment, the undying ancestor spoke up, Divine Child, you may not be aware of the background of the esteemed Tian beside you. His talent is remarkable. He once caused the Chaos Bell to chime 6 times, becoming the strongest Divine Child of our Chaos Holy Land in his generation. Alas, due to his practice of the Chaos Sutra, he has been unable to cultivate any other methods, thus wasting his time and effort, and remains stuck at the extraordinary realm, with little hope of entering the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, his contemporaries have long since ascended to sainthood. Xiao Yun turned to Tian, surprised to learn of his significant lineage as the strongest Divine Child of the Chaos Holy Land in his era. Divine Child, Tian, noticing Xiao Yun's gaze, spoke with a serious expression, my inability to master the Chaos Sutra does not imply that you cannot succeed. Moreover, while my cultivation may falter, I remain invincible among my peers. Should you cultivate the Chaos Sutra, you too can achieve invincibility within the same realm. From a distance, the Thunder Ancestor snorted, what nonsense! What use is invincibility among peers? Others have achieved sainthood, while you remain trapped in the extraordinary realm. Remember, beneath the sage, all are but ants. The undying ancestor concurred, stating, if your cultivation cannot advance, then invincibility among peers is nothing more than a farce. Xiao Yun nodded, agreeing with this sentiment, yet he persisted, esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings, I still wish to give it a try. The hall fell into a moment of silence as the gathered individuals absorbed Xiao Yun's determination to pursue the cultivation of the Chaos Sutra. Soon, discussions erupted once more. The Divine Child's extraordinary talent, having earned the recognition of the Chaos Bell, might warrant a chance. It's too risky. Our Chaos Holy Land has not birthed a Divine Child in ages, especially one who has elicited 9 chimes from the Chaos Bell. There's a significant chance he could ascend to emperorhood. We cannot squander this opportunity. Indeed, Should we miss this divine child? How long must we wait for the resurgence of our chaos holy land? But what if the divine child could forge the chaos body? Will we not be the sinners of the chaos holy land? I still believe it is too perilous. The difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra is well known. We cannot take this risk. The chaos body, once forged, one would be invincible in the world. The discussions within the hall escalated from murmurs to fervent debates. Xiao Yun found himself at a loss, wondering why they could not trust him. Little did he know, his ordinary physical attributes failed to inspire confidence in the ancestors and fossilized beings. However, he had the system. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Yun turned to the Holy Lord of the Chaos Holy Land, who had been silently observing, and stated, "Holy Lord, I have decided to take Detian as my master. I ask for your support." The Holy Lord furrowed his brow upon hearing this, wishing to express that although he was the Holy Lord, he held no authority within the Chaos Hall. "No!" At that moment, the Thunder Ancestor exclaimed, "I absolutely forbid the Divine Child from cultivating the Chaos Sutra. If our Divine Child fails to achieve sainthood, our entire Chaos Holy Land will become a laughingstock. The dignity of the Divine Child, if unable to attain sainthood, would indeed be a source of ridicule." The Undying Ancestor added gravely. Just as Xiao Yun prepared to respond, a voice resonated in his mind. "New task. Abandon the identity of the Divine Child. Reward. 10 opportunities for enlightenment." Listening to the voice in his mind, Xiao Yun felt exasperated. "Damn it, I've only just become the Divine Child, and now you want me to relinquish this identity? Isn't that a cruel joke?" Yet, the reward for this task was exceedingly generous. 10 opportunities for enlightenment, which made Xiao Yun's heart race with envy. "Fine, if I must abandon it, then so be it. System, you are the greatest. Is that acceptable?" With this thought in mind, Xiao Yun raised his gaze to the esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings, his expression resolute, and declared, "Esteemed ancestors and fossilized beings, I remain steadfast in my desire to cultivate the Chaos Sutra. To this end, I am willing to relinquish my identity as the Divine Child and become an ordinary disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. Thus, even if I cannot forge the Chaos body, I shall not bring shame upon the Chaos Holy Land." Chapter 6. Taking Detian as a mentor upon hearing Xiao Yun and Damp. Appo's declaration, the assembly within the Grand Hall, including Detian and the sacred leader of the chaotic sacred ground, were visibly shaken, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Yun in utter astonishment. Lei Zhu, equally astounded, exclaimed, "Prodigy, what are you saying? Do you comprehend the significance of the prodigy status? It represents the paramount inheritance of our chaotic sacred ground, entailing our utmost cultivation efforts. Are you truly willing to relinquish it?" The Undying Ancestor added gravely, "Prodigy, you must deliberate carefully. With the prodigy status, you shall have access to the most abundant cultivation resources within our sacred ground. However, should you forsake it, you would merely become an ordinary disciple of an elder, with significantly diminished privileges. Prodigy, ensure you have thoroughly considered this. Do not act rashly," cautioned the sacred leader of the chaotic sacred ground, his countenance stern. Prodigy Detian was momentarily at a loss for words. His sole desire was for Xiao Yun to cultivate the chaotic scripture, thereby forging a chaotic body. However, the sacrifice of the prodigy status seemed an exorbitant price to pay. That was the prodigy position, a status coveted by countless disciples. Only a fool would willingly renounce such an honor. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly. It was not his desire to renounce the prodigy status, but for the sake of those 10 opportunities for enlightenment, he had no other recourse. With newfound resolve, Xiao Yun stated firmly, "Venerable ancestors, esteemed elders, this disciple is willing to relinquish the prodigy status. If I can master the chaotic scripture and forge a chaotic body, it will not be long before I can once again ascend to the position of prodigy. Conversely, if I fail to forge a chaotic body, then I am unworthy of being a prodigy." The assembly was rendered speechless by his audacity. They were captivated by Xiao Yun's boldness. To relinquish the position of prodigy, only to reclaim it once more, demanded immense courage and perseverance, qualities rarely found even amongst the myriad realms. Unconsciously, The ancestors within the hall regarded Xiao Yun with admiration. Even the petrified elders cast gazes of appreciation and praise upon him. After a moment of silence, one of the petrified elders spoke slowly. Since the prodigy possesses such audacity and perseverance, how can we deny him? Let it be as the prodigy desires. Upon hearing this, none voiced any further objections. Subsequently, the elders and ancestors departed with sighs of resignation. The hall was now occupied solely by the sacred leader of the chaotic sacred ground, Tian and Xiao Yun. The sacred leader of the chaotic sacred ground regarded Xiao Yun with a complex expression before sighing softly. Xiao Yun, since this is your choice, we shall respect it. From this day forward, you shall be a disciple of Supreme Elder Tian, with a status equivalent to that of other Supreme Elder disciples. Thank you, sacred leader. Xiao Yun bowed respectfully. The sacred leader of the chaotic sacred ground nodded before departing. Disciple Xiao Yun pays respects to my esteemed master. Xiao Yun then bowed reverently towards Tian. Tian responded with a wry smile. I never anticipated that you would renounce the prodigy status. In truth, it is I who have caused you harm. Master, you need not say such things. It is this disciple and Appo's insistence on cultivating the chaotic scripture, which has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yun replied earnestly. Tian was moved by these words and declared solemnly, in that case, I vow to you that within the remaining century of my lifespan, I shall devote myself entirely to nurturing you, without the slightest reservation. Xiao Yun was taken aback and exclaimed in shock, Master, how is it that you only have a century left to live? This is unacceptable. I have only just become your disciple, and you are about to die. Who will I rely on after your death? Regret washed over Xiao Yun. Had he known this, he would not have renounced the prodigy status. Alas, this accursed system. My disciple, you must understand that those in the transcendent realm only possess a lifespan of 1,000 years. I'm already 900 years old, leaving me with only a century, Tian explained with a sigh. Xiao Yun frowned and inquired, Master, how can you extend your lifespan? Tian shook his head and replied, only by breaking through to the celestial realm can one extend their lifespan to 2,000 years. However, my cultivation of the chaotic scripture renders each advancement exceedingly difficult, making it unlikely that I will reach the celestial realm. Xiao Yun nodded in understanding and then asked, Master, I am utterly ignorant of cultivation. Could you please enlighten me as to the various realms of cultivators? Of course, as your master, it is my duty to inform you. However, let us first depart from this place and proceed to my abode, Tian said. With that, Tian summoned a white cloud, carrying Xiao Yun towards the horizon. During their journey, Tian elaborated, there are 14 realms of cultivation, in ascending order: body refinement, qi gathering, divine bridge, grotto heaven, spirit sacrifice, awakening, astral projection, nirvana, transcendence. Celestial realm, sage, great sage, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Xiao Yun sighed in awe, realizing the sheer number of realms. No wonder his nominal master had only reached the transcendent realm after so many years of cultivation. The scenery within the chaotic sacred ground was breathtaking. As a supreme elder, Tian's abode was naturally located in a magnificent setting. There were cascading waterfalls plunging from great heights, as well as a myriad of exotic birds. The mountain peaks were bathed in golden sunlight, exuding an ethereal aura befitting a celestial dwelling. Tian and Xiao Yun alighted from the white cloud upon a mountain peak abundant in spiritual energy and picturesque scenery. My disciple, this is D Peak, my cultivation abode. Henceforth, you shall cultivate here, Tian announced. Xiao Yun gazed upon the massive mountain peak, adorned with numerous exquisite palaces, a testament to its former glory. However, he noticed that the palaces appeared deserted, lending an air of tranquility to the entire mountain peak. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun refrained from questioning and obediently followed Tian towards the largest of the palaces. This palace, known as the Celestial Hall, was the most refined, luxurious, and grand structure on the mountain peak. This was once my residence, but I now bestow it upon you, Tian said as he led Xiao Yun into the hall. Xiao Yun quickly responded, this disciple would not dare to offend. Tian waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "I no longer reside here. I now contemplate the Tao by the riverbank. This place has been vacant for quite some time and is perfectly suited for your residence." Xiao Yun ceased his protestations. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair approached and bowed respectfully to the two. "Greetings, master. Greetings, young master." Tian pointed to the elderly man and introduced him as Xiao Yun. "This is my follower. You may call him Butler Fu. He will familiarize you with Peak. When the starlight is at its peak tonight, I shall impart the chaotic scripture to you, assisting you in embarking on the path of cultivation." "Yes, master." Xiao Yun nodded and watched as Tian departed. Chapter 7. The first layer of the chaos scripture, Uncle Fu. Xiao Yun respectfully bowed before the elderly man with white hair. Uncle Fu quickly stepped aside, smiling wryly. "Young master, please do not belittle your old servant." Xiao Yun felt somewhat helpless. After all, he was a well-mannered youth who respected his elders. Observing the man's age, he realized he could very well be his ancestor, and thus he felt compelled to show respect. However, in the realm of cultivation, the hierarchy was undeniably rigid. Xiao Yun could only adapt as best as he could, and thus he spoke, "Could you please guide me in familiarizing myself with this imperial peak?" This was to be his residence from now on, and it was essential to know his surroundings. Otherwise, he might find himself lost when nature called. Such a beautiful place could not be sullied by indiscretion. "There is no need for formalities, young master. This is my duty," Uncle Fu replied with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with joy. After so many years, the old master had finally taken on a disciple, and it was said he was the divine son of their chaos holy land, a truly unparalleled talent. Uncle Fu respectfully led Xiao Yun on a tour of the entire imperial peak. As they walked, Xiao Yun observed the many palaces that stood empty, and his curiosity got the better of him. "Uncle Fu, why are there so many palaces built here, yet no one resides in them?" Uncle Fu sighed deeply, filled with nostalgia. In the past, the old master was known as the strongest divine son of the chaos holy land, with countless followers. Thus, many palaces were constructed. However, over the years, those followers have either passed away or departed from their master, leaving only this old servant behind. Xiao Yun realized with clarity that Emperor Tian was already 900 years old. It was likely that his followers had all succumbed to the ravages of time. Those who hadn't had probably surpassed Emperor Tian in cultivation and thus could no longer follow him. Continuing the tour with Uncle Fu, Xiao Yun encountered numerous celestial birds and spiritual beasts, along with fields of golden rice, which added a vibrant vitality to the imperial peak. Uncle Fu explained, "Young master, as you have yet to enter the phase of fasting, these celestial birds and spiritual grains will serve as your meals in the future." Xiao Yun's mouth watered at the thought. These were indeed exquisite treasures. He couldn't help but think that joining the Chaos Holy Land had been a remarkable decision. Such rare delights were difficult to find in the outside world. Moreover, despite the apparent docility of the celestial creatures, they possessed formidable strength. Even 100 versions of Xiao Yun in his current state would be no match for them. Therefore, he had not tasted such delicacies in all these years, and now he was finally afforded the opportunity. The imperial peak was vast, and by evening, Xiao Yun had completed the tour. He then followed Uncle Fu back to the heavenly palace. Upon entering, he beheld his esteemed master, Emperor Tian, manipulating a bronze cauldron that stood as tall as 3 men. At that moment, Emperor Tian was igniting 3 flames within the cauldron, refining it. A delightful fragrance wafted from within, invigorating Xiao Yun's senses. "My disciple," Emperor Tian exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Xiao Yun return. "This is a foundational liquid I have prepared for you, infused with treasures I have accumulated over the years, even including the blood of a flood dragon. It will undoubtedly enable you to forge a powerful body." Uncle Fu added, "Young master, the first realm of cultivation is endowed, body refinement. Endowed, for cultivators like us, the physical body is of utmost importance. Only by possessing a robust physique can one navigate the path of cultivation with ease." Xiao Yun nodded, somewhat understanding. Emperor Tian's expression turned serious as he continued. "As the saying goes, a tall building rises from the ground up. Thus, the foundation of our cultivation is critical. The first realm, body refinement, is when we establish our foundation. The thicker and sturdier the foundation, the greater your future achievements will be. Xiao Yun comprehended this well. A tall building with an unstable foundation would surely collapse at the slightest tremor. Hence, the foundation was paramount. Ah Fu, come assist me in the refinement. Emperor Tian beckoned to Uncle Fu, then led Xiao Yun to a nearby mat where they sat cross-legged. Night had fully descended, and countless stars twinkled in the sky, their brilliance casting a dreamy glow over the entire imperial peak. Emperor Tian gazed at Xiao Yun with a serious demeanor. Disciple, I shall now impart the endamp, oppose, chaos scripture endamp, oppose to you. However, you must first swear that you will not divulge it without the permission of the Holy Master. Xiao Yun nodded, aware that this technique was the supreme treasure of the Chaos Holy Land and could not be leaked. He solemnly took the oath. Seeing Xiao Yun swear, Emperor Tian smiled gently and pointed to Xiao Yun and oppose. Brow. Disciple, focus your mind and earnestly comprehend the end oppose, chaos scripture, end oppose. Xiao Yun promptly closed his eyes, concerned that his talent and aptitude might fall short, and thus he invoked a moment of enlightenment. The universe holds profound truths, elusive to the senses. All things are not merely themselves, yet they are one with me. The verses of the chaos scripture vividly appeared in Xiao Yun's mind. Reminiscent of his earlier insights into the chaos pole, entering a state of enlightenment, his thoughts became exceptionally clear. As he delved into the chaos scripture, inspiration surged within him, and whenever he encountered a challenge, a sudden clarity would wash over him. In this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun found himself in perfect harmony with the path of chaos, making his comprehension of the chaos scripture effortless, as simple as eating and drinking. Beside him, Emperor Tian watched Xiao Yun with a smile, while Uncle Fu observed with a hint of tension. No need to worry. With Xiao Yun's aptitude, he should grasp the first layer of the chaos scripture within 3 days. Emperor Tian reassured Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu whispered, Master, you took 7 days to comprehend the first layer of the chaos scripture, which was already the fastest record. If the young master cannot surpass this record, he may never exceed you. Emperor Tian, brimming with confidence, replied, Rest assured. If Xiao Yun can sound the chaos bell 9 times, he will undoubtedly comprehend the first layer of the endamp, oppose, chaos scripture endamp, oppose, within 3 days. Just then, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, flowing towards the seated Xiao Yun like mighty rivers converging. In an instant, he was enveloped by the energy, his body floating in midair, radiating brilliant white light. How is this possible? Emperor Tian's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu gasped, disbelief etched on his face. The energy is entering his body. Has the young master comprehended the first layer of the chaos scripture? My heavens, it has only been a quarter of an hour. Such innate talent is truly rare. Emperor Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Xiao Yun, as if beholding a precious treasure. Chapter 8. 9 Layers in 1 Day. Heaven's natural phenomenon is the practice of the Chaos Sutra exceedingly challenging? Indeed it is. However, after Xiao Yun experienced a moment of enlightenment, he effortlessly mastered the first layer of the Chaos Sutra. The abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged from all directions, infusing Xiao Yun's being, rendering him increasingly divine and fortifying his physical form. Observing this, Emperor Tian exclaimed with great excitement, in mere moments, He has achieved the first layer of the Chaos Sutra. My calculations were indeed correct. Xiao Yun is the most suited individual for this cultivation. He will undoubtedly forge the chaos body in the future. Uncle Fu expressed his hope, the chaos body, an invincible sacred physique. If I could witness the day when the young master achieves the chaos body, I would die without regrets. Emperor Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing that this had once been his greatest aspiration, now entrusted to Xiao Yun. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun continued to delve into the Chaos Sutra, though the time for enlightenment was limited. After comprehending the first layer, his moment of insight came to an end. The difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra was indeed extraordinary. Even the chaos induction only required a single moment of enlightenment for complete understanding. Yet, mastering the first layer of the Chaos Sutra consumed one opportunity for enlightenment. Xiao Yun mused internally, further astonished to learn that the Chaos Sutra consists of a total of 108 layers. Only by comprehensively understanding all 108 layers can one forge the chaos body. If the first layer is so arduous, what the daunting task of grasping all 108 layers? It seemed nearly impossible to succeed. No wonder, throughout the years, no one had ever been able to forge the chaos body. Indeed, such a monstrous physique is not easily attained. Nevertheless, this presented no significant concern for him. If one moment of enlightenment was insufficient, he could pursue 100, or even 1,000. With the system at his disposal, opportunities for enlightenment were abundant. Xiao Yun resolved, let us continue to seek enlightenment. After all, I still have 12 opportunities remaining. Initially, upon completing the task to join the Chaos Sacred Land, he was granted 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Later, after relinquishing his identity as a divine son, he acquired an additional 10 opportunities. Thus, subtracting the one he had just utilized, Xiao Yun still had 12 opportunities for further enlightenment at his disposal. In his quest for strength, he pressed on to explore the second layer of the Chaos Sutra. Outside, the influx of spiritual energy persisted, intensifying around him. In the sky, countless star energies were drawn downwards, converging upon Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu gazed up in astonishment at the hovering Xiao Yun, perplexed. What is happening? The young master continues to seek enlightenment. Does he intend to grasp the second layer as well? Emperor Tian, equally astonished, could hardly believe. It took me an entire year to comprehend the second layer of the Chaos Sutra. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently, causing the entire imperial peak to sway. What is happening? Both Emperor Tian and Uncle Fu were taken aback, realizing they were in the Chaos Sacred Land. Who would dare intrude? However, they soon realized their assumptions were incorrect. Golden lotus flowers began to rise from the ground, emanating a brilliant light. Countless petals fluttered about, swirling around Xiao Yun. The thick spiritual energy poured down from the heavens like a breached dam, cascading onto Xiao Yun as if it were free of cost. Furthermore, countless stars from the cosmic expanse erupted in radiant brilliance, sending beams of star energy cascading down, enveloping Xiao Yun entirely. The series of astonishing phenomena left both Emperor Tian and Uncle Fu in a state of shock. Uncle Fu exclaimed, "This is the earth-springing golden lotus." Emperor Tian's eyes widened, and the star power refinement. They exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and disbelief. For such phenomena indicated that Xiao Yun had comprehended the 9th layer of the Chaos Sutra, stepping into the threshold of understanding. My heavens, what kind of monster is this? Uncle Fu could not restrain his astonishment as he gazed at the floating Xiao Yun. Emperor Tan, equally dazed, murmured, "It took me 30 years to grasp the 9th layer of the end Oppos, Chaos Sutra, and Oppos. This already surpasses all previous records." Both were entirely overwhelmed by Xiao Yun's prowess. While Emperor Tian had invested 30 years to reach the 9th layer, Xiao Yun achieved it in mere moments. The disparity was staggering. Truly, he was the prodigy that resonated with the 9 chimes of the Chaos Bell. "Master, you have indeed chosen wisely, perhaps in our lifetimes. We shall witness the birth of an invincible chaos body," Uncle Fu remarked, his face brimming with exhilaration. Emperor Tian, filled with excitement, gazed at Xiao Yun and proclaimed, "If this child does not become a chaos body, it would defy the natural order. Our chaos sacred land finally has the prospect of rising." Simultaneously, the extraordinary occurrences at Imperial Peak attracted the attention of many cultivators within the Chaos Sacred Land, their gazes drawn towards the peak. Yet, due to the protective formations set by Emperor Tian, none could probe within with their divine senses. All they could see were the earth-springing golden lotus and the endless star energy descending upon Imperial Peak. What on earth is happening at Imperial Peak? Isn't that the cave dwelling of Elder Emperor Tian? I heard he took a divine son as his disciple. What divine son? I heard that lad has already renounced his position and is now merely a disciple of the elder. That fellow is truly foolish for giving up the divine son position. Such were the discussions among the disciples of the chaos sacred land. In the span of a single day, news of Xiao Yun relinquishing his title as divine son to become Emperor Tian's disciple spread throughout the entire chaos sacred land. Initially envious of Xiao Yun, the disciples now mocked him. This was merely human nature. Witnessing someone who once stood above them suddenly plummet, they felt a sense of schadenfreude. The earth-springing golden lotus, the star power refinement. On a distant peak, the Lord of the Chaos sacred land gazed towards Imperial Peak, sighing, Emperor Tian, I never expected you would expend such tremendous effort to forge an unparalleled foundation for this child. Is it truly worth it? In doing so, your own ascension to the heavenly realm becomes even less attainable. The Lord of the Chaos sacred land believed these phenomena were orchestrated by Emperor Tian. For Xiao Yun was still but a mortal. No matter how high his cultivation talent, he could not possibly generate such an uproar. Others in the Chaos sacred land shared similar sentiments. Emperor Tian had indeed made a significant investment this time. The cultivation difficulty of the Chaos Sutra was immense. Emperor Tian was merely squandering his energy and time. It was unfortunate that the Chaos sacred land had finally given birth to a divine son, only for him to choose a path fraught with impossibility. One by one, the prominent figures of the Chaos sacred land gazed towards Imperial Peak, their faces etched with deep sighs. Chapter 9. Beyond the extremes, the realm of the divine. Not long after, countless stars vanished from the night sky, and a pearly light emerged on the horizon, signaling the dawn. A night had swiftly passed. At the Imperial Peak, within the Celestial Hall, Xiao Yun floated in mid-air, enveloped by a radiant golden light, rendering him akin to a gilded statue, glowing with brilliance. Di Tian gazed at Xiao Yun in astonishment, exclaiming, The golden light surrounding your physical form is a hallmark of having reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Beside them, Fu Bo, who was refining a bronze cauldron, was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of disbelief. So, does this mean that the young master has already forged an unparalleled foundation and no longer requires the foundational liquid? Di Tian nodded, his face a canvas of wonder. To ascend 9 levels in a single day, what extraordinary talent! Just by absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth and refining with the power of the stars, he has propelled his body into the realm of peak refinement, rendering the foundational liquid unnecessary. Fu Bo cast a gloomy glance at the bronze cauldron before him, unable to suppress his disappointment. Are you saying I toiled all night for naught? After all the time spent igniting the 3 flavors of true fire, was it all in vain? With a gentle smile, Di Tian replied, The foundational liquid of the postnatal stage pales in comparison to the supreme foundation forged by the forces of the universe. With such a foundation, Xiao Yun's future is unfathomable. Fu Bo looked at the completed foundational liquid with a bittersweet smile. The rare materials within are treasures you have gathered over a century. To waste them seems utterly tragic. Nevertheless, they serve no purpose now, Di Tian said nonchalantly. His gaze shifted, and he added with a smile, Consider it a gift for you. Your lifespan is limited, so why not take on a disciple, one who can accompany Xiao Yun? Fu Bo was touched by the suggestion. Like Di Tian, he too had reached the limit of his lifespan and had long contemplated taking on an apprentice. In the realm of cultivation, it is common for those nearing death to seek a disciple, hoping to pass on their knowledge, a form of legacy. Very well, Fu Bo mused for a moment. Feeling ashamed to waste such valuable foundational liquid, he nodded and said, Coincidentally, the Chaos Sacred Land is currently recruiting new disciples. I shall select one. Di Tian nodded approvingly. Fu Bo then took to the skies, departing from the Imperial Peak. At that moment, Xiao Yun opened his eyes and, noticing Fu Bo's departure, curiously inquired, Master, where has Fu Bo gone? Di Tian, beaming with joy, looked at Xiao Yun and explained, My disciple, you have achieved the 9th layer of the Chaos Sutra in just one day, utilizing the forces of the universe to reach the ultimate realm of body refinement, thus rendering the foundational liquid unnecessary. Fu Bo, feeling it too wasteful to discard the foundational liquid, has decided to search for a new disciple among the recently recruited students, in hopes of passing on his lifelong knowledge. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. However, as he glanced down at his own body, he felt incredulous. Had he truly reached the pinnacle of body refinement? According to his master, reaching this ultimate realm would grant him a strength of 100,000 jin. Do I possess such power now? A wave of anticipation washed over him. He had transformed into an extraordinary being in just a day. At that moment, he indeed felt an inexhaustible force within him, his entire being brimming with vitality. Unaware of Xiao Yun and Appo's musings, Tian continued, disciple. Now that you have reached the peak of body refinement, the next step is to comprehend the 10th layer of the Chaos Sutra and begin to actively absorb the essence of the heavens and earth. Advancing into the next cultivation realm, the gathering Qi realm. Xiao Yun smiled slightly, brimming with confidence. Rest assured, Master, within 3 days, I shall comprehend the 10th layer of the Chaos Sutra. He still had 4 opportunities for epiphany, sufficient to elevate the Chaos Sutra to the 13th layer. Tian was left speechless, gazing at Xiao Yun's self-assured demeanor. He had spent 50 years to reach the 10th layer of the Chaos Sutra, while his disciple aimed to accomplish this feat in merely 3 days. However, witnessing Xiao Yun and Appo's astonishing achievement of 9 layers in 1 day, Tian felt compelled to believe in his disciple's confidence. Yet, with a serious expression, Tian shook his head and admonished, Disciple, you have misunderstood. I wish for you to temper your cultivation and not rush into grasping the 10th layer of the Chaos Sutra. Master, why is that? Xiao Yun was puzzled. Should not a cultivator be bold and aggressive in their pursuits? Tian chuckled wryly. That advice is for those of lesser talent, to encourage their diligence. However, you are different. As a genius, your cultivation speed is extraordinarily rapid. Therefore, to forge a more solid foundation, you must often temper your cultivation, ensuring that each realm you attain reaches its theoretical limits. Xiao Yun grasped the reasoning. It was indeed about building a foundation. He nodded in understanding. Master, I comprehend. I shall refrain from breaking through for the time being. Tian, slightly exasperated, noted his disciple's unwavering confidence. Indeed, the comparison between individuals could be quite disheartening. He continued, Disciple, although you shall temporarily hold back on your cultivation, you can still practice martial techniques to continue tapping into your physical potential, transcending the extremes and entering the legendary Forbidden Realm. Transcending the extremes? The Forbidden Realm? Xiao Yun was taken aback, his expression shifting to confusion. Master, is the pinnacle of body refinement not the ultimate limit? Can one continue to surpass it? What is this Forbidden Realm? Tian elucidated. A strength of 100,000 jin is merely the theoretical pinnacle of body refinement, the utmost limit achievable by a super genius. However, those with exceptional physiques can indeed transcend this limit, achieving strengths of 110,000 jin, 120,000 jin, or even higher. This is the Forbidden Realm. Xiao Yun, now filled with curiosity, asked, Master, throughout the annals of the cultivation world, what has been the highest strength achievable at the peak of body refinement? Tian smiled slightly. 100,000 is the ultimate limit. Each limit doubles, and 9 limits yield divinity. Our Chaos Sacred Land and Appo's founder, the Chaos Emperor, once attained a strength of 1 million jin at the peak of body refinement, entering the 9-limit realm, also known as the Divine Limit Realm, a domain accessible only to the Appo's divine. And Appo's, Xiao Yun felt somewhat speechless, realizing that the pinnacle of body refinement could indeed reach 1 million jin. He had only completed 1/10 of that, and the distance to the summit was still vast. He remained unaware that an ordinary person could reach 70 to 80,000 jin and enter the gathering Qi realm, while only super geniuses might achieve the 100,000 jin limit. It was only those with extraordinary physiques who could glimpse the Forbidden Realm. Furthermore, the realm of body refinement was merely the first stage of cultivation. Few wished to waste excessive time within it. Nevertheless, now that Xiao Yun understood this, He was determined to reach the pinnacle of body refinement. With unwavering resolve, Xiao Yun looked at Tian and declared, "Master, since our founder, the chaos body, could achieve this, so too shall I. However, how shall I continue to enhance my strength?" Tian smiled gently, pleased with Xiao Yun and Appo's ambition. Although he did not believe Xiao Yun could reach the level of the Chaos Emperor, surpassing the extremes should not pose a problem. Thus, Tian replied, "To further enhance your physical strength, mere cultivation of techniques will not suffice, for you have already reached the ultimate limit. Only through practicing martial techniques can you continue to unearth your potential. Additionally, the power you possess now is merely raw strength. Only through martial techniques can you transform that strength into combat prowess." Chapter 10. The quirky junior sister and combat techniques. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Yun gazed at the esteemed Tian and inquired, "Master, please impart to me the combat techniques." Tian shook his head with a smile, replying, "Combat techniques cannot be practiced indiscriminately. They must be tailored to each individual and Appo's innate talent and constitution. Within our chaos sacred land lies the Star Pavilion, which houses all the combat techniques available. Once you enter, the Star Pavilion will select the techniques best suited for you." "Is it truly so remarkable?" Xiao Yun expressed his astonishment and eagerly urged, "Then, Master, please take me there at once." Tian chuckled gently, saying, "My dear disciple, you are overly eager. Remember, haste cannot yield the finest results. You have only just embarked on the path of cultivation for a day. There is no need for such impatience. Moreover, your uncle Fu shall return shortly, and his disciple will also be selecting combat techniques. You can go together." "That sounds good." Xiao Yun calmed his mind and resumed contemplating his circumstances, striving to acclimate to the sudden surge of power he had experienced. After all, his strength had increased dramatically, and he was still adjusting. Were he in the mortal realm, he might have already shattered the ground beneath him. Thankfully, the protective formations of the heavenly hall had contained his formidable power. Soon, Uncle Fu returned, riding on clouds. Following him was a quirky young girl, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, clad in a green dress with 2 adorable braids, exuding an air of cuteness and grace. "Young master, congratulations on establishing an unparalleled foundation." Uncle Fu beamed as he noticed Xiao Yun had awakened from his meditation. The little girl, brimming with curiosity, regarded Xiao Yun with wonder. She had recognized him from the previous day when he had struck the chaos bell in the square, drawing everyone's attention with his brilliance. "There is no need for such formality, Uncle Fu. By the way, is this your disciple?" Xiao Yun inquired, also intrigued by the girl behind Uncle Fu. With a gentle smile, Uncle Fu pulled the girl closer and pointed to Xiao Yun, saying, "Xiaoya, do greet your senior brother." Lin Xiao blinked her large, shiny eyes, and with an innocent grin, said, "I am Lin Xiaoya, senior brother. I heard you relinquished your identity as the chosen one. Is that true?" Uncle Fu's expression shifted, and he quickly admonished, "Silence. Do not speak such nonsense." Startled, Lin Xiaoya pouted, her big eyes welling with tears, appearing quite pitiful and aggrieved. Xiao Yun chuckled softly and waved his hand, saying, "Uncle Fu need not be so stern. It was I who voluntarily relinquished my identity as the chosen one. Why would I be angered by others discussing it? Furthermore, one day I shall reclaim that position myself." Upon hearing this, Uncle Fu recalled Xiao Yun and Appo's astonishing talent from the previous night and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, with your extraordinary gifts, it is only a matter of time before you ascend to the position of chosen one once more." With that, Uncle Fu led Lin Xiaoya to pay respects to Tian. Tian scrutinized Lin Xiaoya with a slight smile, inquiring, "Your talent appears commendable. You should have caused the chaos bell to ring thrice yesterday, correct?" "Yes." Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently. Tian then turned to Uncle Fu, saying with a smile, "With such talent, combined with the foundation-building liquid I have prepared over many years, stepping into the realm of body refinement should pose no challenge." "That girl is indeed fortunate," Uncle Fu remarked. Lin Xiaoya blinked her large eyes, puzzled. Did that mean her potential to reach the body refinement realm stemmed from luck rather than her talent? Seemingly reading her thoughts, Uncle Fu pointed to the bronze cauldron and explained, "This is the foundation-building liquid prepared for the young master over many years. Infused with numerous rare materials, it is on par with those used by previous chosen ones. Unfortunately, the young master has already entered the body refinement realm, so this is a fortunate opportunity for you." Lin Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock as she turned to Xiao Yun, incredulously exclaiming, "Senior brother, you have reached the body refinement realm? But didn't it oppose to you just join the chaos sacred land with me yesterday? How could you have cultivated so quickly in just one night?" Uncle Fu, brimming with pride, replied, "Your senior brother possesses unparalleled talent. Yesterday, while cultivating the Chaos Sutra, he broke through 9 levels in a single day, allowing the power of heaven and earth to forge an unparalleled foundation for him, entering the body refinement realm. This is far superior to utilizing foundation-building liquid, breaking through 9 levels in one day." Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun, unable to suppress her astonishment. Coming from a prominent family, she understood the immense difficulty of cultivating the amp, oppose, Chaos Sutra, and amp, oppose. To think Xiao Yun could achieve such a feat in a single day. His talent was indeed extraordinary. Uncle Fu's praise was not without merit. Xiao Yun humbly responded from the side. Uncle Fu then playfully tapped Lin Xiaoya on the head, saying, "Enough wasting time. Quickly enter the cauldron and cultivate the techniques I have taught you. The young master awaits your company to select combat techniques at the Star Pavilion. Do not keep him waiting." "Yes." Lin Xiaoya nodded, and with a wave from Uncle Fu, she found herself lifted into the air above the bronze cauldron, gradually descending. Xiao Yun watched curiously, as he had bypassed the need for foundation-building liquid. Upon entering the cauldron, Lin Xiaoya let out a cry, "Ah, it's so hot. Master, are you trying to cook me by taking me as your disciple?" Uncle Fu's expression darkened as he scolded, "If you cannot endure such pain, how will you cultivate the great path? Less chatter. Hurry and circulate your techniques to absorb the elixir. These liquids are priceless treasures. Wasting even a drop would cost your entire family dearly. But it's really so hot." Lin Xiaoya continued to wail. Xiao Yun watched with trepidation, grateful for the assistance of his enlightenment. Otherwise, he might have found himself enduring such trials. Lin Xiaoya remained in the cauldron for 3 hours, until noon, when Uncle Fu finally retrieved her. With a wave of his hand, Uncle Fu dried Lin Xiaoya's clothes. She had screamed all morning, but now appeared more invigorated, curiously examining her body, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "What incredible strength! I must have reached the pinnacle of body refinement, possessing at least 50,000 pounds of power." Uncle Fu could not help but scold. "What is there to be proud of? Your senior brother, without the aid of foundation-building liquid, now possesses 100,000 pounds of strength. You still have a long way to go. Senior brother is a freak. I cannot compare to him." Lin Xiaoya pouted. Xiao Yun's expression darkened at the side. "All right, Fu, you may escort them to the Star Pavilion to select combat techniques," Tian said with a smile. Uncle Fu nodded and summoned a cloud, carrying Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya as they took flight from the peak of the Imperial Mountain. Chapter 11. Testing Combat Strength. The Starry Pavilion is situated in the outer gate area, quite distant from the inner gate area where the Imperial Peak lies. Even with Uncle Fu guiding Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya through the skies, it would take an hour to arrive. However, throughout the journey, neither Xiao Yun nor Lin Xiaoya exhibited any signs of impatience. The scenery within the chaotic sacred land was simply too enchanting. The peaks below were shrouded in mist, ethereal and captivating, showcasing the extraordinary beauty of nature. "Wow, this place is absolutely stunning. Once I can fly, I must explore our chaotic sacred land thoroughly." Lin Xiaoya chirped excitedly, resembling a joyful lark. Uncle Fu smiled and remarked, "Once you reach the 3rd realm of cultivation, the divine bridge realm, you will be able to condense your spirit and fly on a sword." As they spoke, they had already entered the outer gate area, where skilled practitioners were scarce. Unlike Uncle Fu, who soared through the skies, others flew on swords, traversing the void as he had described. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of sword light crisscrossed the heavens, free and graceful. Lin Xiaoya looked on with envy, her bright eyes sparkling with longing. Xiao Yun shared her sentiments. Witnessing the disciples of the chaotic sacred land soaring freely in the sky, their hands behind their backs, was truly exhilarating. Suddenly, the mist ahead parted to reveal a vast plaza. Xiao Yun caught sight of a magnificent pavilion within, radiating celestial light, towering into the clouds, majestic and extraordinary. "This is the Starry Pavilion," Uncle Fu exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he descended with Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya onto the plaza. The plaza was bustling with activity, with thousands of people queuing to enter the Starry Pavilion. Uncle Fu furrowed his brow and said, "Usually, there are few visitors to the Starry Pavilion. Today, however, many newcomers have arrived since yesterday's recruitment, hence the crowd here to select combat techniques. Let's queue up. I'm in no rush." Xiao Yun responded with a smile, and Uncle Fu nodded in agreement. Just then, a lively commotion erupted in the distance. This one possesses 50,000 pounds of strength, having reached the perfected state of body refinement. He is a new disciple who entered yesterday and has astonishingly achieved this in just one day. Such talent could lead him to become a quasi-saint. Lin Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement. A lover of spectacle, she exclaimed, "Master, senior brother, let us go see. It seems someone is testing their combat strength." Uncle Fu chuckled lightly. "There is a stone tablet for testing combat strength in front of the Starry Pavilion, specifically for new disciples at the body refinement stage. However, with your strength, young master, you need not undergo such testing." "Master, brother doesn't need to test, but I can." Lin Xiaoya pouted, and without further ado, she pulled Xiao Yun towards the front. Uncle Fu could only shake his head in resignation and follow behind. Moments later, they beheld a colossal stone tablet, shimmering with radiant light and inscribed with runes, resembling an ancient behemoth standing beside the Starry Pavilion. Beneath the tablet stood a boy, his face radiating pride. For the number displayed was 50,001. The crowd gasped in admiration, showering praises upon the youth, which only inflated his ego further. Lin Xiaoya, unimpressed, scoffed, "What is so great about 50,000? I could do that too." A middle-aged man nearby glanced at her and chuckled, "Little girl, do not speak so boastfully. 50,000 pounds of strength signifies the perfected state of body refinement. Only a few geniuses can possess such strength after foundation establishment. Indeed, little girl, you clearly lack understanding. Refrain from speaking out of turn. Where did this naive child come from, so lacking in insight? Truly a case of long hair and short knowledge." The surrounding crowd echoed similar sentiments. Lin Xiaoya's face flushed with indignation, baring her little tiger teeth in a futile attempt to intimidate them. The boy beneath the tablet, now alerted, turned to her with a sneer. "I recognize you, Lin Xiaoya. You struck the chaotic bell 3 times yesterday, while I struck it 4 times. Your talent is inferior to mine. How dare you boast in my presence? So utterly ignorant and arrogant." Lin Xiaoya, not one to back down, marched up to the boy, her anger flaring. "What is so impressive about 50,000? Watch me test my strength. Please." The boy extended his hand, a mockingly gentlemanly gesture, yet his expression was rife with derision, clearly doubting Lin Xiaoya's ability to surpass 50,000. "Just you wait and see." Lin Xiaoya huffed, striding toward the stone tablet. She swung her small fist and struck the surface with all her might. The crowd's curiosity was piqued as they turned their attention to the tablet. As Lin Xiaoya's punch landed, a silver light enveloped the stone tablet. Silver light? How is this possible? Only those who exceed 50,000 pounds can manifest silver light. Could this little girl also have reached the perfected state of body refinement? The crowd gasped in disbelief at the sight of the silver glow. The boy's expression shifted to one of shock and skepticism. He had clearly witnessed Lin Xiaoya's performance yesterday and was certain of her lesser talent. As the silver light receded, a series of numbers appeared. 58,000. Although it remained within the same realm, it surpassed the boy's strength by a significant 7,000 pounds. The crowd erupted in astonished acclaim for Lin Xiaoya, causing her to beam with joy. Meanwhile, the boy, utterly humiliated, retreated into the crowd, unable to face anyone. Lin Xiaoya returned with pride, grinning at Uncle Fu. "Master, did I embarrass you?" Uncle Fu, however, reprimanded her sternly, As cultivators, we must not harbor a desire for vanity. Such recklessness is unbecoming. Upon our return, you shall write the character for steadiness 1,000 times. Oh, Lin Xiaoya pouted in displeasure. At that moment, the crowd's attention shifted toward Xiao Yun, leading to a chorus of surprised exclamations. It's the divine son. What divine son? This is Xiao Yun. He is no longer the divine son. Did he truly renounce his title? He seems quite ordinary. Perhaps the Holy Master discovered his mediocrity and stripped him of his divine son position. Indeed, who could say? A figure of such stature would not relinquish their title lightly. Perhaps he cheated during yesterday's trial, striking the chaotic bell 9 times, only to be exposed by the Holy Master. He is here now. He must have established his foundation. I wonder how much strength he possesses. I doubt he even reaches 10,000 pounds. Considering the arduous nature of mastering the Chaotic Sutra, I've heard it takes a month just to enter the first layer. As the murmurs continued, Xiao Yun felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, some curious, others mocking. Chapter 12. Under scrutiny amidst the mocking jeers, Xiao Yun remained silent, but Lin Xiaoya, standing beside him, could no longer contain her displeasure. She stepped forward, exclaiming, "Silence. My senior brother voluntarily relinquished his identity as the son. He did not cheat." A voice chimed in mockingly. "Little girl, do you comprehend the privileges that come with being a son? No sane person would forsake such a status. Do you consider your senior brother a fool?" Lin Xiaoya shot back with indignation. "My senior brother is certainly not a fool. Then why did he abandon the position of son? In my opinion, he must have cheated to ring the chaos bell, leading to his expulsion by the Holy Lord." The person retorted with a sneer. Xiao Yun cast a cold stare at the individual who had repeatedly targeted him, while others merely expressed mild schadenfreude. This person seemed intent on ridiculing him. "Young master, this individual was once a follower of the master, but was expelled due to his unsavory conduct. His hatred for the master runs deep, prompting him to ally with one of the master's adversaries." Fu Bo's voice resonated in Xiao Yun's mind. Suddenly enlightened, Xiao Yun realized that this was an enemy of his master, which explained the hostility directed towards him. At that moment, Fu Bo stepped forward, glaring at the antagonist. "Zhu Ping, the Holy Lord has issued a decree stating that the young master voluntarily relinquished his status as the son. By slandering him, are you questioning the Holy Lord's edict?" Zhu Ping scoffed. "What a grand accusation. I cannot bear such a title. However, I have no interest in dealing with a cheater. Unlike my young master, who is truly gifted, ringing the chaos bell 5 times and achieving the perfect foundation, now possessing the potential of a son." As he spoke, Zhu Ping stepped aside, revealing a youth clad in resplendent garments. Though young, he possessed deep-set eyes that sparkled with an extraordinary aura. Chu Jingxiao, the only other prodigy besides Xiao Yun who had rung the chaos bell 5 times. Rumor had it that he had become a disciple of the esteemed Elder Tianyi, the second highest-ranking elder in the sect, and was on the verge of entering the heavenly realm. The crowd gasped, realizing that Chu Jingxiao had already reached the perfect foundation stage. It seemed that within months, he would attain the peak of physical refinement and undoubtedly become a son in the future. Xiao Yun cast a fleeting glance at Chu Jingxiao, unfamiliar with him, and noted that no one had rung the bell 5 times before him, indicating that this individual had tested after him. Chu Jingxiao scrutinized Xiao Yun, his eyes flickering with jealousy and resentment. He had rung the bell 5 times and should have claimed the top rank, basking in the limelight. Yet, Xiao Yun's remarkable 9 rings had overshadowed his achievement, rendering him invisible. After a moment of staring, Chu Jingxiao suddenly smiled at Zhu Ping. "Your praise is unwarranted, Steward Zhu. My master has stated that senior brother Xiao possesses extraordinary talent. Had he not cultivated the Chaos Sutra, he would have surely reached the peak in a day. I still have a long way to go." Despite his words, Chu Jingxiao approached the stone tablet, knowing that everyone was watching him test his combat power. He strode confidently to the tablet and delivered a powerful punch. With a thunderous crash, blinding silver light erupted, cascading like the Milky Way, dazzling all present. The crowd gasped in astonishment, aware that such brilliance indicated tremendous combat prowess, far exceeding the 50,000 threshold. As the silver light faded, the number 90,000 appeared on the tablet, eliciting a chorus of astonished exclamations. 90,000 combat power, having achieved the perfect foundation to reach such heights in a single day was nothing short of a prodigious gift. The onlookers marveled in disbelief as Chu Jingxiao stood beneath the tablet, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Despite his composure, he could not suppress his desire to boast. However, he was also cunning, acknowledging the crowd's praise with a dismissive wave, feigning humility. You flatter me, but I'm merely rang the chaos bell 5 times. Far inferior to senior brother Zhao's 9. Let us focus on his performance. With that, Chu Jingxiao returned to Zhu Ping's side, wearing a smug grin as he regarded Xiao Yun. Following his lead, the crowd's attention shifted toward Xiao Yun. Fu Bo whispered to Xiao Yun, young master. This boy is astute for his age, adept at swaying public sentiment. Remain vigilant of him. Having lived for centuries, Fu Bo perceived the duo and Oppo's intentions, one disparaging while the other feigned praise, both underestimating Xiao Yun and Oppo's talent. This encounter would surely reveal their folly. Brother, show these blind fools what you are capable of, Lin Xiaoyao urged, feeling constrained. Her brother was undeniably formidable, yet these ignorant individuals dared to question his abilities. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, prepared to demonstrate his strength, when suddenly he heard the system's mechanical voice. New task. Astonish those around you, creating a commotion. Reward. 3 instances of sudden enlightenment. Note, this task can be stacked indefinitely. Excitement surged within Xiao Yun. He had few opportunities for sudden enlightenment left, and this task was perfectly timed. Moreover, the prospect of stacking the rewards was enticing. With renewed determination, Xiao Yun approached the stone tablet, contemplating the challenge ahead. The Chaos Sutra is acknowledged as the most difficult to master. I doubt I can grasp even the first level in a single day. I probably lack even 1,000 pounds of strength, Zhu Ping derided from a distance. Chu Jingxiao interjected with a smile. Steward Zhu, your words are misguided. Perhaps others cannot comprehend the Chaos Sutra in a day, but senior brother Xiao is a peerless genius who rang the bell 9 times. I have faith that he can achieve it. Fu Bo shot a cold glance at the two, one belittling, the other flattering. Their collaboration was seamless. Yet they underestimated the young master's potential. This time, they would surely be taken aback. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Yun and Oppo's fist struck the stone tablet with tremendous force. Ouch, my hand hurts! Xiao Yun feigned pain while rubbing his fist, a loud laugh following. Amidst a chorus of derisive laughter, both Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping wore mocking smiles. However, their expressions swiftly froze in place. From the stone tablet, a blinding golden light erupted suddenly. As if a sun had risen, its radiance both intense and dazzling, illuminating the entire sky. It was golden light. Such a phenomenon could only manifest upon reaching the pinnacle of body refinement. How could this be? He achieved the ultimate realm of body refinement in merely a day. My heavens, what extraordinary talent is this? A reincarnation of an ancient sage? The square erupted in gasps of astonishment. An uproar ensued. Chapter 13. The awe of the extreme realm on the stone tablet beside the celestial pavilion. A surge of golden light erupted, enveloping the entire square in a resplendent glow, transforming the atmosphere into a dazzling spectacle. Everyone stood in astonishment, gasping in disbelief at the scene before them. During the assessment, the appearance of golden light signified that an individual had entered the extreme realm of body refinement. Indeed, as the golden radiance gradually dissipated, a shocking number emerged on the stone tablet. 100,000. 100,000 pounds of strength. Unmistakably a testament to the extreme realm of body refinement. My heavens! Xiao Yun had only just established his foundation, yet he had already reached the extreme realm of body refinement. Such talent could only befit a son of the sacred. What son of the sacred? He is a son of the divine, having willingly relinquished that title. Truly deserving of the 9 chimes of the chaos bell. He is a peerless prodigy. The crowd erupted in exclamations, their gazes toward Xiao Yun devoid of any mockery, replaced instead by awe and astonishment. Achieving the extreme realm of body refinement immediately after establishing one's foundation is an extraordinary feat, one that ranks among the rarest even within the sacred grounds of chaos, attainable only by a select few sons of the sacred. Thus, Xiao Yun's prodigious talent was beyond doubt, leaving no room for skepticism. Damn it, how could this happen? Nearby, Zhu Ping raised his head to stare at the staggering number on the stone tablet, his complexion dark and incredulous. Beside him, Chu Jingxiao was similarly frozen in shock. Having previously jested about Xiao Yun, only to find that Xiao Yun had genuinely attained the extreme realm in a day, a bitter irony for him. He. I knew my senior brother was the strongest. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the number on the stone tablet, hands on her hips while pointing at Zhu Ping and Chu Jingxiao, mocking, "Now you see? You look down on him and dared to slander my senior brother as a cheat. Have you witnessed his prowess now? Let us go." Chu Jingxiao's face turned crimson as he sensed the gazes of those around him. He wished only to find a hole to burrow into, utterly mortified. Zhu Ping, too, slunk away in disgrace, following Chu Jingxiao. Ha, senior brother, look at how they flee in panic. Lin Xiaoya felt a rush of exhilaration, shaking Xiao Yun's arm in delight. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, currently examining his system. He had successfully incited the astonishment of those around him, creating a sensation that fulfilled the system's task, granting him 3 opportunities for enlightenment. At this moment, he had a total of 7 enlightenment opportunities remaining. It's still not enough. The number of enlightenment opportunities required for cultivating the Chaos Sutra is excessively high. I must continue to accumulate more, Xiao Yun mused silently. Fortunately, he would not lack tasks in the future. He merely needed to keep showing off. Each time he did, he would receive 3 opportunities for enlightenment, which was immensely gratifying. Yet, this meant he could no longer pursue a low-profile cultivation approach. He had to seek chances to flaunt his abilities. The purpose of showing off is to elicit admiration, thus making it impossible to cultivate discreetly. He needed to stand at the forefront of the cultivation world. Fortunately, Xiao Yun was not averse to this. Having already garnered fame within the sacred grounds of chaos after causing the chaos bell to ring 9 times. Even if he desired to keep a low profile, it was impossible. Next, he needed to quickly break through the extreme realm and step into the forbidden domain. This should continue to elicit their awe. Xiao Yun began contemplating how to showcase his prowess next, for every act of showing off would yield enlightenment opportunities, compelling him to proceed in this manner. Senior brother, it's our turn. Let us hurry into the celestial pavilion and select our combat techniques. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoya's voice broke through his thoughts. Xiao Yun raised his head, noticing that they had reached the entrance of the celestial pavilion. The grand entrance of the celestial pavilion was spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 individuals at once, allowing for swift queue. Thus, Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya entered the celestial pavilion together. Wow! Upon entering, Lin Xiaoya gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yun, too, was left in awe. The celestial pavilion encompassed a myriad of spaces, with stars twinkling overhead and towering pillars reaching towards the heavens. Reminiscent of the edge of the universe, a breathtaking sight. What was even more astonishing was that the stars above were in constant motion, occasionally falling to land in the hands of individuals nearby, revealing an ancient tome. Close your eyes and concentrate your minds. Await the celestial pavilion to select your combat techniques. A resonant voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Xiao Yun recognized it as the voice of a powerful guardian of the sacred grounds of chaos and promptly closed his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Yun remained unaware that his display of the extreme realm of body refinement had attracted the attention of numerous powerful figures from the sacred grounds of chaos to the celestial pavilion, including his own master, the Elder Emperor Tian. Meanwhile, one of the elders observed Elder Emperor Tian and remarked with a smile, "Emperor Tian, given Xiao Yun's talent, he should be bestowed with a superlative combat technique by the celestial pavilion." Elder Emperor Tian replied with a slight smile, "That should indeed be the case. After all, he caused the chaos bell to ring 9 times, and the celestial pavilion will likely categorize him at the highest level." Oomph. A cold voice interrupted from a distance. belonging to a hazy figure seated in the void, enveloped in mist, emanating a menacing aura. Elder Emperor Tian glanced at the figure with a derisive smile and retorted, "Tian, weren't you in seclusion, striving for the heavenly realm? Why have you emerged? Did you fail?" Boom. As soon as Elder Emperor Tian finished speaking, the hazy figure unleashed a powerful aura that sent the onlookers into a frenzy. It was a half-step heavenly realm. It seemed that Tian, he was not far from stepping into the heavenly realm. The gathered elders and esteemed figures gasped in admiration. Elder Tian's expression turned grave. The enigmatic figure known as Tian scoffed, "Emperor Tian, while your combat prowess is remarkable, you will ultimately fail to reach the heavenly realm. 100 years hence, you shall merely be a mound of dust. Your disciple, Xiao Yun, will meet the same fate, no matter how exceptional his talent. He will ultimately be but a shooting star. In contrast, my disciple, Chu Jingxiao, will follow in my footsteps and step into the heavenly realm, possibly even aspiring to the saint realm." Elder Tian's countenance darkened, and he retorted, "No matter what, you are still my defeated subordinate, and your disciple will likewise become my disciple's defeated foe. A momentary defeat means nothing. I will enter the heavenly realm, extending my lifespan by 1,000 years, while you will turn to ashes. In the end, people will remember that I, Tian, am a powerhouse of the heavenly realm, while you, Emperor Tian, will be forgotten." Tian coldly stated. The surrounding elders quickly interjected, "Why must you two be at odds? We are all of the same sect and should unite." Just then, within the celestial pavilion below, a dim star fell toward Xiao Yun's hand. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, their faces reflecting disbelief. This is a third-rate combat technique. One elder stared blankly, incredulous, as this was a genius who had caused the chaos bell to ring 9 times. How could he be granted the lowest-tier combat technique by the celestial pavilion? Chapter 14, Mediocre Combat Techniques. It was utterly astonishing. The esteemed elders of the Star Pavilion had not anticipated that they would bestow upon Xiao Yun the most inferior combat techniques. Did the Star Pavilion truly deem Xiao Yun's talents to be merely mediocre? How ludicrous! A prodigy capable of summoning the chaos bell to resonate 9 times could hardly be an ordinary individual. What was happening? Tian's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Has the Star Pavilion made a mistake? How could Xiao Yun receive the lowest tier of combat techniques?" Not far away, Tian was taken aback, but seized the opportunity to mock Tian. "Haha, it seems my disciple was correct. This fellow likely relied on deceit to distract the chaos bell, causing it to ring 9 times. His true talent is undoubtedly unremarkable." Tian retorted coldly, "Tian, do you think the chaos bell is just any artifact? It is an imperial weapon. Even a sage would find it difficult to deceive the chaos bell, unless Xiao Yun had the backing of a quasi-emperor. Who knows?" Tian replied with a smirk. "We both see clearly that Xiao Yun's talents are indeed ordinary, and the elders and ancient fossils share this belief. Now, the Star Pavilion seems to agree. Perhaps there is something else about him that made the chaos bell ring 9 times, rather than his innate talent." The assembly of esteemed elders nodded in agreement, finding this reasoning more compelling. After all, the chaos bell could not be easily deceived. Perhaps, just as Tian suggested, Xiao Yun's achievements stemmed from something other than his own abilities. "Impossible!" Tian exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. "My disciple, Xiao Yun, possesses unparalleled talent. Last night, he comprehended the Chaos Sutra, progressing through 9 levels in a single day, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth to refine his body with stellar energy, directly stepping into the ultimate realm and establishing an unparalleled foundation. How could he be an ordinary person? What? 9 levels in a day?" The mention of the Chaos Sutra, the most arduous technique in the cultivation world, drew gasps of astonishment from the elders. Tian, surprised momentarily, quickly regained his composure with a derisive smile. "Tian, that is merely your one-sided assertion. Perhaps you exhausted your own energy to assist Xiao Yun in achieving 9 levels in a single day. Otherwise, how could a top-tier technique like the Chaos Sutra be mastered in such a short time? If I recall correctly, It took you 30 years to reach the 9th level, shattering prior records. The crowd regarded DTon with skeptical eyes. After all, 9 levels in a day was indeed shocking. DTon had spent 30 years to attain the 9th level of the Chaos Sutra, causing a stir in the Chaos Sacred Land. But the notion of achieving 9 levels in a day was simply too astonishing to believe. DTon himself was equally shocked. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to accept, hence his understanding of their doubts. However, he could not allow anyone to question his disciples' capabilities. He declared to the assembly, "I, DTon, swear by the Tao that what I have just said is the absolute truth." The crowd gasped. Swearing by the Tao was no trivial matter. Violating such an oath would render it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the Tao in the future, limiting any potential for progress and cultivation. Could it be that Xiao Yun truly achieved 9 levels in a day, blessed by the heavens? The implications were staggering. Nearby, Tion E, witnessing DTon's oath, could not help but sneer. DTon, your lifespan is but a century. You have no chance of stepping into the heavenly realm. Even if you lied and broke your oath, the consequences would be negligible. The assembly looked at DTon with uncertainty, as Tion Yi's words held merit. Fool! DTon, enraged, glared at Tion E and coldly replied, "Since you do not believe, I shall say no more. My disciple will prove his strength in due course. He has already proven himself." Tion E scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the star pavilion below. Mediocre combat techniques. TSK, the lowest tier of combat techniques. It appears that in the eyes of the star pavilion, his talent is deemed the most inferior, placing him among the ranks of the ordinary. DTon's countenance darkened, yet he found himself unable to refute this. For the star pavilion had indeed granted Xiao Yun mediocre combat techniques. Simultaneously, he felt a profound sense of confusion. Meanwhile, within the star pavilion, Xiao Yun stared blankly at the mountain-shattering fist in his hands, alongside the insignia of mediocre combat techniques. Mediocre combat techniques? Did the star pavilion truly hold him in such low regard? Had they deemed his talents worthy only of such inferior techniques? Xiao Yun felt an intense dissatisfaction brewing within him. Before arriving, his master DTon had informed him that combat techniques were classified into 6 tiers: mediocre, average, exceptional, top tier, super, and ultimate. Mediocre was the lowest tier, reserved for those of ordinary talent and the most commonplace qualifications. Xiao Yun glanced at Lin Xiaoya beside him, who held a radiant, ancient tome that revealed an exceptional combat technique and oppos. Thousand Shadows Whip and oppos. A pang of envy struck Xiao Yun as he realized that his junior sister possessed an exceptional technique while he was relegated to a mediocre one. How humiliating. Brother, what combat technique did you obtain? Surely it is a super technique. At that moment, Lin Xiaoya opened her eyes, catching sight of her own combat technique before hastily turning to look at Xiao Yun. Upon seeing the mediocre technique in Xiao Yun's hands, Lin Xiaoya gasped. How is this possible? Brother, you received only a mediocre combat technique? This is absolutely inconceivable. What? Xiao Yun received a mediocre combat technique? My heavens! Has the Star Pavilion made a grave error? Given his talents, he should have been awarded a super technique. What on earth was happening? How could Xiao Yun have been granted a mediocre combat technique by the Star Pavilion? The surrounding crowd, alerted by Lin Xiaoya's exclamation, turned to gaze at Xiao Yun, their astonishment palpable. It was utterly unexpected for Xiao Yun to receive a mediocre combat technique. Based on his talents, he should have been bestowed a super technique, or, at the very least, an exceptional one. Ding! The host has once again sparked a commotion, resulting in a reward of 3 opportunities for enlightenment. At that moment, Xiao Yun heard the system's notification echo in his mind. Xiao Yun's lips twitched in irritation at the reward. However, as he checked the system, he discovered that he had a total of 13 opportunities for enlightenment, leaving him puzzled. Before entering the Star Pavilion, he had only possessed 7 opportunities. With the additional 3, he should have totaled only 10. How had it risen to 13? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, the esteemed elders and others present had already exclaimed on his behalf, which the system had counted as well. Chapter 15. cultivating in public, standing within the starry pavilion, holding the third-tier combat technique, mount an opening fist. Xiao Yun wore an expression of displeasure. The peculiar gazes of those around him further exacerbated his irritation. Beside him, Lin Xiaoya spoke soothingly. Senior brother, do not be upset. Perhaps the starry pavilion has made a mistake. A nearby onlooker chuckled. Lin Xiaoya, the starry pavilion has existed for countless ages without a single error. Lin Xiaoya shot him a glare and retorted, my senior brother has attained the one-day peak. Do you doubt his talent? The man fell silent, struck by the collective curiosity surrounding them. How could one achieve the one-day peak without extraordinary aptitude? It was indeed a perplexity. Xiao Yun sighed inwardly, understanding that only he knew the truth behind his ability to sound the chaos bell 9 times and reach the one-day peak. It was the system that had propelled him into a state of enlightenment. His talent, alas, no need to dwell on it. Speaking further would only invite tears. Regardless, he had the system. What did it matter if his talent was lacking? He would rise nonetheless. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yun glared at the starry pavilion, declaring, Starry pavilion, heed my words, my talent requires no judgment from you. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. I shall determine my own combat techniques. Present me with your strongest techniques for my selection. Lin Xiaoya gazed at her senior brother in awe, her cheeks flushed, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Senior brother looks incredibly handsome like this. Above the starry pavilion, the elders and senior elders Kuden and Oppos. T helped but smile at Xiao Yun and Oppos, as bravado. This young man was certainly unyielding. Naturally, with his one-day peak status, he would not believe his talent to be inadequate. They were all curious how the elder guarding the starry pavilion would respond. As the discussions unfolded, brilliant stars illuminated the starry pavilion, and the most radiant among them descended, appearing before Xiao Yun. Clearly, the elder had decided to allow Xiao Yun to choose his own combat technique. The starry pavilion truly permitted him to select his own technique. Others within the pavilion widened their eyes in shock, turning their attention to the light of the stars before Xiao Yun. As the celestial light gradually dispersed, it revealed dozens of ancient tomes, 9 revolutions dominating fist, Taiji divine palm, Godslayer scatter, celestial might, Babwa heavenly palm, divine wind steps, 10,000 blades convergence, one sword across time, and sky-slicing sword technique. Each of these combat techniques was a supreme one, leaving the onlookers astounded, their eyes gleaming with fervor. However, their envy was merely fleeting. Were they to select, they would refrain from choosing such advanced techniques. After all, the higher the level of the technique, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. The body refinement realm was merely the first stage for cultivators, and they were reluctant to waste too much time here. Such a strategy was imprudent. Even if one were invincible in the body refinement realm, a master in the divine bridge realm could easily vanquish them. Only those gifted individuals with their rapid cultivation speed would unearth their potential and establish a solid foundation in the body refinement realm for their promising futures. Ordinary individuals would not undertake such endeavors. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun surveyed the plethora of supreme techniques before him, he couldn't help but inquire, Starry Pavilion, why are there only supreme techniques? Are there no ultimate techniques? His question elicited a moment of silence among the gathering. Was he truly dissatisfied with supreme techniques and seeking ultimate ones? The Starry Pavilion appeared taken aback by Xiao Yun and Oppos' inquiry, falling into a contemplative silence. At that moment, the elders above the pavilion chuckled and shook their heads. This young man was evidently unaware of the significance of ultimate techniques. Tion, your role as a master is evidently lacking, one elder jested. Tion's face flushed as he glanced at Xiao Yun below, offering a gentle reminder, disciple, ultimate techniques are those created by oneself, tailored to one's cultivation, capable of unleashing one's strongest power. The supreme techniques before you are, in fact, ultimate techniques for their creators. In your hands, they can only yield the power of supreme techniques unless you can innovate upon them to create higher-level moves, which would then be your ultimate techniques. Within the Starry Pavilion, Xiao Yun, upon hearing Tion's words, was left in utter astonishment. Master, how are you here? Dian urged, hurry and select a technique. Do not be greedy. Just choose one. The body refinement realm is merely the first stage for cultivators. Do not squander too much time here. Xiao Yun, upon hearing this, became irate, exclaiming, I wish to show the starry pavilion the true measure of my talent. With that, he seized 6 supreme techniques. 9 revolutions dominating fist, Taiji divine palm, Godslayer and amp, oppos, scatter, divine wind steps, 10,000 blades convergence, and sky-slicing sword technique. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, gazing at Xiao Yun as if he were a madman. Did he intend to linger in the body refinement realm for centuries? Such behavior was simply foolish. Dian watched Xiao Yun's actions with exasperation, his face darkening. The elder T mocked, Dian, we need not discuss this boy in oppos as talent for now, but seems his intellect may be compromised. You must guide him more closely. 6 supreme techniques? Even a saint would take over 100 years to master them. Dian's expression grew increasingly grim. Within the starry pavilion, Xiao Yun cast a sidelong glance at the crowd, inwardly scoffing. Did they truly believe him a fool? His actions were merely a means to provoke gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, thus securing rewards from the system. Indeed, as Xiao Yun examined the system, he discovered his enlightenment count had risen to 19, an increase of 6. Clearly, his earlier demand for the supreme techniques had astonished the crowd, and his selection of 6 had further completed 2 system tasks. The ease with which he acquired enlightenment was astonishing. He pondered how he might continue to elicit their astonishment. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as he devised a plan. He promptly retrieved the 9 revolutions dominating fist from his possession and opened it. With a swish, as he opened the tome, golden characters surged into Xiao Yun's mind. Instantly, the cultivation principles of the 9 revolutions dominating fist appeared in his consciousness. System. I wish to utilize enlightenment. Xiao Yun silently resolved, preparing to cultivate the 9 revolutions dominating fist to perfection before the crowd, thereby eliciting yet another wave of astonishment. Meanwhile, the surrounding spectators, along with the elders above the starry pavilion, regarded Xiao Yun's actions with curiosity. What was he attempting? Why did he close his eyes? Was he preparing to cultivate a combat technique in public? Preposterous. The cultivation difficulty of supreme techniques was immense, even for a saint. Mastery typically took over a decade. Was this young man truly attempting to cultivate a supreme technique in public? Such a display was merely an act to draw attention. Techniques of this caliber could not be perfected in mere moments. The onlookers and the elders above the starry pavilion shook their heads in disbelief, their skepticism palpable. Only the emperor's gaze sharpened as he fixed his attention on the figure of Xiao Yun below. He had personally witnessed Xiao Yun's extraordinary ascent, achieving 9 levels in a single day. The cultivation of even the most challenging techniques, such as the Chaos Sutra, was accomplished with remarkable ease. Practicing these superlative combat skills would surely be a trifling task for him. A sense of anticipation swelled within the emperor's heart. Chapter 16. 9 turns of body refinement within the starry pavilion. Xiao Yun closed his eyes, embarking on the profound comprehension of the formidable technique known as the 9 turns overbearing fist. As he entered a state of enlightenment, his mind became crystal clear. Inspiration surged forth, and he resonated harmoniously with the principles of the universe. What was once an enigmatic technique now appeared astonishingly simple to him, akin to transforming a university exam into a test suitable for elementary school students, drastically lowering the level of difficulty. So that is how it is. Immersed in his epiphany, Xiao Yun swiftly grasped the essence of a 9 turns overbearing fist. He then opened his eyes and began to unleash this extraordinary martial art. Swish! Upon opening his eyes, 2 beams of golden light erupted from his dark pupils, revealing a glimpse of the cosmic dance of the universe within. He moved. Had he truly mastered such a formidable technique so swiftly? This seemed utterly impossible. Around him, onlookers fixated intently on Xiao Yun. Above the starry pavilion, the esteemed elders, including the venerable ones, scrutinized him closely, eager to discern whether this young man possessed genuine prowess or was merely seeking attention. Boom! At that moment, Xiao Yun unleashed a powerful punch, a terrifying force that traversed space, producing a piercing whistle that shattered the very air itself. Simultaneously, a golden radiance enveloped him, emanating an overwhelming aura. This golden light signified the successful completion of the first turn of the 9 turns overbearing fist. How could this be? How much time had passed? He had already mastered the first turn. This was a supreme technique, one that even the most gifted disciples took a year to perfect. My heavens, is this truly his innate talent? Such comprehension is simply astonishing. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Having witnessed Xiao Yun attain the first turn of the 9 turns overbearing fist in mere moments, their astonishment was beyond imagination. Even the esteemed elders above were left in shock, utterly stunned by Xiao Yun's display. This is merely the first turn. How terrifying. One elder exclaimed, his mouth agape. Such comprehension. I am beginning to believe what Di Tian claimed earlier. Perhaps he truly can master the chaotic scripture in a day. Nearby, Di Tian stroked his beard, a broad smile gracing his face, for Xiao Yun had indeed not disappointed him. In stark contrast, the elder Tian appeared increasingly grim, fixating on Xiao Yun below, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he known Di Tian would succeed, he too would have ventured to the chaotic hall to secure this remarkable disciple for himself. Within the starry pavilion, after mastering the first turn of the 9 turns overbearing fist, Xiao Yun continued to cultivate the second turn. In this enlightened state, his practice became as effortless as eating or drinking, flowing seamlessly. Boom! Before long, Xiao Yun successfully completed the second turn. His punch unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the void, causing the air before him to explode with terrifying force. The surrounding spectators were once again left in awe. As time passed, Xiao Yun progressed to the pinnacle of the 9th turn of the 9 turns overbearing fist. He swung his fist, and an endless cascade of golden light converged, rendering his fist as radiant as the sun. Unlike before, when he executed the 9th turn, his body suddenly radiated searing flames. Divine brilliance swirling around him, as vibrant hues cascaded, forming golden symbols that surged into his being. The onlookers were utterly astounded. The esteemed elders above displayed their own shock as they witnessed Xiao Yun achieving the consummate level of the 9 turns overbearing fist. This is the realm of 9 turns body refinement. It is said that upon mastering this level, one can temper their body, reforging their flesh. Having already stepped into the ultimate realm of body refinement, he was now on the brink of transcending into forbidden territory. Such talent is truly terrifying. It remains to be seen how far he can go. Word has it that the true dragon's nest is about to open. Our chaotic sacred land has long refrained from sending disciples forth, but perhaps this time we can allow Xiao Yun to enter, showcasing the might of our chaotic sacred land. Amidst the astonished murmurs within the starry pavilion, Xiao Yun's fist strikes grew increasingly fierce and domineering, exuding an invincible aura, as if he were challenging the heavens themselves, sweeping across the world with his might. At that moment, Xiao Yun's body resembled an eternal divine furnace, radiating intense flames that forged his flesh and nourished his blood. Every pore of his being expanded, and within every cell and drop of blood, golden symbols emerged, pulsating with divine brilliance, as if myriad deities were chanting in unison. As he progressed through the 9 turns of body refinement, Xiao Yun's physique grew ever more powerful, his form bursting forth with divine light. A dazzling display of golden symbols clinging to him, morphing into streams of golden flames that began to refine his very flesh. The esteemed elders above watched with rapt attention, their eyes aglow, for they could clearly see the bones within Xiao Yun glowing with a brilliant light, his flesh transforming to gold. This is the golden skin and jade bones. He has indeed entered the forbidden realm, one elder remarked, filled with emotion. It has been ages since our chaotic sacred land has witnessed such a prodigious talent. Di Tian, too, was brimming with excitement. For such an unparalleled genius was his disciple. What a source of immense pride. Rumbling within the starry pavilion, Xiao Yun began to slowly retract his fist. Yet within him, it felt as though divine drums were being struck, causing his body to resonate with a series of brilliant flashes. When the drumming ceased, All the golden symbols surged into Xiao Yun and Appo's flesh, transforming into the most resplendent divine light, illuminating the entire starry pavilion. The surrounding spectators instinctively shielded their eyes, overwhelmed by the blinding radiance. Only when the golden light faded did they lower their hands, revealing Xiao Yun restored to his former state. The sole difference was his aura, now imbued with an even greater dominance, his dark eyes flickering with golden glimmers, exuding an intimidating presence that instilled fear and drew wary glances. Moreover, Xiao Yun's physique had transformed into a paragon of perfection, appearing significantly more striking. "Senior brother, you seem to have become more handsome," Lin Xiaoya exclaimed, her gaze fixated on Xiao Yun, akin to a starry-eyed admirer. Xiao Yun smiled gently, but at that moment, he felt as though a long-dormant volcano within him had been awakened, an overwhelming power surging forth from within. "How much stronger have I become?" Xiao Yun contemplated, preparing to test his newfound strength against the stone tablet outside the starry pavilion. Chapter 17. Stepping into the forbidden realm within the starry pavilion. Xiao Yun was preparing to depart when a sudden thought struck him. As he reached the entrance, he lifted his gaze towards the starry sky above and declared, "Next time I return, there is no need for you to present options. Simply bring forth the strongest." The onlookers were taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Was he daring to threaten the starry pavilion? Such audacity was almost blasphemous. Yet, what left them even more astonished was the sight above, where they beheld a colossal character formed by countless stars to perform or act. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, as this was the first time they had heard of someone daring to challenge the starry pavilion, and succeeding at that. Xiao Yun nodded with satisfaction, having harvested 3 opportunities for enlightenment, and he exited the starry pavilion with a sense of joy. Of course, he intended to continue his display of bravado. As he walked out, he mused aloud, "I must have stepped into the forbidden realm. Let me venture outside to test it at his words." The crowd within the pavilion trembled, and soon they rushed out, eager to witness Xiao Yun's performance. Their curiosity piqued regarding the extent of his power after mastering the super combat technique. This frenzy drew the attention of those outside the pavilion, who were puzzled by the commotion. But as explanations circulated, the entire square erupted with excitement. Soon, throngs of people surrounded the stone monument adjacent to the starry pavilion, eager to witness what was about to unfold. Standing beneath the stone tablet, Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with intensity as he unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist, delivering a powerful blow to the monument. As he struck, 9 spectral fists manifested around his arm, converging into a singular, radiant punch that erupted in a dazzling golden light. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground trembled beneath him, the sheer force akin to a volcanic eruption, with explosive sounds resonating in the air. The stone tablet, struck by Xiao Yun's fist, emanated a more brilliant golden glow, akin to a blazing sun illuminating the night, rendering the stars dim in comparison. How high could the numbers soar? Surely, it would exceed 100,000 in the forbidden realm, surpassing 100,000 constituted a threshold. Everyone's gaze was fixated on the stone tablet, and the elders hovering above the starry pavilion also focused intently on it. Under the collective gaze, a series of numbers finally appeared on the tablet. 200,000. Such a figure was indeed staggering, inciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. He had truly entered the forbidden realm. This was a threshold only the Holy Sun could reach, signifying that Xiao Yun had qualified to ascend to that esteemed status. Xiao Yun, who was originally a divine offspring, had merely chosen to relinquish that identity. With his innate talents, achieving the position of Holy Sun was only fitting. Perhaps he would reclaim that title in the future. The crowd buzzed with admiration. Xiao Yun, too, wore a look of delight. His strength had doubled to 200,000 pounds, marking his entry into the forbidden realm. He pondered silently whether mastering a second super combat technique would further augment his power by another 100,000 pounds. However, he decided against continuing to cultivate super combat techniques in this place, as excessive displays might lead others to perceive him as a monster, attracting the unwanted attention of formidable foes who might wish to dissect him for study. Xiao Yun felt it prudent to return after some time for further testing. He had already accumulated enough enlightenment opportunities and need not rush into showcasing his prowess. He then checked his system. Enlightenment system function bestows enlightenment upon the host. Enlightenment opportunities 24 can be used anytime by silent thought. Tasks 1. New task, refreshing soon. 2. Unlimited task, cause astonishment among those nearby to earn 3 additional enlightenment opportunities. Upon reviewing his system, Xiao Yun Kuden and Oppos, he helped but chuckle inwardly. Perhaps it would be more fitting to rename it the bravado system. Haha, disciple. It is time for us to return. Just as Xiao Yun was contemplating his system, Emperor Tian descended from above, gathering Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Uncle Fu to return to the imperial peak. Though they departed, the tales of Xiao Yun and Oppos' exploits within the starry pavilion swiftly spread throughout the chaos sacred land. Consequently, Xiao Yun's name echoed across the realm once more. No one dared question his talents any longer, and his decision to forego the identity of the Holy Son was no longer viewed as foolish. Rather, it was seen as an act of courage and determination, earning him widespread respect. At the imperial peak, within the celestial hall, Uncle Fu was roasting a massive spirit beast, its golden fat releasing an enticing aroma that left Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya salivating. They had yet to enter a fasting state and still required sustenance. Xiao Yun felt ravenous, as if he could devour 10 oxen. He turned to Emperor Tian, curiosity etched on his face. Master, why has my strength increased? But so has my appetite? Emperor Tian smiled gently at his inquiry. An increase in strength signifies a more robust physique, necessitating greater nutritional intake. With 200,000 pounds of strength, you are comparable to 20 elephants. Thus your appetite should correspond to that of 20 elephants. Xiao Yun grimaced at this revelation. Does that mean I become a glutton? Being able to eat is beneficial. It indicates your body is growing stronger, Emperor Tian replied nonchalantly. Uncle Fu, who was busy roasting nearby, chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry, young master. You need not consume excessive amounts. The spirit beasts here are rich in energy. 1 per day will suffice. Xiao Yun gazed at the spirit beast before him, which was as large as a small mountain, and asked incredulously, Master, at what cultivation stage can we begin a fast? He had no desire to continue being a glutton. Emperor Tian replied with a smile, to begin fasting, you must reach the 4th realm of cultivation, cave heaven realm. Upon attaining this realm, you will unlock the cave heaven world, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing your powerful physique without needing food. Relieved, Xiao Yun realized that reaching merely the 4th realm should not pose much difficulty for him. In fact, he had already accumulated 24 enlightenment opportunities, and if he so desired, he could easily break through to the 3rd realm, the divine bridge realm. However, Xiao Yun yearned to attain 1 million pounds of strength in the body refinement realm, achieving the ultimate limit of that stage, just as the Chaos Emperor had done. With this thought in mind, he once again sought counsel from Emperor Tian. Master, during my time at the Starry Pavilion, I cultivated a super combat technique that increased my strength by 100,000 pounds. Does that mean if I master 8 more super combat techniques, I could augment my power by 800,000 pounds, reaching the limit of 1 million pounds? Lin Xiaoya, overhearing this, gazed at Xiao Yun with wide, sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. Truly, he was her brother, aspiring to master 9 super combat techniques. Such talent was unprecedented. Emperor Tian and Uncle Fu exchanged bemused glances at Xiao Yun's ambition. Did he truly believe mastering 8 more super combat techniques would be so simple? Well, considering Xiao Yun's capabilities, it indeed seemed plausible. After all, they had witnessed him perfect a super combat technique in mere moments at the Starry Pavilion. With this realization, the two exchanged knowing smiles, unable to suppress their chuckles. Immediately, Emperor Tian turned to Xiao Yun, shaking his head with a sigh. Disciple, relying solely on the cultivation of super martial arts will not enable you to attain a strength of 1 million pounds. This is because super martial arts can only facilitate the physical transformation 3 times. In other words, through the cultivation of super martial arts. You may at most augment your strength by 200,000 pounds. Thereafter, no matter how many additional super martial arts you practice, your strength will not increase further. Chapter 18. The True Dragon's Nest and the Dragon Rearing Plan. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Tian, Xiao Yun could not help but inquire further, Master, how can I continue to enhance my strength? Emperor Tian elucidated, by cultivating 3 supreme battle techniques, your power can be augmented by 300,000 pounds. Moreover, if you can elevate these techniques to the ultimate realm, you will gain an additional 300,000 pounds of strength. Xiao Yun pondered silently for a moment before lifting his gaze back to Emperor Tian. Master, even with this, I would only possess 700,000 pounds of strength. How shall I attain the remaining 300,000? After a brief silence, Emperor Tian sighed. This is already the pinnacle attainable by a mortal physique. Even the Chaos Emperor could only reach this level. His 1 million pounds of strength is partially attributed to his chaos body. Xiao Yun was taken aback. Does that mean I cannot reach 1 million pounds of strength within the realm of body refinement? I possess no extraordinary physique. I am merely an ordinary body. Emperor Tian smiled gently. If you can achieve 700,000 pounds of strength, that would be more than sufficient. There is no need to become fixated on 1 million pounds. In fact, across the entire cultivation realm, even those with special physiques are rare to exceed 500,000 pounds at the body refinement level, let alone 700,000. Indeed, Emperor Tian spoke the truth. Not everyone possesses the ability to comprehend insights, as Xiao Yun does. Those superlative geniuses, even when able to practice supreme battle techniques, often require years, if not decades, to master a single technique. Consequently, they typically manage to cultivate only one supreme technique, and even with their unique constitutions, such as the legendary ancestral sacred body or the celestial tyrant body, their enhancements would still cap at 50 or 60,000 pounds within the body refinement realm. Yet, Xiao Yun was dissatisfied with merely 700,000 pounds of strength. He looked up at Emperor Tian, his eyes filled with determination. Master, is there truly no other way for me to further enhance my power? After a moment of silence, Emperor Tian understood that his exceptionally gifted disciple would undoubtedly strive for the utmost limits, making it difficult to persuade him to relinquish his ambitions. After contemplating for a while, he finally addressed Xiao Yun. There's indeed a possibility. The primary difference between an ordinary body and a special physique lies in the innate foundation. If one can rectify this foundation, an ordinary body can catch up to a special physique. How can I rectify the innate foundation? Xiao Yun inquired eagerly. Emperor Tian sighed. It is no simple task. To amend the innate foundation, one must consume exceedingly rare celestial materials. If you were still the son of heaven, our chaos sacred land would spare no effort to procure these materials for you. However, you are no longer the son. At this juncture, Emperor Tian expressed his own regret. Ultimately, it is my inadequacy. Had I possessed the strength of a sage, I could venture into perilous territories to obtain these celestial materials for you. Master, please do not say that. Your guidance in my cultivation has already been a profound favor, Xiao Yun quickly replied, seeking to reassure his mentor. Nonetheless, Emperor Tian still bore a sense of guilt. Suddenly, Fu Bo, who had been listening attentively, recalled something and said to Emperor Tian, Master, isn't the True Dragon's Nest set to open in a year? Perhaps we could allow the young master to enter and give it a try. At this, Emperor Tian's eyes lit up indeed. I nearly forgot about the True Dragon's Nest. Previously, our chaos sacred land refrained from sending anyone there, because few could step into the realm of taboos within body refinement. Entering the True Dragon's Nest would only lead to demise. But you are different. With excitement radiating from his expression, Emperor Tian continued. If you can attain 700,000 pounds of strength within a year, you would be considered an unparalleled powerhouse within the True Dragon's Nest. At that point, you could entirely rely on your own strength to acquire those celestial materials. Xiao Yun, however, appeared puzzled. Master, what is the True Dragon's Nest? Emperor Tian smiled slightly. The True Dragon's Nest is a hidden realm that opens once every century, accessible only to those who have attained the body refinement stage. It is precisely because of this that the celestial materials within have not been exhausted by countless cultivators. Therefore, if you can enter the true dragon and Apos, nest, you will have the opportunity to procure those celestial materials essential for rectifying your innate foundation. As he spoke, Emperor Tian produced a tome and handed it to Xiao Yun. Curious, Xiao Yun glanced at the cover, which bore the bold inscription Secrets of the True Dragon's Nest. He eagerly opened it, delving into its contents. Soon, a realization dawned upon him. The book detailed the origins of a true dragon's nest. It was said that a true dragon once dwelled there, and before its ascension, it sealed the nest to permit entry only to those of the body refinement stage. Throughout countless ages, many cultivators sought to unveil the mysteries of the true dragon and Apos' nest. But due to the dragon and Apos' seal, even the mightiest cultivators could not enter. Conversely, those at the body refinement level lacked the strength to uncover much about the nest and Apos' secrets. However, one secret had been unearthed: the dragon rearing plan. This dragon rearing plan was presumably devised by the ascended true dragon, which left behind many remnants within the true dragon's nest. Every century, 10 remnants would be reborn. Although each possessed considerable strength, they required further honing to evolve into true dragon forms. How could one hone themselves? Through battle. Of course, only through the crucible of bloodshed, transcending their limits, could they elevate their very essence to forge a true dragon body. However, the true dragon's nest lacked the dangers necessary for these remnants to engage in combat. If released into the world, these weak remnants would certainly be captured by powerful cultivators, bound by master-servant contracts, and reduced to mere slaves. Thus, the true dragon established the seal, allowing only body refinement cultivators to enter. In doing so, these cultivators would find themselves on an equal footing with the remnants. The ensuing battles would rely solely on innate talent. The true dragon sought to temper its remnants using the talents of the cultivation realm, hence the Apos' dragon rearing plan. Apos, the cultivation realm, also supported this endeavor. Every century, when the true dragon's nest opened, various sects would dispatch their geniuses to engage in combat with the dragon remnants. This arrangement bore numerous benefits. 1. The true dragon and Apos' nest is replete with celestial materials that can facilitate the evolution of these geniuses, and they may even bring some back to benefit their sections too. Battling the dragon remnants and bathing in their blood would further enhance the talents, enabling them to surpass their limits. 3. Each dragon remnant possesses immense potential, rivaling that of those with special physiques. Capturing a remnant and establishing a master-servant contract would yield a formidable ally. Such are the myriad advantages that make each opening of the true dragon's nest a grand event within the cultivation realm. Remarkably, there remains but a year until the next opening. Chapter 19. The Selfish Tianyi. Upon finishing the tome's Secrets of the True Dragon Nest, Xiao Yun turned to Emperor Tian with an expression of exuberance, declaring, "Master, I have made my decision. I shall venture to the true dragon nest in a year." Emperor Tian pondered gravely. The true dragon nest is fraught with peril. One must possess at least 500,000 pounds of strength to ensure safety. If you do not achieve this threshold, I will not permit you entry. Xiao Yun, brimming with confidence, replied, "Rest assured, Master. Before I enter the true dragon nest, I will undoubtedly attain a strength of 700,000 pounds. Emperor Tian smiled at this assertion, saying, "If that is the case, I shall not hinder your ambition. Focus on your cultivation. Should you have any uncertainties, you may consult with Uncle Fu and me." "Understand." Xiao Yun nodded, contentedly savoring the meat of spirit beasts. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyao raised her head and inquired of Uncle Fu, "Master, may I also accompany Xiao Yun to the true dragon nest?" "Absolutely not." Uncle Fu replied without hesitation, shaking his head. "With your current abilities, you would likely perish within days of entering the true dragon nest. Do you truly believe the dangers within are limited to those 10 remnants? In the pursuit of rare treasures, practitioners from various sects will engage in ruthless conflict. With your current prowess, you are far from qualified to enter the true dragon nest." Emperor Tian concurred. Indeed, countless talents enter the true dragon nest each time it opens. Among them, those who have reached the pinnacle of physical cultivation are commonplace. The number of those who have entered forbidden realms is also substantial. Typically, practitioners of regular physical cultivation merely serve as fodder, destined to perish. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya cast a pitiful glance at Xiao Yun. Her eyes filled with hope as she said, "But you will be there to protect me, right, senior brother?" Xiao Yun was about to affirm her when Uncle Fu sternly interjected, "Silence. The young master enters to transcend limits. Your presence will only hinder him and potentially place him in danger." Lin Xiaoya pouted, but refrained from further argument. Xiao Yun chuckled, "Uncle Fu, it is feasible to allow Xiaoya to enter. If we only face practitioners of physical cultivation, I am confident I can protect her." Uncle Fu shook his head. "Bringing this burden will ultimately compromise you. It is too risky." "She and Appos, that's not a burden," Lin Xiaoya muttered, but after receiving a stern glare from Uncle Fu, she lowered her head in silence. Xiao Yun laughed. "Uncle Fu, do you not trust in my strength? According to Master, even those with the most exceptional innate physiques possess only 400,000 pounds of strength upon reaching the pinnacle. Even if they cultivate a formidable combat skill, they will only achieve 500,000 pounds, and with two such skills, they may reach 600,000 pounds. Yet I possess 700,000 pounds of battle prowess. I may not sweep them away, but I am certainly capable of self-preservation." Uncle Fu hesitated. Permitting Lin Xiaoya to enter the true dragon nest could indeed be beneficial. After all, following Xiao Yun would enable her to collect rare treasures. While reaching the forbidden realm might be ambitious, attaining the pinnacle of physical cultivation should be within reach. However, Uncle Fu understood that Emperor Tian had invested considerable resources in Xiao Yun and could not allow any risk to befall him. At that moment, Emperor Tian smiled and said, "Here, that's the arrangement. If Xiao Yun truly achieves 700,000 pounds of strength before entering the true dragon nest, then let Xiaoya accompany him." Seeing Emperor Tian's concession, Uncle Fu naturally ceased his objections. "Yay!" Lin Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully, bowing to Emperor Tian. "Thank you, Grand Elder, for your kindness." Emperor Tian smiled gently. Uncle Fu admonished, "Do not rejoice too soon. If you wish to enter the true dragon nest, I will rigorously train you over the next year, ensuring you do not become a liability to the young master." Lin Xiaoya sulked, fully aware of the arduous year that lay ahead. Observing her pitiful demeanor, both Xiao Yun and Emperor Tian erupted in laughter. In the chaotic sacred land, atop Tianyi Peak, lay the abode of the venerable Tianyi. Within a grand hall, the venerable Tianyi was diligently refining a medicinal furnace, flames roaring, and a dazzling light emanating from within, accompanied by a tantalizing fragrance. Nearby, Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping stood with respectful demeanor, attending to him. Before long, the venerable Tianyi succeeded in his endeavor, opening the furnace to reveal 3 golden elixirs that floated into his hands. Chu Jingxiao gazed longingly at the 3 golden pills held by the venerable Tianyi. With a smile, the venerable Tianyi addressed him, "Disciple, these are the God-awakening pills, crafted from countless rare materials. They will assist you in attaining the pinnacle of physical cultivation within a month and entering the forbidden realm within a year." With gratitude, Chu Jingxiao accepted the golden pills, bowing deeply as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. After I enter the true dragon nest, I will certainly procure a sacred herb for you, aiding your ascension to sanctity." The venerable Tianyi nodded with satisfaction, saying, "You may depart to cultivate now. I must continue refining your battle armor and blade to enhance your combat prowess." "Thank you, Master. I shall not disturb you further. Please take care of yourself and rest well." Chu Jingxiao expressed heartfelt gratitude before respectfully exiting the hall. As he departed, the smile on the venerable Tianyi and Appos, as face faded. Zhu Ping hesitated. "Master, the young master's potential is limited. Even if he enters the forbidden realm, he will not hold an advantage within the true dragon nest. What if?" The venerable Tianyi snorted. "If he dies, so be it. A disciple lost can always be replaced. However, should he return with his sacred herb, the return on investment would be immeasurable." After all, the God-awakening pills he had crafted for Chu Jingxiao had only consumed some low-level materials, a mere fraction compared to the sacred herb's worth. In the eyes of Tianyi, disciples and subordinates were merely pawns to enhance his own interests, easily expendable. In his heart, only his own strength mattered. With me, invincible, that is the essence. Tianyi scoffed, deriding. That fool, Emperor Tian, with a mere century left to live, still fails to seize the time for seclusion and cultivation, instead opting to take on disciples, a sheer act of self-destruction. What does it matter how formidable a disciple is? In a century and oppose. Time, he too will be but dust, and their prowess offers him no benefit, save for a fleeting reputation. Chapter 20. Ascension and oppose. T at just the extreme realm of body refinement. 3 days later, by the spirit lake at the imperial peak, Xiao Yun reclined lazily on a chair, rod in hand, gazing contentedly at the tranquil surface of the lake, awaiting a bite. Senior brother, help! The piercing scream of Lin Xiaoya echoed from a distance, evoking sympathy. Xiao Yun glanced over, a shiver running down his spine. There, he saw Lin Xiaoya being lashed by Uncle Fu, each strike leaving her skin marred and bleeding, her cries filled with agony. However, Uncle Fu and Oppo's actions were not punitive. Rather, he was aiding Lin Xiaoya in tempering her physique. His strikes were executed with a unique technique, and prior to this, he had administered some elixirs to her. Now, he was merely facilitating the refinement of the medicinal effects, hastening her bodily enhancement. After all, if Lin Xiaoya were to rely solely on her own efforts to assimilate these energies, the process would be exceedingly prolonged, hindering her rapid growth. All right, hiss. Xiao Yun could not suppress a gasp, quickly turning away to enter a state of enlightenment. He had no desire to undergo such treatment from DT on. Boom! As Xiao Yun entered this state, he promptly began his practice of the second super combat technique, the Tai Chi Divine Palm. Within this moment of clarity, he swiftly comprehended the intricacies of the technique. Subsequently, Xiao Yun performed the Tai Chi Divine Palm by the lakeside. With the movement of his arms, 2 yin-yang fish, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, began to orbit around him, creating a magnificent Taiji diagram. This spectacle was utterly astonishing, capturing the attention of both Uncle Fu and Lin Xiaoya. Despite her pain, Lin Xiaoya turned her gaze toward Xiao Yun, curiosity piquing her. What is senior brother doing? Uncle Fu's pupils contracted in shock, his face filled with astonishment. The young master is cultivating the second super combat technique, the Tai Chi Divine Palm. Observe the Taiji diagram enveloping him. It signifies he has mastered it to perfection. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya felt an overwhelming urge to bash her head against the ground. While she endured such torment at the hands of her master, unable to even reach the extreme realm of body refinement, her senior brother effortlessly mastered a super combat technique, augmenting his strength by a staggering 100,000 pounds. Such is the chasm between mortals and geniuses. If you wish to keep pace with the young master, you must continue to endure hardship, Uncle Fu remarked, turning his gaze toward Lin Xiaoya and raising the whip in his hand. Lin Xiaoya wore a look of utter exasperation. Moments later, her anguished screams once again pierced the air, evoking sympathy. Meanwhile, by the lake, Xiao Yun leisurely resumed his fishing. Having perfected the second super combat technique, I must now possess 300,000 pounds of strength. I should find a moment to test my abilities at the stone tablet, to elicit gasps of astonishment and garner 3 opportunities for enlightenment. He mused to himself, reclining comfortably. Having a system makes all the difference. Cultivation is so effortless. Life is truly delightful. Help, senior brother. I don't want to go to the true dragon's nest. Master, please stop. Lin Xiaoya and Oppo's voice grew increasingly desperate. Xiao Yun shook his head. This was the fate of those without a system. A month swiftly passed. One day, Lin Xiaoya excitedly approached Xiao Yun, her face aglow with enthusiasm. Senior brother, I have refined those medicinal energies and should now have reached the extreme realm of body refinement. Let us hurry to the starry pavilion to test it. Xiao Yun, eager to showcase his prowess, nodded with a smile. The two, guided by Uncle Fu, made their way to the starry pavilion. Upon arrival, they discovered a throng gathered around the stone tablet, gasps of astonishment resounding in the air. It appeared another genius was undergoing testing. Lin Xiaoya's anticipation surged. Having entered the extreme realm, she was eager to display her newfound prowess. Young individuals often yearn to showcase their progress, especially after enduring considerable hardship, as Lin Xiaoya had over the past month. Uncle Fu, aware of her pent-up frustration, refrained from dissuading her and accompanied her for the test. As the trio approached, they spotted a familiar figure standing by the stone tablet, Chu Jingxiao, the disciple of the esteemed elder Tianyi. At that moment, he radiated confidence, a triumphant smile plastered across his face. For the stone tablet displayed the number and oppos, 100,000 and oppos, indicating he had ascended to the extreme realm of body refinement. Beside him, his sycophant Zhu Ping grinned smugly. The young master truly possesses extraordinary talent, achieving the extreme realm in merely a month. His ascension to the status of Holy Son is imminent. The crowd erupted in admiration, showering praises upon Chu Jingxiao, who reveled in their accolades. However, his smile quickly faltered upon spotting Xiao Yun. In the distance, Xiao Yun, Lin Xiaoya, and Uncle Fu approached, prompting the crowd to part and grant them passage. Lin Xiaoya, glancing at the stone tablet's digits, scoffed. It's merely the extreme realm of body refinement. What is there to be proud of? My senior brother achieved a forbidden domain a month ago. Chu Jingxiao's expression darkened, his fists clenched in frustration, unable to retort. Although he had reached the extreme realm in a month, a remarkable feat within the chaos sacred land, he was perpetually overshadowed by Xiao Yun. Zhu Ping's face soured as he shot Lin Xiaoya a glare, scoffing. No matter how impressive Xiao Yun is, what does it have to do with you? How much strength do you possess? 60,000 or 70,000? With that, Zhu Ping turned to Uncle Fu, mocking, "Affu, you should hurry and take your disciple home. We wouldn't want her to embarrass herself here." Uncle Fu crossed his arms, ignoring Zhu Ping, merely regarding him with a mocking expression. Lin Xiaoya stepped forward, retorting, "It's just the extreme realm of body refinement. What's so significant about it? I have attained the extreme realm as well." With that proclamation, she approached the stone tablet and unleashed a powerful punch against its surface. Instantly, the stone tablet erupted with brilliant golden light, revealing a series of numbers, 100,000, the extreme realm of body refinement. No one anticipated that Lin Xiaoya would also reach the extreme realm. When did it become so effortless to attain such heights? Were the chaos sacred lands on the verge of a resurgence? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lin Xiaoya, brimming with pride, cast a derisive glance at Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping. "What do you think now?" Both Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping's expressions darkened, unable to fathom that Lin Xiaoya had also reached the extreme realm, which was profoundly unsettling for them. "Senior brother, it's your turn to shine," Lin Xiaoya called out. Disregarding their discontent, all eyes turned expectantly to Xiao Yun, eager to discover how much stronger he had become after a month. Xiao Yun smiled gently as he approached the stone tablet, delivering a powerful punch. 300,000. As the radiant golden light dissipated, the stone tablet unveiled a number that sent shockwaves through the crowd. Once again, astonished gasps filled the air. Chapter 21. The black blade, a mysterious iron with a formidable strength of 300,000 pounds. One has indeed entered the realm of the second forbidden. Truly, one cannot underestimate a person who voluntarily relinquished the title of Divine Son. In just a month, they have made a breakthrough into the realm of taboo once again. In the entire cultivation world, such a prodigy is unparalleled. Our chaotic sacred land boasts of Xiao Yun, destined to rise again and claim the top position among the 6 great sacred lands. Given Xiao Yun's extraordinary talent, he is bound to reclaim the title of Divine Son in the future. The onlookers gazed at Xiao Yun in awe, showering him with praises. As for Chu Jingxiao, he had already been forgotten, for in the realm of cultivation, people only remember the first. No one cares for the second. Moreover, when compared to Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao was indeed far inferior. Watching Xiao Yun being lauded by the crowd, Chu Jingxiao clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said to Zhu Ping, "Let us go." Zhu Ping, too, wore a grim expression, eager to escape the mockery of Uncle Fu, and swiftly took Chu Jingxiao away, retreating in disgrace. At the Taichu's sacred land, a magnificent and grand temple towered into the clouds, exuding an ancient and profound aura, as if an emperor resided within. Spiritual energy permeated the air, and divine light radiated, while countless auspicious beasts worshipped it. Inside the hall, terrifying figures were shrouded in mist, their forms hazy. These were the esteemed elders of the Taichu's sacred land. Additionally, a golden figure sat upon the throne above, the master of the Taichu's sacred land. At this moment, an elder spoke, "Master, we have received news from the chaotic sacred land that the chaotic bell has tolled 9 times. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in discussion. The master of the Taichu's sacred land pondered, "Not long ago, it should have been the day for the chaotic sacred land to accept disciples. To cause the chaotic bell to toll 9 times, could there be an extraordinary prodigy emerging? It had been many years since the bell had tolled 9 times. It seems the chaotic sacred land has indeed taken in a super genius. This individual will undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for our Taichu's sacred land. We must remain vigilant." In the hall, the esteemed elders deliberated. After a moment of contemplation, the master declared, "Let us send someone to probe the situation. We shall express our interest in the extraordinary talents being recruited by the chaotic sacred land and seek to exchange insights, particularly to ascertain the remarkable qualities of the individual who caused the chaotic bell to toll 9 times. Understood. We shall obey the master's command." One elder responded. At the chaotic sacred land, atop the imperial peak, following his return from the starry pavilion, Lin Xiaoya continued to endure Uncle Fu's rigorous training, while Xiao Yun began preparing to practice other super combat techniques. However, upon realizing that only 3 super techniques would effectively enhance his strength, Xiao Yun hesitated to pursue additional techniques, fearing they might squander his opportunities for enlightenment. Yet, when it came to selecting the next technique, Xiao Yun found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which combat technique to choose as his third. Fortunately, he had a mentor to consult. Thus, Xiao Yun sought out Tian for guidance. After considering Xiao Yun's current techniques, the 9 turns overbearing fist and the Taiji divine palm, Tian mused for a moment before saying, "Disciple, your 9 turns overbearing fist leans towards offense, while the Taiji divine palm is more defensive. These 2 techniques complement each other, but you still require a technique to enhance your speed." Xiao Yun and Appo's eyes brightened as if struck by inspiration. He nodded vigorously. "Master is correct. With a combination of offense, defense, and speed, I shall become invincible." He had already decided upon the technique he wished to cultivate, divine wind steps. This super technique would enhance his speed to the point where he could move as if teleporting once mastered. "Disciple," Tian advised as the saying goes, "bare hands cannot contend with the might of weapons. If possible, you should also train in an offensive weapon technique." Xiao Yun nodded in understanding and replied, "Understood, Master. I shall cultivate both in Appo's, divine wind steps in Appo's, and in Appo's, 10,000 blades return to sea. And Appo's," Tian smiled and nodded approvingly. "Excellent choices. Both techniques suit you well. By the way, I have a blade here that is perfect for you to practice in Appo's. 10,000 blades return to sea in Appo's." With a wave of his hand, an ancient black blade appeared before Xiao Yun. He gazed intently at the blade, which measured approximately 1 meter in length, broad and heavy, adorned with enigmatic runes that hinted at its extraordinary nature. However, he was puzzled by its dull edge, seemingly unsharpened. Xiao Yun looked up at Tian and inquired, "Master, this blade is not sharp at all. Can it truly kill?" Tian chuckled softly. "Who said a blade must be sharp to slay? Are fists sharp? With your amp, Appo's, 9 turns overbearing fist, and amp, Appo's, you can kill an ordinary practitioner of the refinement realm with a single punch. Thus, a blade only needs to be solid. The true killer is not the blade's edge, but your strength. As long as your power is formidable, you can unleash the true potential of this black blade." Xiao Yun nodded, somewhat understanding, and then asked, "So, this blade is indeed very sturdy?" Tian smiled. "Why not pick it up and see for yourself?" Xiao Yun nodded in agreement and grasped the hilt of the black blade, preparing to lift it. However, Xiao Yun furrowed his brow in surprise, gazing at Tian as he exclaimed, "Master, why is it so heavy?" It is worth noting that he presently possessed a strength of 300,000 pounds, theoretically capable of lifting objects of the same weight. Yet he could not budge this black blade, suggesting its weight exceeded 300,000 pounds, which astonished him. Tian, chuckling, remarked, "Disciple, this black blade is forged from 1,000-year-old mysterious iron. It is not only incredibly sturdy, but weighs 360,000 pounds. It is the weapon I used during the Qi, Gathering, and Divine Bridge realms." Xiao Yun was taken aback by this revelation. The blade's weight was indeed a staggering 360,000 pounds. Just imagine the devastation it could wreak with a single swing against a practitioner at the refinement peak. However, wielding such a heavy blade was no simple feat, especially for Xiao Yun at this stage. After all, it was a weapon utilized by Tian during his own advanced stages, making it quite challenging for Xiao Yun, who was still in the refinement realm. "Disciple, you're not yet capable of wielding this black blade. Once you attain a strength of 700,000 pounds, you should be able to handle it with some effort," Tian said with a smile. Xiao Yun nodded, his gaze fixed on the black blade, silently resolving to enhance his strength as swiftly as possible. Chapter 22. The Arrival of Primordial Beings at the Peak of the Divine Mountain within the Heavenly Palace. After returning from his master, Xiao Yun commenced his training in the formidable techniques of the Divine Wind Steps and 10,000 Blades Return to Sea. Before beginning his cultivation, he checked his system and discovered he still had 26 opportunities for enlightenment. This increase was due to his earlier performance with Lin Xiaoya at the Starry Pavilion, where he had completed a display of prowess, earning 3 additional enlightenment rewards. With 26 chances, he deemed it sufficient for the time being. Without hesitation, Xiao Yun utilized one opportunity for enlightenment and entered a state of deep contemplation, initiating his practice of the Divine Wind Steps. Soon, the hall was filled with his residual shadows, indicating he had perfected this technique to its utmost state. Upon completing the Divine Wind Steps, he expended another opportunity for enlightenment to begin training in the 10,000 Blades Return to Sea. Shortly thereafter, wielding his palm as if it were a blade, he executed a strike that summoned countless blade illusions, converging into a magnificent divine sword that cleaved through the stone pillars of the hall with astonishing power. Undoubtedly, he had also mastered the 10,000 Blades Return to Sea. In just a day, Xiao Yun had achieved perfection in both techniques. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the entire chaotic sacred land. With 24 enlightenment opportunities still remaining, he considered testing his combat strength at the Starry Pavilion once more to earn an additional 3 chances for enlightenment. However, having just completed the mastery of 2 supreme techniques in a single day, he decided to postpone his visit for a month, feeling it necessary to rest after such an impressive feat a month later. 3 unexpected guests arrived at the chaotic sacred land. An elderly man with gray hair, yet youthful visage clad in gray robes, a young girl in a red dress, and a youth in a white robe. The elderly man gazed at the mountain gate of the chaotic sacred land, smiled slightly, and proclaimed, "The primordial sacred land, Wan Yang Wei, comes bearing the decree of the Holy Master to pay respects to the chaotic sacred land." With a rumble, the void split open, and a figure, akin to a deity, descended, addressing Wan Yang Wei. "Ah, my old friend Wan, it has been many years. Your radiance remains undiminished." The newcomer was none other than Elder Tian, the second-ranking elder of the chaotic sacred land. His presence was summoned due to the Holy Master's awareness of Wan Yanghui's formidable strength, having reached the heavenly realm. Sending others to greet him might undermine the chaotic sacred land's dignity. Only a half step into the heavenly realm like Tian, he could maintain a semblance of respect. As anticipated, upon seeing Elder Tian Wan Yanghui smiled and remarked, "Ah, Tian judging by your aura, you have likely achieved a half step into the heavenly realm. Soon, you shall step into the heavenly realm itself. Truly commendable, you embody the prowess befitting the second-ranking elder of the chaotic sacred land." Tian smirked slightly, then humbly replied, "Your praise is unwarranted. I still have much to learn compared to Yuan. At that moment, a girl in a red dress murmured behind Wan Yonghui. The second-ranking elder is merely at half-step into the heavenly realm. He wouldn't even place in the top 10 of our primordial sacred land. The chaotic sacred land has truly fallen from grace. Although her voice was low, both Tian Yi and Wan Yonghui, as formidable figures, immediately caught the remark. Tian Yi's expression darkened ominously, while Wan Yonghui feigned authority, reprimanding silence. The girl promptly lowered her head. Turning to the glowering Tian Yi, Wan Yonghui expressed genuine apology. My young disciple is still inexperienced. Please do not take offense, my friend. Children speak without restraint. Tian Yi replied indifferently, though he felt constrained, vowing to seclude himself upon returning, only emerging once he reached the heavenly realm. Friend Wan, please allow me to escort you to meet the Holy Master. Tian Yi then led the way, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the unwelcome comments. After entering the chaotic sacred land, they soon arrived at a grand hall, where the Holy Master and several esteemed elders awaited their arrival. The elders were engaged in discussions regarding the unexpected visit from the primordial sacred land. What could be their purpose for coming here? Perhaps they intend to invite us to the imminent True Dragon Nest gathering, likely with ulterior motives, one elder speculated. In the past, we lacked disciples qualified to enter the True Dragon Nest, but this time we have Xiao Yun, who reportedly tested his strength at the Starry Pavilion, achieving a remarkable 30,000 pounds. He is undoubtedly qualified to enter the True Dragon Nest. Another elder cautioned, yet, entering the True Dragon Nest could be perilous. As one of the sacred lands, every action we take is scrutinized by cultivators across the realm. Should Xiao Yun enter, he will inevitably attract the attention of the top prodigies, and merely being in the second realm is insufficient against such formidable opponents. Amidst the hall's discussions, the Holy Master suddenly commanded silence. They have arrived. Just then, Tian Yi entered to report, followed by Wan Yonghui and the two young visitors, who bowed respectfully to the Holy Master, saying, Wan Yonghui pays his respects to the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land, wishing for your ascendance to the sacred throne soon. This statement cast a pall over the hall's occupants. While such flattery might have delighted the elders if directed toward them, its implication towards the Holy Master was starkly different. It was well known that the Holy Masters of the other 5 sacred lands had already ascended to the Saint Realm, while the Holy Master of the chaotic sacred land remained trapped in the heavenly realm. Such words, though superficially complimentary, underscored the Holy Master's comparative inadequacy, leaving the chaotic sacred lands members feeling humiliated. Despite their anger, the Holy Master and the elders restrained their emotions, recognizing the comment as mere flattery. The Holy Master regarded Wan Yonghui with a faint smile, saying, There is no need for such formalities, my friend. What brings you here on this occasion? Wan Yonghui clasped his hands and replied, I have come on behalf of my Holy Master to invite the chaotic sacred land to partake in next year's True Dragon Nest gathering. At this declaration, the senior members of the chaotic sacred land exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging their earlier suspicions. Wan Yonghui continued, moreover, I have brought along 2 young disciples from the primordial sacred land to engage in friendly exchanges with your esteemed disciples, allowing them to broaden their horizons. As the assembly turned their attention to the pair of youths accompanying Wan Yonghui, their expressions darkened. Their keen insight revealed the exceptional caliber of these young individuals, and it was clear that few within the chaotic sacred land could rival them in their respective realms. The Holy Master pondered briefly before instructing, Summon Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya. The elders nodded in agreement. Among the current disciples of the chaotic sacred land, only these 3 had reached the pinnacle of their realms. Even if they could not secure victory, at the very least, they would preserve the sanctity of their reputation. With Xiao Yun present, they had a reasonable chance of securing at least one victory, thus averting a complete loss of face. Chapter 23. Exchange and sparring at the summit of the Imperial Peak. For figures, Di Feng, Di Tian, Xiao Yun, and Fu Bo stood watching an elder depart. This elder had been sent by the master of the Chaos Sacred Land to summon Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya for an exchange with disciples from the primordial sacred land. As the elder and Appo's silhouette faded from view, Xiao Yun inquired, "Master, why has the primordial sacred land inexplicably sent someone to engage with us?" Before Di Tian could respond, Fu Bo huffed in anger. "Every time before the dragon's nest opens, they dispatch envoys under the pretense of inviting us. But in reality, they are mocking our inability to send disciples to the dragon's nest." Di Tian turned to Xiao Yun, his voice grave. "The relationships among the 6 sacred lands are not as harmonious as they appear. Competition brews beneath the surface. Particularly with the primordial sacred land, our rivalry is most intense. Be especially vigilant when encountering their disciples in the future." Xiao Yun nodded, recognizing that the primordial sacred land was indeed a hostile force to their own chaos sacred land, necessitating caution. "Very well. We must not keep the master waiting. Fu, please escort them at once," Di Tian commanded. Fu Bo nodded and led Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya away on clouds. Di Tian watched them depart, a cold smile playing on his lips. Before the dragon's nest has even opened, the primordial sacred land dares to probe us. This time, the chaos sacred land shall not let them succeed. Let us see how my disciple vanquishes their many talents. Inside the grand hall, Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya entered and first paid their respects to the master of the chaos sacred land and several esteemed elders. Only then did they turn their attention to the 3 representatives of the primordial sacred land. The master of the chaos sacred land gestured towards Xiao Yun and his companions. "Esteemed friends, these 3 are Xiao Yun, Chu Jingxiao, and Lin Xiaoya, distinguished practitioners in the realm of body refinement within our chaos sacred land." Wan Yonghui had already been scrutinizing Xiao Yun and his companions. He merely glanced over Chu Jingxiao and Lin Xiaoya. For his discerning eye quickly identified them as ordinary practitioners. However, the youth named Xiao Yun, though seemingly unremarkable, had already cultivated skin of gold and bones of jade, stepping into the realm of the forbidden. Despite this, Wan Yonghui remained confident in his 2 disciples behind him, smiling as he said, "Truly, they are exceptional talents from the chaos sacred land. Yulong Miaodong, do greet these esteemed disciples." A young man and woman stepped forward. The lad in a white robe regarded Xiao Yun and his companions with indifference, introducing himself. "I am Jie Yulong, ranked 9th in the primordial sacred land and Oppos, S-body refinement realm." The girl in a red dress wore a haughty expression, disdain dripping from her voice as she declared, "I am Fu Miaodong, ranked 10th in the same realm." The countenance of the master of the chaos sacred land and the elders darkened at their words. It was not the arrogance of the 2 youths that offended them, for they had lived for centuries and were above squabbling with mere teenagers. What soured their mood was the realization that these seemingly formidable youths were merely ranked 9th and 10th in their own realm, while Xiao Yun and his companions were among the top 3 talents in the chaos sacred land. The stark comparison revealed the chaos sacred land and Oppos' inferiority to the primordial sacred land, casting a pall over their expressions. However, as the younger generation engaged in conversation, the elders refrained from interjecting, allowing the 5 youths to take center stage. Xiao Yun surveyed the 2 primordial sacred land prodigies without uttering a word. Beside him, Lin Xiaoya, incensed by Fu Miaodong and Oppos' attitude, retorted, "Only ranked 10th, yet you carry yourself with such arrogance. One might mistakenly think you were first." Fu Miaodong turned to Lin Xiaoya, responding with pride, "Though I rank 10th in the primordial sacred land, I would undoubtedly claim the first position in your chaos sacred land." Lin Xiaoya, unable to contain her ire, shouted back, "Such brazen arrogance! Let me test your mettle and see if your skills match your boasts. Since you seek humiliation, I shall oblige." Fu Miaodong remained haughty, tilting her chin and beckoning Lin Xiaoya dismissively. Enraged, Lin Xiaoya brandished a fiery red whip and lashed out at Fu Miaodong. Xiao Yun shook his head in silence, acknowledging that his junior sister was still too naive, easily provoked by mere words. Yet, he refrained from intervening, believing that sometimes setbacks could be blessings in disguise, allowing Lin Xiaoya to grow from this experience. Moreover, they were in the safety of the chaos sacred land. She would face little more than a challenge. Xiao Yun observed the impending battle intently, eager to witness the prowess of the primordial sacred land and amp. oppose, talents. Chu Jingxiao, equally focused, understood he would soon take the stage and had no desire to lose. Thousand shadows, Lin Xiaoya shouted, her whip transforming into a dense web, ensnaring Fu Miaodong. This was a top-tier combat technique she had mastered to perfection, radiating formidable power. The spectators in the hall nodded in admiration. Lin Xiaoya, having only entered the realm 2 to 3 months prior, had already achieved such remarkable feats. However, the primordial sacred land disciple, Fu Miaodong, evidently possessed greater strength. With a sword in hand, she glided through Lin Xiaoya and Appo's web as effortlessly as a fish through water, her sword aura radiating power that began to strain Lin Xiaoya and Appo's net. One sword across worlds. Fu Miaodong suddenly cried, launching her sword with blinding speed towards Lin Xiaoya's throat. Lin Xiaoya's whip froze mid-air as she looked down in horror at the blade poised at her neck, her face draining of color as cold sweat trickled down her brow. Should the sword advance a mere half-inch further, her fate would be sealed. Clearly, she had lost. Yet, Lin Xiaoya was not one to accept defeat lightly. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Fu Miaodong defiantly. I concede, but you are certainly no match for my senior brother. Fu Miaodong sheathed her sword and turned her disdainful gaze upon Xiao Yun and Chu Jingxiao. Which of them is your senior brother? Let him come forth. I shall defeat him as well. Fuming, Lin Xiaoya urged, Senior brother, please teach her a lesson. You were far too hasty. Otherwise you wouldn't and oppose to have lost so swiftly. Xiao Yun offered a gentle admonishment to Lin Xiaoya before stepping forward. As the senior brother, it was his duty to defend his junior sister's honor. He regarded Fu Miaodong coolly, saying, I shall not bully you. If you can make me retreat a step, I will concede defeat. Such audacity! Fu Miaodong, incensed just as Lin Xiaoya had been, unsheathed her sword and lunged at Xiao Yun with deadly intent. The gleaming blade radiated an icy chill. Yet, as Fu Miaodong launched her fierce strike, Xiao Yun merely raised his palm, summoning a vast Tai Chi diagram that resonated with his movement, sending Fu Miaodong staggering backward. Tai Chi divine palm. At a distance, Wan Yonghui, the elder of the primordial sacred land, narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Xiao Yun with newfound seriousness. Chapter 24. The Lightning Body Boom. Within the Grand Hall, Xiao Yun employed the Taiji Divine Palm, effortlessly neutralizing Fu Miaodong and Appo's relentless onslaught. His Taiji diagram radiated an impeccable and absolute defense. No matter how fiercely Fu Miaodong attacked, she could not penetrate Xiao Yun's defenses. She could barely even approach him, let alone force him back a single step. The young man in white, Jie Yulong, observed this scene with growing concern. He addressed Fu Miaodong, junior sister Fu. He has perfected the super combat skill Taiji Divine Palm, stepping into the Forbidden Realm. Your one sword across worlds is merely at the major achievement stage. You cannot contend with him. Fu Miaodong, unwilling to concede, shouted at Xiao Yun, Today, I shall defeat him against all odds. Perhaps this will elevate my one sword across worlds to perfection. With that declaration, she cast aside all distractions, her mind solely focused on the sword. Her eyes ablaze with a terrifying sword intent. I am the sword. The sword is me. In this moment, Fu Miaodong subtly reached a state of unity with her sword. As she thrust her sword forward, it seemed as if the heavens and earth were torn asunder, the void itself shattered. Jie Yulong's eyes gleamed with admiration. Indeed, junior sister Fu has surpassed her limits, breaking through in the heat of battle and entering the Forbidden Realm. Wan Yonghui, standing nearby, also bore a satisfied smile. In that instant, a golden light enveloped Fu Miaodong. With her sword in hand, she and her weapon became one, resembling a divine sword of golden brilliance piercing through the mist, hurtling toward Xiao Yun. The upper echelons of the chaos sacred land wore grim expressions. Fu Miaodong had genuinely surpassed her limits, stepping into the Forbidden Realm. Such talent was almost unparalleled among their ranks, second only to Xiao Yun. Yet, within the Taichu sacred land, she merely ranked 10th in the body refinement stage. Had the disparity between the chaos sacred land and the Taichu sacred land grown so vast? Concern filled the eyes of the Chaos Sacred Land's leader as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his heart brimming with hope. May this young man truly lead our Chaos Sacred Land to resurgence. Boom! At the same time, in her state of unity with her sword, Fu Miaodong unleashed a formidable force, driving her sword fiercely toward Xiao Yun. Unfazed, Xiao Yun struck forward with his palm, the Taiji diagram manifesting, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. The clash was thunderous. Fu Miaodong's strike held an astounding force of 200,000 pounds, yet it could not shatter Xiao Yun's Taiji defense. Instead, she was repelled with great force. Junior sister Fu, it is best you withdraw. He has likely entered the second forbidden realm, Jie Yulong remarked, his expression growing more serious as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yun. Still unwilling to relent, Fu Miaodong held her head high, her beautiful face contorted with anger as she glared at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "Do all you Chaos Sacred Land disciples only know how to defend? If you possess the ability, defeat me. Otherwise, I shall not concede." Xiao Yun replied coolly, "Very well." Before the word and oppos, had fully left his lips, Xiao Yun and oppos' legs moved like lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages, his true form appearing before Fu Miaodong in an instant. Boom! Xiao Yun unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist. A punch charged with an overwhelming momentum, a terrifying aura that seemed to swallow mountains and rivers, sending Fu Miaodong hurtling away. Puff! Fu Miaodong fell to the ground, spitting blood, her fair face pale. "Junior sister Fu," Jie Yulong exclaimed, rushing to assist her, assessing her injuries with a grim expression directed at Xiao Yun. "It was merely a spar. Your attack was excessively ruthless." Xiao Yun responded indifferently. "When I refrained from attacking, you claimed we Chaos Sacred Land disciples only know defense. Now that I strike back, you call it ruthless. Is this the way of the Taichu Sacred Land? Truly remarkable, how you seize every opportunity to twist the narrative." Jie Yulong was left speechless. It was indeed Fu Miaodong who had compelled Xiao Yun to act, and now that she was injured, it was unreasonable to blame anyone else. Nearby, Wan Yonghui interjected, "Enough. Our Taichu Sacred Land does not shy away from defeat. You must understand that there are mountains beyond mountains and heavens beyond heavens. Do not let pride blind you." Yes, Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong both lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Yet, Jie Yulong soon lifted his gaze toward Xiao Yun, stating solemnly, "Brother Xiao, your prowess is remarkable." "I, Jie Yulong, seek your guidance." Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, "Having just fought, I am weary and wish to rest." "Surely, your Taichu Sacred Land cannot resort to the ignoble tactic of a wheel battle." The onlookers in the grand hall exchanged glances of disbelief. "You're tired? You just won effortlessly." Despite this, Jie Yulong could not press Xiao Yun with a wheel battle. He turned to the bystanding Chu Jingxiao, imploring, "In that case, I shall first test my skills against Brother Chu." Chu Jingxiao responded, "Why seek me? It was Xiao Yun who injured your junior sister. What is that to me?" Not being foolish, Chu Jingxiao recognized that he was no match for Fu Miaodong, let alone the stronger Jie Yulong. However, with so many high-ranking members of the Chaos Sacred Land present, he could not refuse to battle. Otherwise, it would seem he was cowardly, and he would struggle to hold his head high in the Chaos Sacred Land thereafter. That damn Xiao Yun, he must be doing this on purpose. Chu Jingxiao cursed inwardly, reluctantly stepping forward to spar with Jie Yulong. Xiao Yun watched the two with a smile. Lin Xiaoyao whispered in his ear, "Brother, you are too cunning," intentionally setting up Chu Jingxiao. Even a fool can see Jie Yulong is simmering with anger and will undoubtedly vent it on Chu Jingxiao. Poor Chu Jingxiao is in for trouble. Xiao Yun murmured, "Do you now see the cleverness of your brother? I merely used Chu Jingxiao to gauge Jie Yulong and oppos' strength. Thus, in the future, do not rush headlong into situations. Learn to utilize your intellect. Indeed, brother is truly wise. Thank you for your guidance." Lin Xiaoyao promptly nodded in agreement. The onlookers in the grand hall were left speechless once more. Given their strength, they could hear every whispered word from Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoyao. Nearby, the elder Tai gritted his teeth in frustration, his face darkened. The leader of the chaos sacred land wore a smile, thinking to himself, "This is for the best. A son of destiny with wisdom and depth is far more worthy of cultivation." In the arena, Chu Jingxiao regarded Jie Yulong with a sense of impending doom. Meanwhile, Jie Yulong appeared far more relaxed. He regarded Chu Jingxiao with an indifferent expression, saying, "You may strike first, for if I were to attack, you would not even have the chance to respond." Arrogant, Chu Jingxiao acknowledged that he was no match for Jie Yulong, yet the latter's brazen words ignited a fire within him. He immediately unleashed his combat skills against Jie Yulong. Jie Yulong narrowed his eyes, a fierce lightning erupting from his body, and with blinding speed, he struck Chu Jingxiao with a powerful punch, sending him flying. So it is the lightning body, a prodigy with a unique physique. No wonder he is so formidable. This individual possesses a lightning body and has perfected a super combat skill, likely having entered the second forbidden realm. In the Grand Hall, the elders of the Chaos Sacred Land's expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 25. The 10 Supreme Bodies with a sudden thud. Chu Jingxiao was sent flying by a punch from Jie Yulong, landing heavily on the ground, grievously wounded and spitting blood. His injuries were evidently threefold more severe than those of Fu Miaodong before him. He cast a fierce glare at Jie Yulong, yet his heart brimmed with despair. For his opponent possessed a unique physique and had perfected a formidable martial technique to its utmost level. No matter how hard he tried, he feared he would never catch up in terms of physical cultivation. Useless. In the Grand Hall, the esteemed Elder Tianyi looked upon Chu Jingxiao's defeat with a grim countenance, waving his hand to dismiss him from the hall. Outside, Zhu Ping, who had been awaiting his arrival, swiftly scooped up the injured Chu Jingxiao and fled in a hurry. Nearby, Uncle Fu observed this scene with a smirk of schadenfreude. Inside the hall, the Lord of the Chaotic Sacred Land regarded Jie Yulong below and commended. It is said that the lightning body is innately capable of controlling lightning, exhibiting remarkable speed and tremendous attack power. Coupled with your unique lightning fist from the Taichu Sacred Land, its might is indeed extraordinary. Wanyang Hui stroked his beard humbly, replying, "The lightning body is merely a royal body and is not considered a prodigy within our Taichu Sacred Land. We have several divine bodies emerging in this generation, including a supreme body. In comparison, the lightning body pales significantly." Such words stirred a gloomy atmosphere among the high-ranking officials of the chaotic sacred land. Their generation had not produced even a single unique physique, while others regarded the lightning body as insignificant. This highlighted the disparity between them. However, upon hearing that a supreme body had emerged from the Taichu sacred land, the officials were visibly stirred. The Lord of the chaotic sacred land could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Oh, a supreme body? May I ask which supreme body has arisen in your Taichu sacred land this generation?" With a proud smile, Wanyang Hui declared, "It is the fourth-ranked supreme body on the supreme list, the time and space body, the legendary time and space body. It is said that one possessing this physique can manipulate time and space, unleashing boundless power with any technique in their hands. To think such a unique physique has emerged in this generation is indeed terrifying." Instantly, the hall was filled with gasps of astonishment. The elders of the chaotic sacred land were consumed with envy. Such a formidable genius had become a disciple of the Taichu sacred land. It was easy to foresee that in the years to come, this individual would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for them. Beneath the Grand Hall, Xiao Yun listened intently to the discussions of the prominent figures, his heart equally astonished. He was aware that unique physiques were categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier being royal bodies, such as the lightning body, the profound ice body, and the Xiaoyang body, among others. The second tier consisted of divine bodies, including the renowned lunar divine body, solar divine body, and others like the mad god body and 5 elements divine body. The first tier, the most potent unique physiques, were referred to as the 10 supreme bodies. These 10 supreme bodies were ranked as follows: the chaotic body, the devouring demon body, the innate sacred body Tao, the time and space body, the profound yellow indestructible body, the 10,000 Buddhas body, the primordial sacred body, the celestial overlord body, the divine king body, and the immortal king body. It is worth noting that this ranking is not absolute, as the differences between supreme bodies are minimal. Thus, one with the 10,000 Buddha's body, ranked 7th, could potentially defeat the time and space body, ranked 4th. Ultimately, unique physiques are merely a foundation, an individual and amp. Oppos. Strength is not solely reliant on their physique, but also on their diligence and numerous fortuitous encounters. Therefore, any of these 10 supreme bodies could be deemed the strongest. Whosoever possesses even one of them can hold their head high and dominate an era. Why did Xiao Yun willingly relinquish the position of divine son of the chaotic sacred land? It was precisely to forge the chaotic body, the number one supreme body. Moreover, with the chaotic sacred land in decline, once he succeeded in cultivating the chaotic body, it was certain that the chaotic bell would be entrusted to him. At that time, possessing the chaotic body while wielding the chaotic bell would render him invincible. This desire burned within Xiao Yun's heart. Senior brother Xiao, I wonder if you are well rested? At that moment, Jie Yulong's voice reached him from across the arena. Xiao Yun turned to face Jie Yulong, smiling slightly. So, it appears that junior brother Jie possesses the lightning body. As for me, a mere mortal body, I fear I may not be your match. I kindly ask you to show mercy. Jie Yulong, taken aback, thought calling you senior brother was merely a courteous gesture. Did you truly take me for your junior? Nonetheless, maintaining his composure as a disciple of the sacred land, Jie Yulong replied coolly, Senior brother Xiao is being overly modest. There are numerous instances in the cultivation world where mortal body has triumphed over unique physiques. Our unique physique merely grants us a slight edge in innate talent. One's true achievements depend on future efforts. Xiao Yun smiled faintly. I share the same sentiment. Jie Yulong's lips twitched, a shadow of annoyance crossing his features. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Xiao Yun down. The latter's words were insufferably irritating. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Yun urged, Very well, junior brother Jie. Please make your move. Let us conclude this battle swiftly, for I have a meal to return to. All right, Jie Yulong, no longer inclined to indulge in idle chatter, could hardly contain his desire to thrash Xiao Yun. He charged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards him. With a crackling sound, Jie Yulong, indeed a genius of a unique physique, unleashed an awe-inspiring force. Brilliant lightning flickered around him, and his fearsome fist erupted with dazzling electric light. Xiao Yun's expression grew grave. This punch not only harbored immense power, but also carried the additional threat of lightning. He dared not underestimate it. Thus, he activated the Tai Chi Divine Palm, raising an absolute defense to withstand Jie Yulong and Oppos' assault. Boom, boom, boom. Jie Yulong and Oppos' fist struck the Tai Chi diagram before Xiao Yun, producing thunderous roars as terrifying lightning relentlessly battered against the diagram's defense. In mere moments, Xiao Yun noticed fissures beginning to form on the Tai Chi diagram. It seemed its endurance would not last much longer. Truly, a genius of a unique physique is formidable. Xiao Yun marveled inwardly, employing the divine wind step to transform into streaks of lightning, initiating a counterattack against Jie Yulong. He understood that continuing to defend would inevitably lead to his defeat. That and Oppos' the spirit. Talents of our caliber should engage in head-on combat, elevating ourselves through battle, Jie Yulong thought, bursting into laughter as he witnessed Xiao Yun abandon defense to launch a counteroffensive. He too yearned for a breakthrough amidst combat, much like Fu Miaodo. 9 turns, Overlord Fist. Xiao Yun bellowed, executing this aggressive martial technique. Instantly, his entire aura transformed, his gaze becoming overwhelmingly domineering, resembling an unparalleled sovereign sweeping across the battlefield with indomitable might. Chapter 26. Defeating the Lightning Body. The 4 Forbidden Realms. The 9 turns overbearing fist truly lives up to its reputation as an exceedingly domineering super combat technique. Each time this technique is unleashed, Xiao Yun's demeanor transforms into one of unparalleled dominance, exuding an aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers, rendering him invincible within the universe. Even Jie Yulong, facing him, trembles at the sight. With a roar, Xiao Yun strides forward with the grace of a tiger, his formidable presence undeniable. He strikes ahead with a single fist, manifesting countless light fists that coalesce into a terrifying force, causing the air before him to erupt in an explosive display. Sensing the immense threat, Jie Yulong does not retreat, but advances instead, his pitch-black eyes suddenly igniting with a fierce divine light, resembling lightning shooting forth with overwhelming might. Then, Jie Yulong activates the lightning fist, utilizing his incredible speed to meet Xiao Yun's fist in a catastrophic clash. The sound of their fists colliding reverberates like two great mountains colliding, unleashing a terrifying display of physical strength that echoes like thunder throughout the grand hall. Xiao Yun is enveloped in a golden aura, with golden light seeping from his being like flames fiercely burning, distorting the very fabric of space due to his immense physical power. The 9 turns overbearing fist is pushed to its absolute limits, with Xiao Yun delivering punch after punch against Jie Yulong. Countless light fists converge into myriad golden runes that coalesce upon Xiao Yun's fists, elevating his combat prowess to its zenith. Jie Yulong, sensing the gravity of the situation, remains vigilant. He channels his lightning body and pushes the lightning fist to its utmost limit, refusing to evade as he meets Xiao Yun strikes head-on. Boom, boom, boom. The two warriors remain steadfast, engaging in an intense battle within the hall, each collision resonating with the raw power of their formidable physiques. Observers are left in awe, recognizing the extraordinary strength of both combatants, each having entered the second forbidden realm, wielding a staggering 300,000 pounds of force. Truly, the lightning body is remarkable, possessing not only immense strength, but also unparalleled speed. Had Xiao Yun not mastered the super combat technique Divine Wind Steps, he might not have stood a chance against Jie Yulong. Yet, it seems Xiao Yun possesses a slight edge as he begins to gain the upper hand. Within the Grand Hall, the high-ranking officials of the Chaos Holy Land watch intently. Their expressions are grave, for Xiao Yun stands as the foremost practitioner of body refinement in their realm. A defeat to the 9th practitioner of the Tai Chi Holy Land would be a disgrace of monumental proportions. Thankfully, Xiao Yun does not bring shame upon the Chaos Holy Land. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yun's gaze intensifies, his eyes blazing like twin divine lamps. The aura emanating from his body instills dread in many, as if fear itself were palpable. With renewed vigor, Xiao Yun strides forward like a rampaging tiger, his physical form aflame with golden light, radiating brilliance akin to a sun unleashed. 9 turns overbearing fist. As this super combat technique reaches its pinnacle, Xiao Yun unleashes a devastating punch, emanating a terrifying divine light that carries with it an overwhelming force. Lightning fist. Jie Yulong also bellows, his hair dancing wildly as he bathes in the scorching lightning, charging ahead as if no one could rival him. He resembles a formidable demon king, his body aglow with radiant electricity, while countless purple runes swirl around him, forming an intricate web of lightning that envelopes Xiao Yun. The might of the lightning body is truly deserving of its name. Boom, boom. Once more, the two engage in a fierce confrontation, their battle reaching a fever pitch as they unleash their full potential without reservation. At that moment, Xiao Yun suddenly lets out a long howl, his eyes bursting forth with boundless brilliance. The punches he throws become increasingly fervent, each explosion of power growing in intensity. What? Jie Yulong's expression shifts as he realizes that the Xiao Yun he believed to be evenly matched has suddenly gained an additional 100,000 pounds of strength, decisively surpassing him. Did you think I was merely in the second forbidden realm? Xiao Yun gazes at Jie Yulong, his fists radiating even more fervent light, the brilliance surrounding him intensifying. Jie Yulong feels the overwhelming pressure, being forced to retreat step by step. Apologies, but I have long since entered the third forbidden realm. Xiao Yun bellows, his momentum surging like a tidal wave, his eyes shooting forth divine light as he swings his blazing, overbearing fists forward. Puff! Jie Yulong coughs up blood as he is propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, thrown away by the force of Xiao Yun and Appo's strike. Senior brother Jie. From a distance, Fu Miaodong exclaims, her face paling in disbelief. Jie Yulong has actually been injured. However, Jie Yulong swiftly regains his footing, relying on the lightning body's speed to transform into a bolt of lightning, darting through the void towards Xiao Yun's back. Your power is indeed superior, but your speed cannot match mine. Combat is not merely about strength, Jie Yulong exclaims. Truly impressive, senior brother Jie. Fu Miaodong feels her spirits lifted, brimming with anticipation. Yet, what follows from Xiao Yun shatters her expectations. Taiji Divine Palm. Perceiving the threat behind him, Xiao Yun swiftly manifests the Taiji Divine Palm, conjuring a massive Taiji diagram that appears behind him, blocking Jie Yulong's lightning-fast punch. Boom! The searing electric fist collides violently with Xiao Yun's Taiji diagram, but this time, the diagram stands firm, successfully deflecting Jie Yulong's assault. The two Taiji yin-yang fish seem to come alive, continuously rotating upon the diagram, consuming the force of the incoming lightning punch and significantly diminishing Jie Yulong and Appo's attacking power. What? Jie Yulong and Appo's pupils constrict in disbelief as his eyes widen. Boom! Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun swiftly turns and delivers a punch that sends Jie Yulong reeling, blood spewing forth. This time, the power Xiao Yun unleashes is even greater, shattering the lightning runes on Jie Yulong's body and rendering him devoid of combat capability. Puff! Jie Yulong collapses to the ground, once again coughing up blood. Senior brother Jie. Fu Miaodong cries out, rushing to assist him. Wang Yinghui glances over, discerning that Jie Yulong's injuries are not severe, merely a temporary loss of combat effectiveness, thus suppressing the urge to investigate further. Narrowing his eyes, he gazes intently at the distant Xiao Yun, marveling, truly remarkable, a high disciple of the Chaos Holy Land. At such a young age, he has mastered 3 super combat techniques and has pushed the Taiji Divine Palm to the ultimate combat technique realm, stepping into the 4th forbidden realm. Such comprehension is truly extraordinary. At these words, Jie Yulong is nearly driven to vomit blood again, fuming internally. Did you not claim I was merely in the 3rd forbidden realm? Now he has surpassed me by a full 200,000 pounds of strength. How can I possibly compete? Chapter 27. Confidence within the Grand Hall. The high-ranking officials of the Chaos Holy Land beheld Xiao Yun's triumph over Jie Yulong, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction. Particularly, upon witnessing Xiao Yun's current prowess, their smiles grew even more pronounced. The master of the Chaos Holy Land remarked with a chuckle, "Friend Wan, you flatter him. Xiao Yun merely possesses a modicum of comprehension. When compared to your esteemed sect and Appo's time-space body, he still falls significantly short. I suspect that during this expedition to the True Dragon Nest, your Taichu Holy Land will surely claim the foremost position. At that time, I kindly ask your disciples to show some mercy." Wan Yonghui responded amiably, "Rest assured, Master. Since we belong to the 6 great holy lands, we should naturally stand united, working hand in hand against external challenges." The master of the Chaos Holy Land narrowed his eyes slightly, skeptical of Wan Yonghui and Appo's words. Historically, their disciples had faced the harshest opposition from the Taichu Holy Land when entering the True Dragon Nest. Among the 6 great holy lands, the Taichu and Chaos Holy Lands were indeed sworn enemies, though they maintained a facade of cordiality, mindful of their reputations and avoiding open conflict. "Master, I shall take my leave for now." After an exchange of trivialities, Wan Yonghui departed the Chaos Holy Land with Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong. Once they exited, the master of the Chaos Holy Land turned to Xiao Yun and remarked, "Xiao Yun, you performed admirably this time, bringing honor to our Chaos Holy Land." The surrounding elders looked at Xiao Yun with admiration, offering him praise. Xiao Yun humbly responded, "Master's praise is unwarranted. As a disciple of the Chaos Holy Land, it is my duty to uphold our honor." The master and the esteemed elders nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Xiao Yun's awareness. "Xiao Yun, has your master, Emperor Tian, spoken to you about the True Dragon Nest?" The master inquired. Xiao Yun promptly replied with respect, reporting to the master, "My master has mentioned the True Dragon Nest, and I am preparing to enter it next year." Upon hearing this, the master's expression grew slightly grave as he stated, "In recent years, Our chaos holy land has not produced any talented individuals in the realm of body refinement, resulting in our absence from the true dragon nest and exposing us to ridicule from the outside world. Now that you possess such strength, it is indeed time for you to venture into the true dragon nest. However, as you have observed today, the Taichu Holy Land and our Chaos Holy Land are like fire and water. Once you enter the true dragon nest, the first danger you must be wary of is the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land. They will show you no mercy. Xiao Yun, brimming with confidence, nodded and declared, "Please rest assured, Master, I will eliminate the disciples of the Taichu Holy Land within the true dragon nest." The Master and the esteemed elders exchanged looks of disbelief. Such audacity! With a wry smile, the Master replied, "There is no need for such extremes. Once you enter the true dragon nest, your priority should be to seek out rare treasures. If the Taichu disciples do not provoke you, do not instigate them. Moreover, they have recently produced a time-space body, one of the 10 supreme bodies. Should you encounter him, do not hesitate. Flee immediately. You have yet to forge a chaos body, and you cannot contend with other supreme bodies of the same realm." Though Xiao Yun dismissed the Master's words internally, believing himself capable of facing that time-space body, he understood that as an exemplary disciple, he should not contradict the Master. Thus, he nodded and affirmed, "Rest assured, Master. I will behead that time-space body and inflict significant losses on the Taichu Holy Land." It was clear that Xiao Yun was not merely an excellent disciple. He was an exceptionally talented one, unafraid to challenge the Master's words. The Master and the esteemed elders were once again rendered speechless. They found Xiao Yun's overconfidence troubling. How could a mere mortal body dismiss the prowess of a supreme body like the time-space body? Very well. Return and focus on your cultivation. After a prolonged silence, the Master, unable to continue the conversation, gestured for him to leave. "Rest assured, Master. I will diligently train and ensure that I slay the time-space body of the Taichu Holy Land next year." Xiao Yun nodded, then confidently strode out of the grand hall with Lin Xiaoya. Within the hall, the esteemed elders exchanged exasperated glances at his retreating figure. The Master shook his head and sighed. The Chaos Scripture not only presents formidable challenges for cultivation, but also influences one's character. In his day, Emperor Tian, after practicing the Chaos Scripture, was similarly proud and confident. One wonders whether this is a blessing or a curse. An elder chuckled, "Master need not worry. I believe Xiao Yun may surprise us. We witnessed how he mastered 3 super techniques to perfection in merely 2 to 3 months. Furthermore, he has advanced the Taiji Divine Palm to the ultimate technique realm. With such remarkable comprehension, it is plausible he may indeed succeed in mastering the Chaos Scripture and forge an invincible chaos body." The Master's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he remarked, "If he truly forges the chaos body, our Chaos Holy Land may indeed rise to prominence." Outside the gates of the Chaos Holy Land, Wan Yonghui, Jie Yulong, and Fu Miaodong departed on their cloud. In the sky, Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong hung their heads in shame, saying, "Elder, we are unworthy disciples. We have brought disgrace to the Taichu Holy Land. We implore you to punish us." Wan Yonghui waved his hand and pondered, "This is not a matter of blame. That Xiao Yun has already stepped into the 4th Forbidden Realm, wielding a strength of 500,000 pounds, beyond what you can currently contend with." Jie Yulong, with a serious expression, remarked, "This individual is indeed formidable. Despite being a mere mortal body, he has reached the 4th Forbidden Realm, mastering 3 super techniques to perfection and advancing 1 to the ultimate realm." Wan Yonghui scoffed, "You are still too naive. You do not understand that comprehension can be enhanced, albeit with side effects. For instance, using insight pills once at each realm incurs minimal consequences. However, using them more than 3 times can lead to significant drawbacks. That Xiao Yun has only been in the Chaos Holy Land for 2 to 3 months. How could he have mastered 3 super techniques? He must have used the insight pill multiple times." Jie Yulong exclaimed in shock. "How could the Chaos Holy Land allow him to do this? Is this not akin to destroying a prodigy?" "Prodigy?" Wan Yonghui scoffed disdainfully. "He is merely a mortal body. I see clearly that he possesses no innate talent. only a modicum of comprehension. Thus, the Chaos Holy Land is utilizing insight pills to mold him into a prodigy, intending for him to enter the true dragon nest and procure rare treasures for them. In any case, even if there are side effects, they will only lose a mortal body, which is a trivial loss. Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong suddenly realized the implications. It must be said that without the fact of the 9 chimes of the Chaos Bell, no expert witnessing Xiao Yun would deem him a genius, for his innate talent was indeed lacking. As for the 9 chimes of the Chaos Bell, Wan Yonghui had not witnessed them firsthand, leading him to harbor doubts and suspecting that the Chaos Holy Land was merely exaggerating to bolster its reputation. Wan Yonghui continued to sneer. To step into the 4th forbidden realm is already the limit of a mortal body. No matter how many insight pills he consumes, he cannot grow stronger. With such limited prowess, one cannot even secure a position within the top 3 in the realm of body refinement at our primordial sacred land. Only upon entering the true dragon's nest can we annihilate them, thwarting the schemes of the chaotic sacred land. Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong nodded in agreement. They had encountered those formidable prodigies within the sect, particularly the one ranked first, the embodiment of time and space, who is undeniably an invincible force. Xiao Yun would certainly not stand a chance against them. Chapter 28. How to confront the temporal-spatial body upon his return. Xiao Yun began to examine his enlightenment system. Originally, he had 23 opportunities for enlightenment, but after defeating 2 prodigies from the Taichu sacred land and showcasing his prowess, he gained 3 additional chances. Thus, he currently possessed a total of 26 enlightenment opportunities. He contemplated the need to elevate the remaining 3 super martial techniques: 9 turns Overlord Fist, Divine Wind Steps, and 10,000 blades returning to the sea, to the ultimate martial arts realm. With such an abundance of enlightenment opportunities, he felt it was sufficient for the time being. By doing so, he would augment his strength by an additional 200,000 pounds, reaching a total of 700,000 pounds, his current limit. Any further breakthroughs would have to await his adventures within the true dragon nest. Disciple. Just as Xiao Yun was preparing to deduce his martial techniques, Emperor Tian arrived. Xiao Yun quickly stood to greet him. Once they were seated, Emperor Tian looked at Xiao Yun across the table and inquired with a smile. What are your thoughts after encountering the talents from the Taichu sacred land? Xiao Yun pondered for a moment before responding. The talents from the Taichu sacred land are indeed formidable. Even those ranked 9th and 10th in the body refinement realm can easily sweep aside the disciples from our chaos sacred land. Only I was able to defeat them. Chu Jingxiao and my junior sister were no match for them. That is to be expected. I heard that they also had a lightning body among them, which, although merely a royal body, is still vastly superior to ordinary physiques. Emperor Tian remarked with a hint of admiration. Xiao Yun replied with a slight smile, Master, regardless of their strength, they are still beneath the disciples' prowess. Emperor Tian gazed at Xiao Yun with pride, but then his expression turned serious as he recalled something. I have heard that the sacred Lord mentioned a temporal spatial body has emerged among this generation of Taichu sacred land. This is a supreme physique, and you must exercise caution when you enter the true dragon nest. Xiao Yun thumped his chest confidently and responded, Master, do you doubt my abilities? It won't be long before I possess 700,000 pounds of strength. Even if he is a supreme physique, I am confident I can defeat him. Emperor Tian shook his head. You underestimate the capabilities of a supreme physique. It not only signifies remarkable talent, but also grants unique abilities. Just like the lightning body you faced, you should have experienced the potency of its lightning by now. Xiao Yun's expression grew serious as he remarked, Indeed, that Jie Yulong's lightning body was quite formidable. Every strike bore an added lightning attack, coupled with astonishing speed. If he had possessed more than 300,000 pounds of strength, I would have found it considerably challenging to defeat him. Emperor Tian nodded gravely and stated precisely that Jie Yulong is merely a lightning body. A temporal spatial body is exponentially more powerful. From what I know, those endowed with a temporal spatial body inherently wield the forces of time and space. What power do time and space hold? Surely, you understand that before such a being, the speed of a lightning body is but a mere jest. Their velocity surpasses yours by far. Moreover, they can manipulate time to slow your movements. Xiao Yun was taken aback and exclaimed, even if he possesses a temporal spatial body, he is still merely at the body refinement realm. It's impossible for him to control the forces of time and space. Those are formidable laws of power, accessible only to saints. I cannot believe a body refinement cultivator could master such powers. It seems you still do not grasp the true essence of a supreme physique. Emperor Tian responded with a wry smile. The reason a supreme physique is deemed so is due to the terrifying nature of this special constitution. Those who possess it are innately capable of wielding formidable abilities. Of course, the temporal spatial body from the Taichu sacred land cannot yet command potent time and space powers. But even a slight manipulation of such forces is sufficient to allow him to overwhelm all adversaries within the body refinement realm. Xiao Yun fell silent for a moment, contemplating the implications of time and space powers. The adage states, space is king and time is emperor. Furthermore, the temporal spatial body embodies both forces, rendering it nearly invincible. Master, what should I do? Is there any method to counter his manipulation of time and space? After a while, Xiao Yun lifted his gaze, his expression earnest as he sought guidance from Emperor Tian. He believed that since Emperor Tian had come, he surely had more than mere intimidation to offer. He must possess strategies to counter a supreme physique. Indeed, Emperor Tian smiled and said, while confronting a temporal spatial body is challenging, he is still confined to the body refinement realm, and the time and space powers he can wield are undoubtedly limited. This presents us with a potential for counteraction. Oh, please enlighten me, Master. Xiao Yun's eyes lit up with curiosity. Emperor Tian continued, time can be manipulated in three fundamental ways: acceleration, deceleration, and suspension. However, I suspect he can only barely manage time acceleration, and even then, it is limited to himself. Nevertheless, combined with his talents in space, this grants him formidable speed. Thus, if you wish to contend with him, you must first restrict his speed. Xiao Yun nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Emperor Tian's words, yet he voiced his concern. Restricting speed? But Master, I've already mastered divine wind steps. Even if I elevate it to the ultimate martial arts realm, my speed may only rival that of the lightning body, falling short compared to the temporal spatial body. Not merely falling short, but drastically inferior. Emperor Tian refuted. In the same realm, the speed of a temporal spatial body surpasses that of a lightning body by 100-fold. Gasp! Xiao Yun widened his eyes in disbelief. The disparity is so vast? How can I possibly contend with him? The speed of Jie Yulong's lightning body was already astonishing. If a temporal spatial body is 100 times faster, it would be akin to facing an unseen shadow, resembling instantaneous movement. How can one fight against that? I fear I would be left defenseless, merely reacting to his attacks. Is it any wonder they are termed supreme physiques? Emperor Tian sighed. Both time acceleration and spatial contraction are forces that enhance speed. The combination of these two elements bestows the temporal spatial body with unparalleled speed, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone in the same realm to contend with him. Xiao Yun, feeling despondent, asked, then how can I fight him? How do I restrict him? Emperor Tian smiled softly. Do not fret, my disciple. Since I have indicated that there is a way, there indeed exists a method. In truth, there are various strategies to limit his speed. The first is to engage in ranged attacks. Enhance your ranged offensive capability and strike at him before he can close the distance, preventing him from approaching you. The second is to bolster your defensive capabilities. If your defenses are sufficiently strong, you can temporarily withstand his attacks, buying you time to create distance and employ ranged attacks against him. The third is through formations. Utilizing spirit stones, you can set up various formations, be they offensive, defensive, or restraining arrays, to effectively limit the speed of a temporal spatial body. However, formations have one drawback. They must be arranged in advance, so make a note of that. The fourth method involves sound wave attacks. This technique combines sound and force to intimidate and impact the enemy, causing disarray in their mental state, thus diminishing their strength and speed. Upon finishing his words, Tian turned to the astonished Xiao Yun and said with a smile, as long as you're able to master these techniques, You will be capable of contending with that being of time and space. Xiao Yun replied with a wry smile. Ascend and oppose. This rather excessive? It would be far simpler if you could just tell me what to do. Tian let out a hearty laugh, then waved his hand, casting several books toward him. He chuckled, I have long prepared these for you. 3 supreme combat techniques and 3 formations. If you possess the ability to learn them all, you will then be able to stand against the being of time and space. Xiao Yun immediately turned his gaze to the 6 books before him. Chapter 29. The Hidden Dragon Rankings. Tian presented to Xiao Yun 3 formidable combat techniques: literally Flying Dagger, Golden Bell Shield, and Dragon Might. As for the remaining 3 formations, they were Chaos Void Formation, Dragon Lock Formation, and 8 Gates Lock Formation. After reviewing them, Xiao Yun nodded, confident that mastering these 3 super techniques and 3 formations within a year was well within his capabilities, thanks to his profound insights. Disciple, were it not for your astonishing comprehension, I would not dare recommend that you practice so many super techniques and formations, Tian remarked with a wry smile. In truth, these techniques are only of use during the body refinement stage. Beyond the chi gathering and divine bridge stages, they become redundant. Thus, others do not typically invest time learning extensively during the body refinement stage. Xiao Yun reassured, rest assured, master. With my innate talent, I can completely master these techniques within a year without much delay. Tian nodded, acknowledging Xiao Yun's exceptional aptitude, which warranted his trust in entrusting these techniques to him. Tian then elaborated on the super techniques. The amp, oppose, literally Flying Dagger and amp, oppose, is an art of concealed weapons and a ranged attack technique. Regardless of your opponent in amp, oppose, speed. You can strike first with your daggers. The oppose, Golden Bell Shield, and oppose, developed by a senior from our Chaos Sacred Land after observing the Chaos Bell, is merely a simplified version I provide you. The true Golden Bell Shield is not just a technique, but a grand magical power of terrifying might. Thus, you must diligently refine this technique before pursuing the complete version. Lastly, and amp, oppose, Dragon Might and amp, oppose, is also a ranged attack, utilizing sound waves to replicate the roar of a true dragon, unleashing a horrific sonic assault that can subdue all beasts and instill fear in enemies. Upon hearing Tian's descriptions of the 3 super techniques, Xiao Yun and Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The potency of these techniques was indeed formidable, and their synergy with his previously acquired skills would elevate his prowess to new heights. Subsequently, Tian introduced the 3 formations, all of which were containment types, characterized by their simplicity and practicality. After completing this, Tian took his leave. Xiao Yun watched him depart, filled with gratitude. He understood that Tian's efforts to procure these resources stemmed from concern for his safety, enabling him to contend with the formidable time-space entity of the primordial sacred land. Truly, having an elder is akin to possessing a treasure. Xiao Yun smiled gently. He then began to practice the combat techniques before him. With the 3 super techniques, Xiao Yun pushed them to the ultimate technique realm, expending 6 opportunities for insights. Additionally, he also advanced his previously prepared techniques, Divine Wind Steps, 9 turns Overbearing Fist, and 10,000 daggers returning to the sea, to the ultimate technique realm, consuming 3 more insights. Finally, he learned the 3 formations, utilizing 3 opportunities for insights. In total, Xiao Yun had expended 12 opportunities for insights in this endeavor. Following his previous practice of the Chaos Scripture, this marked one of the most intensive days for insight usage. The next morning, Xiao Yun opened his eyes and promptly checked his insight system. He found that he had only 14 opportunities remaining. Fortunately, he had no immediate need for insights, so he wasn't in a hurry. His next focus would shift to practical training. He mused. After all, learning combat techniques was one thing, but truly harnessing their power required practical experience. Combat scenarios are ever-changing. One cannot simply perform techniques in a choreographed manner. The timing of technique application is honed through repeated battle experiences. Thus, Xiao Yun needed more combat to enhance his experience and assimilate these newly learned super techniques. Ding! New task. Challenge the Hidden Dragon Rankings. Enter the top 50 for a reward of 1 insight opportunity. Enter the top 10 for 3 insight opportunities. Enter the top 3 for 5 insight opportunities. Claim the first position for 10 insight opportunities. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. A new task. His eyes brightened instantly. Just as he had expended a wave of insights, now he had the opportunity to replenish them. However, what exactly was this hidden dragon rankings? Having recently joined the Chaos Sacred Land, Xiao Yun was not well acquainted with it. Nevertheless, he recalled his master's advice. If uncertain, one must inquire. Xiao Yun promptly rose to seek out Uncle Fu. For such trivial matters, he preferred not to disturb DT on, especially considering his mentor's limited lifespan and the need for time to ascend to the heavenly realm. It was best not to interrupt him unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Uncle Fu had been in the Chaos Sacred Land for many years. He would undoubtedly possess the knowledge Xiao Yun sought. In a palace adjacent to the Heavenly Hall, Uncle Fu was currently guiding Lin Xiaoya in practicing the Divine Wind Steps. By now, Lin Xiaoya had perfected the Thousand Shadow Whip, and to further enhance her strength, she could only pursue super techniques. Her previous defeat to Fu Miaodong had left her feeling disgruntled, intensifying her desire to practice super techniques, prompting Uncle Fu to impart the Divine Wind Steps to her. With your talent, mastering super techniques is rather ambitious. It may take you a decade to reach perfection, which is essentially wasting time, Uncle Fu remarked, observing Lin Xiaoya execute the Divine Wind Steps. Lin Xiaoya responded with a look of disbelief. My senior brother learned it in a day, yet I must spend 10 years? The disparity is too great. Uncle Fu sighed. This is the distinction between genius and the ordinary. You should wait in the true dragon's nest to gather some rare resources to enhance your strength by a considerable margin. Then promptly advance to the chi gathering stage. Do not waste time in the body refinement stage. Master, I understand. I won't linger in the body refinement stage for too long. Otherwise, I won't even be able to catch up with my senior brother. Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently. Just then, Xiao Yun approached, smiling. Xiaoya, when did I acquire a tail? Senior brother, Lin Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. You've also practiced the Endopos, Divine Wind Steps, and Oppos. Please guide me in my training. Xiao Yun nodded, certainly. After I ask Uncle Fu a few questions, I will assist you with your practice of the Divine Wind Steps, having already achieved the ultimate technique realm with the Divine Wind Steps. His understanding of it was on par with Uncle Fu and Oppos, making him more than capable of guiding Lin Xiaoya. Young master, have you encountered any issues? Uncle Fu inquired with a smile. Xiao Yun replied with a gentle smile. I wish to inquire about the Hidden Dragon rankings. The Hidden Dragon rankings? Uncle Fu was momentarily taken aback before replying with a smile. It is a ranking among external disciples, with only the top 100 external disciples qualifying for inclusion. Any disciple who makes it onto the Hidden Dragon rankings will receive focused cultivation from our Chaos Sacred Land and access to more training resources than their peers. Can I challenge this ranking as well? Xiao Yun asked eagerly. Uncle Fu chuckled, of course. External disciples are typically at the body refinement and chi gathering stages. However, as you are the disciple of a supreme elder, you already possess more resources than they do, so there is little need for you to pursue the Hidden Dragon rankings. Uncle Fu, I require practical combat experience to enhance my skills, Xiao Yun stated earnestly. Uncle Fu immediately understood, contemplating, you are correct, young master. As you are soon to venture into the true dragon and Oppos' nest, it is indeed essential to engage in more practical training. Otherwise, your full combat potential cannot be realized. That sounds fascinating, master. I too wish to challenge the Hidden Dragon rankings. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with excitement. Old Fu nodded in agreement and promptly summoned a cloud, carrying Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya away from the Imperial Peak. Chapter 30. Sacred Weapons, Illusionary Demon Tower on their journey. Master Fu explained the rules of challenging the Hidden Dragon list to Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. The challenge was not a direct confrontation with those who had ascended the list. Rather, one must enter the Illusionary Demon Tower and confront the shadow clones they left behind. What is the Illusionary Demon Tower? Xiao Yun inquired, perplexed. I know. Lin Xiaoya interjected eagerly, raising her hand and smiling brightly. Brother, the illusionary demon tower, is truly marvelous. Within it reside the shadow clones of the strongest beings from the chaos sacred land throughout history, allowing us to spar with the mightiest disciples of bygone eras and thereby enhance our combat experience. Master Fu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the illusionary demon tower can retain your shadow clones from the battles you engage in. All of the strongest disciples from our chaos sacred land have their shadow clones stored within. Furthermore, the top 100 from this generation's Hidden Dragon list also have their clones present, and you may challenge them directly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes lit up with understanding, and he remarked with a grin, "The illusionary demon tower sounds intriguing. So, if I can defeat those masters on the Hidden Dragon list, my shadow clone will remain for future disciples to challenge?" "Precisely," Master Fu replied with a smile. "However, as long as you are below the Qi gathering realm, your shadow clone cannot persist indefinitely. Yet, should you conquer those historical paragons, your clone will endure eternally, allowing future generations to behold it." Xiao Yun's interest piqued further, and he laughed. "That sounds splendid. It would allow the younger disciples to admire my unparalleled prowess." "Is it common for you to boast like this, brother?" Lin Xiaoya scoffed lightly. Master Fu smiled gently. "Young master, defeating those historical champions is no simple feat. Each of them was a dominant force of their time, a prodigy among prodigies. That makes it all the more challenging," Xiao Yun declared with confidence. Master Fu and Appo's cloud-stepping speed was astonishing, and within half an hour, they arrived at the illusionary demon tower. Xiao Yun gazed in awe at the enormous tower, even larger than the Star Pavilion, which loomed majestically atop a mountain, enveloped in clouds and radiant light. "This tower is colossal," both Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya exclaimed, their faces filled with astonishment. Master Fu beamed with pride. "This is a formidable sacred weapon. Even a sage, when wielding it, could envelop an entire kingdom within its power." Xiao Yun was once again taken aback. Coming from a small kingdom himself, he understood the vastness of a kingdom, comprising hundreds of cities and nearly 1 billion inhabitants. No wonder it is said that beneath the sage, all are but ants. The thought of becoming a sage grew more fervent within him. He did not wish to remain an ant. Whoosh! As they spoke, the trio landed before the entrance of the illusionary demon tower. The area was bustling with disciples, far more lively than the Star Pavilion, resembling a bustling marketplace. Master Fu explained with a smile, "In our chaos sacred land, there is a rule. Only those who have reached the divine bridge realm may venture out for training. Therefore, outer disciples seeking to gain combat experience must come to the illusionary demon tower, resulting in this lively atmosphere." Xiao Yun nodded in understanding and noticed 14 massive black and white stone tablets beside the tower. Curiosity sparked within him as he asked, "Master Fu, what are these stone tablets for? Are they similar to the ones at the Star Pavilion that test combat strength?" Master Fu shook his head with a chuckle. "These tablets do not assess combat strength. They serve to record names. The 4 white tablets list the strongest disciples of the current Hidden Dragon list, Rising Dragon list, True Dragon list, and Sacred list. The 10 black tablets, on the other hand, chronicle the most formidable beings from the body refinement realm to the heavenly realm in history." Xiao Yun's interest deepened. "I heard that my master is the supreme elder of the chaos sacred land, ranked first in strength. I wonder where he stands on the list of the extraordinary realm." With that, Xiao Yun approached one of the black stone tablets, and Master Fu followed suit. The tablet recorded the top 100 extraordinary beings in the history of the chaos sacred land, each a luminary of their era. As Xiao Yun looked closely at the tablet, his eyes immediately landed on the name at the top, Ancestral Master. Master Fu, noticing Xiao Yun's gaze, smiled and said, "The Ancestral Master is a chaos body, sweeping through the realms and unmatched in the world. Thus, he holds the top position on all 10 tablets here. The chaos body is truly terrifying." Xiao Yun thought, feeling a surge of ambition. He yearned to forge his own chaos body, aspiring to achieve such strength. Continuing to scan the names on the tablet, he encountered many unfamiliar ones until he reached the final entry, the 100th name, his adoptive master's Emperor Tian. Xiao Yun was taken aback. How is this possible? My master is ranked first in the chaos sacred land. They say he can contend with beings of the heavenly realm. How could he only be ranked 100th? Master Fu sighed. This is quite normal. Our chaos sacred land has existed for countless ages, producing innumerable geniuses. The fact that the old master is on this list is already quite remarkable. Currently, he is the only one from our chaos sacred land to have achieved such recognition. Xiao Yun was profoundly shocked. Was this what the strongest disciples in history were like? It was indeed daunting. If even someone like Emperor Tian could barely make it onto this list, one could only imagine the strength of the ancestral master who held the top position. Could he truly contend against a sage? One day, I shall also enter these tablets. Xiao Yun vowed silently. Master Fu interjected, Young master, it is time to enter the illusionary demon tower. Xiao Yun nodded and, alongside Lin Xiaoya, stepped into the tower. Master Fu remained outside, closely observing one of the white stone tablets that recorded the names of the current top 100 disciples on the Hidden Dragon list. He believed that with Xiao Yun's abilities, it would not be long before he secured a place on that list. Inside, the illusionary demon tower. As soon as Xiao Yun entered, he found himself standing on a vast expanse of black earth beneath a white sky, with nothing else in sight. Lin Xiaoya, who had entered alongside him, had vanished. What is this place? Xiao Yun wondered, although he felt no fear, for this was the chaos sacred land, and he believed no danger lurked within. This was the illusionary space. Upon entering the illusionary demon tower, one would be transported here. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in Xiao Yun and Appo's ear. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. Stop searching. I am the spirit of the illusionary demon tower. You may call me Illusion Demon. The cold voice returned. Xiao Yun realized, as he had heard Master Fu mention, that the illusionary demon tower was a powerful sacred weapon, and thus it possessed a spirit. He promptly stated, Illusion Demon, I wish to challenge the Hidden Dragon list. Very well. I shall now summon the shadow clone of the 100th ranked disciple on the Hidden Dragon list. If you can defeat it, you will take its place as the 100th ranked disciple. The Illusion Demon replied flatly. Before Xiao Yun could respond, a flash of light revealed a young man clad in the attire of an outer disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land. I am Lin Jie. Please guide me. The young outer disciple declared, immediately lunging at Xiao Yun with his sword, unleashing a dazzling display of sword energy. Qi Gathering Realm. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized the prowess of this formidable opponent. This was to be expected, as the Hidden Dragon list encompassed the strongest 100 from both the Body Refinement and Qi Gathering realms. Typically, those from the Body Refinement realm could hardly contend with those from the Qi Gathering realm. It is known that masters in the Qi Gathering realm have the ability to refine spiritual energy into spiritual power. Utilizing this power to propel martial techniques elevates their might to new heights. However, the spiritual power of those in the Qi Gathering realm is rather feeble. Xiao Yun, confident in his formidable physique, remained undaunted, standing still to withstand Lin Jie's sword energy attack. Sizzle. Lin Jie's sword energy struck Xiao Yun, failing to breach even his physical defenses. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, a look of disdain on his face, and remarked, Is this what the Qi Gathering realm offers? A mere 15,000 in strength? Possessing an impressive 70,000 gene of strength. Xiao Yun's robust physique allowed him to disregard the feeble attack of 15,000 gene effortlessly. Boom! Shaking his head, Xiao Yun unleashed the divine wind step, delivering a single punch that obliterated Lin Jie before him. This Qi Gathering realm opponent was simply too weak. Simultaneously, a resounding voice emanated from within the illusory demon tower, reverberating across the entire mountain peak. Congratulations to Elder Taishang's disciple, Xiao Yun, for ranking 100 on the Hidden Dragon list. The proclamation was extraordinarily loud, capturing the attention of numerous disciples who had come to the illusory demon tower, leaving them momentarily stunned. It was Xiao Yun. He had actually arrived at the illusory demon tower. Wasn't he a disciple of Elder Taishang? There seemed to be no need for him to challenge the Hidden Dragon list. How astonishing. He had only reached the Body Refinement stage, and yet could defeat Lin Jie, who had already attained the pinnacle of the Qi Gathering realm. It was said that prodigies stepping into forbidden domains could slay their enemies across tiers. And indeed, this was no exaggeration. One could not help but wonder how far Xiao Yun would ascend in the rankings. Outside the illusory demon tower, a commotion erupted. An increasing number of individuals flocked to the stone tablet before Uncle Fu, eager to discover how far Xiao Yun had advanced in the rankings. Chapter 31. Sweeping the Hidden Dragon Rankings. How could Lin Jie be so formidable? Within the illusionary demon tower, Lin Xiaoya emerged with a glum expression, approaching Uncle Fu with a face full of shame. Master, I have embarrassed you. I could not even secure a position within the top 100. Uncle Fu smiled gently. To be ranked 100 already signifies a disciple at the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm. You are separated by a significant level, so naturally, you cannot compete with him. Only by stepping into the forbidden domain can one surpass their peers. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya inquired, has my senior brother already entered the forbidden domain? He must have defeated that Lin Jie, right? Uncle Fu nodded and pointed to the stone tablet before them, smiling as he said, the young master is now ranked 100. Lin Xiaoya immediately gazed at the white stone tablet and saw the name and amp. Oppos, Xiao Yun and amp. Oppos, glowing brilliantly in the last row. Her face lit up with joy. As expected of my senior brother. I wonder how high he can climb this time? Uncle Fu shared her anticipation, both of them gazing at the stone tablet. At that moment, more and more onlookers gathered, creating a throng that blocked all passage. Disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land stared wide-eyed at the name Xiao Yun on the tablet, all eagerly awaiting his next challenge. Inside the illusionary demon tower, after defeating Lin Jie, Xiao Yun couldn't and Oppos, T help but ask illusionary demon, how can a disciple of the Qi gathering realm be so weak? Has he just entered this stage? The illusionary demon replied indifferently. Lin Jie has already reached the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously responded, how is that possible? Is the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm so weak? The illusionary demon continued, when one transitions from the body refinement realm to the Qi gathering realm, each minor breakthrough doubles their strength. There are 5 stages, early, middle, late, pinnacle, and completion of the Qi gathering realm. Lin Jie possessed 30,000 pounds of strength in the body refinement realm. Thus, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, he has only 150,000 pounds of strength. 5 times. Xiao Yun was astonished, his disbelief evident. If I currently possess 700,000 pounds of strength, Wuden and Oppos, I have 3,500,000 pounds upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm. The disparity with ordinary disciples is simply staggering, the illusionary demon remarked. The more solid the foundation built in the body refinement realm, the greater the power attained after breaking through to the Qi gathering realm. Xiao Yun pondered. Then why did Lin Jie, with merely 30,000 pounds of strength, rush to break through the Qi gathering realm? Is he foolish? The illusionary demon explained. Lin Jie is limited by his aptitude. He has already spent several years in the body refinement realm. Delaying any further would severely restrict his future accomplishments. So he does not wish to waste too much time there. Xiao Yun suddenly understood. No matter how powerful the body refinement realm, it could not compare to the divine bridge realm. Some disciples with lesser aptitude indeed sought to avoid wasting time in the body refinement realm. This was the distinction between genius and mediocrity. Xiao Yun contemplated, this time, let me aim for the 50th rank. As you wish. The illusionary demon replied coolly. In the next moment, a young outer sect disciple appeared before Xiao Yun. I am Wang Fei. Please instruct me. The newcomer nodded at Xiao Yun, then wasted no time before charging at him. Xiao Yun recognized that these individuals were merely illusionary avatars, and thus could not converse with them. Consequently, he immediately retaliated. This time, Xiao Yun did not hold back. He unleashed the 9-turn Overlord Fist and, with just 2 or 3 strikes, defeated Wang Fei. This fellow must have broken through to the Qi gathering realm at the peak of the body refinement realm, possessing only 250,000 pounds of strength. Xiao Yun remarked as he watched Wang Fei dissipate. At that moment, Xiao Yun received a notification from the system. Host has ascended to the 50th rank on the Hidden Dragon rankings, granting one opportunity for enlightenment. Host has caused a stir, resulting in 3 additional opportunities for enlightenment. Upon reading the system's message, Xiao Yun was momentarily stunned before feeling a sense of relief. His sudden leap to the 50th rank would undoubtedly create a sensation outside. Indeed, Xiao Yun and Appo's intuition was correct. Outside the illusionary demon tower, the atmosphere was already one of astonishment. As soon as the name and Amp, Appo's, Xiao Yun and Amp, Appo's, vanished from the 100th position, those present began searching for his name. It has disappeared. Xiao Yun has climbed higher. Quickly, find out where he is. Not in the 90s, nor the 80s, my heavens. How many ranks has he ascended? 50th. Oh my goodness. To jump straight to the 50th rank, what extraordinary power that entails. Those who reach the 100 mark are all peak practitioners of the Qi gathering realm. While the 50th rank is already exceptionally formidable, and yet he isn't even a match for someone from the body refinement realm. The crowd was collectively astonished. Lin Xiaoya was equally taken aback, unable to believe. Master, my senior brother, is too powerful. Having fought against Lin Jie, she knew of his strength. However, the difference between the 100th and 50th ranks was glaringly apparent. Uncle Fu smiled gently. The pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm only possesses 5 times the strength of the body refinement realm. For instance, if you possess 100,000 pounds of strength, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, you would only have 500,000 pounds of strength. At that point, you would still not be a match for the young master. Lin Xiaoya suddenly comprehended. Inside the illusionary demon tower, Xiao Yun began selecting his next opponent, this time directly challenging the disciple ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon rankings. With a flash of light, a formidable young man appeared before him, looking at Xiao Yun with disdain. To challenge me, Xiao Yun, is utterly foolish. Xiao Yun paused, then asked, Illusionary demon, does this fellow possess consciousness? The illusionary avatars lack consciousness. These words are merely what he has left behind after his challenge. After your challenge, you may also leave a phrase for your illusionary avatar. The illusionary demon explained. Xiao Yun understood. It seemed that this Xiao Yun was overly arrogant. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Xiao Yun specialized in subduing all arrogance. Thus, he unleashed the 9-turn overlord fist and, employing the divine wind step, thoroughly trounced Xiao Yun before ultimately defeating him. Host has ascended to the 10th rank on the Hidden Dragon rankings, granting 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Host has caused a stir, resulting in 3 additional opportunities for enlightenment. Another message from the system arrived. Xiao Yun checked his system and found that he had gained 6 enlightenment opportunities, bringing his total to 24. This is exhilarating. I must frequent the illusionary demon tower for challenges. This way, I can harvest even more opportunities for enlightenment, Xiao Yun thought to himself. He realized that the illusionary demon tower was indeed a splendid place, filled with various rankings to conquer. As long as he continued to elevate his rank, he could generate further excitement and naturally accumulate more opportunities for enlightenment. Illusionary demon, bring me the 3rd-ranked challenger on the Hidden Dragon rankings, Xiao Yun stated next. The system task, defeat the 3rd-ranked disciple on the Hidden Dragon rankings to receive 5 opportunities for enlightenment. Xiao Yun aimed to consolidate as many enlightenment opportunities as possible, for he wished to cultivate the Chaos Sutra and forge the Chaos Body, which required an immense number of enlightenment opportunities. This was a rare chance. As you wish. The illusionary demon replied coolly. Soon, a young outer sect disciple appeared before Xiao Yun. I am Lu Haochu. Please instruct me. The young man nodded at Xiao Yun before launching an attack. Xiao Yun tested him briefly and discovered that Lu Haochu possessed 450,000 pounds of strength, indicating he had broken through to the Qi gathering realm at the completion of the body refinement realm. Such individuals could already be considered geniuses. However, compared to Xiao Yun, it was still vastly inferior. In no time at all, it was defeated by Xiao Yun. After all, a disparity of 700,000 pounds against 450,000 pounds was simply too great. Xiao Yun effortlessly ascended to the 3rd position on the Qianlong rankings. Chapter 32. The first place is a beauty. Xiao Yun triumphed over Xiao Yun, who ranked 10th. Astonishingly, even Lu Haochu, who held the third position with a combat power of 450,000 pounds, was defeated. Next, Xiao Yun was poised to challenge the second-ranked Zhang Jing, a practitioner who had transcended the body refinement realm and entered the Qi gathering realm, boasting a formidable strength of 500,000 pounds. Meanwhile, outside the illusionary demon tower, a throng of onlookers had gathered, their gasps of astonishment echoing. News of Xiao Yun and Appo's challenge to the hidden dragon list had spread throughout the chaotic sacred land, drawing many disciples eager to witness the spectacle. Even those who ranked on the hidden dragon list had arrived, including Lin Jie, who had fallen from the 100th to the 101st position. Gazing at the name Xiao Yun inscribed on the stone tablet, he exclaimed in awe, "Truly, he is a prodigious genius, worthy of the 9 tolls of the chaotic bell, demonstrating such immense combat power even within the body refinement realm." Among the crowd was Zhang Yun, ranked 10th, who recalled his earlier boastful words left in the illusionary demon tower and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lu Haochu, in third place, turned to Zhang Jing, the second-ranked disciple, and remarked, "Brother Zhang, you possess merely 50,000 pounds more than me. I fear you may not stand a chance against Brother Xiao." Zhang Jing replied with a calm smile, "Brother Xiao will likely not challenge me. He is bound to seek out the first place." They both turned to observe a young woman in a purple dress not far away. She was Shi Chunyu, the illustrious first-ranked disciple on the hidden dragon list, renowned among the outer disciples. Not only was Shi Chunyu exceptionally talented, but her stunning beauty had also earned her considerable fame within the chaotic sacred land. It was said that her admirers, if gathered together, could circle the illusionary demon tower 10 times. Rumors circulated that a holy son of the chaotic sacred land had taken a liking to her and was pursuing her. Thus, wherever Shi Chunyu appeared, she became the center of attention. Many in the crowd glanced at her and then back at the stone tablet, engaging in fervent discussions. Xiao Yun was about to challenge Shi Chunyu, and uncertainty loomed over whether he could defeat her. It seemed unlikely, as she was reputed to possess 750,000 pounds of combat power. Unless Xiao Yun had entered the 7 forbidden realms, he would hardly be her match. If he succeeded, it would be nothing short of astonishing. Such an accomplishment within the body refinement realm as the first on the hidden dragon list was exceedingly rare in the annals of the chaotic sacred land. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Not far away, Shi Chunyu, adorned in a flowing purple gown with her dark hair cascading gracefully, resembled an ethereal beauty. She blinked her enchanting eyes, fixated on the stone tablet, displaying Xiao Yun. The name was not foreign to her. For Xiao Yun's feat of summoning the chaotic bell 9 times had already made him a legend throughout the chaotic sacred land. Moreover, he had recently stepped into the forbidden realm, further amplifying his renown. The disciples of the chaotic sacred land had transitioned from viewing Xiao Yun as a fool to holding him in admiration, eventually evolving into a sense of infatuation. Such a person was worthy of my allegiance. Li Buffon pales in comparison. A sudden blush crept across Shi Chunyu and Appo's face as she seemed to recall something. Inside the illusionary demon tower, after defeating Lu Haochu, Xiao Yun prepared to challenge the top-ranked outer disciple. In a flash of light, a stunning young woman in a purple gown materialized before him. Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the first-ranked disciple on the hidden dragon list to be a woman, and so exquisitely beautiful at that. "I, Shi Chunyu, have vowed that whoever can defeat my phantom clone shall become my follower," she declared, her black hair dancing lightly, her visage radiant, and her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Xiao Yun was left astonished. He had not anticipated such a statement from Shi Chunyu within the illusionary demon tower. Did she not fear being bested by an unattractive opponent? However, Shi Chunyu had already reached the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm and could break through to the divine bridge realm at any moment. Thus, even if someone were to defeat her, she could swiftly ascend to the divine bridge realm, causing her phantom clone to vanish from the illusionary demon tower. This girl is indeed intriguing. Xiao Yun felt a flicker of curiosity about Shi Chunyu. Moreover, her beauty was unparalleled. If his junior sister, Lin Xiaoya, was an 8 out of 10, then Shi Chunyu undoubtedly deserved a perfect 10. Xiao Yun, being a man of conventional inclinations, couldn't and oppose. He helped but feel his heart stir upon encountering such a breathtaking beauty. I wonder if, after defeating her, she would truly choose to follow me? A spark of anticipation ignited within him. At that moment, Shi Chunyu charged toward Xiao Yun. Rain of needles, she called out, and a silver needle, guided by a crimson thread, shot toward Xiao Yun with lightning speed. It was an assassination technique, Tai Chi Divine Palm. Xiao Yun's heart raced, and he quickly unleashed the Tai Chi Divine Palm to counter Shi Chunyu's assault. Crack! The silver needle pierced through Xiao Yun's Tai Chi diagram, causing a web of fissures to spread outward in all directions. Xiao Yun's pupils contracted in shock as he realized she possesses a staggering 750,000 pounds of strength. This woman has surpassed the limits of the body refinement realm and is on the brink of entering the forbidden realm. No longer daring to be complacent, Xiao Yun swiftly employed another defensive technique, the Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, a magnificent golden bell enveloped him, successfully thwarting Shi Chunyu and Appo's silver needle attack. With the continuous rain of needles pouring down, Shi Chunyu, undeterred by her initial failure, launched another assault. She gracefully waved her delicate hands, her fingers deftly flicking, sending a flurry of silver needles cascading towards Xiao Yun like a gentle spring rain. Xiao Yun understood that he could not remain on the defensive, for he would surely be outmatched by Shi Chunyu, who held a 50,000 pound advantage over him. Though this disparity was not monumental at their level, it still granted her slight upper hand. Yet, Xiao Yun had his own advantages, having mastered multiple supreme combat techniques, a feat Shi Chunyu could not compare with, as she had only practiced one. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun hurled a flying dagger, severing the crimson threads and halting the advance of the silver needles. Simultaneously, he combined the Tai Chi Divine Palm and the Golden Bell Shield to resist Shi Chunyu's relentless assault. Through the harmonious application of his ultimate techniques, Xiao Yun finally managed to fend off Shi Chunyu and Appo's barrage. Now it was time for my counterattack. Xiao Yun was not one to cower under pressure. With a mighty roar, he unleashed his sound-wave combat technique, Dragon Might. Roar! The sound erupted from Xiao Yun's lips like the furious roar of a true dragon, reverberating through the void and sending ripples across the surrounding space. Shi Chunyu was momentarily stunned by the terrifying sound wave, causing her graceful form to tremble slightly, and the silver needles she shot veered off course. A prime opportunity. Xiao Yun, adept at seizing moments in battle, swiftly activated the divine wind steps. Now, perfected to the ultimate technique, he transformed into a flash of lightning, his speed rivaling that of Zhu Yulong, who possessed the lightning body. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiao Yun materialized behind Shi Chunyu, and without a trace of tenderness, he unleashed the formidable Nine Turns Tyrant Fist, delivering a powerful blow to her jade-like back. After all, it was merely a phantom clone, not her true self. Xiao Yun mused inwardly that had it been the real Shi Chunyu, he would never have acted so brutally. The host ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, earning 10 insights as a reward. The host's actions elicited gasps and caused a stir, granting an additional 3 insights. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Xiao Yun promptly checked his status and discovered that his insights had now reached 45. This was truly exhilarating. These insights would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly upon his return from the True Dragon's Nest. Chapter 33. Challenging the strongest in history. Congratulations to Elder Tai Shang's disciple, Xiao Yun, for ascending to the top of the Qianlong ranking. A resounding voice echoed from within the illusionary demon tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak. Instantly, the crowd near the stone tablet erupted in excitement. Astonished gazes were directed toward the first position on the Qianlong ranking, where the name Xiao Yun glimmered with radiant golden light. It was unbelievable that Xiao Yun had directly challenged the top contender and emerged victorious. He had defeated Shi Chunyu, whose strength was reputed to be an astonishing 750,000 gene. How could Xiao Yun possibly have triumphed? To conquer someone as formidable as Shi Chunyu suggested that Xiao Yun had likely stepped into the realm of the seven restrictions. The very idea was staggering. Even within the entire cultivation world, such talent was unparalleled, capable of rivaling the scions of the other five sacred lands. The crowd continued to exclaim in awe, creating a cacophony of excitement. The outer sect disciples gazed at the name Xiao Yun on the Qianlong ranking, feeling a sense of helplessness. This individual had, in the realm of body refinement, vanquished the 100 strongest qi gathering experts among them, highlighting the vast chasm in their abilities. This gap was so immense that it elicited no envy, only admiration. Master, senior brother has claimed the first position. He is truly remarkable. Lin Xiaoya exclaimed with fervor to Uncle Fu, standing before the Qianlong stone tablet. Uncle Fu was equally astonished that Xiao Yun could defeat Shi Chunyu, as she possessed greater strength than Xiao Yun, with one being in the qi gathering realm and the other in the body refinement realm, inherently disadvantaged by their differing stages. This indicated not only Xiao Yun's rapid cultivation speed, but also his formidable combat prowess. He could secure victory even with equivalent strength. He truly deserved the title of an extraordinary prodigy, having caused the chaos bell to resonate 9 times. The master had indeed chosen wisely. The young master was certainly capable of forging the chaos body. Uncle Fu silently anticipated this potential. At that moment, a loud laugh emerged from the crowd nearby. How amusing! Brother Xiao has actually defeated Sister Shi. If I recall correctly, didn't you proclaim within the illusionary demon tower that whoever could defeat you would earn your allegiance? This statement ignited a fresh wave of excitement. The previously subdued crowd erupted once more. Shi Chunyu, already the center of attention, found herself under even greater scrutiny. All eyes turned toward her. Had she truly made such a vow in the illusionary demon tower? With Xiao Yun's victory over her, did this mean she was bound to follow him? Whispers circulated about a scion from the chaos sacred land being enamored with Shi Chunyu. This situation had suddenly become intriguing. The scion, possessing unmatched prestige, would undoubtedly look down upon Xiao Yun, who was no longer a divine child. The crowd buzzed with speculation. In the midst of this, Shi Chunyu slightly furrowed her brows, glancing at the speaker, only to discover it was Xiao Yun, ranked 10th on the Qianlong ranking. Her expression hardened, and she huffed in annoyance. She was well aware of Xiao Yun and Appo's reputation for arrogance among the outer sect disciples. He had once harassed a female disciple and had been taught a lesson, leaving him with a grudge. Xiao Yun's current provocation was undoubtedly rooted in a desire for revenge. However, Shi Chunyu dismissed him as a mere clown. She had already resolved to follow Xiao Yun, and it would eventually come to light. It was of no great concern. This Xiao Yun, he and Appo's, doing it on purpose, remarked Lu Haochu, ranked 3rd on the Qianlong ranking, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yun. Beside him, Zhang Jing, ranked 2nd, scoffed. He has always been arrogant and narrow-minded. After being reprimanded by Sister Shi, he bears a grudge and seeks an opportunity for retaliation. Lu Haochu nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward Shi Chunyu, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes as he mused. I wonder if Sister Shi will fulfill her promise. He frequently challenged her in the illusionary demon tower and was aware of her statement. What young man could resist the allure of such a breathtaking beauty as Shi Chunyu? Consequently, this very statement had driven Lu Haochu to diligently cultivate, yet he still found himself unable to match her prowess. Witnessing Xiao Yun's victory over Shi Chunyu stirred a pang of bitterness within him. Zhang Jing shared a similar sentiment. He too held admiration for Shi Chunyu, but quickly adjusted his mindset, stating, a celestial woman like Sister, she deserves only someone like Brother Xiao. We should celebrate her choice. Lu Haochu smiled bitterly but acknowledged Zhang Jing and Appo's words as truth. Nevertheless, this matter would not unfold easily. The esteemed scion had long regarded Sister Shi as a coveted prize, and given his status, it was unlikely he would show deference to Brother Xiao. Lu Haochu suddenly seemed to recall something, his expression turning anxious as he said, but that scion is known for his overbearing nature. Zhang Jing's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing concern in his eyes as he had heard tales of the scion's ruthlessness. Before the Qianlong stone tablet, Lin Xiaoya listened to the surrounding chatter, her expression souring. She glanced at Shi Chunyu in the distance, a flicker of jealousy crossing her round eyes as she pouted. What a shameful vow for a woman. She clearly lacks dignity. One look at her beguiling demeanor reveals she is not a virtuous woman. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiaoya felt a twinge of bitterness at the thought of such an exquisite beauty as Shi Chunyu choosing to follow Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiaoya. With his vast experience, he could easily discern her budding infatuation with Xiao Yun. However, being young and inexperienced in matters of the heart, Lin Xiaoya herself remained oblivious to her own feelings, only sensing a vague stirring within. Uncle Fu was unperturbed. He had originally taken Lin Xiaoya under his wing to accompany Xiao Yun. Yet he cautioned, Xiaoya, a prodigy like the young master will inevitably attract followers. For now, it is merely Shi Chunyu, as the young master and oppose. As strength grows, the throngs of admirers will surely fill the entire imperial peak. Lin Xiaoya, upon hearing this, wore a resigned expression. She understood that her senior brother and oppose's exceptional talent would indeed attract followers. Science from the chaos of sacred land typically had dozens of admirers, and those within the top 10 had even more. She could not impede this phenomenon, as these followers would bolster Xiao Yun's power, significantly aiding his future dominion over the chaos sacred land. Congratulations to Elder Taishang's disciple, Xiao Yun, for ranking among the top 100 strongest in the history of the chaos sacred land's body refinement realm. Suddenly, a resounding voice from within the illusionary demon tower stunned everyone on the mountain peak. In the next moment, the name Xiao Yun appeared on a nearby black stone tablet, radiating dazzling golden light. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yun had dared to challenge the historical strongest in the body refinement realm and had succeeded. The shockwaves rippled through the hearts of all present. Amidst the throng, Shi Chunyu and Appo's hair danced in the wind, her beautiful eyes sparkling with vibrant colors as she fixated on the black stone tablet in the distance. Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya and Uncle Fu dashed excitedly toward the black stone tablet. The names inscribed on these tablets represented the strongest individuals in the history of the Chaos Sacred Land. Each name signified an extraordinary genius. To have one's name etched on this tablet would ensure eternal remembrance, garnering admiration for countless ages to come. Chapter 34, ranked 10th in history within the illusory tower. Xiao Yun was indeed challenging the strongest practitioner in history of the body refinement realm. After he vanquished Shi Chunyu and claimed the top position on the potential dragon list, the system presented him with a new task. The latest task challenged the strongest practitioner in the body refinement realm of the chaotic sacred land. Rewards for ascending the rankings. 10th place grants 10 opportunities for enlightenment. 5th place grants 30. 3rd place grants 70. 1st place grants 100. The rewards for this task far surpassed those of the previous challenge for the potential dragon list, igniting a thrill within Xiao Yun. Should he succeed in this endeavor, he could potentially cultivate the chaotic scripture to the 108th layer, thereby forging the chaotic body. With exhilaration coursing through him, after defeating the practitioner ranked 100th in history, he promptly declared to the illusory spirit, "Next, I shall challenge the one ranked 50th. As you wish," the illusory spirit replied calmly. In the next moment, a formidable young figure appeared before Xiao Yun, exuding an extraordinary aura. With his arrival, the temperature in the void plummeted, and a chill emanated from the ground, making Xiao Yun shiver involuntarily. It appeared this adversary possessed a unique physique. Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened, though he was not particularly surprised. The practitioner he had previously defeated at 100th was already a genius with a special constitution. It was only natural. After all, the chaotic sacred land had existed for countless ages, giving rise to well over 100 geniuses with unique physiques. Thus, it was highly probable that the opponent Xiao Yun would face henceforth would also possess such exceptional traits. Boom! Lost in thought, the imposing figure before him launched a punch. As the force of his strike engulfed the area, the temperature sharply declined, and a layer of frost began to form on Xiao Yun, threatening to freeze him in place. Xianbing body. A shock coursed through Xiao Yun as he comprehended the nature of this opponent and oppose's special physique. A third-stage royal body, the Xianbing body. Although merely a third-stage royal body, it was evident that this individual had developed his Xianbing body to its utmost potential, coupled with his postnatal efforts. He was not at all inferior to those who possessed a second-stage divine body. From their initial clash, Xiao Yun discerned that this individual's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of the Taichu sacred land Jie Yulong, who also possessed a third-stage royal body. In the four bands domain, this person's strength reached an astonishing 500,000 pounds. Xiao Yun, with a single punch, sent the Xianbing body flying, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Both being third-stage royal bodies, Jie Yulong's lightning body had merely 30,000 pounds of strength, while this individual boasted an impressive 500,000 pounds. The difference was stark and undeniable. Nonetheless, the disparity between 500,000 pounds and Xiao Yun's 70,000 pounds was still considerable. Without expending much effort, Xiao Yun dispatched the Xianbing body before him, ascending to the 50th rank in the history of body refinement. Upon checking his system, Xiao Yun discovered he had gained 30 opportunities for enlightenment, bringing his total to 88. The prospect thrilled him. At this rate, mastering the chaotic scripture and forging the chaotic body would soon be within reach. With his heart racing, Xiao Yun continued, "This time, I shall challenge the one ranked 10th. As you wish," the illusory spirit responded coolly. In an instant, a majestic figure materialized before Xiao Yun, a powerful aura sweeping through the entire illusory space, causing it to tremble. Xiao Yun's expression hardened. He sensed an immense pressure. This individual was extraordinarily strong. Outside the illusory tower, before the black stone tablet of the body refinement realm, a throng had gathered. All eyes were fixed on the name Xiao Yun in the 50th position, each face reflecting shock. Xiao Yun had already defeated the powerful practitioner ranked 50th. Truly remarkable. This was a historical champion. Given this, it was evident that within the annals of the chaotic sacred land's history, Xiao Yun's strength was sufficient to secure a place in the top 50 of the body refinement realm. Such an individual might indeed cultivate the chaotic scripture and forge the chaotic body in the future. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The younger disciples revered Xiao Yun even more. Some lamented their own lack of talent, wishing they could follow in Shichunyu's footsteps and support Xiao Yun. Others, who considered themselves talented, exchanged glances, contemplating whether to pledge their allegiance to him. After all, aligning oneself with an unparalleled prodigy promised numerous benefits. Firstly, an extraordinary prodigy possesses immense talent, destined for great achievements, and following him would elevate their own status. Moreover, choosing to ally with a powerful figure meant having a formidable backing. Additionally, the resources available to an exceptional prodigy were abundant. Even a mere fraction of what he could provide would suffice to sustain his followers. Furthermore, should Xiao Yun ascend to become the leader of the chaotic sacred land, his followers would undoubtedly hold esteemed positions within its ranks. Thus, the advantages of aligning with an extraordinary prodigy were plentiful. However, Xiao Yun had one flaw that caused hesitation among these talented individuals. He was cultivating the chaotic scripture. The difficulty of mastering the chaotic scripture was widely acknowledged, and few believed Xiao Yun could successfully forge the chaotic body. His master, Emperor Tian, once hailed as the foremost saint son of the chaotic sacred land, was a renowned figure even among the 5 great sacred lands. During his prime, Emperor Tian was illustrious, surrounded by countless followers. Yet, as he became trapped in the transcendent realm, nearing the end of his lifespan without breaking through to the celestial realm, his followers either perished or drifted away. Thus, these disciples feared that Xiao Yun might become the second Emperor Tian. Congratulations to the esteemed elder's disciple Xiao Yun for ranking 10th among the strongest practitioners in the history of the body refinement realm of the chaotic sacred land. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed from within the illusory tower, reverberating throughout the entire mountain peak. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted, like a storm sweeping through the crowd. 10th place. This was the 10th strongest in history. All present stared in awe at the black stone tablet, where Xiao Yun had risen to the 10th position. In the first position, prominently displayed, was the founder of their chaotic sacred land. This meant that Xiao Yun was a mere 8 names away from the founder. How glorious it was to be so close to the founder. Moreover, the top 10 names differed from the others. They were rendered in gold, perpetually radiating a subtle golden light, dazzling and attention-grabbing. Such an illustrious legacy could not help but inspire envy and admiration among the crowd. Those who had previously hesitated now exhibited resolute determination. They resolved to follow Xiao Yun, even if he could not forge the chaotic body. His current display of talent suggested he would eventually surpass Emperor Tian, becoming a formidable celestial being. Such prowess, while not on par with the exalted saints, was still sufficient for him to become the leader of the chaotic sacred land, promising immense benefits for his followers. Chapter 35. I shall not allow it, as Xiao Yun ascended to the pinnacle of the hidden dragon list, challenging the most formidable figures in history. The tempest he stirred within the illusory tower reverberated throughout the entire chaos sacred land. In the heavenly peak, Elder Tian, he had long since secluded himself to break through to the heavenly realm. Upon learning of Xiao Yun's exploits in the illusory tower, Chu Jingxiao and Zhu Ping wore expressions of deep concern. They had not anticipated the young man to be so powerful. His entry into the true dragon and amp, Appo's, nest would surely yield significant gains. A flicker of worry crossed Zhu Ping and Appo's eyes as he feared Xiao Yun might acquire some extraordinary treasures within the true dragon and Appo's nest, thereby aiding Tian in ascending to the heavenly realm. Over the years, he had often clashed with Tian, taking advantage of his limited lifespan, which posed no threat to him. However, should Tian attain the heavenly realm, his lifespan would extend by 1,000 years, allowing him to regain his youth and return to his former glory. Indeed, he could surpass his peak. Tian, heralded as the foremost holy son of the chaos sacred land, had already forged a half-step chaos body. If he were to reach the heavenly realm, he might even rival the saints in the future, or at the very least, become invincible within the heavenly realm. The mere thought of such a scenario filled Zhu Ping with dread, for at that juncture, even Tian Yi would be unable to shield him. Moreover, given Tian Yi's character, he might well hand Zhu Ping over without hesitation. After all, having followed Tian Yi for so long, Zhu Ping was acutely aware of his profoundly selfish nature. Let him revel in his triumph for now. However, his glory shall not endure. Suddenly, Chu Jingxiao let out a cold snort, piquing Zhu Ping's curiosity. "Oh, young master, what is the reason for this?" Zhu Ping inquired, surprised by Chu Jingxiao and Appo's reaction. With a mocking smile, Chu Jingxiao replied, "My master informed me that every time the true dragon and Appo's nest expedition occurs, the Taichu's sacred land targets our disciples from the chaos sacred land. This generation has birthed a being with a time-space body who will undoubtedly seek to eliminate Xiao Yun within the true dragon and amp, Appo's nest." Zhu Ping and amp, Appo's realization dawned upon him, and he nodded vigorously, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "You're correct, young master. I nearly overlooked the Taichu's sacred land. They would not wish for us to cultivate any unparalleled prodigies, and thus they will surely employ every means to eradicate that Xiao Yun." Relief washed over Zhu Ping. After all, could Xiao Yun truly contend against the time-space body of the Taichu's sacred land? It was a supreme body, a formidable and unique physique comparable to the chaos body. Therefore, Xiao Yun was destined to perish within the true dragon and Appo's nest. At Dongyu Peak, the lair of the powerful Dongyu Hall, there dwelled a disciple, namely Bufan, a holy son of the chaos sacred land. To be designated a holy son meant one had earned the ringing of the chaos bell 6 times, an undeniable genius. Li Bufan was indeed such a prodigy. Having surpassed the divine bridge realm at a tender age and stepped into the cave heaven realm, his prowess eclipsing that of the entire inner sect, rivaling even the direct disciples. Yet at this moment Li Bufan was in a foul mood, for a follower had brought him unsettling news. Shi Chunyu had chosen to follow Xiao Yun. Li Bufan's eyes darkened. After pursuing Shi Chunyu for so long, this wretched woman displayed such poor judgment by opting for that waste of a man, Xiao Yun. To Li Bufan, Xiao Yun was nothing but a failure. The difficulty of cultivating the chaos scripture was well known. Tian had once shone brightly, yet due to his attempts to master the chaos scripture, he found himself trapped in the extraordinary realm, surpassed by those he had once bested, ultimately becoming a failure. Li Bufan believed that Xiao Yun would meet a similar fate as Tian, destined to become a failure. In contrast, Li Bufan was fated to become a powerful being of the heavenly realm, perhaps even ascend to the saint realm. Since you possess such a lack of discernment, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Xiao Yun? Had he not abandoned the title of son, I might have felt compelled to regard him with caution. However, now he is no different from an ant in my eyes. The woman I, Li Bufan, have set my sights on shall not be taken by anyone. With a chilling glare and a few mocking chuckles, Li Bufan rose to his feet. He then soared into the sky, heading straight for the mountain peak where the illusory tower stood. Within the illusory tower, Xiao Yun sat on the ground, panting and drenched in sweat as he channeled the chaos scripture, recuperating from his previous exertions. Fortunately, the chaos scripture was remarkably potent. In a mere moment, Xiao Yun's strength was restored to its zenith. Shall we continue the challenge? The voice of the illusory entity echoed. Xiao Yun grimaced slightly, waving his hand in refusal. No, that last battle took every ounce of my strength to defeat the 10th-ranked individual. That was my limit. Indeed, defeating the 10th-ranked historical powerhouse of the body refinement realm had been Xiao Yun's utmost capability. The opponent possessed a second-tier divine body and wielded both an ultimate battle technique and a super battle technique, achieving a power of 750,000 pounds, 5,000 pounds more than Xiao Yun, akin to Shi Chunyu. Yet, that individual's prowess surpassed Shi Chunyu and damp Oppo's by a significant margin. With 750,000 pounds of power, coupled with a second-tier divine body, he was akin to a deity descending to the mortal realm, an invincible force. Had Xiao Yun not practiced 7 ultimate battle techniques, he might have been unable to secure victory. Even so, the battle had drained him considerably, far more so than his previous encounter with Shi Chunyu. However, this confrontation had provided Xiao Yun with immense insight, revealing the terrifying might of the second-tier divine body. If such a physique was already so formidable, how terrifying must the time-space body from the Taichu sacred land be? A weighty concern settled in Xiao Yun's heart. He could no longer afford to be careless. Clearly, he needed to exert further effort. Otherwise, he would be unable to stand against those supreme bodies. Yet, once he forged his own chaos body, he would be invincible across the world, no longer having to fear those supreme bodies. As thoughts of the chaos body filled his mind, Xiao Yun immediately checked his system, delighted to discover that his comprehension count had risen to 141. With this many insights upon my return from the true dragon and damp Oppo's nest, I shall be able to forge my chaos body without delay. Excitement surged within him. Were it not for his impending journey to the true dragon and amp Oppo's nest, he would likely have begun secluding himself to cultivate the chaos scripture right away. However, in order to reach the level of his revered ancestor, Xiao Yun believed it crucial to establish the strongest foundation within the body refinement realm, namely, to elevate his strength to 1 million pounds, rivaling that of his ancestor. Only then could he, like his ancestor, become the strongest chaos body. Otherwise, his chaos body would be no different from any other supreme body, which was not what Xiao Yun desired. With grand aspirations, Xiao Yun felt that with the chaos body, he must strive for greatness, to match his ancestor, or even surpass him, thus enabling him to sweep across the myriad realms, dominate the heavens and earth, and become invincible. It is time to exit. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yun departed the illusory tower. Outside, a throng of people had gathered, all eyes fixated on the tower. As Xiao Yun emerged, he instantly captivated the attention of the crowd, their eager gazes fixated upon him. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny of so many. However, upon spotting a young woman in a purple dress at the forefront of the crowd, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in his eyes. It was Shi Chunyu. Having seen the phantom projection of Shi Chunyu within the illusory tower, he recognized her. Yet, upon beholding her true form, he found her far more exquisite than her projection. Her unparalleled beauty rendered the mountain scenery pale in comparison. As the gentle breeze caressed her, her purple dress billowed, elegantly outlining her graceful figure, resembling a celestial being descending from the moon palace, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Beside them, Lin Xiaoya observed Xiao Yun's fixation on Shi Chunyu and immediately pouted in dissatisfaction, letting out a cold huff. Fu Bo, standing nearby, watched Xiao Yun with a cheerful smile, feeling a deep sense of admiration. After all, he was the 10th strongest in history, a true figure etched in the annals of time. At that moment, Shi Chunyu gracefully approached, her delicate steps reminiscent of a celestial being. With a gentle sway of her ethereal form and flowing black hair, she appeared like a fallen fairy gracing the mortal realm. I vowed that whoever could defeat my phantom doppelganger, I would follow him, she declared. Now that you, Brother Xiao, have bested my illusion, would you accept me as your devoted follower? Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, captivating and alluring. One must admit, faced with such an extraordinary beauty and oppose, affection, Xiao Yun found it utterly impossible to concoct a valid reason for refusal. To deny her would likely invite a torrent of wrath from countless readers. Thus, he sincerely smiled and replied, "Thank you, junior sister Shi, for your kind regard. Let us encourage one another in the days to come as we seek to comprehend the great Tao together." Shi Chunyu beamed at his words, feeling a slight sense of relief. She too had feared rejection, which would have been quite embarrassing. "Shi Chunyu, I shall not permit you to follow a worthless individual." At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, shaking the entire mountain and causing the surrounding trees to sway violently. Instantly, a crimson figure descended from the sky, emanating an overwhelming aura that enveloped the mountain, instilling a profound sense of pressure among all present. Everyone turned in unison, quickly recognizing the identity of the newcomer. It was the Holy Sun, Li Bufan. Chapter 36. The overbearing Li Bufan, the Holy Sun. It is said that Li Bufan has long pursued Shi Chunyu, yet she has chosen to follow Xiao Yun. It appears that Li Bufan is now prepared to confront this situation directly. This reaction is hardly surprising. A man of his pride would find it intolerable to see the woman he desires turn to another and oppose, embrace. Xiao Yun is likely to face dire consequences, for he is no longer the favored one, his status and strength pale in comparison to Li Bufan's. As the crowd murmured among themselves, they discreetly stepped aside, creating space for Xiao Yun and Li Bufan. Neither of them was someone they dared to provoke. They could only stand by and watch the unfolding drama. Among the onlookers, Xiao Yun, ranked 10th on the Qianlong list, cast a gleeful glance at Shi Chunyu upon seeing Li Bufan's arrival, inwardly relishing the chance to witness her discomfort. After having been humiliated by her in the past, he felt a sense of vindication at the prospect of her facing the Holy Sun. Suddenly, panic gripped Lu Haochu and Zhang Jing as they realized how swiftly Li Bufan had arrived. They understood that Xiao Yun had no means to evade him now. Had they waited until Xiao Yun and Shi Chunyu returned to the Imperial Summit, even a holy son like Li Bufan would think twice before causing a ruckus there. However, here in the illusory Demon Tower, the dynamics shifted entirely. Li Bufan felt no restraint. In the air, Li Bufan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his crimson gaze radiating intensity. He was enveloped in scorching flames, resembling a deity of fire descending from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, his feet struck the ground, causing the entire mountain to tremble, his overwhelming presence exuding an aura of dominance that instilled fear in all who beheld him. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Li Bufan and oppose, Esmai was formidable, an oppressive force that weighed heavily upon them. Even Xiao Yun furrowed his brow. The power emanating from Li Bufan was unlike anything he had ever encountered. While figures such as Tian, Fu Bo, and the master of the chaotic sacred land were indeed stronger, they possessed the ability to temper their presence, rendering their strength imperceptible to Xiao Yun. In contrast, Li Bufan was unabashed, unleashing his commanding aura without reservation, leaving a profound impression on Xiao Yun. Yet, Xiao Yun was no ordinary contender. He had clashed with the most formidable beings in history. Mere pressure from Li Bufan would not compel him to bow, meeting Li Bufan's gaze with unwavering composure. He coldly declared, "I, Xiao Yun, require no permission from you to gather followers." Even in the face of the holy sun of the chaotic sacred land, he remained undaunted. After all, he was a man who had willingly relinquished the title of Holy Sun, with the powerful Tian backing him. And with the approval of the esteemed elders of the chaotic sacred land, his standing was hardly inferior to that of the Holy Sun. "Were you, Xiao Yun, to speak to me in such a manner? Do you still consider yourself a Holy Sun?" Li Bufan sneered at Xiao Yun's words, looking down upon him with undisguised contempt. He regarded Xiao Yun as nothing more than a fool, an insignificant cultivator of the chaotic sutra, unworthy of comparison to a true Holy Sun. As for Xiao Yun's prowess in the body refinement realm, that was merely the initial stage of cultivation. No matter how formidable Xiao Yun appeared at this level, Li Bufan could extinguish him with a single strike. Filled with self-assurance, Li Bufan retorted, "And what of you? Why should my gathering of followers concern you? Am I indebted to you in any way? Or do you consider yourself my superior?" Xiao Yun, incensed by Li Bufan's disdain, could no longer contain his ire. Since entering the chaotic sacred land, he had never encountered such blatant disrespect. Even Chu Jingxiao had only dared to scheme in secret. Yet, here stood Li Bufan, brazenly disregarding him, an affront that was intolerable. Xiao Yun was not one to suffer in silence. If provoked, he would respond in kind, unafraid of the consequences. The onlookers were left in stunned silence at Xiao Yun's outburst. Lu Haochu, Zhang Jing, and Zhang Yun stared at him in disbelief. Shi Chunyu cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Yun. They had never witnessed anyone so audaciously insult a holy sun before, and it was a revelation for them. Yet, they believed Xiao Yun had sealed his fate. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Presumptuous, Li Bufan's fury ignited, his pupils dilated, radiating an intimidating aura akin to twin swords piercing through the void. "You are the one who oversteps." Xiao Yun shot back, his gaze unwavering, revealing no fear of the holy sun before him. "You are courting death." Li Bufan's forehead throbbed with anger. How dare this insignificant disciple of a mere elder disregard him so openly? Such insolence was an intolerable provocation. Did this fool really believe he could still act as if he were Holy Sun? In an instant, Li Bufan radiated a blinding light, an overwhelming force erupting from him, shaking the very fabric of reality. Crack! The space around him fractured, and several black holes emerged behind him, voraciously devouring streams of spiritual energy, rendering him a terrifying figure. 7 black holes appeared, consuming all the surrounding spiritual energy, leaving the atmosphere so thin it felt suffocating. The crowd was struck with awe, waves of shock coursing through them. 7 celestial domains. Li Bufan had opened 7 domains, an unfathomable feat. It was said that merely opening one domain was sufficient to ascend to the spirit offering realm. 3 domains marked one as a genius. To have opened 7 was simply terrifying. Such depth of cultivation, once he entered the spirit offering realm, would be beyond comprehension. The spectators gazed in awe at the 7 black holes behind Li Bufan, while Xiao Yun and Appo's eyes narrowed in astonishment. The ability to tear through space was an astounding power. If this was merely Li Bufan, how formidable must Tian and the others be? How terrifying were those holy figures? In that moment, Xiao Yun's yearning for strength intensified. Yet, the pressing matter at hand remained Li Bufan. As Li Bufan revealed his 7 domains, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming pressure that compelled him to take a step back. "Holy Sun, our chaotic sacred land strictly forbids infighting among disciples. I implore you to stand down." Fu Bo and amp, oppos. Expression shifted, and he quickly positioned himself before Xiao Yun, addressing Li Bufan in a grave tone. He recognized that Xiao Yun was no match for Li Bufan, as the disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. Li Bufan had trained for decades, while Xiao Yun had only begun his journey a few months prior. Comparison was futile. Get out of my way. However, Li Bufan showed no respect for Fu Bo, casting him a disdainful glance and sneering. You are nothing more than a follower of Ditian, a mere servant. How dare you obstruct me, the Holy Sun? Do you not fear the enforcers of the chaotic sacred land coming for you? Fu Bo trembled at the mention of the enforcers, the most fearsome figures within the chaotic sacred land, responsible for meting out punishment to those who transgressed. They were a sword hanging over everyone's head. Master, though I may be stronger than Li Bufan, he is still the Holy Sun. I cannot act against him, or I will surely meet my end. Young master, I will first hold Li Bufan back. You must swiftly enter the illusory demon tower. Once you have entered, Li Bufan will be unable to harm you. By the time the old master arrives, he will be unable to stir up any trouble. At that moment, Xiao Yun heard the voice of Uncle Fu resonating in his mind, clearly transmitting a message. Subsequently, he saw Uncle Fu standing before him, continuing to obstruct Li Bufan. He sternly admonished, Holy Son, to strike against a fellow disciple is a grave offense. If the enforcers truly arrive, they will not spare you. Li Bufan responded with a disdainful smile. Do you think I am unaware of the sect and oppos? As regulations, I am the Holy Son. Merely disciplining an ordinary disciple does not equate to killing him. The enforcers would not interfere. Uncle Fu felt a heavy sinking in his heart, knowing this to be true. The Holy Son indeed wielded such power and status. If it were the Divine Son, the authority would be even greater, allowing for the execution of a disciple without consequence. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun had already relinquished his position as Divine Son. Uncle Fu lamented inwardly. Get out of my way. I shall not repeat myself. Li Bufan bellowed imperiously from midair. He descended with the oppressive force of 7 realms, showing no regard for Uncle Fu's superior strength. Enveloped in flames, he emanated a formidable aura. Li Bufan, I willingly chose to follow Senior Brother Xiao. If you are displeased, direct your ire at me. And do not belittle Senior Brother Xiao. Shi Chunyu finally spoke up, feeling it was her trouble and could not allow Xiao Yun to bear it alone. You wretched girl, silence yourself. Li Bufan shot her a cold glance, scoffing. Do you truly believe I have any interest in you? In my eyes, there exists only the path of the saint. A woman like you is but a mere plaything. Shi Chunyu and Amp. Appo's face turned pale with anger, her body trembling. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, recognizing the audacity of Li Bufan, who truly believed he could bully him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoya, standing beside Xiao Yun, mustered her courage and exclaimed, What nonsense is this, Holy Son? You only know how to bully the weak. You have trained for decades, while my senior brother has only trained for a few months. If he too had trained for decades, he could crush you with a mere finger. Impudent, Li Bufan roared, fixing a menacing gaze upon Lin Xiaoya, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Very well, each of you dares to disregard my status as Holy Son. Today, I shall demonstrate that the dignity of the Holy Son is not to be trifled with. As he spoke, the 7 realms behind him erupted in blinding light. Young master, flee, Uncle Fu urgently transmitted. He prepared to take action, knowing that even if he faced execution by the enforcers afterward, he could not allow Li Bufan to humiliate Xiao Yun. Uncle Fu, step aside. I have my ways of dealing with him, Xiao Yun suddenly declared. Uncle Fu was taken aback, thinking Xiao Yun had lost his senses. With Xiao Yun's current cultivation level, how could he possibly contend against Li Bufan of the realm beyond? The disparity was insurmountable. Yet, at that moment, Uncle Fu watched as Xiao Yun began to weave intricate hand seals, murmuring mysterious and familiar verses. Instantly, the spiritual energies surrounding the mountain surged violently, coalescing above Xiao Yun's head like a terrifying storm. This scene left everyone in shock. Chapter 37. The Chaos Bell unleashed as Xiao Yun gestured with his hands, invoking an enigmatic seal and reciting a mysterious scripture. The spiritual energy in the surrounding void surged violently, coalescing above his head. This astonishing phenomenon left the onlookers utterly bewildered, all eyes turning toward Xiao Yun. What is happening? How can someone at the body refinement stage create such a commotion? How is he able to absorb such terrifying spiritual energy? Is he performing some divine technique? That cannot be. He is yet to condense his spiritual power, so how could he possibly execute a divine art? Whispers filled the air, each face reflecting confusion. Even Fu Bo and Lin Xiaoya, who were well acquainted with Xiao Yun, gazed at him with astonishment. When did the young master learn this technique? Did the late master teach him in secret? No, even if it were a divine art, with the young master's current cultivation, it should be impossible for him to manifest it. Fu Bo's curiosity deepened. Lin Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement, believing that her senior brother was concealing a powerful trump card, ready to unleash it and defeat this insufferable saint before him. Nearby, Shi Chunyu gazed at Xiao Yun with bright, expectant eyes, wondering if her senior brother could truly stand against Li Bufan. Yet, the disparity in cultivation between Xiao Yun and Li Bufan was indeed vast. All present watched intently, awaiting Xiao Yun and Appo's eruption, eager to discover whether he could turn the tide. Merely a display of theatrics. You, an insignificant ant at the body refinement stage. Without even a trace of spiritual power, what divine technique could you possibly wield? Above, Li Bufan dismissed Xiao Yun entirely, momentarily surprised, but soon revealing a look of disdain when he felt no potent energy emanating from him. An ant dares to compete for a woman and speak insolently to me? Today, I shall show you just how insurmountable our differences truly are. With a cold chuckle, Li Bufan maintained his posture of arrogance, lifting one foot to descend upon Xiao Yun. The crowd's expressions shifted slightly. Li Bufan's blatant humiliation toward Xiao Yun was evident. Though this foot might not crush Xiao Yun, being trampled would bring an unbearable disgrace that he could never wash away, a shame that would haunt him forever. How infuriating! Lin Xiaoya clenched her small fists, gritting her teeth in anger. Fu Bo's eyes reddened as he positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Yun, unable to restrain his desire to act. At that moment, Xiao Yun completed the final gesture of his seal, abruptly raising his head, his eyes radiating brilliance as a cascade of golden light surged forth from between his hands. Chaos bell arise. With Xiao Yun and Appo's thunderous shout, the entire void trembled. Countless golden rays converging with the tangible spiritual energy above his head, slowly forming an ancient bell. The enormous bell shimmered with golden light, its walls adorned with myriad mysterious runes, as if countless divine entities were chanting within, emanating an aura of terrifying power. The spectators gasped in astonishment. They were all too familiar with the appearance of this grand bell, the Chaos Bell. As the Chaos Bell manifested, a resounding voice echoed throughout the chaos sacred land, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings who looked up in astonishment, releasing their spiritual senses toward the illusion demon tower. Simultaneously, the colossal Chaos Bell stood protectively before Xiao Yun, intercepting Li Bufan and Appo's descending foot. In the presence of the magnificent Chaos Bell, Li Bufan appeared as insignificant as an ant. His powerful kick not only failed to displace the Chaos Bell, but was met with an overwhelming recoil that sent him sprawling backward. How is this possible? Li Bufan halted midair, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yun. This is not the true Chaos Bell, merely a fragment of its power. But how can you, a mere mortal at the body refinement stage, summon such power? Even your master, the elder of the imperial heaven, could not achieve this. Li Bufan was utterly astounded, unable to fathom how Xiao Yun could harness even a fraction of the Chaos Bell and Appo's strength. The surrounding crowd mirrored his shock and confusion. Xiao Yun and Appo's summoning of the Chaos Bell left them all in awe. After all, this was an imperial weapon, wielded only by saints. For ordinary disciples, the only time they beheld the Chaos Bell was during the initiation of new students. It was a rare sight, and now Xiao Yun could utilize its power. Was he truly the Chaos Bell's favored son? One must remember, he was merely at the body refinement stage. Even the ancient emperors would find it impossible to wield an imperial weapon's strength at such a level. It was akin to a 3-year-old child unleashing an atomic bomb. Truly miraculous. Ah, I see. However, one individual understood the situation. Fu Bo, observing Xiao Yun, he stroked his beard, a relaxed smile gracing his face. If I am not mistaken, this is the chaos guiding technique. Each new disciple must comprehend it during their initiation to sound the chaos bell. The more one comprehends, the louder the resonance when struck. The young master has resonated the chaos bell 9 times, indicating his complete mastery of the chaos guiding technique. Thus, as long as he remains within our chaos sacred land, he can invoke the power of the chaos bell at will. At that moment, Fu Bo felt no apprehension for Xiao Yun and Oppos as safety. With the ability to summon the chaos bell's strength, how could he possibly falter against the saint at the cave sky stage? This was an imperial weapon. Even a mere fraction of its power would be formidable. So, is the chaos guiding technique. It made sense now why Fu Bo found Xiao Yun's gestures familiar. It was indeed the technique they had once studied. Who would have thought the chaos guiding technique possessed such capabilities? Regrettably, aside from their initiation, they had not had the opportunity to study it further. With this divine ability, Xiao Yun was virtually invincible within the confines of the chaos sacred land. The onlookers, upon hearing Fu Bo and Oppos' explanation, suddenly grasped the situation, their astonishment giving way to admiration as they gazed at Xiao Yun with envious eyes. Although Xiao Yun could only summon the chaos bell's power within the sacred grounds, it was a privilege that would deter anyone from bullying him in the future. Nearby, Lin Xiaoya, Shi Chunyu, and others all breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out Xiao Yun possessed this remarkable skill, explaining his calm demeanor. How could one not feel empowered when wielding the strength of an imperial weapon? Chapter 38, Treading on the Holy Sun. Damn it. It is indeed the chaotic invocation. At the same time, Li Bufan heard Uncle Fu's words and recalled the experience of comprehending the chaotic invocation from years past. He discovered that the seal technique Xiao Yun had just executed was precisely the same as the one recorded within the chaotic invocation. However, was he to retreat in disgrace? It must be noted that he had arrived with unparalleled arrogance and overwhelming dominance, a veritable force to be reckoned with. If he were to flee in fear of Xiao Yun's chaotic bell, he would never be able to hold his head high within the sacred land of chaos again. Thus, Li Bufan gritted his teeth and shouted, "No matter what, you are merely an ant in the body refinement realm. I refuse to believe that you can defeat me with just a hint of the chaotic bell's power." With that proclamation, Li Bufan unleashed his full strength, no longer concerned about the possibility of killing Xiao Yun. After all, with the protection of the chaotic bell, Xiao Yun could not possibly perish at his hands. Conversely, if he did not attack with all his might and was defeated by Xiao Yun, that would be the real disgrace. Boom! As Li Bufan unleashed his full power, the 7 black holes behind him converged, carrying an immense force that bore down upon Xiao Yun. The might of the Holy Sun was, for a moment, unparalleled. Since you seek humiliation, I shall grant it to you. Seeing this, Xiao Yun could not help but let out a cold smile. He continued to execute the seal technique, fully activating the chaotic bell above his head. Suddenly, the chaotic bell erupted in a dazzling golden light, releasing a terrifying energy akin to monstrous waves surging from the depths of the ocean, sweeping towards Li Bufan. "Get away from me!" Li Bufan roared, refusing to retreat, channeling all his strength into the 7 heavenly realms, gathering an astonishing force to strike down upon Xiao Yun. The colossal chaotic bell collided with Li Bufan and Oppos as 7 heavenly realms, igniting a brilliant explosion in the sky that engulfed the entire mountain, allowing everyone to feel the earth-shattering power. Boom! However, the energy of the chaotic bell was too formidable. That terrifying might swept outward like autumn winds scattering leaves, shattering Li Bufan's 7 heavenly realms on the spot, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying, losing all semblance of the Holy Sun's grandeur and appearing utterly disheveled. In contrast, Xiao Yun remained unscathed, bearing the chaotic bell above him like a descending deity, exuding unparalleled might that was not to be trifled with. Li Bufan, Is this all the strength you possess? It is simply disappointing. Xiao Yun stepped forward beneath the chaotic bell, looking down at the fallen Li Bufan with disdain. Puffed. Li Bufan, infuriated, spat blood, glaring at Xiao Yun with resentment, and bellowed, "If it weren't for the chaotic bell, crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant." Xiao Yun replied with a cold laugh. "If I were at the heavenly realm, killing you would be as simple as slaughtering a dog. So do not speak of if you use your higher realm to suppress me. Yet do not allow me to use the chaotic bell?" Li Bufan was momentarily speechless. He indeed harbored the suspicion of bullying the weak. Nonetheless, his unwillingness simmered within him, and he glared at Xiao Yun, gritting his teeth. "Fine, once you reach my cultivation level, I will allow you a fair fight." With that, Li Bufan rose, preparing to leave. "Did I permit you to leave?" Xiao Yun sneered, and, as Li Bufan was about to take to the air, he activated the chaotic bell once more, smashing it downwards. "Xiao Yun!" Li Bufan's face twisted in anger and shock. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yun would dare to strike at him again. In a moment of panic, he could not defend himself and was struck by the chaotic bell, causing him to vomit blood anew. This time, Li Bufan and Amp, Oppos, his plight was even more tragic. He fell to the ground, spitting blood 3 times, staining his garments red, his hair a disarray, completely devoid of the Holy Sun's demeanor, resembling a beggar. Xiao Yun approached Li Bufan with a cold smile, huffing, "Those who bully others shall be bullied in return. Since you dared to strike at me, I cannot let you go unpunished, or others will think I, Xiao Yun, am easily trifled with." With that, Xiao Yun once again summoned the chaotic bell, aiming to strike Li Bufan before him. He understood that Li Bufan, being at the heavenly realm, could not be killed with a single blow. So he intended to strike multiple times, at least ensuring Li Bufan could not rise again. "Xiao Yun, you madman! If you kill me, the enforcers will not spare you." Li Bufan shouted furiously, yet faced with the impending strike of the chaotic bell, he could only continue to fortify his defenses. However, severely injured as he was no match for the chaotic bell, which sent him flying again, akin to a sandbag in the throes of despair. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. What were they witnessing? The holy sun of the sacred land of chaos was being tossed about like a mere sack, an utter embarrassment. Moreover, the one striking him was merely a body refinement disciple. If there were a ranking for the most unfortunate holy sun in the sacred land of chaos, Li Bufan's performance today would undoubtedly secure the top position, perhaps even the most disgraceful in history. Now you realize the need for enforcers? Why did I not see you fear them earlier? Xiao Yun continued to activate the chaotic bell, striking at Li Bufan with a mocking smile. Li Bufan was struck by the chaotic bell, spewing blood, and gritted his teeth in rage, glaring at Xiao Yun. "I am the Holy Sun, while you are but an ordinary disciple. The enforcers will surely side with me. You can await your cultivation to be abolished. Is that so? Then I shall first strip you of your cultivation today." Xiao Yun retorted with a cold laugh, once again summoning the chaotic bell to collide with Li Bufan, who was sent reeling from the blow. This time, Li Bufan lacked the strength to rise, lying on the ground as he hurled insults at Xiao Yun. But he had become gravely injured and lost all combat capability. "Young master, enough. If this continues, he will truly perish, and it will cause significant trouble." Just as Xiao Yun prepared to strike again, Uncle Fu and Amp, Oppos, voice resonated within his mind. Uncle Fu transmitted, "Young master, you are no longer a divine child. You cannot kill Li Bufan. Teaching him a lesson is sufficient. For an ordinary disciple to kill a holy son is a grave sin. Moreover, harming a fellow disciple is a crime without forgiveness." Uncle Fu was also concerned that Xiao Yun might act impulsively. Xiao Yun, of course, would not act rashly. He had no intention of perishing alongside Li Bufan. So he nodded and subsequently dissipated the chaotic bell above him. With the chaotic bell's disappearance, the surrounding spectators let out a collective sigh of relief. After all, the pressure exerted by the chaotic bell was overwhelming. Even a mere fraction of its imperial aura caused their very souls to tremble. "Xiao Yun, you only dare to act recklessly within the sacred land of chaos. Once you leave its confines, let's see if you can still harness the power of the chaotic bell. By then, Li Bufan was still angrily cursing Xiao Yun. But before he could finish, Xiao Yun had already approached him with determined strides. Li Bufan felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He glared at Xiao Yun and shouted, "Xiao Yun, what do you intend to do?" "Certainly to do what you left unfinished." Xiao Yun sneered coldly, raising his foot and bringing it down forcefully upon Li Bufan's cheek. "How dare you?" Li Bufan's pupils constricted in horror. If Xiao Yun's foot landed, the humiliation he would endure for the rest of his life would be irredeemable. Yet he was now devoid of strength, severely injured, and could not evade Xiao Yun's assault. "Let's see if I dare. Today, I shall make you experience the taste of my indomitable foot." Xiao Yun coldly laughed as his foot brutally stomped down on Li Bufan's face, distorting his features and shattering several of his teeth. While Li Bufan has completely lost his mind, his eyes are bloodshot. He has been trampled upon, his face disgracefully stepped on, an affront he believes he can never atone for in this lifetime. "I warned you to be arrogant. Look how I will crush you." Xiao Yun continued to press his foot upon Li Bufan, mercilessly trampling his cheek before finally relenting. In that moment, Li Bufan, consumed by fury and humiliation, fainted from the overwhelming rage. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that the seemingly gentle and refined Xiao Yun possessed such a ferocious side. "If one does not provoke me, I shall not instigate trouble. But if one dares to offend me, they shall face the dire consequences." With a cold snort, Xiao Yun turned and departed. Chapter 39. The mighty Dong Yutong today was undeniably a momentous occasion in the chaotic sacred land, as Xiao Yun swept through the Qianlong rankings, securing his place as the 10th strongest in the history of the body refinement realm. He soundly defeated the Holy Sun, Li Bufan, and news of these events reverberated throughout the land, each revelation more astonishing than the last. The name Xiao Yun once again echoed across the vast expanse of the chaotic sacred land, becoming a subject of fervent discussion among the populace. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and his companions had returned to the imperial peak, accompanied by a new member, Shichunyu. This stunning fairy had become a devoted follower of Xiao Yun. The master, Di Tian, expressed great satisfaction with Xiao Yun's new ally, for Shichunyu not only possessed remarkable beauty, but also demonstrated exceptional talent, which would undoubtedly aid Xiao Yun in the future. "Master, my earlier confrontation with Li Bufan, did it bring you any trouble?" Xiao Yun inquired. Di Tian responded with an air of authority. "What of it? A fight is merely that. Nothing to be concerned about." Xiao Yun, however, voiced his worries. "But master, it is said that Li Bufan has a powerful mentor from the celestial realm." Di Tian scoffed. "I am aware. It is that Dong Yutong, once a defeated foe of mine. Even with his ascension to the celestial realm, he remains no match for me." Xiao Yun was taken aback. Indeed, his master was formidable, capable of vanquishing celestial beings. Yet, recalling that Dong Yutong also practiced the chaotic scriptures, he found solace in that thought. It was rumored that Di Tian had achieved a semi-chaotic body, which, while not on par with the supreme bodies, could rival second-tier divine physiques. Otherwise, he would not have been hailed as the foremost holy son of the chaotic sacred land. With this reassurance, Xiao Yun felt at ease, fearing not the retaliation of the old guard after besting the younger. Although seasoned warriors typically refrained from bullying the young, Li Bufan's demeanor led Xiao Yun to believe that his master, Dong Yutong, would not be much of a threat either. "Once I forge the chaotic body, I shall subdue them all," Xiao Yun silently vowed. Thanks to his encounter with Li Bufan, Xiao Yun had gained 3 additional moments of enlightenment, bringing his total to 144. He eagerly awaited his return from the true dragon nest to forge his chaotic body. Nevertheless, he approached the journey to the true dragon nest with utmost seriousness. In the days that followed, Xiao Yun diligently honed his combat skills, seizing every opportunity to engage with the strongest historical figures within the illusory Demon Tower. His combat experience surged, and he witnessed an array of formidable royal and divine bodies. He even dared to challenge the top-ranked ancestral figure, the chaotic body itself. The outcome was predictable. Before he could make a move, the ancestral figure struck him with such force that he spat blood and was sent flying. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the illusory demon, he might have faced dire consequences. This encounter instilled in Xiao Yun a profound respect for the chaotic body and intensified his desire to achieve it. The moment the ancestral figure made his move, the resonance of 3,000 paths echoed, and with a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed an awe-inspiring power that was utterly insurmountable. The spectacle was profoundly shocking. I must forge the chaotic body. After his duel with the ancestral figure, Xiao Yun's resolve intensified. Time passed unnoticed. At Dong Yufeng, Li Bufan, having suffered a thorough beating from Xiao Yun, spent the better part of 6 months recuperating. His severe injuries, however, were not solely due to Xiao Yun's assault. Rather, the true extent of his damage stemmed from the chaotic bell, which had shattered 7 of his cave heavens, his very foundation. To restore these cave heavens, he expended countless rare materials. Fortunately, as the holy son of the chaotic sacred land, he had access to abundant resources. Otherwise, his recovery could have taken years. Though Li Bufan's physical wounds healed, the psychological scars remained indelible. Each time he entered meditation, he was jolted awake by a nightmarish vision. Xiao Yun's foot on his face, while numerous disciples of the chaotic sacred land watched on, their eyes glinting with mockery and schadenfreude. This humiliation was unbearable for Li Bufan. A being of his stature enduring such disgrace had become a persistent torment. Xiao Yun, I shall not let you escape, Li Bufan bellowed, overturning a gilded table, sending shivers through his followers, who remained silent, acutely aware of the humiliation he had suffered. Has my master emerged from seclusion? After venting his frustrations, Li Bufan directed his gaze at one of his followers, his expression darkening. With his current strength, he found it impossible to avenge himself against Xiao Yun within the chaotic sacred land, particularly with Tian at Xiao Yun's side. Thus, he resolved to seek the aid of his own master, who was a celestial being and undoubtedly more powerful than Tian. Reporting to the Holy Sun, the peak master has remained in seclusion. One follower replied respectfully. Li Bufan furrowed his brow. His master often secluded himself, emerging only once a year to instruct him, as he aspired to attain sainthood and could not afford to dedicate all his time to Li Bufan. However, without avenging himself, Li Bufan found it impossible to focus on his training. The humiliation had transformed into a mental demon that he could scarcely endure for a day. Let us go. I shall seek my master's guidance. Li Bufan made his decision to confront his master, regardless of any reprimands he might receive. After all, his master had always treated him kindly and would not hold it against him. Without delay, Li Bufan proceeded to the secluded quarters of his master, Dong Yutang. Before a resplendent palace of gold and jade, he bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, "Master, I have been wronged. Please, emerge and avenge me." Aware that a crying child receives milk, Li Bufan understood the necessity of performing his distress convincingly to incite his master's anger. In the distance, his followers watched, their lips twitching in an effort to suppress laughter. Master Li Bufan continued to weep, pouring out his grievances. He was indeed aggrieved. Despite being stronger than Xiao Yun, he had been humiliated, a bitter pill to swallow. With a creak, the palace doors swung open, revealing an elderly man with flowing gray hair. His attire was unremarkable, yet his gaze was piercing, deep and imbued with a mysterious light, as if threads of divine energy danced within. "What troubles you so, my disciple?" the elder inquired. Master, upon seeing the elder, Li Bufan rushed forward, clasping his leg and recounting his grievances. This elder was none other than the celestial being, Dong Yutang. After hearing Li Bufan's tale, Dong Yutang's eyes blazed with golden light, resembling 2 radiant suns that illuminated the air with a fierce brilliance, causing the very void to tremble. What audacity! A mere disciple of a supreme elder dares to humiliate the holy son of the chaotic sacred land, a crime that cannot be forgiven. With a cold huff, Dong Yutang turned to Li Bufan and declared, "Come with me. I shall take you to the imperial peak to seek vengeance. I will shield you from the chaotic bell, allowing you a fair battle." "Yes, master." A glimmer of cold lightning flashed in Li Bufan's eyes. Without the chaos bell, he could effortlessly subdue Xiao Yun. In that moment, He intended to trample Xiao Yun and Appo's face mercilessly, avenging his past humiliation. Chapter 40. The young challenge the old at the summit of Emperor Peak. Xiao Yun was engaged in a spar with Shi Chunyu, yet he found himself consistently on the defensive, enduring a severe lesson at her hands. This was primarily due to Shi Chunyu and Appo's recent breakthrough into the divine bridge realm. Junior sister Shi led an Appo's call a day. After a prolonged exchange, Xiao Yun set his black iron blade aside, a bitter smile adorning his face as he gestured toward Shi Chunyu. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly pronounced. Previously, he could best her, but now he was far from her match. The gap in their cultivation levels was too vast to be bridged merely by talent. "Senior brother, your prowess has indeed grown," Shi Chunyu remarked, her enchanting eyes sparkling with admiration. "Although your strength remains at 700,000 pounds, your combat capabilities have increased 2- or 3-fold. Having trained alongside Xiao Yun for over half a year, she was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of his talent. He had successfully deduced 7 supreme combat techniques to their ultimate forms, an accomplishment unparalleled in the realm of cultivation. Even the ancestors of their chaos sacred land had mastered merely 3 ultimate techniques in the body refinement realm. Such an exceptionally powerful body refinement cultivator was a sight Shi Chunyu had never witnessed before. She speculated that even the prodigies from the other 5 sacred lands would likely be comparable to Xiao Yun in the body refinement realm. However, she also recognized that strength alone could not overcome the prowess of someone in the divine bridge realm. Xiao Yun sighed, "No matter how strong I become, it pales in comparison to the divine bridge realm." With Shi Chunyu's ascent into the divine bridge realm, she had consolidated her mental energy, gaining the ability to manipulate flying swords and strike from a distance, significantly amplifying her combat power. In the face of her flying sword attacks, Xiao Yun was completely outmatched. Even without her sword, he would still be no match for her, as practitioners in the divine bridge realm could cultivate divine abilities after harnessing their mental energy. These abilities were immensely powerful, far surpassing ultimate techniques. To Xiao Yun, if ultimate techniques represented the pinnacle of mortal capabilities, then divine abilities could be likened to the spells of celestial beings, transcending earthly limits. Each divine ability wielded the power to reshape mountains and seas, a truly terrifying prospect. Nonetheless, Xiao Yun remained unfazed. After all, he was still in the body refinement realm. Once he entered the divine bridge realm, he was confident he would surpass Shi Chunyu, given his profound, foundational accumulation. "Who is Xiao Yun? Come forth." At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed across the heavens, reverberating through the air and causing the entire Emperor Peak to tremble. Xiao Yun and the others instinctively looked up to see Li Bufan accompanied by an elderly figure with flowing white hair. This elder exuded an aura of terror, his body seemingly ablaze with crimson energy, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes. His golden eyes shone brightly, akin to 2 resplendent lamps, instilling fear in all who beheld him. When Xiao Yun met the elder's gaze, he felt a chilling sensation, as though plummeting into an abyss, with no inclination to resist. Too powerful. This must be an ancient monster, Xiao Yun thought, glancing at Li Bufan beside the elder, already suspecting the identity of this formidable figure. Indeed, the elder's voice soon reached him through the mind of Fu Bo, who whispered, "Young master, this is Dong Yutong, Li Bufan's master, a formidable being of the heavenly realm." Xiao Yun was taken aback. This was a true powerhouse. In the absence of a sage, a being of the heavenly realm represented the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Even their chaos sacred land's leader was merely at the heavenly realm. His own master was transcended, existing beneath the heavenly realm. Faced with such a fearsome adversary, Xiao Yun felt insignificant. Even with the power of the chaos bell at my disposal, I cannot hope to contend with him, he mused, acknowledging his own limitations. Fortunately, they were at Emperor Peak. He felt a wave of relief, knowing that had he encountered them elsewhere, he would likely be in grave danger. Observing Li Bufan's resentful expression directed at him, Xiao Yun understood their visit was undoubtedly for revenge. Indeed, the young challenged the old, The ancients were not mistaken. Are you Xiao Yun? At that moment, Dong Yutong's gaze fixed upon Xiao Yun, for under his mental scrutiny, it was evident that Xiao Yun was the only young man present at Emperor Peak. Here, at Emperor Peak, with Emperor Tian in attendance, I fear no one. Xiao Yun replied calmly. Indeed, I am Xiao Yun. May I ask what guidance the esteemed elder has? Dong Yutong snorted impudence. You recognize me as an elder, yet fail to show proper respect. No wonder you dare to offend my Chaos Sacred Land son, displaying such audacity. Ignoring Dong Yutong, Xiao Yun turned his gaze coldly towards Li Bufan, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. When I was a child, I fought with the neighborhood kids. When they couldn't defeat me, they would cry to their parents. Who would have thought that I would encounter a similar situation now? Li Bufan, you truly live up to your title as the son of our Chaos Sacred Land. Li Bufan's face flushed crimson, yet he quickly glared at Xiao Yun in fury, shouting, Xiao Yun, if you weren't and oppose, relying on the power of the Chaos Bell, I could crush you with a mere finger. Then have the courage to wait until I reach the cave heaven realm and face me again. Xiao Yun taunted. Li Bufan, incensed, retorted, by the time you reach the cave heaven realm, I will have already ascended to the spirit offering realm. Do you expect me to wait for you? Xiao Yun, brimming with confidence, declared, even in the cave heaven realm, I can still defeat you. Such arrogance. Li Bufan scoffed, utterly incredulous at Xiao Yun's audacious claims. Dong Yutong raised a hand, his expression indifferent as he addressed Xiao Yun. In the cultivation world, there is no such thing as fair battles at the same level. Since you have dared to offend the son of our Chaos Sacred Land, I, as an elder, shall teach you a lesson today, so you may understand the respect owed to those above you. Since when did it become your place to teach my disciple, Emperor Tian? Are there no others at Emperor Peak? From a distance, Emperor Tian approached slowly. Though his pace was measured, he traversed the distance in an instant, standing beside Xiao Yun, coldly regarding Dong Yutong and his disciple. Upon seeing his master arrive, Xiao Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let the old geezers deal with one another. I shall handle the younger one. He cast a cold smile at Li Bufan, relishing the thought of keeping him bettered in for another half a year. Li Bufan seemed to sense Xiao Yun's gaze, shivering involuntarily as he stepped back hastily. He had no desire to be struck by the Chaos Bell again. Dong Yutong shot a disapproving glare at Li Bufan, feeling humiliated that his disciple was intimidated by a mere body refinement cultivator. However, he had no time to dwell on Xiao Yun. His focus was solely on Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian, you have emerged at just the right moment. I suffered a narrow defeat at your hands back in the day. Today, I shall seek to learn your techniques anew. Emperor Tian, upon hearing this, retorted with mockery. Narrow defeat? You truly know how to embellish your own glory. Back then, I defeated you so thoroughly that you were left utterly humiliated, a mere footnote to my victory. Enraged by Emperor Tian's words, Dong Yutong soared into the sky, bellowing, Emperor Tian, spare me your prattle and come forth. Today, I shall reclaim my honor. Since you seek humiliation, I shall oblige. Emperor Tian sneered, taking flight as if an arrow, soaring into the heavens. Battles of such magnitude can only be waged in the lofty heights of the sky. Otherwise, they would likely obliterate the surrounding dozens of peaks. Chapter 41. The Enforcer strikes above the Imperial Peak. Two formidable presences surged through the skies, exuding an aura akin to celestial wrath, instilling fear in those below. The elevated position of the two combatants rendered Xiao Yun incapable of witnessing their clash firsthand. He could only perceive the terrifying thunderous roars that echoed across the horizon. A twinge of regret stirred within him. Such a magnificent battle, yet he was unable to behold it with his own eyes. However, solace was found in the anticipation of another confrontation awaiting him. Xiao Yun and Appo's gaze fell upon Li Bufan not far away, and he could not help but sneer as he addressed his companion. Shi Chunyu, junior sister Shi, will you carry me aloft on your flying sword? I intend to confront Li Bufan. Let it be known, I do not initiate conflict, yet if he seeks me out, I shall respond in kind. Otherwise, who would dare to bully me in the future? Very well, Shi Chunyu replied, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she nodded without hesitation. Li Bufan had often been a source of annoyance for her, and now, with Xiao Yun's support, she was eager to assist in teaching him a lesson. Without delay, she summoned a flying sword, and together they ascended into the sky. As they soared, Xiao Yun remained composed. It was not his first experience of flight. With Shi Chunyu's protective mental energy enveloping him, he felt no fear of falling. Xiao Yun, upon spotting Xiao Yun gliding towards him on the sword, Li Bufan's pupils constricted in terror, prompting him to turn and flee. Xiao Yun pursued relentlessly, bellowing, "Li Bufan, are you not the Holy Sun? Why do you shy away from a fair duel with me?" Li Bufan nearly choked on his indignation at the suggestion of a fair fight. Utilizing the power of the Chaos Bell, who could possibly rival him? He had no desire to languish in bed for half a year again. Thus he fled with great urgency. Xiao Yun continued his pursuit, taunting, "Li Bufan, you pathetic Holy Sun. You dare not face even a mere practitioner of the body refinement stage. What right do you possess to be the Holy Sun of our chaos sacred land? If I were in your position, I would leap into a latrine and drown myself." Xiao Yun's voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of disciples from the surrounding peaks, who looked on in astonishment. Li Bufan's teeth ground together in frustration as he discerned the mockery and schadenfreude in their expressions. It was a profound humiliation for a holy son to be pursued by an ordinary disciple, especially one at the lower tier of the body refinement stage. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, Li Bufan roared in rage, disregarding the potential confrontation with Xiao Yun's Chaos Bell, and charged towards him. "Xiao Yun, I will slay you," he growled, his eyes burning with fury, his face contorted in a monstrous grimace. 7 celestial realms manifested behind him, unleashing a terrifying might. Chaos induction. Xiao Yun was startled and hastily formed a seal to channel the power of the Chaos Bell. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into a magnificent golden bell that radiated the imperious aura of a celestial weapon. With a resounding clang, Xiao Yun propelled the Chaos Bell towards the oncoming Li Bufan. Taken aback, Li Bufan evaded, but the residual force of the bell was overwhelming, sending him spiraling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. As he regained his composure in midair, Li Bufan wiped the blood from his lips, glaring furiously at Xiao Yun. "What skill is there in relying on the Chaos Bell? Have the courage to face me in a fair battle." "A fair battle?" Xiao Yun scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "You, a practitioner of the celestial realm, expect me, a mere body refinement cultivator, to engage you on equal terms? Do you truly believe everyone shares your skewed logic?" With that, Xiao Yun once again summoned the Chaos Bell to strike at Li Bufan. Enough! A thunderous command resonated from the heavens, akin to a storm breaking. In an instant, a commanding figure materialized beside Li Bufan, effortlessly shattering the Chaos Bell that Xiao Yun controlled. Xiao Yun and Oppose. His heart raced in alarm as he swiftly retreated. The figure that had appeared was formidable, undoubtedly an ancient being, one beyond his current capacity to confront. Fortunately, Uncle Fu arrived just in time, shielding Xiao Yun from harm. "Young master, this individual is an enforcer," Uncle Fu conveyed gravely through a mental link. Xiao Yun turned to regard the fearsome figure, though their features remained obscured. The enforcer's gaze was fixed intently on him as he spoke with authority. "Xiao Yun, you possess great audacity to offend the Holy Sun." Unfazed, Xiao Yun retorted, "They came to confront me first. Must I remain passive in self-defense?" "Impudent." The enforcer's demeanor grew stern, reprimanding Xiao Yun. "You must comprehend your standing. You are merely a disciple of the elder. Upon encountering the Holy Sun, you ought to bow in reverence. Such disrespect towards your superiors will yield dire consequences. I shall eliminate you today to prevent future troubles." Xiao Yun's expression shifted. Uncle Fu interjected, "Esteemed enforcer, my young master possesses extraordinary talent. His future success in forging a chaos body is inevitable. Should you dispose of him today, how shall our chaos sacred land ascend?" The enforcer snorted dismissively. "Does the rise of the chaos sacred land hinge upon a mere child of the body refinement stage? What of Emperor Tian's unparalleled talent? Did he ever forge a chaos body? You dream of such achievements. With that, the enforcer raised a hand, and a tremendous pressure enveloped the area, immobilizing both Uncle Fu and Xiao Yun, rendering them powerless. Their expressions darkened as they realized their insignificance before the enforcer, akin to ants at the mercy of a giant. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yun, do you now comprehend the repercussions of offending the Holy Sun? Li Bufan stood beside the enforcer, delighting in Xiao Yun and Appo's as plight. Xiao Yun glared vehemently at Li Bufan and the enforcer, vowing silently that if he survived this day, he would one day bring ruin upon the enforcer. Power. He craved power. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Only with invincible might can one stand tall and command respect. At this moment, Xiao Yun was consumed by a fervent yearning for strength. Oomph. The enforcer seemed to sense the enmity in Xiao Yun's eyes. With a disdainful snort, he extended his hand toward Xiao Yun. At that moment, Emperor Tian was locked in combat with Dong Yutong above, oblivious to the turmoil below. Just as despair enveloped Xiao Yun and Uncle Fu, a soft sigh echoed from a distance. In the next instant, Xiao Yun felt the oppressive force dissipate, and he and Uncle Fu found themselves back atop the imperial peak. Before him stood a familiar figure, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. Upon seeing the Lord and Appo's arrival, Xiao Yun exhaled in relief. It seemed his life was spared for the time being. In the skies, the enforcer scowled at the intervention of the Chaos Sacred Land's Lord, stating solemnly, "Your methods are impressive, Lord. It appears you have stepped into the threshold of semi-sainthood. Congratulations. However, even as the Lord, you cannot shield a disciple who disrespects his superiors." The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land regarded the enforcer with a sigh. Dong Shenwang. This is merely a conflict between two juniors. The involvement of Dong Yutong is unfortunate, but there is no need for you to intervene. Such displays of power against the weak do not embody the true nature of a strong individual. Let's put an end to this matter. For the sake of my esteem. Behind him, Fu Bo's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the words of the master of the Chaos Sacred Land. He swiftly conveyed to Xiao Yun telepathically, "Young master, it turns out this fellow is the Eastern Divine King, the elder brother of Dong Yutong. He was once the second-ranked saint of our Chaos Sacred Land and the greatest rival of our former master." Xiao Yun suddenly understood. No wonder this enforcer took a stand for Li Bufan upon his arrival. It appears they are all of the same kin. Damn it, Xiao Yun silently cursed, vowing that when he attained greater strength, he would subdue these scoundrels once and for all. Chapter 42. The Prototype of Chaos in the Sky. Upon hearing the words of the master of the Chaos Holy Land, the enforcer's expression cleared, revealing his true visage. Oomph, it is indeed this fellow. Uncle Fu snorted softly and conveyed a message to Xiao Yun. The East God King gazed at the master of the Chaos Holy Land atop the imperial peak, his countenance frigid as he intoned, "Master, Xiao Yun's insubordination has already violated the rules of our Chaos Holy Land. I am merely executing my duty impartially. I am not abusing my power. I implore you not to tarnish my reputation." The master of the Chaos Holy Land frowned and replied, "Xiao Yun was once a son of God, causing the Chaos Bell to toll 9 times. Must we really pursue him for such a trivial matter? If this were to spread, the outside world might believe that our Chaos Holy Land cannot accommodate talent." The East God King cast a cold glance at Xiao Yun and stated solemnly, "Months ago, in the Illusion Demon Tower, Xiao Yun injured Li Bufan. I spared him then out of consideration for his previous status as a son of God. However, this time, Xiao Yun brazenly pursued Li Bufan, slandering him and tarnishing his reputation. This is a serious affront to the dignity of the Son of God. As the enforcer, I must uphold justice." Xiao Yun retorted with a cold snort, "What great authority the Son of God wields. Is it permissible for the Son to act against ordinary disciples at will, while we, mere disciples, retaliate and are deemed in the wrong? Is there such a principle in the world?" The East God King gazed at Xiao Yun, his voice frigid. "In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. The Son of God represents immense potential and is the future pillar of our Chaos Holy Land. Naturally, he receives special treatment. Had you not relinquished your position as the Son of God, even if you had slain Li Bufan, it would not have been a grave offense. This is the rule of our chaos holy land. Xiao Yun's heart sank with regret for having abandoned his title as Son of God. He turned to the master of the chaos holy land and inquired, "Master, what must one do to become a son of God?" He realized that if he could attain the status of the Son of God, the East God King would have no grounds to penalize him further. The East God King, clearly understanding Xiao Yun and Appo's intent, smirked mockingly. "Now you comprehend the significance of identity? Alas, it is too late. There are 3 ways to become a son of God in our chaos holy land. First, possessing formidable talent and achieving great feats. Second, during the mountain opening and disciple recruiting ceremony, ringing the chaos bell 6 times. And third, possessing a special physique." After saying this, the East God King looked down at Xiao Yun, sneering, "Unfortunately, you cannot achieve any of these." The master of the chaos holy land interjected, "East God King, Xiao Yun is about to enter the true dragon and Appo's nest. Given his talent, if he can demonstrate our chaos holy land and Appo's strength within the true dragon and Appo's nest, it would constitute a great achievement, qualifying him for promotion to Son of God." The East God King retorted coldly, "That is a matter for the future. For now, he is not a son of God and must bear the consequences of offending the Son. Who says I cannot become a son of God now?" Xiao Yun shouted defiantly, pointing at the East God King. "Today, I shall show you that the position of Son of God is something I, Xiao Yun, can claim at will." With that, he promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing his cultivation of the Chaos Sutra. His actions left those around him in a state of bewilderment. However, it did not take long for some to surmise Xiao Yun's intentions. "I see. Xiao Yun aims to cultivate the chaos body through the Chaos Sutra. If he succeeds, he will possess a special physique and can instantly become the Son of God." Fool! How could the chaos body be so easily forged? Yet, if he could forge the Appo's prototype of the chaos body and Appo's, that would indeed qualify as a 3rd-tier royal body, sufficient to become a son of God. To forge the prototype of the chaos body, one must cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the completion of its 36th layer. In the past, Emperor Tian spent 200 years to succeed. How could Xiao Yun accomplish this in mere moments? Xiao Yun must be out of his mind. Surrounding whispers filled the air. The area was already crowded with many individuals, disciples of the Chaos Holy Land, elders, and even some supreme elders. After all, the commotion involving an enforcer and the master of the Chaos Holy Land was not something anyone wished to miss. Truly laughable. In the sky, the East God King paused for a moment, then regarded Xiao Yun below with derision, sneering, "Does he truly believe that the Chaos Sutra is so easily mastered? To rely on the Chaos Sutra to forge the prototype of the chaos body in such a short time? This child must be delusional." The master of the Chaos Holy Land observed the cross-legged Xiao Yun, sighing inwardly. He too felt that Xiao Yun was cornered, somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, the master sought to buy Xiao Yun some time, turning to the East God King. "East God King, since that is the case, why not grant Xiao Yun a little time? Surely, that is not too much to ask." The East God King, having no faith in Xiao Yun's ability to forge the prototype of the chaos body in a short time, scoffed and feigned generosity. "Very well, I shall grant him 1 week. Let us see if he can indeed forge the Appo's prototype of the chaos body and Appo's." The East God King harbored no concerns about Xiao Yun turning the tables. After all, he was acutely aware of the difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra. What talent did Emperor Tian possess? He was subdued by it. And yet, it took Emperor Tian 200 years to forge the prototype of the chaos body, a feat that had already broken historical records. Thus, the East God King utterly doubted that Xiao Yun could achieve this in such a short time frame. It was an impossible task. At that moment, the cosmos held profound truths, elusive to the senses. All that could be comprehended belonged to the primordial energy. Without principle, energy could not circulate. Without energy, principle could not manifest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun had entered a state of enlightenment, immersed in the comprehension of the Chaos Sutra. At this juncture, he no longer cared whether he would break through to the gathering Qi realm, nor did he concern himself with entering the true dragon's nest. After all, with his life hanging by a thread, what was the true dragon's nest to him? As Xiao Yun entered this state of enlightenment, he had already grasped a significant portion of the 10th layer of the Chaos Sutra. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged towards his body like rivers flowing into the sea. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Xiao Yun has actually broken through to the 10th layer. What immense comprehension! What is so remarkable about that? He reached the 9th layer over a year ago. He must have been on the verge of breaking through to the 10th layer for some time. Yet, to forge the prototype of the Chaos body, he must cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the 36th layer. He's still far from that. To forge the prototype of the Chaos body within a week is something even the gods could not accomplish. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Uncle Fu's face turned anxious. This is bad. The young master still needs to go to the true dragon's nest. If he breaks through to the gathering Qi realm now, he will be unable to enter the true dragon's nest. The master of the Chaos Holy Land chuckled and replied, "No worries, I can suppress his cultivation, preventing him from breaking through to the gathering Qi realm." With that, the master waved his hand, enveloping Xiao Yun in a golden barrier, blocking the surging spiritual energy from the outside world. Seeing this, Uncle Fu let out a sigh of relief. In the sky, the East God King snorted coldly, dismissing the situation. Only the 10th layer? He is still far from the 36th layer. This fellow thinks he can forge the prototype of the Chaos body. It's nothing but a daydream. Beside him, Li Bufan wore a mocking smile, convinced that Xiao Yun was doomed this time. The notion of forging the oppose, prototype of the Chaos body and oppose, within a week was utterly impossible. Even those emperors would not have been able to achieve such a feat at Xiao Yun's age. Chapter 43. The Convergence of Three Flowers, an extraordinary opportunity to his astonishment. Cultivating the 10th layer of the Chaos Scripture required 2 instances of enlightenment. At this moment, Xiao Yun remained undisturbed by the clamor of the outside world, deeply immersed in the state of comprehension while practicing the Chaos Scripture. He had not anticipated that the first 9 layers each required only a single instance of enlightenment. But upon reaching the 10th layer, he found that 2 were necessary for mastery. It seemed that as he progressed, the challenges of cultivating the Chaos Scripture intensified, necessitating an increasing number of moments of insight. Xiao Yun was suddenly enlightened. This revelation caught him off guard. He had initially believed that merely 108 instances of enlightenment would suffice to master the Chaos Scripture up to the 108th layer. Now, he realized how naive he had been. However, he thought to himself, as long as he could forge the oppose, Chaos body prototype, and oppose, he would be on par with a 3rd-tier royal body, sufficient to ascend as a holy son. Thankfully, he only needed to forge the Chaos body prototype and did not have to create the complete Chaos body immediately. According to what Emperor Tian had shared, merely achieving the Chaos body prototype required cultivating the Chaos Scripture to the 36th layer, and he still had over 140 instances of enlightenment remaining. Thus, Xiao Yun devotedly continued to expend his enlightenment instances, progressing through the layers of the Chaos Scripture. The 10th layer, 12th layer, 14th layer. As time passed, he drew ever closer to the Chaos body prototype. In this state of enlightenment, Xiao Yun resonated with the path of chaos. Finding the cultivation of the Chaos Scripture as effortless as eating or drinking, akin to having the answers during an examination, it was astonishingly swift. Boom! As Xiao Yun broke through layer after layer of the Chaos Scripture, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently, akin to a flood breaching a dam, rushing towards him in a relentless tide. However, a golden light shield enveloped his body, preventing this influx of spiritual energy from entering him. Otherwise, he might have instantly advanced to the Qi gathering realm. Meanwhile, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. How terrifying! Just how many layers had he broken through to attract such an immense flow of spiritual energy? When Elder Emperor Tian had remarked on his ability to advance 9 layers in a single day, could it truly be the case? To summon such a vast amount of spiritual energy, he must have surpassed merely breaking through to the 10th layer. As the crowd gasped, The influx of spiritual energy continued to swell around Xiao Yun. Not far away, the Eastern God King wore a dark expression, taken aback by Xiao Yun's formidable comprehension, which allowed him to break through multiple layers in succession, far surpassing Emperor Tian's achievements. Li Bufan, equally stunned, whispered to his side, "Master, could it be that Xiao Yun truly can forge the chaos body prototype?" The Eastern God King coldly snorted and replied telepathically, "Rest assured, no matter how exceptional his comprehension may be, he cannot reach the 36th layer of the end amp. Oppos, chaos scripture and amp, oppos, within a week." Hearing the Eastern God King and amp, oppos, words, Li Bufan finally relaxed. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged ever more abundantly toward Xiao Yun, yet the golden light shield kept it confined around him. This accumulation transformed the surrounding spiritual energy into a nearly liquid state, leaving many distant observers utterly astonished. The richness of this spiritual energy surpassed even that found in the training grounds of the saints. To dwell within it would undoubtedly accelerate their cultivation. An elder marveled. This remark sparked an idea in Fu Bo, who quickly turned to Shi Chunyu beside him and said, "Miss Shi, hurry and cultivate beside the young master. He has no need for this spiritual energy, but you can utilize it to enhance your cultivation." Shi Chunyu paused momentarily, but swiftly comprehended, hurrying to sit cross-legged beside Xiao Yun, beginning to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Indeed, Xiao Yun had no use for this energy, but she could certainly benefit from it. It was better to take advantage of it than to let it go to waste. Watching Shi Chunyu enter a state of cultivation, Fu Bo turned to Lin Xiaoya with a smile, saying, "Xiaoya, if you do not enter the true dragon nest, now is a splendid opportunity for you to break through to the Qi gathering realm. Furthermore, you might even seize this chance to reach the peak of the Qi gathering realm, making a breakthrough into the divine bridge realm entirely plausible." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoya became exceedingly conflicted. The temptation of reaching the peak of the Qi gathering realm, or even possibly breaking through to the divine bridge realm, was overwhelming. If left to her own devices, it would take her a decade to reach the divine bridge realm. Yet now, she had the chance to achieve it in merely a few days, saving her an immense amount of time. However, if she broke through to the Qi gathering realm, she would no longer be able to accompany Xiao Yun to the true dragon nest. What a dilemma! In the midst of this turmoil, Shi Chunyu broke through to the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. It seemed she had just recently ascended, yet here she was, breaking through once more in such a short time. With such an opportunity, it would indeed be strange if she did not advance. Unexpectedly, as Xiao Yun cultivated the chaos scripture, he inadvertently facilitated Shi Chunyu and Oppos as progress. Suddenly, exclamations erupted around them. Lin Xiaoya fixed her gaze intently on Shi Chunyu, who was seated cross-legged beside her senior. She could distinctly sense that Shi Chunyu's aura had intensified, indicating her recent advancement to the mid-stage of the divine bridge realm. How infuriating! This was her senior and Oppos' opportunity. It should not fall to you. Lin Xiaoya ground her teeth in frustration. Simultaneously, she realized that after this, the gap in cultivation between her and Shi Chunyu would only widen, an unbearable thought. Especially considering that Xiao Yun and Oppos' future cultivation speed would surely be swift. When he ventured out for experiences, he would undoubtedly bring Shi Chunyu along, leaving her, the weaker cultivator, behind as a burden. Unable to endure this any longer, Lin Xiaoya raised her head and said to Fu Bo, "Master, I will not go to the true dragon nest." With that, she dashed over to the opposite side of Xiao Yun, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Boom! Before long, Lin Xiaoya broke through to the Qi gathering realm, and her cultivation continued to surge. After all, her cultivation base was lower, allowing her to advance more swiftly than Shi Chunyu. Fu Bo beamed at this scene, recognizing it as a remarkable opportunity. Not only would it aid Lin Xiaoya in her cultivation, but it would also spare the young master from taking along a burden when entering the true dragon nest, a truly fortuitous turn of events. The master of the chaos sacred land, too, smiled at this unfolding scene. For him, whether it was Shi Chunyu or Lin Xiaoya, Both were disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, and their strength only served to bolster the might of the Chaos Sacred Land itself. In the distance, the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land watched enviously as Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya advanced in their realms. Unfortunately, with the master of the Chaos Sacred Land standing guard over Xiao Yun, they dared not approach to seize the opportunity. Moreover, the imperial peak was secured by protective formations, making it inaccessible to just anyone. They could only watch helplessly as Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya's cultivation continued to rise. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted violently, swirling more frantically towards the imperial peak. In the next moment, the onlookers beheld three blossoms gradually coalescing above Xiao Yun and damp Appo's head, radiating an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy. Good heavens, this was the convergence of three flowers. Xiao Yun had cultivated the chaos scripture to the 18th layer. One day, 9 layers. Now I finally believe Emperor Tian's words. Xiao Yun truly advanced 9 layers in a single day, blessed by the heavens. How terrifying! How could his comprehension be so profoundly strong? Was he in a constant state of enlightenment? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even the master of the Chaos Sacred Land and the Eastern God King, standing not far away, gazed at Xiao Yun in disbelief. The convergence of 3 flowers, the 18th layer of the Chaos Scripture. This was nothing short of astonishing. It has barely been a day. Even the great emperors of antiquity could not possibly possess such terrifying insight. Chapter 44. The 5 Qi ascending to the origin when Xiao Yun successfully cultivated the 18th layer of the Chaos Sutra. An extraordinary phenomenon of 3 flowers gathering at the crown of his head emerged, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. However, it was not long before envy turned their gazes towards Lin Xiaoya and Xiao Yun. The 3 blossoms above Xiao Yun's head could not be absorbed into his body due to the seal meticulously laid by the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. Thus, they seemed destined to waste away. Yet, would Uncle Fu allow such a precious opportunity to go to waste? Certainly not. Almost immediately, Uncle Fu intervened, directing the 3 flowers above Xiao Yun's head into the bodies of Xiao Yun and Lin Xiaoya. Xiao Yun, being the more powerful, received 2 flowers, while Lin Xiaoya received 1. These flowers represented an extraordinary opportunity for them. Upon absorbing her flower, Lin Xiaoya's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the Qi gathering realm, akin to a rocket launch. After absorbing her 2 flowers, Xiao Yun also broke through, ascending to the late stage of the divine bridge realm. The disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land, watching from a distance, were consumed with envy and jealousy, their expressions reflecting their intense desire for the same fortune. The Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land smiled slightly and remarked, "This has indeed favored these 2 young ladies." Uncle Fu sighed. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, even the chickens and dogs rise with them. Many chose to follow geniuses for such benefits. Uncle Fu himself had savored this sweetness in the past, having early on decided to follow Emperor Tian. Each time Emperor Tian broke through while cultivating the Chaos Sutra, he would bestow advantages upon his followers. It was through such opportunities that Uncle Fu reached the extraordinary realm. Otherwise, with his original talent, he could never have stepped into that domain. Now, it was Lin Xiaoya and Xiao Yun's turn to relish this fortune. Truly, they were 2 exceptionally fortunate young ladies. Uncle Fu could not help but feel envious of them. Without a doubt, Xiao Yun's talent far surpassed that of Emperor Tian, and with these 2 girls by his side, their future achievements were bound to be remarkable. Meanwhile, as Xiao Yun continued his cultivation of the Chaos Sutra, he encountered a troubling realization. He discovered that progressing to the 19th layer would require the time equivalent to 3 insights. This was a cumulative challenge. It seemed that to forge the chaos body, he would need to accumulate several hundred insights, at the very least. Xiao Yun felt somewhat speechless. He finally understood the immense difficulty of cultivating the Chaos Sutra, which explained why no one had succeeded over the years. The challenge was indeed formidable. Without the assistance of the system, he feared he would never even achieve the embryonic form of the chaos body in his lifetime. Fortunately, he had the system. Xiao Yun quietly rejoiced. Next, he checked his system and found he still had 135 insights remaining. This number exceeded his expectations. However, Xiao Yun quickly deduced that his cultivation of the Chaos Sutra had triggered some extraordinary phenomena, leading to the astonishment of those around him and granting him additional opportunities for insight. It was exhilarating. He had not anticipated that his cultivation would elicit such reactions and increase his insight count. It seemed certain that he would succeed in forging the embryonic form of the chaos body. Outside, the night had fallen, the stars twinkling brilliantly. Yet the crowd remained, captivated by Xiao Yun's cultivation speed, convinced he might truly forge the embryonic form of the chaos body, unwilling to miss this moment. As Xiao Yun continued to harness insights in his cultivation of the Chaos Sutra, the surrounding spiritual energy became increasingly dense, fully liquefying and flowing outward in all directions. This could not be wasted. Witnessing this scene, Uncle Fu swiftly employed his powers to gather the liquefied spiritual energy and direct it toward Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. Their cultivation experienced yet another breakthrough. Lin Xiaoya reached the perfected qi gathering realm, poised to condense her mental energy and step into the divine bridge realm, while Shi Chunyu ascended to the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, her strength significantly enhanced. Uncle Fu nodded in satisfaction. Given the circumstances, Lin Xiaoya had a high probability of breaking through to the divine bridge realm, and Shi Chunyu would likely reach the perfected stage, possibly even advancing to the celestial realm. Undoubtedly, this opportunity was astonishingly beneficial for them, saving them 2 to 3 decades of cultivation time. Suddenly, thunder rumbled through the void, and lightning flashed. Above Xiao Yun's head, clusters of resplendent yellow clouds began to coalesce. A count revealed 5 distinct clouds. An elder suddenly paused, as if recalling something, his eyes widening in disbelief, exclaiming, "It is the 5 chi ascending to the origin. He has cultivated the end amp. Amp, Oppos, Chaos Sutra and amp. Amp, Oppos, to the 27th layer." The crowd erupted in excitement. 3 flowers gathering at the crown. 5 chi ascending to the origin. It was terrifying. He had achieved such progress in just one day, breaking through 18 layers of the Chaos Sutra consecutively. If this young man could not succeed in cultivating the Chaos Sutra and forging the Chaos Body, it seemed unlikely anyone else could. With only 9 layers remaining, Xiao Yun was on the verge of forging the embryonic form of the Chaos Body. The astonishment among the onlookers was palpable. Even the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land was utterly stunned, gazing at Xiao Yun with wide eyes, unable to fathom the spectacle before him. In the distance, the Eastern Divine King wore an expression of utter dismay, his countenance as dark as the depths of the ocean. Li Bufan stood frozen, like a fool, murmuring in disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The scene before them left everyone thoroughly astounded. Who could have anticipated that Xiao Yun would cultivate the Chaos Sutra to the 27th layer in just one day? It was nothing short of a miraculous feat. Such comprehension surely indicated that he could forge the Chaos Body. The rise of the Chaos Sacred Land was within reach. After a moment, the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land sighed, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he gazed at the meditating Xiao Yun. At this moment, he resolved that even if Xiao Yun ultimately failed to forge the embryonic form of the Chaos Body, he would protect him, ensuring that the Eastern Divine King could not harm him in the slightest. Xiao Yun's extraordinary potential had profoundly impressed the Lord of the Chaos Sacred Land. Though the year prior, Xiao Yun had also achieved 9 layers in a single day, it was merely the word of Emperor Tian, not witnessed firsthand by the Lord, which had left him skeptical. But this time, the Lord had witnessed it with his own eyes, fully believing in Xiao Yun's remarkable talent, which assured him that Xiao Yun could indeed cultivate the Chaos Sutra and forge an unparalleled chaos body throughout the ages. This realization sparked hope for the rise of the Chaos Sacred Land, a hope that resided within Xiao Yun himself. Chapter 45. The Prototype of the Chaos Body. Ascending to the Holy Sun, yet another wave of great fortune. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Uncle Fu gazed at the 5 resplendent golden clouds forming above Xiao Yun's head, marveling at the good luck of Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu. These 5 clouds would undoubtedly enhance their powers far beyond the previous 3 flowers. Once the 5 clouds coalesced, Uncle Fu promptly summoned one, bestowing it upon Shi Chunyu. As for Lin Xiaoya, he refrained from doing so, for she was currently ensnared at the peak of the Qi gathering realm, unable to condense her spiritual energy and thus unable to progress to the divine bridge realm. She could not absorb the natural essence of the world. Conversely, after absorbing a cloud, Shi Chunyu's cultivation rose to the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, yet she too became trapped at a bottleneck. Uncle Fu had no choice but to seal away the remaining 4 clouds. Watching Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu, he sighed, "Now it all depends on your own fortunes." The master of the chaos sacred land chuckled and said, "Indeed, encounters are fate. Today, I shall lend them a helping hand." With that, he began to recite ancient verses. Yet curiously, no sound emerged. However, not far away, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu found themselves enveloped in a sphere of golden light. The profound silence of the sacred sound resonated. "This is the sacred sound." Uncle Fu's face was filled with astonishment. As a practitioner of the transcendence realm, he recognized the master of the chaos sacred land and Apos' technique immediately. This was a sound only a sage could produce, akin to the resounding thunder of the Buddha in the Buddhist realm, capable of enlightening minds and providing clarity. In simpler terms, it offered benefits close to sudden enlightenment, albeit not with the same overwhelming effects, perhaps a fraction of that realization. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to aid individuals in breaking through their realms. Moreover, the bottlenecks between the Qi gathering and divine bridge realms were not insurmountable. Given Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu's talents, breakthroughs were merely a matter of time. The master of the chaos sacred land's actions were merely to facilitate their advancement. As the sacred sound resonated forth, Lin Xiaoya and Shi Chunyu felt their bodies tremble, their minds akin to thunderclaps, granting them the sensation of piercing through their bottlenecks. Almost instantaneously, they began to assault their barriers, striving to ascend to the next realm. Among them, Lin Xiaoya, being of lower cultivation, broke through the fastest, swiftly condensing her spiritual energy and stepping into the divine bridge realm. "Excellent." Uncle Fu beamed with delight, waving his hand to send a golden cloud towards Lin Xiaoya for her to absorb. Her cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket, quickly advancing from the initial stage of the divine bridge realm to its mid-stage. Uncle Fu, naturally unreserved with his disciple, promptly sent another golden cloud her way. Lin Xiaoya's cultivation continued to ascend, reaching the late stage of the divine bridge realm. At this point, Uncle Fu directly sent the remaining 2 golden clouds together. Lin Xiaoya, eager to receive, absorbed both, propelling her cultivation to the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, equaling Shi Chunyu. However, at that moment, Shi Chunyu finally broke through her bottleneck, entering a new realm, the cave heaven realm. Suddenly, a black hole emerged behind Shi Chunyu, devouring the surrounding natural essence and expanding rapidly. At this juncture, Lin Xiaoya had reached the bottleneck of the divine bridge realm and could not break through in the short term. She had no choice but to open her eyes and cease her cultivation. The dense natural essence around them, however, now benefited Shi Chunyu, assisting her in swiftly establishing her cave heaven space. Before long, Shi Chunyu began to condense her second cave heaven. "Sister, she is truly remarkable. She has ascended to the cave heaven realm in one fell swoop." At this moment, Lin Xiaoya returned to Uncle Fu's side, observing Shi Chunyu's rapid progress without much jealousy. Having reached the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, she was but a step away from entering the cave heaven realm. Compared to Shi Chunyu, she felt as if she had soared to new heights, reaping immense rewards that nearly catapulted her into the heavens. Uncle Fu smiled warmly. "You 2 girls are exceptionally fortunate, but do not rejoice too soon. Your rapid cultivation increases are rather unstable. Henceforth, you must visit the illusionary demon tower daily to spar with those illusionary clones, honing your combat experience and solidifying your cultivation." "Yes, master." Lin Xiaoya nodded obediently, her face beaming with joy, for she had reached the divine bridge realm and could now fly with a sword, an aspiration she had long anticipated. Suddenly, a remarkable phenomenon manifested above Xiao Yun's head. This time, it was neither the 3 flowers gathering at the crown nor the 5 qi returning to origin, but rather colorful beams of light that soared into the heavens, resembling celestial pillars supporting the vast sky and universe. Additionally, golden lotus flowers began to bloom continuously across the land. Waves of profound Tao sounds surged through the void, resounding throughout the imperial peak. Above in the night sky, countless stars cast their silvery light, illuminating the entire imperial peak brilliantly. It was akin to waterfalls cascading from great heights, seemingly the Milky Way descending from the heavens. Such a spectacle was breathtaking, leaving the onlookers awestruck and speechless. Yet soon, their astonishment deepened as they observed Xiao Yun, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes. At this moment, his body gradually began to levitate, radiating a dazzling golden light, akin to a sun bursting forth in resplendent glory. Behind him, the colorful beams of light had increased to 30, resembling 30 towering divine pillars supporting the expansive firmament. What was even more astonishing was that from these colorful divine pillars emanated an overwhelming sound of the Tao. This is the sound of the Tao. Could they be projections of a Tao? They must be projections of the Tao. I have witnessed the 300 projections of the Tao from the Emperor's heaven. Xiao Yun possesses 30 Tao projections. Has he truly forged the end-amp? Oppos, prototype of the chaos body and-amp. Oppos. Gasps of awe erupted among the crowd, many inhaling sharply in disbelief. It was simply too shocking. Xiao Yun had indeed forged the prototype of the chaos body, astonishingly elevating his cultivation of the chaos scriptures to the 36th level. What an incredible revelation! Some elders, in their astonishment, inadvertently plucked their own beards, unable to contain their shock. In just one day in Oppos' time, Xiao Yun had accomplished the feat of forging the prototype of the chaos body. Nothing could be more astonishing than this. If this news reached the cultivation world, it would surely ignite a fervor throughout. The master of the chaos sacred land gazed at the levitating Xiao Yun with eyes full of wonder. Beside him, Uncle Fu wore a broad smile. Meanwhile, not far away, the Eastern God King and Li Bufan wore expressions as dark as storm clouds, their faces shrouded in ominous shadows. They knew they had failed. Xiao Yun had indeed forged the prototype of the chaos body, thus becoming the Holy Sun. Indeed, in the next moment, the master of the chaos sacred land proclaimed loudly, "Disciple Xiao Yun, with extraordinary talent, has forged the prototype of the chaos body. I hereby elevate him to the status of Holy Sun." His resonant voice echoed throughout the entire chaos sacred land. At this moment, all disciples of the chaos sacred land erupted into a fervor. Chapter 46, Transformation 800,000 Gene of Power upon achieving mastery of the 36th layer of the chaos scripture. Xiao Yun felt as though the heavens had descended with auspicious colors, and the earth erupted with golden lotuses. Brilliant lotus flowers bloomed resplendently. Divine radiance filled the skies, and dragons danced alongside phoenixes, while purple chi flowed from the east. 30 majestic avenues manifested behind him, illuminating the cosmos with 5-color divine light. As 7-colored brilliance rained down upon the entire sacred land of chaos, numerous wondrous phenomena and enigmatic portals appeared, each resonating with the profound sounds of the great Tao, echoing in Xiao Yun's heart like the admonitions of revered Buddhist monks or the enlightening teachings of Taoist sages. His expression was solemn and dignified, entranced as if he had encountered life-giving rain in a parched desert, revitalizing his spirit. The dust of his soul was instantaneously cleansed, resembling a pristine mirror untouched by even the slightest speck. In this moment, Xiao Yun's physical form underwent a complete metamorphosis, evolving from an ordinary body to that of a king, and he began to manifest the embryonic form of the chaos body. Is this the embryonic form of the chaos body? Xiao Yun ceased his cultivation, turning inward to examine his flesh, organs, and bones, all of which had undergone qualitative transformations. Radiating divine colors, and exuding an aura of sanctity. Simultaneously, he sensed his physical strength had increased significantly, with a torrential surge of vitality coursing through him. Teeming with boundless energy, an estimated enhancement of at least 100,000 gene. Thus, he now possessed a formidable strength of 800,000 gene, stepping into the realm of the seven bands. This was to be expected. Possessing a third-tier king body inherently offered 100,000 gene more strength than an ordinary body. Xiao Yun was exhilarated. With such combat prowess, who could stand against him once he entered the true dragon and oppos? As nest, he could easily sweep away all formidable foes. Of course, he was grateful to the master of the sacred land of chaos for restraining his cultivation, for had it not been for that, he might have directly ascended to the cave heaven realm. For Xiao Yun, there was no urgency to ascend to the cave heaven realm. What he sought was to achieve unparalleled strength at each level and establish an unshakable foundation. This was a shared choice among the most extraordinary prodigies. For these prodigies, elevating their cultivation was not a challenge. Rather, they aimed to forge the most potent foundation, which would empower their future ascendants to emperor. Without a robust foundation, the opportunity to become an emperor would remain elusive. Xiao Yun's ambition was undoubtedly to become an emperor. Thus, he was not in haste to elevate his cultivation. With his insights, his advancement would come naturally, as effortless as water flowing downhill. The esteemed elder disciple, Xiao Yun, endowed with exceptional talent, had forged the embryonic form of the chaos body, thereby being promoted to the status of Holy Son. At that moment, he heard the voice of the master of the sacred land of chaos. Xiao Yun promptly opened his eyes, bowing respectfully to the master, saying, "Thank you for your protection, Master." He understood that the master stood firmly by his side, and thus he held him in great esteem. The master of the sacred land of chaos regarded Xiao Yun with admiration and, smiling, remarked, "There is no need for such formality, Holy Son. I am delighted to witness your creation of the embryonic form of the chaos body. It is a momentous occasion for our sacred land. I hope you will continue to strive diligently to forge the true chaos body and lead our sacred land to glory." Xiao Yun, with a grave expression and resolute gaze, replied, "Rest assured, Master, I shall forge the chaos body." The master nodded and then turned his attention to the Eastern God King in the sky, calmly stating, "Eastern God King, now that Xiao Yun is also a holy son, according to our rules, we shall not interfere in the conflicts between holy sons, provided they do not harm one another." The Eastern God King's countenance darkened, and he coldly remarked, "Tion has indeed taken on a promising disciple. I hope he can truly forge the chaos body in the future." With that, the Eastern God King departed into the ether. Li Bufan stood there, feeling somewhat lost. He gazed at Xiao Yun below, his heart heavy with sorrow. Xiao Yun had now become a holy son, equaling his status, and he could no longer use rank to constrain him. Within the sacred land of chaos, Xiao Yun, empowered by the forces of the Chaos Bell, was undoubtedly stronger than he. It was clear that if he wished to avoid misfortune in the future, he would have to steer clear of Xiao Yun. This left Li Bufan feeling extremely disgruntled. At this moment, Xiao Yun looked toward Li Bufan, smiling as he asked the master, "Master, as long as I do not cripple Li Bufan's cultivation or kill him, may I freely strike him?" The master of the sacred land of chaos appeared speechless for a moment before responding. "As long as it does not endanger the Holy Son and Oppos, S life or incapacitate his cultivation, we shall not intervene in the grievances between holy sons." With that, the master took his leave. Xiao Yun regarded Li Bufan with a cold smirk, clenching his fist as he declared, "Li Bufan, did you hear that? From now on, every time I see you, I will strike you." Before he could finish, Li Bufan had already fled into the sky with astonishing speed, leaving Xiao Yun dumbfounded. "Alas, it seems I cannot deal with this fellow just yet," Xiao Yun lamented. Although he could defeat Li Bufan with the power of the Chaos Bell, he was still in the body refinement stage and could not fly, rendering him unable to match Li Bufan's speed. If Li Bufan truly wished to escape, Xiao Yun would not be able to pursue him. Once I return from the true dragon's nest and elevate my cultivation, I will settle the score with you," Xiao Yun scoffed, quickly dismissing Li Bufan from his thoughts. A merely bouffon was not worthy of his concern. To be considered a rival, one must at least possess a supreme body. As for Li Bouffon, he was still far from that mark. Senior brother, Xiao senior brother. At that moment, Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu approached. Xiao Yun immediately noticed the significant enhancement in Shi Chunyu and Lin Xiaoya's cultivation and smiled. Congratulations on your remarkable advancement. This is all thanks to the opportunities bestowed by senior brother Xiao. Shi Chunyu beamed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, having made tremendous progress to enter the cave heaven realm, saving decades of arduous training. Beside her, Lin Xiaoya chimed in joyfully. Senior brother, I am now at the perfected God Bridge realm, far surpassing you. Xiao Yun chuckled. In that case, you cannot accompany me to the true dragon's nest. Lin Xiaoya's expression immediately fell at his words. Fu Bo, nearby, chuckled and remarked, without her, as a burden, you will have more freedom in the true dragon's nest, young master. Indeed, Xiao Yun laughed heartily at this. You guys. Lin Xiaoya puffed up her cheeks, stamping her foot in displeasure as she glared at them. Suddenly, Di Tian descended from the heavens, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a sense of triumph as he approached. Upon seeing Di Tian smile, Xiao Yun guessed that his master had triumphed and promptly congratulated him. Master, you are indeed formidable, able to defeat even the mighty beings of the heaven realm. It is noteworthy that Di Tian was merely at the extraordinary realm, and typical cultivators of that level would be as helpless as children before the might of the heaven realm. Yet, Di Tian managed to overcome a being of the heaven realm, showcasing the terrifying extent of his power. Just a mere early-stage heaven realm waste, with my half-formed chaos body. If I could not defeat him, it would be a true insult to the chaos body, the supreme entity. Di Tian waved his hand dismissively and then looked at Xiao Yun with a proud smile, expressing, Disciple, you have surpassed me greatly, achieving the embryonic form of the chaos body so swiftly. You shall undoubtedly forge the true chaos body and become invincible in the world. Even as he battled Dong Yutong in the heavens, Di Tian's divine sense allowed him to perceive all that transpired below. When the Eastern God King appeared to confront Xiao Yun, it was Di Tian who sent word to summon the master of the sacred land of chaos. Otherwise, would you think the master would arrive so promptly? Fortunately, later witnessing the embryonic form of the chaos body crafted by Xiao Yunzhu, Emperor Tian was filled with exhilaration. The more he observed this disciple before him, the more satisfaction he felt as he realized that there would indeed be a worthy successor. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yun, who remained unaware of his master's endeavors, he responded to Emperor Tian's words with a smile, assuring, Master, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly forge the chaos body. He was deeply yearning for this achievement. The chaos body, ranked first among the 10 supreme bodies, has been lauded throughout the ages as the most formidable special physique across the myriad realms. Xiao Yun felt an impatient anticipation within his heart. Once he successfully forged the chaos body, it would mark the moment when the divine dragon would soar proudly across the 9 heavens. Chapter 47. Arrival at the true dragon's nest half a month later at the imperial peak. Xiao Yun and Di Tian prepared to set off for the true dragon's nest, accompanied by Fu Bo, Lin Xiaoya, and Shi Chunyu, who came to bid them farewell. Young master, this is a spatial ring containing a wealth of spirit beast meat, Xian Tai, flying daggers, and numerous spirit stones, Fu Bo said, presenting a spatial ring to Xiao Yun with a solemn expression. Xiao Yun nodded appreciatively, accepting the ring and expressing his gratitude. Beside him, Lin Xiaoya gazed at Xiao Yun with reluctance. Senior brother, please be careful. Xiao Yun smiled gently, patting Lin Xiaoya's head with confidence. Do you doubt my strength? Wishing you victory, senior brother Xiao. Shi Chunyu whispered her blessings. Xiao Yun returned her smile before taking to the skies with Di Tian, departing from the imperial peak. Meanwhile, on the peaks of the chaotic sacred land, numerous eyes turned toward Xiao Yun, as if they were all aware of his mission. After all, the opening of the true dragon and amp, Appo's S-Nest was a grand event in the cultivation world, known to all. Senior brother Xiao is heading to the true dragon and amp, Appo's S-Nest. For many years, our talented individuals attempting to reach the true dragon's nest have been ambushed by the Taichu's sacred land, suffering heavy casualties. Senior brother Xiao may face peril this time. Senior brother Xiao has already reached the 7th forbidden realm, boasting a strength of 800,000 gene, ranking 10th among the strongest in the history of body refinement. He will surely sweep through the true dragon's nest. Indeed, senior brother Xiao is formidable. But I have heard that the Taichu sacred land has unleashed a supreme body, reportedly the 4th-ranked time-space body. His strength likely surpasses that of senior brother Xiao. Let us hope that senior brother Xiao achieves victory and showcases the might of our chaotic sacred land. Many disciples of the chaotic sacred land offered their well wishes to Xiao Yun. After all, his journey to the true dragon's nest represented the honor of their sect. A victory for Xiao Yun would bring them glory, while a defeat would subject them to ridicule in their future endeavors. Thus, with a few exceptions, nearly everyone wished for Xiao Yun to triumph and return in glory. Many eyes are upon me. In the skies, Xiao Yun and Di Tian stood upon a white cloud, feeling the weight of countless gazes filled with fervent anticipation. Xiao Yun involuntarily felt a twinge of pressure. This journey to the true dragon's nest carried immense responsibility. Di Tian sighed beside him. Our chaotic sacred land has remained silent for too long, to the point where outside cultivators have forgotten that we are one of the 6 great sacred lands of the Central Plains. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's confidence surged, and he clenched his fist tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Then let me, Xiao Yun, demonstrate that our chaotic sacred land remains the strongest. Di Tian smiled faintly, satisfied with Xiao Yun and Appo's confidence. A prodigious talent should possess such self-assurance. With my invincibility, I shall remain invincible. Without confidence in oneself, how can one defeat the enemy? Thus, every invincible genius harbors the belief of and Appo's. I am invincible, and Appo's safe travels. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Xiao Yun and Di Tian and Appo's ears. It was the Lord of the chaotic sacred land. They promptly bowed in respect, and the Lord smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yun sensed the Lord's expectations, and his spirit soared, proclaiming loudly, "Today as I, Xiao Yun, venture to the true dragon's nest, I shall sweep away all geniuses and uphold the might of our chaotic sacred land." His resounding voice reverberated throughout the entire chaotic sacred land. Instantly, the Lord and many elders displayed smiles of reassurance. The disciples felt invigorated, silently wishing for Xiao Yun's success. Upon departing the chaotic sacred land, Di Tian hastened their journey toward the true dragon's nest. After several days, they arrived at the true dragon's nest. It was a vast canyon enveloped by a golden protective formation, shrouded in swirling clouds and ethereal spirit energy, obscuring the scenery within, only faintly revealing a majestic dragon's aura that left one in awe. At the entrance of the canyon stood a massive azure stone platform, bustling with young figures engaged in animated conversations. "Disciple, wait here for the true dragon's nest to open while I greet a few old friends." Di Tian instructed Xiao Yun before taking flight. Xiao Yun, with keen eyes, suddenly noticed a young woman appearing on a cloud, accompanying his master. A clandestine affair. He squinted slightly but felt no surprise. After all, Di Tian had once been the foremost disciple of the chaotic sacred land, enjoying boundless glory. So having a few close companions was quite natural. Xiao Yun couldn't and Appo's help but marvel at his master's enduring charm. Could this be senior brother Xiao? At that moment, a young girl approached, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity as she observed Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was taken aback and questioned, "May I ask for your name?" "Young lady, how do you know me?" The young girl replied with a smile, "I am Tang Yun from the Mountain Water sect. As for how I know you, the beautiful lady who just left with your master is my teacher." With that, Tang Yun playfully winked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun couldn't help but chuckle. So this girl was the disciple of his master's companion, making her akin to a junior sister. Who could say whether her teacher might become his future mentor? "Ah, so you're a junior sister, Tang. It is an honor," Xiao Yun said politely. Tang Yun studied Xiao Yun with intrigue. her eyes glimmering with admiration. My teacher often tells me that senior brother Tian has accepted an extraordinary disciple, destined to make a name for himself in the Nine Heavens continent. Meeting you today is indeed remarkable. Junior sister Tang flatters me. I observe that your physique radiates with golden light. You have likely reached the pinnacle of body refinement. Xiao Yun complimented as they exchanged pleasantries. Just then, a carriage rushed in their direction, heading straight towards Tang Yun. The driver, noticing her, shouted, "The Overlord sect is here. Hurry and clear the way." In the driver's eyes, anyone who heard the name of the Overlord sect should promptly yield. However, Tang Yun was not one to suffer in silence. With a cold huff, she leapt forward, striking down the horse that pulled the carriage with a single palm. "Ah!" the driver exclaimed, tumbling to the ground. Yet, the carriage itself shimmered with azure light, landing safely. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed. He sensed two powerful auras emanating from within the carriage, surpassing Tang Yun's strength, likely belonging to geniuses who had entered the Forbidden Realm. No wonder they dare to act so arrogantly. "You dare to obstruct the carriage of the Overlord sect and slay our steed? Do you wish for death?" The driver scrambled to his feet, glaring at Tang Yun in fury. Tang Yun retorted, "The Overlord sect is indeed imposing, yet you act so brazenly after colliding with someone." The driver shot her a furious glare. At that moment, the carriage and amp oppose, as curtain lifted, revealing a young lady clad in a striking red dress. She coldly scrutinized Tang Yun and asked, "Did we collide with you?" Tang Yun paused before responding with a scoff. "If not for my strength, I would have already been struck by you." "So you mean we did not collide?" The girl in red replied coldly, and then vanished in an instant, leaving only a blur behind. Not good. Xiao Yun's expression changed drastically, but by the time he decided to intervene, it was already too late. A sharp slap echoed through the air, and Xiao Yun immediately caught sight of Tang Yun's cheek turning crimson, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, as she glared fiercely at the girl in the red dress across from her. Chapter 48. A resounding slap. Xiao Yun's gaze was frigid. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to act brazenly in this place, catching him off guard and preventing him from intervening in time. At that moment, the girl in the red dress continued, "Our Overlord sect does not bully others, but neither shall we allow others to bully us. If we were to collide with you, we would certainly apologize. However, since we have not, the death of my horse shall be your price." Tang Yun covered her face, her eyes ablaze with anger as she glared at the girl in red, exclaiming indignantly, "You are twisting the truth and being unreasonable." The girl in red looked at her calmly and replied, "Our Overlord sect is known for its sense of justice. If you doubt it, feel free to inquire among those around us whether or not I collided with you just now." After saying this, her icy gaze swept over the crowd, causing them to flinch and retreat, leaving no one to defend Tang Yun. What a tyrannical sect! Xiao Yun stepped beside Tang Yun, casting a cold stare at the girl in red, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light as he said, "Apologize to her at once, or do not blame me for being impolite." As Tang Yun was a disciple of his future master, Xiao Yun felt compelled to stand up for her. Moreover, the girl in red was exceedingly arrogant. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" The girl in red shot back with a mocking smile, her cold gaze fixed on Xiao Yun. "Do you wish to play the hero? I fear you are merely a bear." Xiao Yun and Oppo's stare intensified, his demeanor growing more frigid. "I will not repeat myself. Slap yourself and apologize to her immediately." "Such audacity. Allow me to give you a slap as a favor, fulfilling your role as a bear saving a beauty." The girl in red huffed, her brows furrowing as she transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging toward Xiao Yun. In an instant, she appeared before him, her hand raised to strike. Regardless of a woman's beauty, a heart of malice is always repugnant. Xiao Yun, though initially reluctant to raise his hand against a woman, found her brazen attitude intolerable. With a swift motion, Xiao Yun shot forward, seizing the girl's wrist and constraining her throat with his other hand, causing her to tremble in shock and become immobile. Gasps erupted from the crowd, astonished at his formidable strength. This person is remarkable, having subdued Zhang Yakin with a single move. Indeed, Zhang Yakin from the Overlord sect is quite renowned. Her brother, Zhang Yunfei, possesses a 5 elements divine body, and is the foremost disciple of the sect. She herself has entered a restricted realm, hailed as one of the dual prodigies, and yet she has fallen to an unknown individual today. As whispers spread through the crowd, their eyes brimmed with astonishment at Xiao Yun's prowess. Meanwhile, Zhang Yakin's expression darkened. She had not anticipated such formidable strength from him, clearly at least within the third restricted realm. Nonetheless, she remained defiant, glaring at Xiao Yun and demanding, "Release me at once." Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly, "Since you are unwilling to slap yourself, I shall assist you, and then I will naturally release you." Zhang Yakin's brows furrowed, her eyes piercing as she retorted, "Do you dare? Why would I hesitate?" Xiao Yun tightened his grip on her throat, lifting her effortlessly, and raised his hand, poised to strike. Zhang Yakin's pupils constricted as she shouted angrily, "My brother is Zhang Yunfei. If you dare to lay a hand on me, he will not spare you." Xiao Yun scoffed, "I'm afraid I do not know this person, so your threat holds no weight with me." With that, he raised his hand, his gaze icy. Zhang Yakin glared at him, her eyes filled with resentment. "Stop." At that moment, another figure emerged from the carriage, unable to remain seated. With a delicate yet commanding voice, she stepped out. The crowd turned to see a stunning figure emerge, possessing an angelic face and a devilish figure, a goddess in bloom, her skin radiant and enchanting. It was none other than Mu Qianxue. She was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the younger generation in Central Land, a peerless genius with an ice elemental body. Rumor had it she was even betrothed to a time-space body from the Taichu sacred land. The crowd erupted with excitement at the sight of her. Even Xiao Yun was momentarily entranced, for her beauty rivaled that of Shi Chunyu. Yet, Xiao Yun was not a creature swayed by superficial allure, regardless of her beauty. He remained undeterred and lifted his hand to strike Zhang Yakin once more. Seeing Xiao Yun's intention, Mu Qianxue interjected, "You cannot strike her." Xiao Yun halted, a sardonic smile spreading across his face as he regarded Mu Qianxue with icy indifference. "And why is that?" Mu Qianxue gazed at him with clarity, a gentle smile gracing her lips, akin to a garden in full bloom. "Just consider it a favor to me, will you?" Xiao Yun's expression remained indifferent. "Do we know each other?" Mu Qianxue hesitated momentarily, but then smiled sweetly. "We did not know each other before. But now since we are not acquainted," Xiao Yun interrupted her, his gaze frosty. "Why should I extend you any favor?" The crowd fell silent, astonishment washing over them. How bold of him to speak so disrespectfully to Mu Qianxue. It was a rare sight to witness someone daring to address her in such a manner. Was he perhaps attempting to play a game of allure? As the crowd buzzed with conversation, Mu Qianxue was momentarily taken aback. As the foremost fairy of her generation, blessed with extraordinary talent and unparalleled beauty, she was accustomed to receiving respect wherever she went. Yet Xiao Yun paid no heed to the murmurs around him, his hand descending upon Zhang Yakin with resolute force. With a resounding slap, Xiao Yun struck, channeling immense power that not only reddened Zhang Yakin's cheek, but also knocked out 3 of her teeth, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. The atmosphere in the area became eerily quiet. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The spectators were utterly astonished. After all, this was Zhang Yakin from the Overlord sect, whose brother was a legendary prodigy with a 5 elements divine body. Mu Qianxue's expression, too, turned blank. She had not expected Xiao Yun to be so audacious. "Leave now, and do not return with such arrogance," Xiao Yun declared, casting Zhang Yakin aside. Mu Qianxue rushed forward to catch Zhang Yakin, shielding her behind herself. Chapter 49. The Overlord Sect, I shall not let you escape. Zhang Yunfei. I swear that my brother will crush you into ashes and obliterate your very being. At this moment, Zhang Yakin concealed herself behind Mu Qianxue, her eyes seething with venomous rage as they glared at Xiao Yun, flames of fury nearly erupting from her gaze. She, Zhang Yakin, was a true disciple of the Overlord sect, a prodigious talent who had ventured into forbidden realms. Her brother, Zhang Yunfei, was an extraordinary genius possessing the 5 elements divine body. With such a prestigious lineage, who would dare provoke her? Yet today, she had been publicly slapped, an insufferable humiliation. Fuming with indignation, Zhang Yakin trembled. Her once charming visage contorted into a grotesque snarl, her eyes filled with malice as they fixated on Xiao Yun. Very well. I await your brother's arrival. By the way, I am Xiao Yun. Make sure he does not mistake me for someone else. Xiao Yun replied coldly, his gaze unwavering. Should they desire to seek their own demise, he would show no mercy. Once they entered the true dragon nest, he would not hesitate to unleash a massacre. Wait for it. Zhang Yakin shot Xiao Yun a fierce glare before swiftly departing. Beside them, Mu Qianxue regarded Xiao Yun as if he were a specter, a soft sigh escaping her lips. You should not have acted. I intended to spare you from this fate, but alas, it seems your destiny is sealed. Sigh. Understanding dawned upon the onlookers. Mu Qianxue sought to mediate this enmity, to avert a calamity. It was no wonder she was revered as a reincarnation of a bodhisattva, embodying profound compassion. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes, exasperated by the narrow-mindedness of those around him. Facing the saintly demeanor of Mu Qianxue, he retorted, so according to your reasoning, if someone strikes my friend, we must remain passive and accept our fate? Mu Qianxue gazed at him gently. I comprehend your discontent and anger. Yet you must realize that sometimes taking a step back opens up boundless horizons. Apologies, but I'm not one to retreat, Xiao Yun replied defiantly. Shaking her head, Mu Qianxue sighed, stubborn impulsiveness may lead you to grievous harm. Why invite such suffering? Xiao Yun coldly responded, perhaps my enemies will meet their end by my hands. Confidence is commendable, but lacking the strength to back it up is merely a display for public spectacle, inviting disgrace. Mu Qianxue replied with a calm demeanor. Xiao Yun sneered. How can you be so certain I lack the strength? Gently brushing her hair aside, Mu Qianxue replied, while I cannot claim to know every genius in the world, I am well acquainted with those possessing unique talents across the realm. Among them, the name and Appos, Xiao Yun and Appos, does not exist. Is a special constitution truly superior? Must an ordinary body inevitably succumb to a special one? I refuse to believe that. Xiao Yun scoffed. Mu Qianxue shook her head. An ordinary body is fundamentally inferior. This is a widely accepted truth in the cultivation world, not something you can dismiss with mere disbelief. That merely reveals your short-sightedness and lack of perspective, Xiao Yun retorted, inciting ire among the surrounding audience. What an arrogant individual. How brazen to claim Mu Qianxue is short-sighted. Such audacity. Once Zhang Yunfei arrives, I shall witness his downfall. It must be said, Mu Qianxue had quite the entourage, turning Xiao Yun into a target for disdain. He, however, paid no heed to the faceless crowd. Turning to Tang Yunyun. Are you unharmed? Tang Yunyun cast a glance at Mu Qianxue before whispering to Xiao Yun, Brother Xiao, it was I who brought you trouble. You should leave quickly. Zhang Yunfei is formidable. Xiao Yun smiled gently. I must eventually enter the true dragon nest. If I flee now, how shall I escape once inside? Tang Yunyun froze, her face etched with guilt. It is all my fault. Xiao Yun shook his head, chuckling. You have done nothing wrong. How can you be at fault? You did not err, but you have. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out from afar. Everyone turned to see a young man striding forward with an air of dominance, his raven hair flowing like ink, a visage chiseled like stone, and eyes sparkling like stars, radiating an aura of invincibility. Behind him trailed a smug Zhang Yakin, her head held high, casting disdainful glances at those around, akin to a proud peacock. However, upon her gaze landing on Xiao Yun, her expression twisted into one of fury and resentment. Zhang Yunfei has arrived, possessing the 5 elements divine body. Zhang Yunfei's prowess was said to rival that of the holy sect science, second only to the time and space entity of the primordial Holy Land. This so-called Xiao Yun was doomed. Witnessing the formidable figure beside Zhang Yakin, the crowd erupted in astonishment, gasps escaping their lips. Young prodigies in the distance turned their attention toward the spectacle. Initially, they had dismissed Xiao Yun and Zhang Yakin, but the presence of both Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yunfei commanded their focus. After all, both were among the pinnacle geniuses, undeniably ranking within the top 10 of the young cultivators. Who dared provoke Zhang Yunfei? How intriguing that someone would incite the wrath of such a figure. Could it possibly be a scion from a holy sect? A spectacle was surely unfolding. As renowned geniuses gravitated toward the scene, the nameless onlookers parted ways. In the midst of the gathering, Zhang Yunfei's gaze pierced like lightning. His icy demeanor fixated on Xiao Yun. With each step he took, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the surroundings, emanating from him naturally, a testament to his unparalleled prowess, a trait only true prodigies could cultivate. The atmosphere grew stifling, as if the very fabric of space had solidified, an oppressive force weighing down upon all present, akin to being crushed by a mountain. Zhang Yunfei and Appo's overwhelming presence astonished the arriving young geniuses, who were now visibly shaken. When they turned their gaze back to Xiao Yun, confusion marred their features. How could this seemingly ordinary mortal dare to offend Zhang Yunfei? Do you now regret your actions? Suddenly, Mu Qinxue sighed softly, casting a glance at Xiao Yun, seemingly yearning to see shock, fear, despair, and regret reflected in his eyes. She had encountered many such individuals before. Yet this time, she misjudged, for within Xiao Yun's eyes, there was no trace of fear or regret, only the unwavering calm and confidence she had seen in those extraordinary geniuses. Zhang Yunfei, the five elements divine body, is that truly so formidable? Xiao Yun regarded Mu Qianxue with indifference before turning his attention to Zhang Yunfei, coldly stating, I do not find you impressive. Chapter 50. A stunning revelation. I don't think you are particularly strong. How audacious can this fellow be? To dare claim that Zhang Yunfei lacks strength. Does he fancy himself akin to the temporal entity of the primordial sacred land? I have encountered many arrogant individuals, yet none who possess such unbridled hubris. In terms of arrogance, I, Zhang San, would deem him the most formidable in the cultivation world. As Xiao Yun and Appo's words reverberated through the air, the crowd erupted into a clamor. His proclamation was indeed audacious. Who is Zhang Yunfei? He is the foremost direct disciple of the Overlord sect, boasting a second-tier divine body known as the Five Elements Divine Body. His combat prowess in the body refinement realm rivals those unparalleled prodigies of the sacred lands. Who would dare underestimate him? Yet, who is this Xiao Yun? A murmur of confusion swept through the assembly, for none recognized this so-called genius. Xiao Yun, I have not heard of you, a nameless individual, daring to be so arrogant, truly a height of insolence. Zhang Yunfei regarded Xiao Yun with an expression of indifference. He was indeed formidable, standing there like an immovable mountain, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure upon those around him. However, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, fixing a cold glare upon Zhang Yunfei and retorting, in terms of arrogance, who can rival your overlord sect? As for you, Zhang Yunfei, I do not know you. Does that not imply you are merely another nameless individual? The crowd fell silent, astonished by Xiao Yun's audacity in confronting Zhang Yunfei with such disdain, as if he were an unparalleled prodigy of the sacred lands himself. A cold chuckle escaped Zhang Yunfei's lips upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, and his powerful aura surged like a tempest, forcing those nearby to retreat in disarray. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun felt an overwhelming dominance emanating from his opponent. Do you not recognize me? Very well, but from this day forth, I shall be indelibly etched in your memory. Zhang Yunfei's gaze was frigid as he locked eyes with Xiao Yun, his pupils sharp as a blade. An intense aura of murderous intent permeated the air, bearing down upon Xiao Yun. At that moment, an extreme coldness enveloped the space, freezing the atmosphere, suffocating all who were present. Forgive me, my heart is only captivated by beautiful women. I harbor no interest in men, so please do not delude yourself. Xiao Yun retreated a step, casting a look of disdain at Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei's eyes darkened. You must be mistaken. I merely wish to teach you a lesson, so you will forever remember who truly holds your interest. The crowd was left speechless. The previously tense atmosphere had been disrupted by this audacious youth. Nearby, Tang Yinyin could not contain her laughter, hastily covering her mouth, while Mu Qinxue shot a peculiar glance at Xiao Yun. Boom! Zhang Yunfei, veins bulging on his forehead, was finally provoked. He threw a punch toward Xiao Yun. This punch appeared ordinary and lacked speed, as if devoid of any power. yet it exuded an immense, oppressive force, akin to a mountain crashing down, inducing a suffocating sensation. The talented individuals opposite Xiao Yun wore expressions of astonishment, for they felt their bodies constrained beneath the weight of his punch. Xiao Yun experienced a similar sensation, his expression growing grave. Xiao Yun's strength was indeed formidable, far surpassing that of the defeated Xiao Yun. Yet, Xiao Yun was undaunted, raising his fist to retaliate. Unlike Xiao Yun's seemingly mundane strike, Xiao Yun's fist was imbued with overwhelming dominance as he unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist, a technique renowned for its ferocity. Boom! As Xiao Yun's fist surged forth, the surrounding spiritual energy convulsed, radiating a golden light from his hand like waves of golden ocean surging toward Xiao Yun. This strike was unparalleled in momentum, its might palpable and seemingly unstoppable. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Xiao Yun possessed such power. After all, they were all geniuses and could discern the exceptional nature of Xiao Yun's attack. Bang! At that moment, the fists of Xiao Yun and Xiao Yun collided with a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to explode in a dazzling display of light that illuminated the entire platform. In this exchange, neither party emerged victorious, and they continued to clash. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, neither willing to yield an inch. The fierce battle ignited a fervor among the spectators. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. While Xiao Yun's strength was anticipated, who exactly was this Xiao Yun to possess such terrifying power? How can this be? Zhang Yakin, who had previously worn a smug expression, now wore a look of disbelief as her smile froze. She had assumed her brother would easily defeat Xiao Yun, yet now he found himself unable to contend with him. Who is he? There is no record of such a person among the sacred lands. Mu Qianxue and Appo's eyes mirrored her confusion. She had not anticipated the extent of Xiao Yun's strength. The ground trembled violently as the two combatants clashed, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. The earth cracked beneath them, and the air thickened with the ferocity of their battle, as if two mountains were colliding. Suddenly, Xiao Yun let out a bellow, and a dazzling ring of 5-colored light erupted from his form. As he unleashed a punch, it descended from the heavens toward Xiao Yun, shattering the earth and causing the very fabric of space to tremble with its extraordinary might. This was the 5 Elements Divine Fist, a superlative technique said to combine 5 supreme combat arts, far surpassing ordinary super techniques in power. Some in the crowd recognized the move, gasping in astonishment. Others praised. Xiao Yun truly embodies the prodigy of the 5 Elements Divine Body. The cultivation of the 5 Elements Divine Fist is immensely challenging, and only he could master it. As the spectators braced for the outcome, it was evident that victory would soon be determined. With the unveiling of the 5 Elements Divine Fist, Xiao Yun seemed poised to defeat this Xiao Yun. Boom! In response to Xiao Yun's 5 Elements Divine Fist, Xiao Yun did not dare to be complacent. He unleashed the 9 turns overbearing fist to its fullest extent, releasing an immense force capable of obliterating all in its path, unstoppable in its fury. Xiao Yun and Appo's 5 Elements Divine Fist was met head-on by Xiao Yun and Appo's strike, shattering it and forcing Xiao Yun to stagger backward. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. What had they just witnessed? Xiao Yun and Appo's 5 Elements Divine Fist had been defeated. Chapter 51. Unleashing a new realm. Xiao Yun unleashed his 5 Elements Divine Fist, only to be shockingly repelled by an opponent. Who is this formidable individual? How can he possess such strength? This person is undoubtedly not a nameless figure. The spectators surrounding the arena gasped in astonishment, visibly shaken by the prowess displayed by Xiao Yun. Mu Qianxue and Zhang Yakin and Appo's eyes sparkled with disbelief. They had not anticipated Xiao Yun and Appo's extraordinary strength, which took them by surprise. The battle intensified, with both combatants fully unleashing their power. At that moment, Xiao Yun resembled an invincible war deity, wielding his fearsome luminous fists, his blood surging like golden flames, radiating a terrifying aura. Xiao Yun's strength was considerable, Yet rather than intimidating Xiao Yun, it ignited a fiery battle spirit within him, causing him to grow stronger with each exchange. Boom! Xiao Yun fully activated the 9 Revolutions Overlord Fist, and his fist erupted with resplendent golden light, dazzling like the sun, emanating an overwhelming force. This brilliance coalesced into 9 radiant fists, merging into one, which burst forth from Xiao Yun and Amp. Oppo's fist as if a sun had exploded. Instantly, the brilliance was blinding, and a tremendous pressure surged towards Zhang Yunfei. His expression shifted as he felt a suffocating weight. Xiao Yun was undeniably too powerful, overpowering him with sheer strength. This realization filled Zhang Yunfei with resentment and fury. Who was he? The foremost disciple of the Overlord sect. If the sect were a holy land, he would be its divine offspring. Moreover, he possessed the 5 elements divine body, a formidable special physique ranking among the second-tier divine bodies, second only to the supreme physiques. With such a radiant background, it was natural for Zhang Yunfei to be proud. He refused to be defeated by this unknown individual. Open 5 elements domain. Driven by rage, Zhang Yunfei roared, succumbing to a frenzy. Suddenly, a vibrant 5-colored light domain enveloped him, extending toward Xiao Yun. As Xiao Yun was engulfed by this 5-color domain, he felt his movements sluggish, as if the surrounding space had constricted, drastically slowing his speed. What is this? Xiao Yun's expression changed, startled. He sensed that this 5-color domain had not fully formed. Otherwise, its strength would be even more formidable. It is the 5 elements domain. It is said that those with the 5 elements divine body inherently possess a 5 elements domain. A powerful domain indeed. Legends state that only practitioners at the spirit ritual realm can forge such domains. It was terrifying that Zhang Yunfei had established one even at the body refinement realm. This was merely the nascent form of a domain, yet it was already fearsome. After all, Zhang Yunfei was the only one among the body refinement realm practitioners to have achieved this. The onlookers continued to exclaim in astonishment. Zhang Yakin regained her confidence, lifting her chin proudly, disdainfully gazing at Xiao Yun, and declared, "Once my brother's 5 elements domain is unleashed, who among the 6 great holy lands can contend with him?" No one refuted her, for Zhang Yunfei was indeed formidable and had long since established his reputation. Boom! With the enhancement of the 5 elements domain, Zhang Yunfei became immensely powerful, throwing punch after punch, each strike akin to a torrential wave, seemingly intent on engulfing Xiao Yun. "Having compelled me to activate the 5 elements domain, you shall achieve fame today," Zhang Yunfei proclaimed proudly, his confidence restored. At that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from Xiao Yun and Amp. Oppo's body, coalescing into a massive bell that enveloped him entirely. Boom! Zhang Yunfei and Amp. Oppo's fists relentlessly pounded against the golden bell, but he could not breach its defenses, failing to harm Xiao Yun in the slightest. Impossible! Zhang Yunfei's pupils constricted, his face a mask of disbelief. Outside the arena, Zhang Yakin's smile froze, her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at Xiao Yun. Beside her, Mu Qinshue's eyes sparkled with realization as she exclaimed, "That is the Golden Bell Shield, a grand technique of the Chaos Holy Land." Could he be from the Chaos Holy Land? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Chaos Holy Land, the oldest of the Holy Lands, had gradually fallen from grace in recent years, yet its name still commanded respect. No wonder this individual is so powerful. He hails from the Chaos Holy Land. The crowd suddenly understood. As the saying goes, great teachers produce exceptional students. A genius nurtured by the Chaos Holy Land is undoubtedly extraordinary. Even if the Chaos Holy Land has declined, it cannot be compared to ordinary sect disciples. Given its profound heritage, Zhang Yakin's expression darkened. She had not expected to offend someone from a holy land, and regret crept into her heart. Yet soon, she seemed to recall something, sneering disdainfully. The Chaos Holy Land currently ranks last among the 6 great holy lands, having long since declined. What is there to be proud of? Indeed, the Chaos Holy Land had suffered a decline in recent years. with several generations failing to participate in the true dragon nest. The disciples who had previously ventured there appeared to have perished within, suffering significant losses. Thus they had refrained from sending disciples in recent times. In the last exchange meeting of the 6 great holy lands, a holy son from the Chaos Holy Land was defeated by a disciple of the Holy King sect. They had truly fallen from grace. Yes, the Holy King sect's influence has been on the rise. It is said they have produced a divine royal body this generation, rivaling the temporal body of the primordial Holy Land. If he can attain the title of emperor in the future, the Chaos Holy Land may be supplanted by the Holy King sect. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Xiao Yun, amidst the tumult, heard their words, and his expression turned icy. His fists grew increasingly fierce, resembling a humanoid tyrannosaurus, rampaging through Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements domain with unparalleled dominance. All were mocking the Chaos Holy Land. Had it truly fallen? If so, allow me, Xiao Yun, to carve out a new realm. With a low roar, Xiao Yun ceased to suppress his power. A surge of immense strength erupted from within him, amplifying the might of his 9 revolutions overlord fist. Boom! Xiao Yun's fist surged forward, converging into a formidable attack that pierced the heavens like a celestial beam. Upon contact, Zhang Yunfei was immediately rocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 52. Follow me, and one day you shall be crowned king before him. The once serene Xiao Yun suddenly erupted with a violent fury, leaving Zhang Yunfei aghast. He realized that Xiao Yun's power had significantly amplified, rendering him virtually unstoppable. In truth, Xiao Yun had been suppressing his strength during their battle. Had he unleashed his full might of 800,000 pounds, a single punch would have severely incapacitated Zhang Yunfei. After extensive combat, Xiao Yun discerned that Zhang Yunfei's strength was merely 400,000 pounds, just half of his own. His curiosity regarding the capabilities of the 5 elements divine body had prompted him to prolong their confrontation. Yet, upon hearing the derisive remarks of those around them, he decided against any further delay. Crack! Suddenly, amidst the astonished and disbelieving gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yun shattered the nascent form of Zhang Yunfei's 5 elements domain with a single punch. His formidable figure surged forward, exuding an invincible aura, as if he were the very embodiment of overwhelming power. Indeed, the ferocity of Xiao Yun's punch was terrifying. The 9 turns overbearing fist had been pushed to its zenith, a resplendent light coalescing into a singular force, akin to the tumultuous waves of the ocean converging upon Zhang Yunfei. Under such a dreadful force, the ground trembled as if 1,000 steeds were galloping, and the one solid stone floor began to crack under the residual shockwaves of Xiao Yun's might. Uft! Zhang Yunfei spat blood, his arms quaking violently, his palms shattered, launched away by an overpowering force, his complexion paling. He had been defeated. Not only that, but he had been vanquished in a direct confrontation, his 5 elements domain obliterated, marking a thorough and utter defeat. Never had he experienced such a humiliating loss. A profound sense of resentment surged within him, and in his emotional turmoil, he involuntarily coughed up another mouthful of blood. Hiss! The once indomitable Zhang Yunfei, bearer of the 5 elements divine body, lay defeated. The onlookers held their breath, and after a moment, the crowd erupted with gasps of astonishment. Everyone turned to gaze at Xiao Yun, the disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land, who had displayed such formidable prowess. It seemed that after years of silence, the Chaos Sacred Land had finally unearthed a remarkable talent. Yet, questions lingered. Did this individual possess a unique physique? Brother, Zhang Yakin exclaimed, rushing forward to assist Zhang Yunfei, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Yunfei's eyes fixated on Xiao Yun in the distance, a mask of unwillingness etched across his face. The public defeat weighed heavily upon him, particularly as he had never before tasted such defeat. Of course, this was partly due to his avoidance of confrontations with the peerless prodigies of the sacred lands. While Zhang Yunfei was proud, he was not foolish enough to challenge those exalted beings. Yet, he could scarcely believe that a once moribund disciple from the Chaos Sacred Land had bested him. Was this truly the depth of the sacred land's legacy? Even in its decline, it still surpassed the capabilities of his own sect. A feeling of despondency washed over him. What formidable strength! He had undoubtedly entered the fourth, or even fifth forbidden realm. Nearby, Mu Qinxue observed the soaring Xiao Yun, her beautiful eyes reflecting a newfound seriousness. Senior brother Xiao, so it turns out you are this powerful. Master was indeed correct. She mused. Tang Yunyun approached, her face alight with excitement as she regarded Xiao Yun, her eyes sparkling. Throughout history, which maiden has not adored a hero, especially one who rises to defend her? From the moment Xiao Yun decisively defeated Zhang Yunfei, his towering image had been indelibly etched in Tang Yunyun's mind, impossible to erase. Zhang Yunfei is merely a footnote, Xiao Yun remarked, smiling gently at Tang Yunyun. Zhang Yunfei, overhearing, felt his face flush with rage, unable to suppress another spurt of blood. Brother, let us seek Master S. aid for your injuries. Zhang Yakin, seeing her brother and Appo's defeat at Xiao Yun and Appo's hands, dared not linger, hastily aiding Zhang Yunfei away, fearful that Xiao Yun might turn his ire upon them. In truth, Xiao Yun regarded them with indifference, his gaze shifting back to Mu Qinxue. It appears I did not suffer grievous injury. Rather, it is my enemy who has been crushed. Mu Qinxue was left speechless. This fellow was excessively petty. Recalling her earlier words, however, upon learning of Xiao Yun's affiliation with the Chaos Sacred Land, her demeanor shifted. With an impassive expression, she coldly stated, I acknowledge your strength, which exceeds my expectations. However, previous disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land have perished within the true dragon nest. I hope you tread carefully. With that, Mu Qinxue turned on her lotus steps and departed. Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, coldly scoffing at her retreating figure. I am aware of your betrothal to the time-space entity of the primordial sacred land. However, I advise you to annul this engagement promptly, otherwise, you may find yourself a widow sooner than expected. The crowd erupted in uproar at his audacious words. Anyone with sense understood the implications. After all, to render Mu Qinxue a widow, one would have to eliminate her betrothed from the primordial sacred land. Such arrogance was staggering. The onlookers were taken aback, deeming Xiao Yun reckless for daring to challenge the time-space entity of the primordial sacred land after merely defeating Zhang Yunfei. Despite Zhang Yunfei being unable to withstand a single blow from that entity, Xiao Yun had engaged him for an extended period. The disparity was glaringly evident. Arrogance. Even Mu Qinxue, an elegant figure, was incensed. Unable to contain herself, she coldly huffed and turned away, refusing to acknowledge Xiao Yun any further. Xiao Yun smirked coolly. Since she was the fiancée of that time-space entity, she was now his adversary. He would show no mercy to an enemy, simply because she possessed beauty. Boom! Shortly after Mu Qinxue departed, a figure descended from the heavens, smashing the ground beneath with a thunderous impact, causing the earth to tremble. As the crowd looked on, they beheld a radiant figure, glowing with golden light, as if forged from pure gold. Even his hair shimmered with a golden hue, radiating an awe-inspiring brilliance. I watched your battle from above. You performed admirably. Join me and become my foremost warrior. In the days to come, when I sweep through the 8 desolations and stand invincible, I shall crown you as king, reigning supreme over your domain. This golden figure gazed down upon Xiao Yun, his voice commanding and his gaze piercing. How audacious! Someone murmured in disbelief. Nearby, another recognized the individual, exclaiming, that is the sacred body, the ancient sacred body. He is Zhao Wuji of the ancient sacred land. At the revelation of the ancient sacred body, the crowd erupted into fervent excitement. Chapter 53. This must be madness. The ancient sacred body ranks among the top 10 supreme bodies, renowned as the body of a saint, a natural endowment of unparalleled might. This is the epitome of extraordinary genius. Compared to Zhao Wujia, Zhang Yunfei is simply lacking. Instantly, the atmosphere here became electric. An increasing throng of people surged toward this location, eager to witness the sublime splendor of the ancient sacred body. However, Xiao Yun, under Zhao Wujia's gaze, furrowed his brow. Perplexed by the arrogance of these prodigies, they dared to attempt to subdue him, exhibiting a hubris that surpassed even Xiao Yun's. Xiao Yun's eyes turned icy as he coldly retorted, "Who are you? What gives you the right to subdue me?" The surrounding crowd was taken aback by Xiao Yun's audacity in confronting the ancient sacred body, their expressions reflecting shock. Some could not help but exclaim, "Xiao Yun, to follow an ancient sacred body would not be a disgrace to you. One day, when Zhao Shengzi reigns supreme, you too can dominate a realm and bring glory to your lineage. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Indeed, the ancient sacred body possesses unmatched power, and the possibility of achieving the status of a great emperor in the future is not out of reach. To accompany such a being is a fortune one might only encounter once in a lifetime. We would give anything to follow the ancient sacred body, yet you remain unsatisfied. This is a tremendous opportunity. Should you miss it, you will surely regret it when the ancient sacred body stands at the helm of the world. As the crowd voiced their opinions, Xiao Yun and Appo's expression darkened further. How dare these fools underestimate him? What a farce this ancient sacred body is. He could single-handedly defeat 100 of them. Nevertheless, Xiao Yun refrained from arguing with the multitude around him, as there were simply too many, and he found it unnecessary to engage in a debate with a bunch of imbeciles. Once he swept through the true dragon nest, no one would dare to belittle him again. "I am Zhao Wujia, bearer of the ancient sacred body, the holy son of the ancient sacred land. Though you hail from the chaotic sacred land, which has seen better days, following me will not tarnish your status." With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Wujia spoke with an air of arrogance, as if Xiao Yun and Appo's allegiance to him were a matter of great honor. Xiao Yun rolled his eyes. "What gives you such confidence?" He scoffed darkly. "Zhao Wujia, I have never heard of you. What is the ancient sacred body? When our chaotic body emerges, who in the world would dare to challenge us?" Those around them found Xiao Yun's audacity shocking, and someone couldn't help but chastise him. "Xiao Yun, you're being too arrogant. The ancient sacred body is one of the top 10 supreme bodies, not inferior to the chaotic body. Besides, has your chaotic sacred land produced a second chaotic body in all these years?" Zhao Wujia waved his hand dismissively, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Xiao Yun with a smile. "Every genius possesses an untamed spirit. If you were to follow me right away, I would consider it beneath me. You may enter the true dragon nest first, and when I sweep through it, then you can decide whether to follow me." Xiao Yun and Appo's face turned a deep shade of anger. This arrogant fool was insufferable. He coldly replied, "You think you can sweep through the true dragon nest? I could subdue you with one hand." "Excellent. The more defiant you are, the more I admire you. It indicates your exceptional talent, and you would undoubtedly become my foremost warrior." Zhao Wujia responded without a hint of anger, instead displaying a look of appreciation. Xiao Yun, utterly exasperated, muttered under his breath, "Madman." He found himself at a loss for words. The depths of this fool and Appo's arrogance were unfathomable. It was futile to argue further. He would wait until they entered the true dragon nest to teach him a lesson. At that moment, a familiar sound echoed in Xiao Yun's mind. The long-awaited system notification. New task. Defeat a genius with a special physique for 3 opportunities for enlightenment. Kill a genius with a special physique for 10 opportunities. Subdue a genius with a special physique for 20 opportunities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun felt a surge of joy. It had been ages since the system assigned him a task, and his opportunities for enlightenment had scarcely increased. After the initial forging of the chaotic body's prototype, he had only 78 opportunities left. Defeating Zhang Yunfei had garnered him 2 more, bringing his total to 84. Although it seemed substantial, Xiao Yun understood that this was far from sufficient for cultivating the chaotic scripture. From the 27th to the 36th layers of the chaotic scripture, each layer required 4 opportunities for enlightenment. He estimated that from the 36th to the 45th layers, each would require 5 opportunities, and so on. The further he progressed, the more opportunities would be necessary. Thus, Xiao Yun calculated that without several hundred opportunities, he would never fully forge the chaotic body. Consequently, he desperately needed these opportunities, and the timing of this system task could not have been better. Killing a genius with a special physique grants 10 opportunities? Delightful. Subduing one grants 20, though that would be quite challenging. After all, Truly exceptional talents possess an unwavering belief in their invincibility, making it difficult to compel their submission. Xiao Yun mused inwardly. Zhao Wujia, observing Xiao Yun's silence, mistakenly assumed he was contemplating whether to follow him. He smiled slightly. Take your time to consider. As the saying goes, one person ascends and their whole clan rises. If you follow me, once I attain the status of a great emperor, the chaotic sacred land will also soar because of you. Zhao Wujia exuded confidence, as if his ascension were a foregone conclusion. His eyes shone like two golden suns, radiating a brilliance that was hard to behold. The aura he emits is that of supremacy, unique to the supreme bodies. It is said that the ancient sacred body grows stronger with each battle. Truly a combatant of legend, the onlookers praised. Such an exceptional talent as Zhao Wujia would undoubtedly draw the gaze of many wherever he went. Xiao Yun, his expression darkening, raised his head. He had been so absorbed in checking the system that he had overlooked Zhao Wujia's incessant talk of becoming a great emperor and subduing him, which he found intolerable. To be honest, he had almost struck out at him earlier. However, after receiving the system task, Xiao Yun suddenly had a change of heart. He desired to subdue Zhao Wujia, to claim this ancient sacred body as his own. Firstly, capturing the ancient sacred body would yield 20 opportunities for enlightenment. Secondly, merely defeating Zhao Wujia would not suffice to relieve his frustrations, but having the ancient sacred body as his follower would certainly be a source of pride, satisfying all grievances. With this thought, Xiao Yun couldn't and amp. Oppos, T help but smile. Seeing Xiao Yun smile, Zhao Wujia mistook it for agreement and nodded slightly. Since you agree, enter the true dragon nest first. If you encounter any danger, simply invoke my name. With that, Zhao Wujia departed, satisfaction evident on his face. Xiao Yun watched Zhao Wujia's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. He vowed that upon entering the true dragon nest, he would make this man kneel before him and beg to be his follower. Little did they know that by Xiao Yun following Zhao Wujia, he would undoubtedly carve his name into history, shining brightly in his era. It must be said that Xiao Yun's fortune was remarkable. To be valued by Zhao Wujia was truly a stroke of luck. The crowd buzzed with speculation. With a darkened expression, Xiao Yun took Tang Yunyun's hand and swiftly departed. He feared that if he lingered any longer, he might succumb to the urge to unleash a massacre. Better to exercise patience and wait until he entered the true dragon nest. Then he would show them why the flowers bloom so vividly. What a farce this ancient sacred body is, what a temporal body. They would all be trampled underfoot. Chapter 54. The Rise of Talents. A glorious era after Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun departed, they made their way toward the entrance of the canyon, eager to enter the true dragon's nest as soon as it opened. Brother Xiao, do you truly intend to follow that ancient sacred body? Tang Yunyun inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. I aim to subdue him and make him my follower. Tang Yunyun was momentarily speechless. Subduing an ancient sacred body? If this word were to spread, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire cultivation world. Naturally, many would mock Xiao Yun for his audacity. Though Tang Yunyun found Xiao Yun's ambition a bit fanciful, she encouraged him. You can do it, Brother Xiao. I believe in your success. Her cheeks flushed, feeling as though she had just confessed her feelings. How embarrassing. Xiao Yun glanced at her, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Undoubtedly, after his junior sister Lin Xiaoya, he had garnered another little admirer. Alas, being handsome and gifted attracts admiration from beautiful women. Xiao Yun felt somewhat helpless. His heart was set solely on achieving the path of the emperor, with no intentions of indulging in a harem. As they continued forward, they arrived at the canyon entrance, where a multitude of structures stood, adorned with intricately carved pavilions and flowing streams, lining both sides of the entrance. At that moment, many had already gathered. Among them was the arrogant ancient sacred body, Zhao Wujia, who stood atop a pavilion, gazing down at the crowd. He radiated a dazzling golden light, commanding awe from all who beheld him. Numerous cultivators cast reverent glances toward Zhao Wujia, recognizing him as the ancient sacred body. Even in repose, he exuded an overwhelming presence. akin to a mountain pressing against their chests. This era was indeed resplendent, not only marked by the emergence of the time-space body, but also the ancient sacred body. One must not forget the divine king body from the sacred king sect and the Tsangtian dominating body from the dominating heaven sacred land. For supreme bodies coexisting in one era was unprecedented. It was destined to be a brilliant age. Being born in this time was both a sorrow and a fortune. Surrounding individuals murmured in contemplation, lamenting their fate. Xiao Yun echoed their sentiments. To coexist in an era with these extraordinary prodigies, we are fated to be mere supporting characters, which is indeed tragic. Yet, witnessing their fierce competition is a fortunate event. Beside her, Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with unwavering confidence. He harbored an indomitable belief. Regardless of the ancient sacred body, the time-space body, or the divine king body, he would conquer them all. As long as I exist, who dares to claim invincibility? What nonsense about geniuses and young supremes? I will slay all who dare to claim supremacy. Xiao Yun's resolve was unshakable. On the path to becoming the future emperor, he aspired to sweep across the 8 corners of the world, shaking the heavens and earth, just like the ancestors of their chaotic sacred land, claiming supremacy over all and becoming invincible across realms. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. A young boy emerged from the crowd, his lips curled in a slight smile, and his eyes sparkled with a lofty pride. Although still young, he exuded a terrifying aura, as if destined to rise above all beings and look down upon the myriad realms like a divine king descending to the mortal plane. Xiao Yun could not help but acknowledge the boy's formidable strength, comparable to Zhao Wujia, both inscrutable in their depths. Yet, he remained confident in his ability to subdue him. Look, Lu Nanshan from the Heaven Blade, Sacred Land, and Yi Wuchen from the Heaven Sword, Sacred Land have arrived. A voice carried through the crowd. These two, one a natural sword body and the other a natural blade body, were destined to be fierce rivals, their fates intertwined in a battle to determine which was superior. More gasps filled the air as 2 more youths approached. One radiated sword energy that pierced the heavens, while the other wielded a blade with unparalleled ferocity, both extraordinary talents. Although not supreme bodies, the natural blade body and natural sword body ranked as second-tier divine bodies, comparable to Zhang Yunfei's 5-element divine body. However, these two hailed from sacred lands, their deep-rooted lineages granting them greater strength than Zhang Yunfei. The Tsangtian dominating body had also arrived. It was said that a year prior, Zhao Wujia had challenged the refining body practitioners from the dominating heaven sacred land, sweeping through them until he encountered Wu Gang, the Tsangtian dominating body, resulting in a stalemate. During this expedition to the True Dragon's Nest, another confrontation was inevitable. The ancient sacred body and the Tsangtian dominating body were sworn enemies, and their future battles were unavoidable. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged with excitement as yet another supreme body made its entrance. Xiao Yun scrutinized the Tsangtian dominating body nearby. This youth named Wu Gang was exceptionally powerful, clad in a black and gold battle robe, his purple hair billowing in the wind, emanating an extraordinary presence, akin to a primordial beast striding forth with overwhelming might. The crowd parted respectfully, wary of provoking this formidable Tsangtian dominating body. Zhao Wujia. During this expedition to the True Dragon and Appo's Nest, I shall surely take your life, Wu Gang declared, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Wujia atop the pavilion, his eyes radiating terrifying beams of light, exuding an air of intimidation. Zhao Wujia looked down upon Wu Gang, his eyes blazing like a sun god, his aura terrifying, resembling a divine majesty. Wu Gang, savor your final moments, Zhao Wujia coldly replied. The surrounding crowd erupted in fervor. The tension between the two was palpable, and it seemed inevitable that this journey to the True Dragon and Appo's Nest would culminate in a decisive battle. Perhaps, for the first time, a supreme body might fall. Such an event would undoubtedly shake the foundations of the cultivation world. Among the throng, Xiao Yun and Appo's eyes sparkled even brighter. The emergence of these young prodigies only fueled his fighting spirit. In life, one need not fear a powerful enemy. Rather, one should fear the absence of adversaries. With an unyielding belief in his invincibility, Xiao Yun remained undaunted by any formidable foe. Suddenly, a figure materialized in a nearby pavilion, as if conjured from thin air, astonishing all who beheld him. Dressed in white robes, his face adorned with a gentle smile, he radiated a brilliant aura, enveloped in a layer of silver divine light, reminiscent of a sage enlightened under the moonlight, exuding an unparalleled transcendence. Xiao Yun and oppose. As pupils constricted, he had sensed a powerful presence approaching. Yet he could not fathom how this individual entered the pavilion with such rapidity. His speed surpassed even Xiao Yun and oppose. As own, akin to instantaneous movement, utterly terrifying. This speed reminded Xiao Yun of one person, Li Chengdi. The time-space body from the Taichu sacred land had finally arrived. It was rumored he was originally named something else, but adopted the name Li Chengdi upon joining the Taichu sacred land, indicating his unwavering determination to attain the path of the emperor. Xiao Yun was not the only one who discerned this identity. A chorus of astonished exclamations resonated from the crowd, their excitement surpassing that of the earlier arrivals of the supreme bodies. Xiao Yun scrutinized Li Chengdi in the pavilion, knowing that he was his greatest adversary in the true dragon's nest, the only one capable of challenging him here. Chapter 55. The True Dragon's Nest Opens. Rivals arrive. As the figure of Emperor Li emerged, the practitioners on the platform erupted in a frenzy, with an ever-increasing throng gathering to behold the extraordinary splendor of the temporal body. It must be said that even the ancient sacred body, the celestial dominance body, and the divine king body, all prodigies in their own right, appeared somewhat dim in comparison to Emperor Li. The prestige of the fourth-rank supreme body was simply overwhelming. Moreover, this Emperor Li not only possessed a formidable temporal body, but also bore exceptional innate talent. When these two attributes converged, the result was nothing short of terrifying. Among the crowd, many young women gazed at Emperor Li, their eyes shimmering with admiration. In terms of talent and beauty, he undoubtedly ranked among the finest, resembling a prince charming in the dreams of all female cultivators. Xiao Yun felt a surge of resentment towards him, silently vowing that he would make him regret his arrogance once they entered the true dragon's nest. Senior brother Xiao, this Emperor Li is quite formidable. You must exercise utmost caution if you encounter him within the true dragon's nest, reminded Tang Yunyun, her tone laced with concern. Despite Emperor Li's remarkable prowess, Xiao Yun's prior impressions had already etched themselves in Tang Yunyun's mind. Xiao Yun smiled slightly in response, exuding confidence as he declared, "Fear not, for I shall undoubtedly be invincible in this era." His eyes brimmed with an overwhelming sense of dominance and self-assurance, leaving Tang Yunyun momentarily spellbound, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. As the crowd swelled, discussion surrounding Emperor Li filled the air, providing Xiao Yun with a wealth of information about him. It was said that Emperor Li had reached the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, capable of effortlessly sweeping away practitioners at the gathering chi stage from the primordial sacred land. What is the gathering chi stage compared to him? I have heard that Emperor Li has already defeated the projections of the strongest body refinement cultivators in the history of the primordial sacred land, claiming the title of the most powerful in that realm, surpassing even their ancestral figures. Indeed, I have also heard this. It is said that even the fossilized remains of the primordial sacred land were stirred, proclaiming Emperor Li as their prospective divine son. Had his cultivation not been relatively low and another divine son already present in the primordial sacred land, he would have surely claimed that title. The radiance of Emperor Li became blinding, capturing the attention of all present. Even the renowned prodigies, the ancient sacred body, the celestial dominance body, and the divine king body, cast serious glances in his direction, their expressions reflecting unprecedented gravitas. Clearly, it was not just Xiao Yun who regarded Emperor Li as a formidable adversary. These celestial geniuses perceived him as their greatest rival as well. At that moment, a resounding roar reverberated through the canyon, akin to the thunderous explosion of divine lightning in the heavens, silencing all discussions. A tremendous aura of draconic might surged forth like a tempestuous tide, enveloping the heavens and earth, sending tremors through the hearts of all present. Even the likes of Emperor Li and Zhao Wujia, exceptional talents, felt a shiver run through them. Xiao Yun too was taken aback, sensing an unprecedented terror. This is draconic might. It is the roar of the true dragon. The true dragon's nest is about to open, murmured someone nearby. Xiao Yun suddenly comprehended the source of this overwhelming fear. A single roar carried such immense authority. Indeed, the true dragon's strength was formidable enough to rival that of an emperor. However, this was likely the remnant power of a true dragon before its ascension. Otherwise, if a true dragon roared in person, even a sage would surely perish, reduced to mere blood rain. The true dragon's nest has opened. Let us enter at once. If I can acquire some treasures, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of body refinement. What is the pinnacle of body refinement? My goal is to step into the forbidden realms. The true dragon's nest appears once every century. We must not miss this grand opportunity. Let's hurry inside. As the echoes of the dragon's roar faded, a golden barrier at the canyon's entrance revealed an opening, prompting a rush of people to surge forward. Among them, Emperor Li and Zhao Wujia, the celestial prodigies, swiftly transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the entrance. Come, Sister Tang. I shall take you to explore the true dragon's nest, Xiao Yun urged, pulling Tang Yunyun along as they ventured inward. Tang Yunyun followed closely behind, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, Xiao Yun remained oblivious to the fact that some familiar faces in the crowd were coldly scrutinizing his back. Among them were two acquaintances, Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong from the primordial sacred land, who had once battled Xiao Yun when they visited the chaotic sacred land. Is that the Xiao Yun from the chaotic sacred land? A young man nearby asked disdainfully. Jie Yulong nodded, saying, Indeed, he is formidable. It is said he recently defeated Zhang Yunfei, and he is likely even stronger now. What is Zhang Yunfei compared to him? Though he possesses the 5 elements divine body, he lacks the foundation of a sacred land disciple. His potential remains unfulfilled. The young man's expression was dismissive as he added, I possess the longevity body and have now achieved a strength of 550,000 pounds. Zhang Yunfei barely merits mention. A mere mortal like Xiao Yun would be as easy to slay as a dog. Senior brother Zhou speaks truth. Compared to him, Zhang Yunfei is nothing but a trifle. Xiao Yun certainly cannot rival you. Fu Miaodong gazed adoringly at the young man, her eyes filled with admiration. Let us also enter the true dragon's nest and follow Xiao Yun, ensuring the chaotic sacred land returns empty-handed once more. With that, the young man led Jie Yulong, Fu Miaodong, and several other young talents from the primordial sacred land into the true dragon and Appo's nest. Inside the true dragon and Appo's nest, towering ancient trees and an abundance of spiritual herbs and flowers flourished. However, the space was vast, and the dense vegetation quickly scattered many practitioners upon their entry. Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun advanced without a clear direction, simply delving deeper into the true dragon's nest. For it had been said that the most valuable treasures lay at its core. Of course, danger lurked there, as true dragon remnants roamed, yet Xiao Yun felt no fear. He was eager to capture a dragon to serve as a steed in the future. Suddenly, 9 powerful auras surged rapidly from behind, capturing the attention of Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun. In the next moment, 9 young figures appeared before them, all gazing at them with icy expressions. Senior brother Xiao Tang Yunyun's face turned grave, sensing that the strength of these individuals surpassed her own. Xiao Yun, however, recognized Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong among them. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, Jie Yulong, it has been a while. Have you come seeking help after your last defeat? Xiao Yun, today marks your demise. Do not blame me. Blame your decision to join the chaotic sacred land, Jie Yulong replied, his voice equally cold, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The primordial sacred land and the chaotic sacred land had long been rivals. Encounters between disciples from the 2 sacred lands within the true dragon's nest traditionally ended in a life-or-death struggle. This time will be no exception. Chapter 56. Come here. I'll slay you with audacity. At the sound of these words, Xiao Yun gazed disdainfully at the opposing Jie Yulong and scoffed, "Is it you? Just a defeated foe. And you dare to be arrogant before me? Xiao Yun, though I may not be your match, our Taichu's sacred ground boasts numerous heroes capable of ending your life." Jie Yulong replied coldly. Xiao Yun snorted dismissively. "Who? That temporal entity?" He declared, "I shall go and eliminate him shortly." "You are exceedingly arrogant," Jie Yulong retorted, his eyes icy. The temporal entity, Li Chengdi, was the pride of their sacred ground, an idol to Jie Yulong. Fu Miaodong glared at Xiao Yun with malice and chastised. "Why waste words on him? Let us encircle and slay him." Xiao Yun regarded her coldly, his voice frigid. "Killing you would be as simple as slaughtering a dog. A mere mortal dares to speak such hubris. Your chaos sacred ground has truly fallen into decadence." A young man at the forefront scoffed. Xiao Yun's gaze fell upon him, and he coldly huffed. "And who might you be?" The young man's expression darkened at the question. "Who am I? Is it a term meant for a person? It describes beasts." Zhou Feiyu's face turned frosty, his cold eyes locking on Xiao Yun as he declared, "Remember my name, Zhou Feiyu. When you arrive at the underworld, do not forget who sent you there." Xiao Yun looked at him with indifference, beckoning with a finger. "A mere fish dares to be insolent before me? Come here, and I shall slay you now," preparing a fish head soup. "Impudent! You are far too arrogant, and you dare to speak thus to Senior Zhou. Senior Zhou, this brat is but one person. There is no need for you to intervene. We can handle him together." The remaining 6 disciples of the Taichu's sacred ground were incensed by Xiao Yun's arrogance, all clamoring loudly. With a cold snort, Xiao Yun surveyed them with disdain. "Come at me together. I shall send you on your way. Enough. This brat is too audacious. Let's all attack and kill him." One Taichu disciple, unable to restrain himself, brandished a sharp sword and charged at Xiao Yun, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped the earth in a chilling frost, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. It must be said, those who hailed from the Taichu's sacred ground and reached the true dragon nest were indeed its elite. Each one had stepped into the forbidden realm, their cultivation surpassing that of Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong. "Young man, I am not afraid to tell you that I rank 8th in the body refinement realm of the Taichu's sacred ground. That is more than enough to sweep you chaos sacred ground disciples aside." The newcomer boasted arrogantly, disregarding Xiao Yun entirely as he unleashed a wave of sword energy aimed directly at Xiao Yun's brow, seeking to end him in one strike. Crack! Xiao Yun extended his hand, catching the sword thrust, his formidable physical strength surging forth as he effortlessly snapped the blade, causing the assailant and oppose as pupils to constrict. "Just a second-tier forbidden realm? You are hardly stronger than Jie Yulong. Who gave you the confidence to think you could kill me?" Xiao Yun coldly regarded him, and before the man could respond, he unleashed a powerful punch. "Stop!" Zhou Feiyu shouted from a distance. Xiao Yun would not heed him. His master, Emperor Tian, had previously stated that within the true dragon nest, one could kill freely without igniting a war between the 2 sacred grounds. Thus, Xiao Yun acted without mercy, channeling all his strength into a single punch that obliterated the 8th-ranked disciple of the Taichu's sacred ground. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining the void crimson. From afar, Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong were both aghast. A senior disciple stronger than them had fallen without even managing to withstand a single punch from Xiao Yun. The disparity was utterly staggering. "Step back. This man is beyond your capabilities. He has already entered the 4th-tier forbidden realm." Zhou Feiyu waved his hand, stepping forward, his gaze sharp and filled with murderous intent. One of his juniors had been slain before him, and he hadn't been able to offer aid. This was a tremendous humiliation. Moreover, should this matter spread, he would face reprimand from the upper echelons of the Taichu's sacred ground. Thus, Zhou Feiyu's heart surged with a tempest of killing intent as he glared at Xiao Yun, his voice coldly resonant. "Xiao Yun, out of respect for being fellow disciples of sacred grounds, I shall grant you a moment for your last words. Otherwise, once I strike, you shall have no opportunity to speak again." Xiao Yun beckoned him with a finger, coldly stating, "Come here. I can hardly wait to slay you." "Very well." Zhou Feiyu laughed in fury, his blood surging like a tempest, transforming him into a radiant golden sun, an aura of terror radiating from him. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall oblige, Zhou Feiyu declared, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed, rivaling even the lightning-fast Jie Yulong. Kill. Eternal life, Zhou Feiyu roared, unleashing a wave of overwhelming power as he struck down upon Xiao Yun with a palm that seemed to embody the force of a mountain crashing through the void. To die beneath my eternal palm is something you may take pride in, Zhou Feiyu proclaimed with arrogance, envisioning Xiao Yun's demise beneath his hand. Boom! As Zhou Feiyu charged, Xiao Yun let out a cold huff, unleashing his full battle prowess, a blazing golden light coalescing around him, resembling a divine warrior clad in golden armor. Ninth turn Overlord Fist. Xiao Yun bellowed as he unleashed a punch, 9 golden fist shadows converging into a colossal radiance, erupting from his fist. Boom! In an instant, a surge of power, akin to monstrous waves in a tempestuous sea, surged forward with unyielding momentum. This terrifying force shattered Zhou Feiyu's eternal palm. The residual force sent Zhou Feiyu reeling backward, crashing into an ancient towering tree, which splintered under the tremendous impact. How can this be? This is impossible. Am I seeing things? Zhou's strength is inferior to his? The 7 Taichu sacred ground disciples, observing from a distance, all widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished by the scene before them. It was utterly shocking. Zhou Feiyu, possessing the eternal body and a strength of 550,000 gene, had been sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Yun. Just how powerful was Xiao Yun? Jie Yulong and Fu Miaodong appeared ashen. They realized they had gravely underestimated Xiao Yun's strength, a dire revelation for them. After all, this was not a mere sparring match, but a battle for survival. Xiao Yun would surely show no mercy. Chapter 57. Annihilating the 9 of Taichu, the longevity body? Merely so, Xiao Yun cast a disdainful glance at the 8 disciples of the Taichu's sacred land before him, his expression one of utter scorn. Bathed in radiant golden light, he resembled a divine warrior of gold, his long black hair swirling in an unseen wind, surrounded by a halo of divine brilliance that enveloped him entirely. You are all too weak. I have no interest in wasting more time with you. Come, meet your demise together. Standing in the center, he looked down upon Zhou Feiyu and the others, exuding an unmatched aura, as if he were a deity, contemptuous of all life. Zhou Feiyu and his companions wore grim expressions. They were disciples of the Taichu's sacred land, who had never been so belittled. Kill! Let us all attack and surround him. They shouted in unison. How dare a mere individual, no matter how powerful, be so audacious? Fury ignited within the disciples of the Taichu's sacred land at Xiao Yun's arrogance, and they charged towards him. Zhou Feiyu joined the fray without hesitation. With Xiao Yun and Oppos, as formidable prowess evident, they resolved to overwhelm him, unbothered by the notion of numbers against one. Longevity palm, golden wave fist, Hengshan seal. The 8 disciples encircled Xiao Yun, unleashing their most formidable techniques, conjuring a barrage of terrifying attacks aimed directly at him. To think the disciples of the Taichu sacred land would resort to such cowardice. How despicable. Nearby, Tang Yinyan, witnessing the scene, was incensed and confronted one of them, Fu Miaodong. You dare obstruct me, a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm? You seek death. Fu Miaodong sneered at Tang Yinyan before merging her sword with her being, charging at her. Tang Yinyan's pupils constricted in horror. The opponent's strength was terrifying, far beyond her imagination. Suddenly, a silver-throwing knife sliced through the air, striking Fu Miaodong in the forehead, causing her head to explode instantly, leaving behind a headless corpse. Junior sister Fu. Jie Yulong cried out in terror upon witnessing the gruesome sight, his gaze turning red with rage as he glared at Xiao Yun. That knife had indeed been launched by Xiao Yun, and its speed had rendered Jie Yulong powerless to intervene. Forget about that woman. Focus on surrounding Xiao Yun. Zhou Feiyu bellowed. In his view, Tang Yinyan was merely at the body refinement realm, and once they eliminated Xiao Yun, they could easily deal with her. I will kill you. Jie Yulong, consumed by fury, charged at Xiao Yun, his eyes ablaze, resembling a madman. Fu Miaodong was his beloved. and to see her head blown off by Xiao Yun was an unbearable torment. The other disciples of the Taichu sacred land were equally enraged, unleashing their full power as they advanced toward Xiao Yun. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Xiao Yun. His blood surged like bubbling magma, rolling and twisting, forming a crimson river that surged through the sky. A group of worthless beings. This day, next year, shall mark your memorial. With his full combat prowess unleashed, Xiao Yun struck out, sending Zhou Feiyu hurtling away. He then brought his palm down, cleaving through a charging disciple of the Taichu sacred land. Blood sprayed forth as the lifeless body fell to the ground, causing the remaining disciples to pale in shock, their hearts gripped by fear. Xiao Yun had already slain 3 of them. His might was overwhelming. Xiao Yun, go join junior sister Fu in the afterlife. A deafening roar echoed as Jie Yulong charged forward, opting not to defend against Xiao Yun's assault, but instead unleashing his most potent technique in a desperate bid to perish alongside him. His body flickered with speed, leaving behind afterimages. Though commendable, your courage is ultimately futile. Xiao Yun cast a cold glance at Jie Yulong, extending his hand, which glimmered like exquisite jade. With blood surging ferociously, his speed was astonishing. Crack! Seizing Jie Yulong, who moved like lightning, Xiao Yun's other hand came crashing down, akin to a divine blade, tracing a beautiful arc as it emitted a deadly brilliance, cleaving Jie Yulong in 2. Jie Yulong let out a final scream, his last words lost as he fell lifelessly to the ground, his body severed, blood spraying and staining the sky, rendering the scene grotesquely horrific. The approaching disciples of the Taichu sacred land turned pale, paralyzed by fear, unable to advance toward Xiao Yun. His display of power was too terrifying, his strength was unparalleled, and his strikes lethal, devoid of mercy. Xiao Yun, you are merciless. As fellow disciples of the sacred land, how can you so brutally slay our brethren of the Taichu sacred land? Zhou Feiyu, eyes twitching at the sight of Jie Yulong's corpse, shouted angrily at Xiao Yun. Wiping the blood from his hands with a jade cloth, Xiao Yun coldly surveyed Zhou Feiyu, a sneer adorning his face. Your Taichu sacred land has exterminated the disciples of our chaos sacred land for 5 consecutive generations at the True Dragon Nest, and you dare call me cruel? How laughable! Zhou Feiyu, incensed, retorted, you may kill, but why desecrate their bodies? This is akin to a demon. What face do you have to call yourself a disciple of the sacred land? Xiao Yun scoffed, to kill is to kill. Why must one preserve a complete corpse? Are you creating art? A bunch of fools. Come forth and meet your end. Understanding the ruthlessness of the cultivation world, Xiao Yun's strikes were vicious, leaving no room for leniency. For otherwise, he would surely face endless repercussions. Like the present group, despite their current inability to contend with him, many possessed unique physiques that could become formidable threats if allowed to mature. Thus, Xiao Yun was determined to eradicate them entirely, preemptively eliminating potential dangers. Kill! Without further ado, Xiao Yun surged towards Zhou Feiyu, unleashing a blazing fist that crashed down upon him. Over the past 5 generations, the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land have been ruthlessly slaughtered by those of the Taichu Sacred Land at the True Dragon Nest, instilling such fear that the Chaos Sacred Land no longer dared to send disciples. This humiliation must be avenged today. If the Chaos Sacred Land has fallen, then Xiao Yun shall rise to uphold a new realm, forging a new legacy. During this generation at the True Dragon Nest, I shall bury every last one of you from the Taichu Sacred Land here. What nonsense about the temporal body! You shall soon find yourselves as souls beneath my fists. Xiao Yun's voice was chilling, his gaze sharp as a blade, forcing Zhou Feiyu into a corner, instilling terror in the hearts of the remaining disciples of the Taichu Sacred Land. Chapter 58. Chaos Unleashed, the shock of Zhou Feiyu arrogance. Xiao Yun, your audacity knows no bounds. Brotherly possesses the body of time and space, rendering him invincible among peers. You will inevitably perish at his hands. As Zhou Feiyu struggled to fend off Xiao Yun and Appo's relentless assault, he shouted in fury. Despite witnessing Xiao Yun and Appo's as formidable prowess. He remained unconvinced that Xiao Yun could surpass Li Chengdi. After all, he had personally experienced Li Chengdi and Appo's might, especially his speed, which was so swift that it left no room for counteraction. No cultivator of the same realm could match his pace. In the face of such terrifying velocity, anyone who encountered Li Chengdi faced but one fate: defeat. Invincible among peers? Does he truly believe himself worthy? Xiao Yun scoffed, intensifying his onslaught, causing Zhou Feiyu to spit blood and suffer broken ribs. With a violent cough, the latter was sent flying. Even Zhou, a senior brother, was no match for him. The remaining disciples of the Taichu's sacred land, witnessing Zhou Feiyu and Appo's dire predicament, felt an overwhelming wave of fear. They began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, as long as Zhou Feiyu remained alive, they dared not flee, for abandoning a fellow disciple would be a grave sin, leading to their own demise upon returning to the Taichu sacred land. Kill. Xiao Yun paid no heed to their fears. He unleashed the ultimate speed of the divine wind steps, traversing the void and striking a disciple of the Taichu's sacred land with his golden fists, sending him reeling. Brother Wang, the others gasped. He was the second strongest, ranking third among the Taichu sacred land's body refiners. Yet he could not withstand even a single blow from Xiao Yun. "You're all too weak." Xiao Yun and Appo's face was filled with disdain as his body radiated golden light. His blood surging like a golden ocean, a terrifying force converging in his fists, exuding an aura of invincibility. With a resounding thud, another disciple of the Taichu sacred land was annihilated. Only 4 remained in the arena. Like an indomitable war god, Xiao Yun advanced towards the last 4 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, intent on slaying them all. At this moment, Zhou Feiyu finally comprehended that he and his companions were far from Xiao Yun's match. Remaining here would surely lead to their complete annihilation. He could not help but shout, "Run! Everyone, scatter! We must inform Brother Li. He will avenge us." With that, Zhou Feiyu charged toward Xiao Yun, prepared to sacrifice himself to buy time for the others to escape. It must be said that even Xiao Yun was somewhat taken aback. Gazing at the bloody Zhou Feiyu before him, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. "Though you are my enemy, your courage to hold the line is commendable. I shall grant you a chance to leave your final words." "Xiao Yun, I never expected a mere mortal body could possess such combat strength. No wonder the Chaos Sacred Land dared to send you into the true dragon and Appo's nest. However, a mortal body is still just that, a mortal body. You will never comprehend the true terror of a supreme body. Brother Li will surely avenge me," Zhou Feiyu declared vehemently. Xiao Yun's expression turned icy as he responded, "Is this your last testament?" "Regrettably, while I would have liked you to survive and witness Li Chengdi's demise at my hands, I prefer to avoid complications. Thus, it is best for you to die now. In a few days, Li Chengdi will descend to reunite with you. You think you can kill Brother Li? Once you meet him, you will understand the vast chasm that separates you from him. I, Zhou Feiyu, will await you below." With a roar, Zhou Feiyu charged at Xiao Yun like a moth drawn to a flame. "Kill!" Xiao Yun ceased his words, revealing the full extent of his might, no longer concealing his strength. Boom! 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 30 colorful pillars of light emerged behind Xiao Yun, a manifestation of the Tao, radiating unfathomable power, rendering him a peerless war god. This extraordinary sight instantly intimidated the remaining disciples of the Taichu sacred land, Zhou Feiyu included. They stared in disbelief at the 30 colorful pillars behind Xiao Yun. What? Is this the manifestation of the Tao? How could he possess such a phenomenon? This is an occurrence exclusive to those with the chaos body. The disciples of the Taichu sacred land were filled with shock and confusion. Yet Zhou Feiyu recalled something, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yun, his pupils narrowing in horror. "You have actually cultivated the Chaos Sutra, reaching the 36th level, forging the embryonic form of the chaos body." A tempest of emotions surged within him. This was truly staggering. The Chaos Sutra is renowned as the most difficult cultivation technique in the world, apart from the Chaos Emperor, born with the chaos body. No one has succeeded in mastering this unparalleled skill. But how old could Xiao Yun be? Not yet 20. And he has already cultivated the Chaos Sutra to the 36th level, creating the embryonic form of the Chaos body. What extraordinary comprehension. What remarkable talent. I was wrong. Elder Wanyang was mistaken. We were all mistaken. Zhou Feiyu looked at Xiao Yun, who now exhibited a terrifying phenomenon, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Elder Wanyang returned from the Chaos Sacred Land, claiming you merely had some understanding, relying on the insight pills to master a few super combat techniques, thus gaining considerable strength. However, the insight pills have side effects, and we of the Taichu Sacred Land dismissed you, thinking you were merely a pawn of the Chaos Sacred Land, trying to eliminate our genius. Little did we know you had cultivated the Chaos Sutra and possessed such terrifying comprehension. No wonder there were rumors that when the Chaos Sacred Land opened its doors to disciples, the Chaos Bell rang 9 times. Zhou Feiyu gazed at Xiao Yun, who approached him, a glimmer of realization emerging in his eyes. That person must be you. Ha! Capable of causing the Chaos Bell to ring 9 times. No wonder you possess such unparalleled talent. I cannot contest this defeat. Is this your final testament? Xiao Yun stood before Zhou Feiyu, his gaze cold, his body radiating golden light, the 30 colorful pillars stretching skyward, resembling an invincible war god of unfathomable might. With that, Xiao Yun unleashed a torrent of overwhelming power, obliterating Zhou Feiyu before him. Even if you have cultivated the Chaos Sutra, even if you have forged the embryonic form of the Chaos body, you are still not a match for Brotherly. Zhou Feiyu and Appo's voice faded as his body was torn to shreds by the violent force, transforming into a mist of blood that stained the heavens and earth. Brother Zhou, the remaining 3 disciples of the Taichu Sacred Land cried out in horror. With Zhou Feiyu and Appo's demise, an icy dread gripped them. Everything had transpired in the blink of an eye, and no one could intervene or prevent it. Run! The 3 disciples of the Taichu Sacred Land, now thoroughly terrified, fled in panic. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Yun paid them no mind. 3 silver flying daggers shot forth, ending their lives in an instant. Thus, all 9 prodigies of the Taichu Sacred Land met a tragic fate at the hands of Xiao Yun. Total annihilation. Chapter 59. 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. After vanquishing 9 disciples from the Taichu Holy Land, Xiao Yun's formidable aura gradually subsided. The ethereal projection of the great Tao behind him dissipated, and the brilliant golden light retreated into his body, no longer radiating its luster. Not far away, Tang Yunyun gazed at Xiao Yun with a pallid face, her body slightly stiff and trembling. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. The scene was too gruesome. Shattered corpses, severed limbs, and scattered entrails painted a picture reminiscent of a hellish battlefield. And Xiao Yun stood as the god of death within this inferno, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Even though Xiao Yun had restored his seemingly harmless demeanor, adorned with a smile and devoid of any murderous intent, Tang Yunyun trembled with fear. Xiao Yun busied himself with tidying up the battlefield, collecting the spatial rings of the 9 Taichu disciples, before approaching Tang Yunyun and inquiring nonchalantly, "What is the matter? Do you find me cruel?" His gaze was somewhat detached, his eyes piercing as they fixed upon Tang Yunyun. She took a deep breath, then shook her head gently, responding, "No, they sought to kill Senior Brother Xiao. It is only just that you eliminated them. Let us continue our journey." Upon hearing this, the chill in Xiao Yun and Appo's expression evaporated, and his smile returned as he led Tang Yunyun away. Fortunately, Tang Yunyun was not like Mu Qianxue, the overly virtuous type. Otherwise, even if the others were disciples of his future master, he would have kept his distance and paid them no mind. As they journeyed, Xiao Yun perused his system. Among the 9 Taichu disciples he had slain, 6 possessed special physiques, granting him a total of 60 opportunities for enlightenment. This was exceedingly gratifying. Xiao Yun felt a surge of anticipation. If he could eliminate more talented individuals with special physiques, he might just forge the chaos body in one fell swoop. After traveling for an hour, they stumbled upon some rare treasures. Before them stood the 1,000-year vermilion fruit, which could enhance cultivation when consumed. On a small tree exuding a kaleidoscope of colors, Xiao Yun spotted several plump, ruby-red fruits, his face lighting up in astonishment. Senior brother Xiao, look quickly. There's a 10,000-year ginseng. Ah, it's running away. Suddenly, Tang Yunyun's voice rang out with excitement. Xiao Yun turned to see an elderly ginseng scuttling away on its roots, moving faster than a person could run. However, Tang Yunyun, being a practitioner at the pinnacle of body refinement, swiftly captured the ginseng. 10,000-year ginseng. This one has truly attained sentience. Xiao Yun marveled. Treasures of such caliber were exceedingly rare in the outside world, even within their holy land, where only the saints had the privilege to acquire them. It was undeniable that they had stumbled upon a veritable treasure trove. Xiao Yun promptly collected the 1,000-year vermilion fruit, and, alongside Tang Yunyun, they continued their quest for treasures. As they delved deeper into the true dragon and Appo's nest, their gains multiplied, and smiles adorned their faces. Senior brother Xiao, our harvest is immense this time. Once we exit, I believe I shall swiftly ascend to the divine bridge realm. Tang Yunyun exclaimed joyfully, chirping like a delighted lark beside Xiao Yun, while Xiao Yun shared in her joy. He felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. After all, he was now a saint of the Chaos Holy Land, fully entitled to acquire such treasures for enhancing his cultivation. His purpose for entering the true dragon's nest was twofold: to obtain treasures that would facilitate the transformation of his physical body, and to acquire items that could extend his lifespan. The former was aimed at evolving his body to the limit of 100,000 pounds of strength, while the latter was meant as a gift for his somewhat distant master. Otherwise, she would surely perish within a century. Thus, Xiao Yun felt a sense of discontent with their current haul. He turned to Tang Yunyun and said, "Let us hasten our pace and make our way to the core of the true dragon's nest." Tang Yunyun nodded, closely following behind him. The pair quickened their steps, continuing to scour the path for more treasures. Shortly thereafter, they reached the fringes of the core of the true dragon and Appo's nest. Senior brother Xiao, come quickly. Is this not the legendary nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma? Tang Yunyun exclaimed with delight beside a green vine. Upon hearing her, Xiao Yun and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing beside her. Xiao Yun focused intently on the green vine before him, which bore a colossal Ganoderma. Unlike ordinary fungi, this one was entirely crystalline, translucent, and adorned with 8 golden leaves, the 9th leaf already half-formed. Having perused numerous texts on rare herbs and treasures within the Chaos Holy Land, Xiao Yun was well-versed in such matters. After all, one must know their treasures before entering the true dragon's nest. Almost at first glance, he recognized this Ganoderma as the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, a legendary supreme treasure. Most importantly, it was an extraordinary item capable of catalyzing the transformation of one's physical body. Xiao Yun's face blossomed with joy as he declared, "Indeed, it is the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Although it is not yet fully matured, it shall reach that state in a matter of days. This is an unparalleled treasure for bodily transformation." Tang Yunyun, upon hearing this, radiated happiness. "Senior brother Xiao, you are already formidable. If you refine this 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, your power will ascend to new heights." Although she had discovered the Ganoderma first, she understood that without Xiao Yun guiding her, she would never have reached this point, let alone acquire such a treasure. Thus, she graciously yielded it to him. Xiao Yun, appreciating her sentiment, accepted the treasure without hesitation. After all, he had accompanied Tang Yunyun throughout their journey, helping her secure numerous treasures along the way. He owed her nothing. "Tang Shimi, you are truly my lucky star. If not for your keen eyes, I might never have encountered this 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma." Xiao Yun smiled at her, then added, "You should rest nearby. I shall remain here and guard this Ganoderma until it matures." Tang Yunyun nodded and settled down to meditate, calming her mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun stood vigil beside the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings with utmost vigilance. With the Ganoderma on the verge of maturation, he was determined to prevent any disruptions. However, as fate would have it, after an hour of watchfulness, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the nearby forest, accompanied by an approaching figure. Xiao Yun's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharpening like a blade as he focused on the thicket. Whoever dared to covet his nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma would meet with a singular fate, death. Ha! My great fortune has arrived. I have encountered the legendary nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma. The voice preceded the figure, a towering silhouette emerging from the foliage. He bore a battle knife on his back, his long hair billowing without wind, exuding a fierce, cutting intent. It was Lu Nanshan, the saint son of the heavenly blade Holy Land, possessing a natural affinity for the blade. Xiao Yun recognized him at once. Chapter 60. I do not wield a blade, yet possess invincible strength. As night fell, the radiant moonlight cascaded down, cloaking the forest in a veil of ethereal mist, rendering the scenery hazy and enchanting. On a vibrant vine, the ninth golden leaf of the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma began to slowly take shape, emitting a soft, divine glow that seemed almost sacred. Not far away, Lu Nanshan fixated intently on the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his eyes betraying unmasked greed. He exclaimed with exhilaration, "To encounter such a treasure capable of transforming the flesh is indeed a monumental stroke of fortune." Only then did Lu Nanshan notice Xiao Yun beside him, and a look of disdain crossed his face. "Begone. Since you have procured the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma for me, I shall spare your life today, out of goodwill." His tone was imperious, as if he were bestowing a favor upon Xiao Yun, laden with an air of undeniable authority. However, as the holy son of the heavenly blade sacred land, endowed with an innate blade body, Lu Nanshan possessed the qualifications to be so domineering. Neither Zhang Yunfei of the Overlord sect nor Zhou Feiyu of the primordial sacred land could hold a candle to him. Yet, alas, today he faced Xiao Yun. Gazing at the arrogant and haughty Lu Nanshan, Xiao Yun's hands shimmered with light as a mysterious iron warblade materialized between his palms. While caressing the dark blade, he regarded Lu Nanshan with an indifferent expression and declared, "An innate blade body, you say? I too wield a blade. Let us see whose blade proves mightier." With that, Xiao Yun's gaze sharpened, becoming as piercing as a blade's edge. An overwhelming aura of blade intent surged forth from him, seeming to rend the very fabric of space around them. At that moment, Xiao Yun appeared akin to a divine blade, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Lu Nanshan furrowed his brow, but soon his face was again filled with disdain as he arrogantly retorted, "To dare wield a blade before me, a being of innate blade body, you must be exceedingly foolish." Lu Nanshan dismissed Xiao Yun, for in his eyes there were but a few worthy adversaries: Li Chengdi, the time-space body; Zhao Wuji, the primal sacred body; Wu Gang, the celestial sovereign body; Jiang Haoren, the divine king body; and his nemesis, Yi Wuchen, the innate sword body. Beyond these, he regarded no one else as a threat. Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei were mere trifles, insignificant in his view. As for Xiao Yun, he had never even laid eyes upon him, likely just a nameless individual, unworthy of his attention. An innate blade body, you say? Xiao Yun remained unfazed by Lu Nanshan and Appo's arrogant proclamations. Still caressing the mysterious iron blade, he slowly asserted, "This blade has accompanied my master for decades. Forged from a millennium of mysterious iron, weighing 360,000 jin. My master once swept through foes of the same rank with it. To sever you, an innate blade body, would not tarnish its legacy." Upon saying this, Xiao Yun rose, brandishing his blade with an intensity that was both piercing and imposing, exuding an unparalleled sharpness. The 360,000 jin war blade felt as light as a feather in his grasp, owing to Xiao Yun and Appo's own strength of 800,000 jin, allowing him to wield it with effortless grace. Millennium mysterious iron? 360,000 jin? Lu Nanshan scoffed, as if he had heard a jest. "Are you jesting? Do you truly believe you can lift a blade of such weight? Do you take me for a fool, thinking mere bravado will deter me? Deterring you? No, I intend to slay you." Xiao Yun and Appo's gaze turned icy as he raised the mysterious iron warblade. He had not forgotten the system and Appo's task. Killing a genius of special physique would grant him 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Since Lu Nanshan had so boldly come to seek his demise, Xiao Yun would show him no mercy. Such audacity! A mere nameless individual dares to act so brazenly before me. This is sheer folly. Lu Nanshan, incensed, emanated an aura of formidable might, akin to a sovereign ruler, capable of bringing 100,000 to their knees with a single wrathful strike. Just by the force of his presence, it was evident that Lu Nanshan was immensely powerful, far surpassing Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei. Yet Xiao Yun remained undaunted. Wielding the mysterious iron warblade, he was prepared to unleash his full might. Even Zhou Feiyu had not compelled him to employ the warblade, indicating that Xiao Yun held Lu Nanshan in high regard. Kill! Lu Nanshan ceased his chatter, immediately swinging his blade towards Xiao Yun with a fierce and commanding strike that enveloped the area. To Xiao Yun, this strike seemed ordinary, yet it was executed with precision and decisiveness, as if it were severing all techniques and maneuvers in one fell swoop. All avenues of evasion and clever tactics were rendered moot by this single strike, ensnaring Xiao Yun and Appos, as spirit and energy as if he were ensnared in an illusion, unable to extricate himself. What a formidable, innate blade body! Xiao Yun could not help but acknowledge that, in terms of blade techniques alone, he was indeed at a disadvantage against Lu Nanshan. Possessing an innate blade body, Lu Nanshan and Appos' achievements in the art of the blade rendered him invincible among his peers. There was no one else who could rival him. However, Xiao Yun was not merely a practitioner of the blade. His essence lay in strength. No matter how formidable Lu Nanshan's blade techniques were, Xiao Yun believed that with overwhelming power, he could cleave through any defense. With a flourish, Xiao Yun swung the mysterious iron warblade towards Lu Nanshan, not employing any combat techniques, merely executing a seemingly careless strike fraught with apparent vulnerabilities. Lu Nanshan's gaze swept over the scene, and he mocked. Is this all the strength you possess? In our heavenly blade, sacred land, even a mere body-refining practitioner surpasses your blade skills. I concede. Xiao Yun nodded, and with that, he swung his blade downwards, unleashing a torrent of power that erupted like a tempest, threatening to upheave the heavens. Lu Nanshan and Appos' expression shifted to one of horror as he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, akin to a mountain crashing towards him. I do not wield a blade. I possess only immense strength that transcends all else. No matter your techniques, I shall cleave through them with a single stroke. I firmly believe that sheer force can overcome any obstacle. Xiao Yun's blade descended upon Lu Nanshan, sending the latter's long blade flying from his grasp. The residual force of the strike caused Lu Nanshan to spew blood, violently propelled backward. Before absolute strength, Lu Nanshan was indeed forced back by Xiao Yun's single strike. Should onlookers witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, for it was truly shocking. Lu Nanshan, endowed with an innate blade body, was no ordinary individual, but a genuine prodigy of unparalleled caliber. Xiao Yun is truly formidable. Once he refines that nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, he may indeed be capable of slaying that being of time and space. Not far off, Tang Yunyun watched the battle unfold, her heart surging with tumultuous waves of shock. A prodigious talent had been grievously injured by Xiao Yun's blade. Such power is unfathomable. Chapter 61. The mightiest blade fails with a resounding thud. Lu Nanshan collided with a colossal tree before swiftly regaining his footing. However, he could not suppress a cough that spewed forth blood. His expression one of incredulity as he gazed at the figure of Xiao Yun across from him. Your blade truly weighs 360,000 pounds, he exclaimed, his countenance a mix of shock and regret. He had underestimated Xiao Yun, failing to recognize that the sword was indeed forged from a millennium of profound iron, a weight beyond his wildest imagination. Had he known, he would never have dared to engage in such a reckless confrontation. It was tantamount to courting death. Who exactly are you? Lu Nanshan hastily retrieved a medicinal pill, swallowing it as he attempted to mend his injuries, all while fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon Xiao Yun. A nameless individual cannot possess such power. What is your true identity? Are you trying to buy time to heal? Xiao Yun replied, a mocking glimmer in his eyes. Lu Nanshan's expression shifted slightly. He indeed harbored that intent, having sustained grave injuries due to his earlier carelessness. Continuing to battle Xiao Yun in his current state would be exceedingly disadvantageous. Yet, he was taken aback when Xiao Yun discerned his plan with a mere glance. Even if I allow you to recuperate, I remain unafraid. But I am not foolish enough to let you recover. In this realm of cultivation, the cruel rule is to strike while the iron is hot. With that declaration, Xiao Yun swung his profound iron blade once more, charging at Lu Nanshan. Allowing Lu Nanshan to regain his strength for a fair fight? Hardly. Xiao Yun was no fool. In the heat of battle, who cared for notions of fairness? The objective was to eliminate the opponent without hesitation. Kill! Xiao Yun bellowed, unleashing his technique known as 10,000 blades returning to the sea. Instantly, a multitude of blade images coalesced, resembling a torrential downpour, weaving a vast net that ensnared Lu Nanshan within. This technique had been refined to the pinnacle of combat prowess through his insight system, rendering it immensely powerful. It was this very skill that prompted the Emperor Tian to bestow the profound iron blade upon Xiao Yun. Though he typically engaged in hand-to-hand combat, it was with a blade that he truly reached his apex. After all, how could bare fists ever rival the sharpness of a sword? Moreover, Xiao Yun's blade was extraordinary, forged entirely from millennium-old profound iron, weighing 360,000 pounds, bestowing upon it formidable might. With this weapon, Xiao Yun could unleash extraordinary levels of power. Damn it! Lu Nanshan's complexion paled. His injuries had yet to fully heal, and he could only muster 70% of his fighting capacity. Engaging in battle at this juncture placed him at a severe disadvantage. Yet, with no choice, he met Xiao Yun and Oppo's advance with his own blade. This time, however, Lu Nanshan was far more astute. Recognizing his inferior strength, he opted for evasive maneuvers and utilized his agility to deflect Xiao Yun's overwhelming force. Use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Lu Nanshan muttered, executing a diagonal slash that unleashed an inexplicable force, diverting the trajectory of Xiao Yun's profound iron blade while he deftly evaded. Xiao Yun's expression shifted. Lu Nanshan's swordplay was remarkably astute, leveraging power against power to neutralize his overwhelming might. Kill! Lu Nanshan seized the opportunity, a seasoned warrior with vast experience in battle. He merged his essence with his blade, his vitality and spirit coalescing into a singular focus. In that moment, Xiao Yun sensed a hint of danger. Lu Nanshan, in this state of unity between man and blade, surged with immense power, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Boom! The force of Lu Nanshan's strike cascaded forth, akin to a cataclysmic landslide, the blade shimmering with a blinding white light that rendered it dazzlingly brilliant. This strike bore an unmatched momentum, akin to an invincible sword sweeping across the land, shattering mountains and rivers alike. Before such overwhelming ferocity, any onlooker would feel their spirit quaver and their soul tremble. This is my strongest strike, initially intended for Yi Wuqing. But today it shall be used to vanquish you, Lu Nanshan declared, his gaze fierce and filled with unwavering confidence in his impending blow. This strike encapsulated the entirety of his might, merging his essence and spirit into one, a terrifying display that transcended all limits. The inherent strength of his blade manifested in this singular attack, an unstoppable force poised to obliterate all in its path. As Xiao Yun beheld the descending strike, he felt his body stiffen, the very essence of his soul threatening to fracture, rendering him utterly immobile. Lu Nanshan's attack not only bore formidable power, but also carried the weight of his spirit, merging both material and mental assaults into the ultimate blade. Indeed, one must never underestimate the heroes of the world. In that moment of shock, Xiao Yun could not help but reflect on Lu Nanshan's prowess. Truly, he was a peerless anomaly, his strength exceeding Xiao Yun's expectations. For the first time, Xiao Yun felt the chilling breath of death looming before him. A stark contrast to the threats posed by Zhou Feiyu and Zhang Yunfei, who had previously failed to instill such dread. You are powerful. I shall wield my utmost strength to slay you as a mark of respect. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Yun unveiled the embryonic form of the chaos body. 30 colorful pillars extending towards the heavens, the terrifying aura of the Tao projection shattering Lu Nanshan's mental assault. What? Lu Nanshan gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening at the sight of the 30 Tao projections behind Xiao Yun. As the scion of the sacred land, he recognized their significance. The embryonic form of the chaos body, 30 Tao projections. Lu Nanshan's expression morphed into one of horror as he gazed at Xiao Yun, astonished. You are from the chaos sacred land, and you cultivate the chaos classic? Correct, but alas, there are no rewards. After revealing the embryonic form of the chaos body, Xiao Yun immediately activated the formidable defensive techniques, Golden Bell Shield and Taiji Divine Palm. Boom! Simultaneously, Lu Nanshan's mightiest blade struck fiercely against the golden shield enveloping Xiao Yun. The Golden Bell Shield and Oppos. As formidable defense erupted at that moment, staunchly resisting the forward momentum of Lu Nanshan and Oppos. As ultimate strike. Shatter! Lu Nanshan and Oppos. As eyes blazed with determination as he shouted, fully aware that if he failed to slay Xiao Yun with this singular blow, his fate would be sealed. For such a devastating strike, he could never unleash a second time. Once unleashed, it would either claim his enemy's life or his own. Such was the overwhelming nature of this strike. Rightfully dubbed the mightiest blade, Lu Nanshan roared incessantly, striving to breach Xiao Yun's golden shield, pouring every ounce of his strength into the assault. The radiant light of his blade relentlessly hammered against the golden barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a fissure finally appeared in the golden shield surrounding Xiao Yun, igniting a spark of exhilaration in Lu Nanshan's eyes. Yet, his triumph was short-lived. Once the golden bell shield fractured, an immense Taiji diagram erupted forth, violently propelling Lu Nanshan, blade and all, backward. No! Lu Nanshan cried out in despair as he was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, his face a mask of hopelessness. Chapter 62. The maturation of the Ganoderma. What an extraordinarily powerful strike. Xiao Yun gazed in astonishment at Lu Nanshan, who had been sent flying by the Taiji diagram. Lu Nanshan and Oppos. S most formidable blow just moments ago was simply breathtaking, akin to a divine slash that could obliterate worlds, leaving Xiao Yun profoundly shaken. Had it not been for his superior strength and his ultimate mastery of the Golden Bell Shield and the Taiji Divine Palm, he might have truly struggled against Lu Nanshan. Among those with a second-tier divine body, Lu Nanshan surpassed both Zhang Yunfei and Zhou Feiyu by a considerable margin. Such a formidable opponent, Xiao Yun had only encountered in the illusory Demon Tower, where Lu Nanshan could easily rank among the top 20 strongest in the history of body refinement. Alas, such a remarkable individual had crossed paths with Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun showed no mercy to his adversaries. He merely expressed a fleeting sense of awe before resuming his assault on Lu Nanshan with his blade. Boom! Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth and swung his sword to counter Xiao Yun and Oppos' attack. However, in his severely weakened state, he was utterly no match for Xiao Yun, who struck him, causing him to spit blood and be driven into a desperate corner. Xiao Yun was somewhat surprised at how drastically Lu Nanshan's strength had diminished. Evidently, that earlier supreme strike had come with significant repercussions. He looked at Lu Nanshan and chuckled. With a sullen expression, Lu Nanshan gritted his teeth and pleaded, "Spare my life, and I will assist you in dealing with Li Qingdi." He begged for mercy, an act that filled him with immense humiliation, marking the greatest disgrace of his life. Yet, he truly did not wish to perish here. He possessed a natural sword body, a prodigious talent from the heavenly sword's sacred land, with the potential to become an emperor. His brilliant life had only just begun, and he was not ready to see it end. Moreover, Lu Nanshan believed that given time, he would undoubtedly defeat Xiao Yun and erase the shame he endured today. Puff! Before Lu Nanshan could finish his plea, Xiao Yun and Oppos' blade struck him, sending him flying backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Xiao Yun continued his relentless assault, a cold smile on his face as he declared, "If my strength were inferior to yours, I would have been slain by you just now. Now that you have lost, you seek mercy? Do you think this is a game? Apologies, but this is a ruthless world of cultivation. Having lost, there is only one path left for you, death. As for Li Qingdi, I will deal with him myself. I have no need for the assistance of a defeated foe." Driven to the brink of despair, Lu Nanshan felt a wave of fear wash over him, and he shouted, "You underestimate Li Qingdi. The supreme body possesses terrifying power beyond your imagination. I acknowledge your strength, but I must tell you, I once sparred with Li Qingdi, and I was nearly killed by him in a single move. This was merely a spar." Xiao Yun was shaken by his words. Nonetheless, he continued swinging his blade at Lu Nanshan, snorting coldly, "If Li Qingdi is truly that formidable, then I have even less need for your assistance, considering you couldn't withstand even a single strike from him." The ferocity of Xiao Yun's blade intensified, his overwhelming power forcing Lu Nanshan to cough up blood as he retreated. Lu Nanshan felt himself nearing his limit and yelled at Xiao Yun, "You madman! If you kill me, our heavenly sword's sacred land will not let you off easily. My grandfather is." This was the final sentence from Lu Nanshan. Before he could finish, Xiao Yun's enchanted iron warblade had already shattered his internal organs. Lu Nanshan's body remained intact, his eyes still wide open, but within him there was nothing but a mass of crushed flesh. The sheer strength of Xiao Yun, amplified by his enchanted iron blade, had obliterated this prodigious talent, known for his innate sword body. This marked Xiao Yun's first kill of an extraordinary prodigy and the first saintly disciple from a sacred land. He had gained 10 opportunities for enlightenment. Xiao Yun checked the system, and his face lit up with joy. Slaying a genius with a special physique granted him 10 enlightenment chances. For this reason alone, Xiao Yun would not have spared Lu Nanshan, and any pleas for mercy would have been in vain. After Xiao Yun removed Lu Nanshan's spatial ring, he returned to sit beside the 9-leaf Ganoderma, awaiting its maturation. Not far away, Tang Yunyun, noticing the end of the battle, hurried over to begin digging a pit beside him. Xiao Yun was taken aback, looking at Tang Yunyun with confusion. "Junior sister Tang, what are you doing?" With a serious expression, Tang Yunyun replied, "Senior brother Xiao, we must not let anyone know you killed Lu Nanshan, otherwise it will bring trouble." Xiao Yun felt warmth in his heart, but shook his head, saying, "Junior sister, you are overreacting. My master once said that in the true dragon nest, we can engage in battles without causing enmity among the various sections." Tang Yunyun glanced at Xiao Yun with a peculiar look and asked, "Senior brother Xiao, you seem unaware of Lu Nanshan and Amp Oppos as true identity?" Xiao Yun replied with puzzlement, "Ascension and Amp Oppos, he just the saintly disciple of the heavenly sword's sacred land? Is there something more special about him?" Tang Yunyun nodded gravely and said, "The current divine son of the heavenly sword's sacred land, known as the dominant blade, Lu Tiandu, is his grandfather." Xiao Yun was taken aback. He had heard of the Oppos, dominant blade and Oppos, Lu Tiandu from Emperor Tian, as he was a prodigious talent of the same era. Emperor Tian had mentioned that this individual was exceedingly strong, already a half-step saint, and once he attained sainthood, he would become the new master of the heavenly sword's sacred land. No wonder Lu Nanshan mentioned his grandfather before his death. Xiao Yun recalled Lu Nanshan's final words. However, Xiao Yun felt no fear. As the saintly disciple of the chaotic sacred land, could Lu Tiandu truly come to the chaotic sacred land to kill him? Curiosity piqued. Xiao Yun asked, "Junior sister Tang, since Lu Tiandu is from the same era as my master, he must be around 1,000 years old. How could he have such a young grandson?" Tang Yunyun smiled wryly and explained, "Once cultivators step into the extraordinary realm, their lifespans extend to 1,000 years. Therefore, they typically do not marry before entering this realm. After all, if your partner fails to reach the extraordinary realm, would you not be sorrowful for 1,000 years?" Xiao Yun suddenly understood. It seemed that cultivators tended to marry later in life. Tang Yunyun continued, "Moreover, prodigies like Lu Tiandu are solely focused on the pursuit of becoming an emperor. They generally do not engage in romantic entanglements. They only develop feelings when they encounter equally powerful women, which results in later marriages. Xiao Yun nodded. He would likely make the same choice. After all, the lifespan of a cultivator increases with their strength. If one's partner could not reach the extraordinary realm, they would only have a few hundred years to live, leaving one to face centuries of solitude. Thus, cultivators seek partners who are well-matched, not in status, but in cultivation and potential. A genius like Xiao Yun was destined to become a saint, even a quasi-emperor, with a lifespan spanning thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. With such longevity, Xiao Yun certainly would not consider women with mere lifespans of a few hundred years. He would at least seek a woman capable of achieving sainthood. Of course, that was a matter for another time. At this moment, Xiao Yun's attention was captivated by the nine-leaf Ganoderma before him. Its ninth leaf had fully formed, radiating a gentle golden light and emitting a refreshing fragrance that caused the surrounding flora to flourish and bloom. Undoubtedly, this nine-leaf Ganoderma had completely matured. Chapter 63. Successful Transformation. 900,000 gene of power finally matured. Xiao Yun's face was filled with excitement. Once he refined this nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his strength would increase by another 100,000 gene. At that point, with 900,000 gene of power, would he still need to fear Li Qingdi? Xiao Xixiang, hurry and pick it. I heard from Master that the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma will gradually dissipate into the world if not harvested in time. Tang Yunyun hurriedly reminded him. Xiao Yun smiled gently. Rest assured, it won't vanish for another week. Despite his words, Xiao Yun immediately reached out to pluck the nine-leaf celestial Ganoderma, cradling it in his palms. This magnificent fungus was as large as a human head, its body translucent and glimmering, adorned with 9 golden leaves that radiated a splendid light. Xiao Xixiao quickly refined the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. I will guard you, Tang Yunyun declared, then began to pace nearby, ready to alert Xiao Yun at the first sign of intruders. Xiao Yun promptly sat cross-legged and began to consume the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma. Despite its considerable size, it melted upon contact, its coolness invigorating him. Soon, he felt a tremendous surge of life essence coursing through his body, nourishing his flesh and causing his skin to glow with a crystalline radiance. Truly, it was a treasure of immense worth. Xiao Yun commenced his cultivation technique, wholly absorbing and refining this boundless life energy, enveloping his body in a resplendent aura, illuminating the surrounding forest as though it were day. Streams of verdant life energy began to seep from Xiao Yun's pores, entwining around him like a cocoon. In that moment, he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, an unparalleled comfort as his organs, flesh, and bones underwent a profound transformation and elevation. The life essence of a 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma was overwhelmingly potent. Even after hours of absorption, he had yet to fully harness its power. By midnight, his body continued to radiate light, evolving and strengthening. After another hour, when all the life essence had been absorbed, a golden divine flame surged forth from his body, igniting his flesh as if he were being reforged anew. Enduring the searing pain, Xiao Yun recognized that this was the pivotal moment of his transformation. To elevate an ordinary body to match those of special constitutions, one must endure trials and tribulations. The blazing divine flame consumed his old body, forging a new one. Without the immense life essence of the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, his flesh would have been incinerated by the divine flames. However, bolstered by this essence, Xiao Yun's body could withstand the refining process, enhancing his life essence and evolving to a higher plane. Golden light gradually emanated from his flesh and bones, even spilling outwards, merging him with the golden divine flames. The following morning, the dawn's glow enveloped the forest, with dewdrops on leaves and flowers reflecting a crystalline brilliance, resembling exquisite water pearls. A gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh air. Xiao Yun slowly opened his eyes, realizing his body was now stronger than ever, even slightly taller. Within him surged an immense power, akin to a mighty river yearning to burst forth. Every cell within him seemed to harbor formidable energy. as if he had undergone rigorous trials. This was a rebirth through fire, akin to the immortal phoenix undergoing its resurrection, marking Xiao Yun's successful transformation. The last time he experienced such a change was when he forged the embryonic form of the chaos body. At this moment, he possessed 900,000 gene of power, drawing ever closer to the limit of 1,000,000 gene. With such strength, who could rival him within the true dragon's nest? A brilliant light shone in Xiao Yun's eyes, brimming with confidence and an extraordinary presence. Whoosh! Tang Yun sensed that Xiao Yun had completed his cultivation and swiftly flew over. "Thank you, Tang Shimi, for guarding me." Xiao Yun smiled at her. "Xiao Xixiang is too modest. By the way, how do you feel now?" Tang Yun inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity, eager to discern what changes had taken place in Xiao Yun. However, Xiao Yun concealed his aura, with Tang Yun and Amp, Oppos, as current strength. She could not grasp the full extent of his transformation. "I feel unprecedentedly well." Xiao Yun grinned and waved his hand. "Let us proceed to the core of the true dragon's nest." Tang Yun nodded, and together they set off once more towards the core of the true dragon's nest. In less than half a day, they reached the heart of the true dragon's nest, where they faintly heard a commotion nearby, piquing their interest. "Xiao Xixiang, there seem to be many people over there. Should we check it out?" Tang Yun asked after listening intently. Xiao Yun pondered. It would be wise to investigate. Who knows what treasures we might seize? Tang Yun rolled her eyes. Her brother was indeed confident. Nevertheless, it was true that treasures within the true dragon's nest were unclaimed, and given Xiao Yun and Oppos as strength, he was certainly capable of seizing them. The survival principle here was that the strong took precedence, while the weak were prey. In a lush green forest, a winding emerald river flowed into the distance, beside which stood a small tree, roughly human height, its sturdy trunk exuding an ancient aura. The tree and Amp, Oppos, as foliage was abundant, interspersed with several white flowers. Yet curiously, it bore only a single fruit, golden and shimmering with a faint golden glow, dazzlingly radiant. This golden fruit was unmistakably extraordinary. In the distance, several young cultivators gazed greedily at the golden fruit, but dared not approach. For standing near the tree were three formidable figures: Li Chengdi of the temporal body, Jiang Haoren of the divine king body, and Zhao Wujing of the ancient holy body. The three unparalleled prodigies formed a triangle around the small tree. Anyone who dared to step closer would face the wrath of the other two. Their expressions were grave and vigilant. Heavens, that is the Bodhi tree, the legendary divine tree. It is said to bloom once every 1,000 years and bear fruit thereafter. The fruit, known as the Bodhi fruit, can instantaneously induce enlightenment, one of the top 10 rarities in the world. Even saints and quasi-emperors would go mad for it. This treasure could fetch a holy weapon if taken out. Li Chengdi, Jiang Haoren, and Zhao Wujing were present. It was uncertain who among them would claim the Bodhi fruit. When Xiao Yun and Tang Yun arrived, they overheard the surrounding discussions. Chapter 64. Three Extraordinary Prodigies: Bodhi Tree, Bodhi Fruit. As Xiao Yun listened to the discussions around him, he could not help but turn his gaze towards the river ahead. Indeed, he spotted a small tree, adorned with a golden fruit about the size of a fist, radiating a brilliant golden hue. However, what captivated Xiao Yun's attention even more were the three extraordinary prodigies beside it: Li Chengdi, Jiang Haoren, and Zhao Wujing. The unexpected gathering of these three remarkable figures took him by surprise. Yet, Xiao Yun quickly felt a surge of excitement. He had long sought Li Chengdi and Zhao Wujing, and now he had finally encountered them. Silently, he contemplated his next moves: to eliminate Li Chengdi and to subdue Zhao Wujing. The very thought would undoubtedly cause a stir. After all, Xiao Yun's ambitions were audacious in the extreme. Was it truly so easy to vanquish Li Chengdi, the recognized strongest in the true dragon nest? And what of Zhao Wujing, the ancient sacred body, whose power was formidable, rivaling that of Li Chengdi? Nevertheless, Xiao Yun was brimming with confidence. Having recently undergone a transformation, his strength had surged to an astonishing 900,000 gene, placing him at the pinnacle among his peers. Xiao Xixiang, that is a Bodhi fruit. Once consumed, it can instantly induce a state of enlightenment. It is one of the 10 rarest treasures in the world and would be immensely beneficial to you, exclaimed Tang Yun, her face alight with excitement. Xiao Yun turned his gaze once more to the golden fruit and the small tree, noting its resemblance to the Bodhi tree and Bodhi fruit described in ancient texts. However, he felt little interest as he still had 154 opportunities for enlightenment remaining. For one who possessed the Enlightenment system, such opportunities held little value compared to treasures like the 9-leaf celestial Ganoderma, which could facilitate a transformation of the physical body. Xiao Xixiang, this Bodhi fruit, is exceedingly precious. Li Chengdi and the others will undoubtedly vie for it. You must exercise caution. This fruit can propel them into a state of enlightenment, enabling them to comprehend a superlative combat technique and augment their strength by 100,000 gene. Tang Yun warned gravely. However, consuming it at the body refinement stage would be a waste. They are more likely to wait until they reach the celestial realm to take it, allowing them to break through to sainthood. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yun and Appo's eyes brightened, as if struck by lightning, and he froze in realization. Indeed, while the Bodhi fruit may hold no value for him, it would be invaluable to his master. His master had been trapped in the extraordinary realm for many years. With this fruit, he could undoubtedly break through the barrier and ascend to the celestial realm. Once he attained that level, he would gain an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. What more could one desire in terms of longevity? Xiao Yun and Appo's thoughts raced. Initially, he had only considered his own circumstances, dismissing the Bodhi fruit as inconsequential. However, for his master, the value was immense. The reason his master was confined to the extraordinary realm was due to his inability to advance beyond the current stage of the Chaos Sutra. Yet, with the aid of this Bodhi fruit, a breakthrough was imminent. Once his master transcended to the celestial realm, not only would he gain 1,000 years of life, but he would also possess an even greater power. With his master as a celestial powerhouse, Xiao Yun would no longer need to fear his downfall, and a more powerful master would serve as a formidable support during his own weaker days. Resolved, Xiao Yun's eyes gleamed with determination as he fixed his gaze upon the Bodhi fruit, exuding an aura of inevitability. This Bodhi fruit shall be mine, he declared softly, yet his conviction was palpable. In an instant, he made up his mind to seize the Bodhi fruit and present it to his master, aiding him in becoming a celestial powerhouse. Tang Shimi, wait here for a moment. I will go and procure the Bodhi fruit, he whispered to Tang Yun. She nodded, understanding that her presence would only hinder him, as Li Chengdi and the others were far beyond the capabilities of Zhou Feiyu. However, she cautioned Xiao Xixiang, be careful. Moreover, the Bodhi fruit is not yet ripe. It will only mature once all the flowers of the Bodhi tree have fallen. Xiao Yun acknowledged her words, recalling that the texts in their chaos sacred land also stated that the Bodhi fruit would not fully ripen until all the flowers had dropped. This explained why Li Chengdi and the others had yet to act. The fruit's immaturity meant that a battle could easily destroy it, causing them great distress. With that, Xiao Yun approached the Bodhi tree, standing out in the crowd like a crane among chickens, instantly drawing the attention of all around him. Whispers erupted in the air. Who is that? Is he courting death by approaching the Bodhi tree? With 3 extraordinary prodigies present, he still dares to covet the Bodhi fruit. He clearly values wealth over life, and is utterly oblivious to the danger. I think I recognize him. His name is Xiao Yun, a disciple of the Chaos Sacred Land. He previously defeated Zhang Yunfei outside. The Chaos Sacred Land has actually sent someone. Do they not fear being utterly annihilated by the Taichu Sacred Land? A mere Zhang Yunfei cannot compare to the 3 prodigies. Even if he hails from the Chaos Sacred Land, he stands no chance against Li Chengdi and the others. The Chaos Sacred Land has truly fallen. Their disciples lack strength and now seem to lack intelligence as well. A cacophony of murmurs arose from the crowd. Xiao Yun's ears twitched, and in an instant, 5 silver flying knives materialized in his hand, launching forward like streaks of silver meteors into the crowd. With a series of anguished cries, 5 young cultivators collapsed, each with a silver knife embedded in their foreheads. The crowd gasped in horror. their expressions turning pale as they looked at Xiao Yun, instinctively retreating. Xiao Yun cast a cold glance at them, his voice chilling like winter and Appos. It's ice. One may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak recklessly. Otherwise, one may meet a grim fate. His tone was frigid, causing the temperature around him to plummet. The crowd shivered involuntarily, falling silent, no longer daring to discuss Xiao Yun. With a snort, he turned back towards the Bodhi tree, feeling no hesitation within the true dragon nest. Anyone who dared to act recklessly would meet their end. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun's actions had drawn the attention of Li Chengdi and his companions. All three extraordinary prodigies turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with an oppressive force. Xiao Yun met their stares with equal intensity, his eyes sharp as blades, radiating a formidable aura as he prepared to unleash his unparalleled prowess. Chapter 65. The maturation of the Bodhi fruit. Li Chengdi regarded the figure of Xiao Yun before him, a flicker of surprise and doubt crossing his eyes. He had heard the murmurs surrounding him, and thus recognized that Xiao Yun hailed from the chaos sacred land. This meant that he was the very individual referenced by Elder Wan Yangui, who had once vanquished their thunder body, Jie Yulong, from the Taichu sacred land. This revelation left Li Chengdi puzzled. Prior to their entrance, the higher-ups of Taichu sacred land had issued a stern command to Zhou Feiyu and his companions to eliminate Xiao Yun, ensuring that the chaos sacred land would once again return in defeat. As for Li Chengdi, the higher-ups had not instructed him, considering that a mere mortal like Xiao Yun posed no threat to Zhou Feiyu and his companions, and thus he need not intervene. Upon learning that Xiao Yun was but a mortal, Li Chengdi dismissed him from his mind. By this point, they had already been in the true dragon nest for some time. Logically, Zhou Feiyu's group should have dispatched Xiao Yun by now. Yet here he stood. A flicker of doubt crossed Li Chengdi and Appos' mind. Could it be that Zhou Feiyu and his cohorts were so inept that they had failed to locate him? As Li Chengdi scrutinized Xiao Yun, Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji also turned their attention toward him. Zhao Wuji recognized Xiao Yun immediately and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Xiao Yun, I didn't expect to see you here. I trust you have encountered no dangers along the way." Zhao Wuji's tone held an unexpected hint of concern, which surprised the nearby crowd. Only a select few were aware that Xiao Yun had effectively aligned into Appos, himself with Zhao Wuji. Naturally, Zhao Wuji regarded Xiao Yun as his foremost subordinate, hence his evident concern. After all, he was the designated champion of his retinue. Madman, Xiao Yun shot Zhao Wuji a glare, suppressing the urge to slap him across the face, knowing that Li Chengdi and Appos' presence necessitated restraint. However, he was acutely aware that his greatest adversary at this moment was Li Chengdi. Once he dealt with him, he could address Zhao Wuji later. Approaching the Bodhi tree, Xiao Yun took stock of Li Chengdi and Appos' strength. "Halt!" Jiang Haoran finally spoke, his sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Yun, filled with contempt as he declared, "This place is not for just anyone to enter. Begone, for you lack the qualifications to compete with us for the Bodhi fruit." "And who might you be?" Xiao Yun retorted coldly, glaring at Jiang Haoran. "Impertinent." Jiang Haoran, taken aback by the audacity of this nameless individual, felt his anger surge, ready to take action. "You are the one being impudent." Zhao Wuji interjected, casting a frigid glance at Jiang Haoran. "This is my follower, my foremost general. I have brought him here. How dare you object?" Jiang Haoran's expression darkened, but he refrained from further comment. Though he was indeed a remarkable prodigy, Zhao Wuji was a disciple of the sacred land. And while their sacred king sect boasted considerable prestige, they ultimately fell short in terms of foundational depth compared to the sacred land. Nonetheless, Jiang Haoran cast a deep glance at Xiao Yun, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes, clearly marking him for future reckoning. Xiao Yun paid little heed to Jiang Haoran, his focus locked onto Li Chengdi, his gaze shimmering as he assessed the latter's prowess. Li Chengdi regarded Xiao Yun with indifference and remarked, "You are fortunate. It seems you have not encountered Zhou Feiyu and his companions." Xiao Yun paused, a smile gracing his lips, for Li Chengdi mistakenly believed he had survived due to avoiding Zhou Feiyu. Little did he know that Xiao Yun had already dispatched them all, a revelation too shocking to fathom. Contemplating this, Xiao Yun looked at Li Chengdi and replied coldly, "My luck has always been exceptional. For instance, this Bodhi fruit has yet to mature, seemingly waiting for my arrival." "Oomph." Jiang Haoran scoffed derisively, his face a mask of mockery as he regarded Xiao Yun, clearly perceiving his confidence as arrogance, as if he believed the Bodhi fruit was rightfully his. Did he consider them mere decorations? Zhao Wuji, however, exhibited no anger. Arms crossed, his eyes gleamed with intensity as he looked at Xiao Yun, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of being my foremost general. Your audacity is remarkable. I can already envision you sweeping across the world by my side." Xiao Yun, disinclined to engage with this madman, shifted his gaze to the Bodhi fruit, observing that only 3 blossoms remained on the Bodhi tree, on the verge of ripening. He would not make his move until the fruit matured. Otherwise, any of the 3 prodigies present could effortlessly destroy it. Fixated on the 3 remaining flowers, Xiao Yun patiently awaited the opportune moment. The other 3 prodigies also bided their time, dismissing Xiao Yun, recognizing that aside from defeating Zhang Yunfei, he had yet to showcase any notable achievements. Had he been a gifted individual with a unique constitution, perhaps his origins from the Chaos Sacred Land would have commanded the attention of Li Chengdi and Zhao Wuji. Yet, as a mere mortal, he was not deemed worthy of consideration. As time trickled by, 2 blossoms from the Bodhi tree eventually fell to the ground, merging with the earth and transforming into ethereal energy that nourished the tree. The Bodhi tree emanated a gentle radiance, making the Bodhi fruit shine even more brilliantly, its golden light dazzling and a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, and all present held their breath, for they understood that the Bodhi fruit was on the cusp of maturation. Only 1 flower remained. Once it fell, the Bodhi fruit would be ripe for the taking. The 3 prodigies sharpened their focus, their gazes like blades, fixated on the fruit while remaining vigilant of one another. Xiao Yun, however, was disregarded. Pleased with this oversight, Xiao Yun studied the Bodhi fruit for a moment longer, then glanced at Li Chengdi and the others, contemplating whom he should target first. It was evident that Li Chengdi possessed the greatest strength and speed. If he were Zhao Wuji or Jiang Haoran, they would undoubtedly join forces against him. Xiao Yun calculated in his mind, his eyes glimmering with determination. He had resolved to strike first at Li Chengdi. This man's speed was too swift. Should he seize the Bodhi fruit, escaping would be impossible for anyone. With a flicker of silver light, Xiao Yun produced a silver flying dagger, gripping it tightly in his palm. Just then, the last flower from the Bodhi tree fell, and boundless golden light converged, causing the Bodhi fruit to radiate with the brilliance of the sun. The 3 prodigies present immediately narrowed their eyes, and their gazes erupted with dazzling divine light. Chapter 66. The Clash of Extraordinary Beings at Long Last. The Bodhi fruit has ripened. The spectators from afar widened their eyes in anticipation, fully aware that the 3 unparalleled prodigies were about to engage in a fierce battle. None wished to miss such a spectacular scene. Near the Bodhi tree, the 3 exceptional talents, Li Chengdi, Zhao Wuji, and Jiang Haoran, had already sprung into action. Whoosh! It must be noted that Li Chengdi, possessing the body of time and space, moved with astonishing swiftness, akin to teleportation, as he almost instantaneously appeared before the Bodhi tree, reaching out to pluck the coveted fruit. "Stop! Insolence!" Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji shouted in unison, launching their attacks toward Li Chengdi. Should he dare to seize the Bodhi fruit, they would unleash their fury upon him. This was a strategic maneuver to divert attention. At that moment, a silver flying dagger had already been launched, striking out before Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran could make their move. The dagger sliced through the air, leaving an elusive trail, and instantaneously struck the back of Li Chengdi's hand. Li Chengdi frowned, turning to gaze at Xiao Yun with an expression of surprise, seemingly taken aback by Xiao Yun's unexpected prowess. The force behind the dagger was formidable, enough to send his hand flying backward, accompanied by a trace of blood. Little did he know, Xiao Yun was equally astonished. He had distinctly felt the dagger slow upon contact with Li Chengdi's hand, diminishing the force he had infused it with by nearly half. Otherwise, with his terrifying strength of 900 0.000 pounds, he could have obliterated Li Chengdi's hand. This was a manifestation of time deceleration. He was able to manipulate the flow of time even in the refinement of body stage. Xiao Yun's gaze grew grave, instantly dispelling any sense of carelessness, as he fixated warily on Li Chengdi, who exceeded his expectations in strength. However, Li Chengdi's situation was not ideal. Although he had withstood Xiao Yun's dagger, he was now facing the combined onslaught of Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. The power of these two extraordinary beings was immensely potent, each possessing a supreme body. Together, their assault compelled even Li Chengdi to take it seriously, forcing him to abandon his attempt to seize the Bodhi fruit and instead turn to confront Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. Silver light radiated from Li Chengdi's form, transforming into a resplendent moon, a symbol of purity and divinity, hovering behind him, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. One could not deny the sheer might of Li Chengdi. He stood before the Bodhi tree like an imposing deity, enveloped in luminescence, as the silver moon danced around him, conjuring a tempest that surged outward. Boom! Li Chengdi managed to deflect the combined attack from Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji, retreating only a step while remaining firmly positioned before the Bodhi tree, exuding an aura of invincibility. The spectators were left in awe. The spectacle was reminiscent of the moon rising over the sea. The extraordinary phenomenon Li Chengdi exhibited was indeed a powerful manifestation. He had withstood the united assault of two prodigies without sustaining any harm. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yun had stealthily maneuvered behind Li Chengdi while he was preoccupied with Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. Perhaps Li Chengdi had noticed, but he dismissed Xiao Yun as insignificant. In his mind, Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren remained his primary adversaries. Thus, even upon realizing Xiao Yun and Apos as presence, he paid him no heed, merely establishing a layer of defense behind himself while continuing to channel his manifestation, the moon rising over the sea, toward the approaching Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji, who had allied once more. War God Fist, Zhao Wuji bellowed, his voice reverberating through the heavens. His aura surged like a tide, golden flames flickering in his eyes as he unleashed a fierce punch forward, accompanied by a terrifying force. Behind him, the manifestation of an unparalleled war god materialized, surging forth with his punch. Supreme sovereignty. Jiang Haoren struck toward Li Chengdi with an outstretched palm, a scene of divine reverence unfolding behind him, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. He resembled a true god king, reigning over the realms, as countless deities bowed in submission before him. Both prodigies unveiled their most formidable attacks, their combined might striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Li Chengdi and Apos' expression shifted to one of unprecedented seriousness. He dared not underestimate the two, quickly activating his manifestation to confront their assault. Crash! The waves of the ocean surged relentlessly as a brilliant moon ascended, resembling an extraordinary curved blade, aimed to cleave through Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren with overwhelming might. Simultaneously, the attacks from Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren cascaded toward him. In an instant, the area was awash in dazzling brilliance, an overwhelming spectacle. The sound of explosions resonated, echoing like thunder. Despicable. Suddenly, amidst the radiant glow, Li Chengdi's furious voice rang out. The crowd focused their gaze, astonished to witness Xiao Yun recklessly charging toward Li Chengdi, wielding a black battle knife, poised to strike at his back. At that moment, Li Chengdi was fully engaged in a fierce confrontation with Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren. It must be said that Xiao Yun possessed an impeccable sense of timing. The majority of Li Chengdi's battle power was devoted to countering Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren, leaving him little strength to address Xiao Yun's advance. Nevertheless, Li Chengdi remained a prodigious being. Even with limited power at his disposal, he dismissed Xiao Yun as a threat, casually swatting at him as one would a fly, wholly unconvinced of Xiao Yun and Apos' potential to endanger him. Yet, he failed to notice the cruel smile curling at the corner of Xiao Yun and Apos' lips. Dare to underestimate me? This is your folly. Xiao Yun's gaze turned icy, a sinister smile gracing his face as he lifted the black iron battle knife high. The immense power surging within him flowed toward the weapon like a mighty river, infusing it with tremendous strength. In an instant, the black iron battle knife seemed to come alive, emanating a dark, eerie glow as it sliced through the void, creating a chasm of darkness that consumed the surrounding light. A profound sense of danger surged within Li Chengdi as he glanced at the black iron battle knife in Xiao Yun's grasp, his pupils constricting in realization. Did he comprehend? Alas, it was too late. Xiao Yun burst into laughter, unleashing the terrifying force of 900,000 pounds as it surged forth, cleaving toward Li Chengdi with unparalleled ferocity. Chapter 67. The victor Xiao Yun strike was overwhelmingly powerful. When his strength of 900,000 pounds erupted, Emperor Li immediately sensed the terrifying killing intent directed at him. How could this be possible? Emperor Li was filled with shock. He never anticipated that Xiao Yun would be so formidable. At this moment, any attempt to muster his strength for defense was already too late. In a moment of desperation, Emperor Li could only summon a fraction of his power to unleash his ultimate technique. Time slow down. Space solidify. Emperor Li bellowed, pushing his temporal spatial body to its limits, invoking a forbidden technique of time and space. The surrounding space solidified, attempting to withstand the invasion of the mysterious iron blade. However, Xiao Yun's strength was far too great. The minuscule spatial power Emperor Li managed to muster was utterly insufficient to counter an assault of 900,000 pounds. Even with his subsequent attempt to slow down time, it proved futile, for Xiao Yun was too close, and the iron blade had already descended before him. His ultimate technique was executed too late. One must acknowledge that Xiao Yun seized the perfect moment to strike. In his haste, Emperor Li could not even summon his own manifestation. Xiao Yun's strength was inherently immense. And now, with a full frontal assault against a hasty defense, the outcome was inevitable. Crack! The sound of shattering filled the air, as space seemingly fractured. Emperor Li's solidified space could not halt the advance of Xiao Yun's iron blade, which tore through layers of void, cutting towards his chest. In that moment, Emperor Li felt an overwhelming pressure that left him breathless. The full force of 900,000 pounds exploded forth, the terrifying might of the iron blade reaching its zenith. The ferocious energy surged towards Emperor Li like a colossal wave. His palm imprint was instantly torn apart, and the overwhelming force struck him down, sending him hurtling backwards. Spitting blood mid-flight, Emperor Li's face drained of color as disbelief filled his gaze, fixated on Xiao Yun beside the Bodhi tree. He was utterly astounded. Only upon experiencing Xiao Yun's blade did he comprehend the sheer terror of his strength. Even if the attack was not a sneak assault, it was sufficient to threaten him. So, this is what the Elder of the Many Suns means by calling him a mere mortal? Emperor Li could not help but curse inwardly. Had the Elder been present, he would have slapped him without hesitation for such a claim. Had he been even slightly wary of Xiao Yun earlier, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament now. Heavenly mercy, what have I witnessed? Emperor Li, actually struck and sent flying by that fellow's blade. Is this disciple of the chaos sacred land truly this formidable? How could it be? Emperor Li was grievously injured by a Xiao Yun strike. Not far away, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Many drew in sharp breaths, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Xiao Yun to actually harm Emperor Li. With their keen eyes, they could also discern the severity of Emperor Li's injuries. Just observing his pale complexion indicated that he had suffered greatly. This revelation left Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren in disbelief. How formidable was Emperor Li? Just moments ago, the two of them had joined forces and failed to suppress him, even finding themselves at a disadvantage. This illustrated the extraordinary power he wielded. Yet, it was this unmatched genius who had been severely wounded by Xiao Yun, a mere unknown. Though Xiao Yun and Appo's attack bore the mark of a sneak assault, it nevertheless underscored his formidable strength. After all, had another individual been in his place, even if Emperor Li stood still, it was unlikely they could have inflicted any harm upon him. The temporal spatial body? It seemed not so impressive after all. Meanwhile, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Xiao Yun plucked a Bodhi fruit from the tree. "Excellent, this Bodhi fruit is now mine," he declared with a smug grin. In the distance, Emperor Li swallowed a pill, secretly recuperating from his injuries, unable to prevent Xiao Yun from claiming the fruit, forced to watch with a grim expression, devoid of his earlier nonchalance. Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran, having also been sent flying by Emperor Li, were equally unable to stop Xiao Yun from obtaining the fruit. Thus, Xiao Yun emerged as the clear victor. However, Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran positioned themselves to block Xiao Yun, clearly unwilling to relinquish such a precious treasure. From afar, Emperor Li awaited the opportune moment, silently recovering his strength. "Kid, I never expected you could wound Emperor Li. But ultimately, it was merely a sneak attack. Hand over the Bodhi fruit, and I might spare your life." Jiang Haoran coldly glared at Xiao Yun. Despite Xiao Yun's injury to Emperor Li, he still did not believe Xiao Yun to be stronger than himself. This was a well-known principle in the cultivation realm. The extraordinary physiques of special talents were deeply ingrained in people's minds, and no one believed that a mere mortal could defeat a genius with such a physique. Of course, if Xiao Yun were to reveal the embryonic form of the chaos body, that perception would change. Only Emperor Li, recovering in the distance, understood the true extent of Xiao Yun's terror. However, he was not foolish enough to alert Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, allowing them to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Xiao Yun while he reaped the benefits. Why not take advantage of the situation? At this moment, Zhao Wuji regarded Xiao Yun with unexpected intrigue, smiling as he spoke. "Xiao Yun, you have exceeded my expectations. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Hand over the Bodhi fruit, and when I ascend to the status of a great emperor, you may serve as my envoy, overseeing the myriad realms, second only to me. What do you say?" Xiao Yun glanced at Zhao Wuji, then at Jiang Haoran, before beckoning them with a finger, coldly asserting, "Come forth, kneel, and submit to me. Today, I may spare your lives." Such words were undeniably arrogant, openly challenging two extraordinary geniuses, bordering on recklessness. Yet, after witnessing Xiao Yun's earlier defeat of Emperor Li, the crowd dared not mock him, their attention fully captivated by the scene unfolding. In the arena, upon hearing Xiao Yun's brazen proclamation, Jiang Haoran could not help but snicker disdainfully. "You are utterly unaware of your own mortality. It seems necessary to enlighten you today. Your chaos sacred land has fallen. What are you barking about? Come here, and I shall strike you down." Xiao Yun's gaze remained icy as he regarded him, his tone laced with contempt. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Haoran launched an attack against Xiao Yun, a golden palm imprint instantly enveloping the sky, threatening to engulf him. Boom! Xiao Yun responded, erupting like a volcano. The previously tranquil space was suddenly filled with surging energy, gushing forth from his fists. With a single punch, 9 radiant fists flew forth, their might sweeping across the heavens. Jiang Haoran's palm imprint was shattered by Xiao Yun's fist, and the overwhelming force cascaded towards him like an avalanche. Boom, boom. Boom! Jiang Haoran was sent reeling back repeatedly, his face a mask of horror as he beheld Xiao Yun before him, disbelief filling his eyes. The power of his opponent was far beyond his own, reaching the staggering height of 900,000 pounds. Chapter 68. Defeating the Divine King Body. Achieving fame in battle heavens. As the crowd watched Jiang Haoran being forcefully repelled by Xiao Yun, an uproar of astonishment erupted among them. They could now ascertain that Xiao Yun undoubtedly possessed strength rivaling that of a peerless prodigy. This was indeed a dark horse, finally revealing its extraordinary brilliance. In the arena, Jiang Haoran's expression darkened as he gazed at Xiao Yun across from him. He spoke in a somber tone, "I underestimated you. I did not expect such a monster to emerge from the chaos sacred land. No wonder they dared to send someone in this time. Now, it is my turn to strike." Xiao Yun replied coldly, immediately unleashing the 9 turns dominance fist. 9 radiant fists coalesced into a singular, awe-inspiring blow that surged toward Jiang Haoran. "Do you think I will fear you?" Jiang Haoran bellowed, unwilling to retreat before the multitude, for that would be too humiliating. After all, he was the divine king body, while Xiao Yun was merely a mortal body. Could he, as a divine king, truly evade the attacks of a mortal? Would that not undermine the dignity of the divine king body? With all his might, Jiang Haoran activated his divine king body, resembling a sovereign deity commanding the heavens. Each of his strikes exuded immense might, akin to the weight of the firmament crashing down. Endless radiance erupted from his palm, sweeping toward Xiao Yun like an unrelenting flood, accompanied by a thunderous roar that was truly awe-inspiring. At this moment, an unparalleled aura emanated from Jiang Haoran. His body radiated brilliance, divine light illuminating the entire space. The spectators, witnessing this, could not help but express their admiration for the formidable divine king body, which rightfully held a place among the top 10 supreme bodies. However, Xiao Yun remained unfazed, his expression remarkably calm as he delivered a single punch. Golden light intertwined, resembling golden lightning that rent the heavens asunder, an overwhelming force. Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle, their confrontation shaking the very earth and causing nearby trees to uproot and shatter in the sky. The terrifying power unleashed left the ground in utter disarray, countless trees lying fallen upon the earth. Vast fissures, resembling a spider and Appo's S-web, spread across the terrain, extending into the distance. Kill! Each of Jiang Haoran's strikes bore terrifying might, akin to a wrathful deity, capable of slaying millions. Yet, Xiao Yun's fists proved even more powerful, as his strength of 900,000 pounds erupted, obliterating Jiang Haoran and Appo's S-palm strikes effortlessly. Boom! The 9 radiant fists transformed into dazzling light, forcing Jiang Haoran to retreat repeatedly. The tremendous force causing blood to spill from his lips, his complexion paling. The onlookers were astounded. Jiang Haoran was actually at a disadvantage, wounded by Xiao Yun. He was no match for him. It was evident to all that Xiao Yun had achieved absolute dominance. The divine king body was not as formidable as it appeared. With a cold chuckle, Xiao Yun unleashed his fierce fist light, engulfing Jiang Haoran. The overwhelming power caused Jiang Haoran to spew blood continuously. Nearby, Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji both wore grave expressions, their demeanor reflecting the seriousness of the situation. Xiao Yun's strength had compelled them to reassess their previous underestimations. Meanwhile, Jiang Haoran seethed with rage, unable to accept his defeat to a mere mortal. "You are too arrogant. Today, I shall make you witness the absolute disparity between a mortal body and the divine king body. Annihilation of the gods." With a thunderous roar, Jiang Haoran summoned the vision of the Hall of Gods behind him, countless divine phantoms rushing toward Xiao Yun, as if the deities themselves were descending to obliterate the world. "Is it your vision? Do you think I lack one?" Xiao Yun scoffed, his long black hair billowing without wind, revealing 30 colorful pillars of light extending skyward, exuding an extraordinary presence. As the projection of the Great Path emerged, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. "What is that?" "It is the projection of the Great Path. He has actually cultivated the legendary chaos scripture, and even forged the nascent form of the chaos body." It was the nascent form of the chaos body. No wonder he was so formidable. How old could he possibly be? To have already forged the nascent form of the chaos body at such a young age, surely. The first holy son of the chaos sacred land, Di Tian, had not been this terrifying. The crowd buzzed with conversation, utterly shaken. The chaos body, as the supreme body of all realms, was undeniably radiant. Even though Xiao Yun had only forged the nascent form of the chaos body, it was enough to astonish everyone present. Li Qingdi and Zhao Wuji, not far away, stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. The chaos body of the chaos sacred land bore an immense reputation. The legendary chaos emperor had been so fearsome, the greatest emperor of all realms, the strongest in countless ages. This had contributed to the mythos of the chaos body, universally recognized as the premier supreme body. So that was it. What is merely a mortal body is utterly insignificant. Li Qingdi silently cursed Wan Yonghui once more in his heart. This fool was truly disgraceful. A grand elder attempting to probe the chaos sacred land, only to fail to discern that Xiao Yun had cultivated the chaos scripture and forged the nascent form of the chaos body. he was a complete waste. Who would have thought that after years of silence, the chaos sacred land would produce another madman daring enough to cultivate the chaos scripture? No wonder they dared to look down upon me. Nearby, Zhao Wuji, observing the imposing Xiao Yun, finally relinquished his desire to subdue him. In the cultivation world, it was common knowledge that those who practiced the chaos scripture were deemed madmen. Expecting such individuals to submit was utterly impossible. The last generation's Detion was the most renowned, battling against the supreme bodies and the dual-eyed warriors, never once conceding. Naturally, no one could defeat Detion, who had already forged a half-step chaos body, making him nearly invincible among his peers. Now, another Xiao Yun had emerged from the chaos sacred land. What astonished everyone was that this Xiao Yun was so young, barely 20, having already forged the nascent form of the chaos body. With such comprehension, it was assured that he would eventually forge a half-step chaos body. If fortune favored him, he might even become the unparalleled chaos body across all realms. Just as the crowd was enraptured in shock, the battle within the arena had reached its conclusion. After Xiao Yun unleashed the nascent form of the chaos body, his strength, reaching 900,000 pounds, swiftly shattered Jiang Haoren's vision, sending him flying backward, blood spewing forth. This time, Jiang Haoren was gravely injured, collapsing to the ground while continuously coughing up blood in a far worse state than Li Chengdi had been earlier. Kill! Xiao Yun showed no mercy, advancing toward Jiang Haoren, unwilling to leave behind a formidable enemy for his future. Yet at that moment, a golden figure appeared, standing resolutely before Xiao Yun, radiating a terrifying aura that compelled him to halt. This individual was Zhao Wuji, a prodigious genius endowed with the ancient sacred body. Chapter 69. The defeat of the ancient sacred body. Xiao Yun furrowed his brow as he gazed at Zhao Wuji before him. He had initially intended to eliminate Jiang Haoren first before dealing with Zhao Wuji, but he was taken aback by this reckless individual who seemed eager to meet his demise. Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled with fervor as he stared at Xiao Yun, his face radiating a fierce battle intent as he declared, in the realm of cultivation, it is rare to encounter a chaos body. Today, fate has led me to you. Although you have yet to fully forge your chaos body, you are still worthy of my attention. Without a doubt, he was a battle fanatic, a martial arts enthusiast. Zhao Wuji was indeed extremely combative. Otherwise, he would not have dared to challenge all the body-refining cultivators of the dominant's holy land single-handedly. It is worth noting that during the body-refining stage, practitioners typically remain within their sects, focusing on their own cultivation, seldom venturing out. It is only upon reaching the divine bridge realm, acquiring the ability to fly with a sword, that they seek out experiences in the world. Thus, it is evident that Zhao Wuji was a true martial enthusiast, born for battle. However, such individuals are also exceedingly terrifying, as their combat experience is vast, and they fight with relentless fervor, living and dying by the sword. The ancient sacred body, also known as the battle sacred body, is not to be taken lightly. Among the 10 supreme bodies, the ancient sacred body holds a unique position. It can be weak or extraordinarily strong. When weak, it ranks at the bottom among the 10 supreme bodies, sometimes even inferior to certain second-tier divine bodies. Yet, in its might, the ancient sacred body can challenge the chaos body. In ancient times, a fully realized ancient sacred body once confronted the chaos emperor, although ultimately defeated. It solidified the ancient sacred body's legendary reputation. Since then, the lineage of the ancient sacred body has aspired to challenge the chaos body to redeem the shame of past defeats. Unfortunately, since the era of the chaos emperor, no second chaos body has appeared. Now, having finally encountered a semblance of a chaos body, how could Zhao Wuji not be stirred? The battle intent within him had been ignited. To battle a chaos body is my lifelong pursuit. Zhao Wuji stepped forward, advancing toward Xiao Yun, his form erupting with a blazing golden radiance, resembling a sun that had merged with his very being, making him appear resplendent and dazzling. Behind Zhao Wuji loomed a colossal golden figure, reminiscent of a war god from the ancient times, traversing through the river of time, ready to conquer the heavens and earth with an overwhelming presence and battle intent. Boom! As Zhao Wuji took a step forward, an immense force caused the ground to sink, creating a terrifying scene of upheaval all around. It was as if the earth itself had been shattered beneath his feet. Amidst a cacophony of roaring sounds, Zhao Wuji's golden fists appeared before Xiao Yun. They gleamed as though forged from pure gold, radiant and blinding, reminiscent of a sun. Battle God Fist. Zhao Wuji bellowed, unleashing a torrent of power from his fists, surging forth like a mighty river toward Xiao Yun. The golden war god behind him followed suit, delivering a powerful blow that struck terror into the hearts of all. 9 revolutions, Overlord Fist. Xiao Yun sneered, channeling the 9 revolutions Overlord Fist, unleashing a staggering battle power equivalent to 900,000 pounds. His strike was terrifying, akin to a thunderbolt descending, a colossal axe cleaving through mountains, a waterfall cascading downwards with unrestrained ferocity. The momentum was overwhelmingly powerful and tyrannical, rendering it impossible for anyone to withstand its might. Under the pressure of Xiao Yun's fist, even the heavens and earth would bow in submission. In an instant, Xiao Yun elevated his spirit and energy to their peak, enveloping the entire realm with his fist and might, leaving Zhao Wuji with no means of evasion. Naturally, Zhao Wuji did not intend to retreat. His battle intent surged skyward. Kill! Kill! Both warriors roared in unison, engaging in a fierce clash reminiscent of 2 prehistoric behemoths locked in a brutal struggle, intense and merciless. The visceral nature of their combat resonated powerfully, leaving onlookers in awe. However, Jiang Haoran, the divine king who had been wounded by Xiao Yun, seized this opportunity to make his escape into the forest. Fully aware that remaining in this location would spell disaster for him, he recognized that he could very well be slain by Xiao Yun and deemed it wisest to withdraw for the time being. Xiao Yun, noticing Jiang Haoran and Appo's retreat, regretted that he had no chance to pursue him, as dealing with Zhao Wuji would not be a simple task. Since Jiang Haoran had fled, he resolved to subdue Zhao Wuji instead. Xiao Yun regarded Zhao Wuji coldly and summoned the 30 colorful celestial pillars behind him. These grand projections erupted with terrifying energy, intensifying the brilliance of his fists. As Xiao Yun activated his manifestation, Zhao Wuji sensed the dire situation unfolding. He had already unleashed his own manifestation, yet it was insufficient to contend with Xiao Yun. Now, with Xiao Yun's manifestation in full force, how could he hope to withstand it? Indeed, as Xiao Yun's manifestation emerged, the overwhelming fist force descended like the shattering of the heavens, annihilating everything in its path with unparalleled might. In that instant, Zhao Wuji felt utterly isolated, as if the world around him had vanished. Even the sky and earth faded into an abyssal darkness, leaving only a singular fist dominating the cosmos, hurtling towards him. Within this void, Xiao Yun stood as an invincible deity of war, an unparalleled sovereign, gazing down upon all with disdain. Boom! As the force of Xiao Yun and Appo's punch enveloped him, Zhao Wuji could only feel his arms tremble violently, his palms cracking, his body propelled through the air like a tree uprooted by a tempest. Thud! As he was sent flying, Zhao Wuji coughed up blood, his face as pale as a sheet. Clearly, in their direct confrontation, he was no match for Xiao Yun and had been decisively defeated. At that moment, a figure that had been healing from a distance, Li Chengdi, vanished as if teleporting, disappearing into thin air. Yet Xiao Yun felt an acute sense of danger emanating from behind him. Planning to sneak attack me? I've been prepared for you. Xiao Yun smirked inwardly, recognizing Li Chengdi's intent to ambush him, underestimating his vigilance. Xiao Yun had always been on guard against Li Chengdi, whose strength surpassed both Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran. As anticipated, at this crucial moment, Li Chengdi launched an assault from behind. His speed was astonishing, faster than lightning, akin to an instantaneous movement. However, just as Li Chengdi approached Xiao Yun, a blinding light erupted from the surroundings, enveloping the entire ground like a domain, ensnaring both Xiao Yun and Li Chengdi within. It's a formation. Someone gasped from nearby. Li Chengdi was equally startled, realizing that the surrounding space had seemingly solidified, drastically slowing his speed. Moreover, countless silver, throwing knives shot forth from all directions, converging upon him. "I've been waiting for you to fall into my trap." Xiao Yun grinned coldly, fixating on the ensnared Li Chengdi. Chapter 70. Suppression of the temporal body with the deceleration of Emperor Li Cheng and the interference of the silver flying daggers. Xiao Yun effortlessly repelled his assaults, forcing him to retreat. After all, a force of 900,000 pounds is no trifling matter, undoubtedly surpassing that of Emperor Li Cheng. Moreover, the emperor's injuries were only partially healed, with merely half of his strength restored. Even in his prime, Xiao Yun was unafraid of Emperor Li Cheng. Facing a half-damaged version of him only fueled his confidence. Under the relentless barrage of Xiao Yun's 9 transformations Overlord Fist, Emperor Li Cheng staggered back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments crimson. It was evident that Xiao Yun possessed an absolute advantage in strength. "When did you set up the formations?" Emperor Li Cheng inquired darkly while fending off Xiao Yun's strikes and retreating hastily. Within the formations, his speed was severely hampered, and there were not just one, but 2 formations disrupting the space, rendering him incapable of harnessing his spatial powers. Clearly, Xiao Yun had prepared in advance, orchestrating 2 formations specifically designed to counter him. While you battled Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, I was already laying out the formations," Xiao Yun replied, a smug smile gracing his face as he unleashed a flurry of golden fists upon Emperor Li Cheng, driving him further back. From the outset, Xiao Yun had regarded Emperor Li Cheng with utmost caution, as his master, Emperor Tian, had equipped him with numerous strategies precisely for dealing with this individual. Thus, while Emperor Li Cheng engaged with Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoran, Xiao Yun discreetly arranged the formations. By strategically placing a few spirit stones in critical locations, he ensured they went unnoticed. Moreover, cultivators at the body refinement stage typically do not delve into formations, as they scarcely have time to practice superlative combat techniques, let alone waste time studying formations. Consequently, no one anticipated that Xiao Yun would be proficient in such arcane arts. At that moment, while Emperor Li Cheng and his companions were engaged in battle, they dismissed Xiao Yun entirely, failing to notice his covert actions. Subsequently, while Emperor Li Cheng was occupied with healing his injuries, he had no time to regard Xiao Yun as a threat. Taking advantage of the chaos of the battles with Jiang Haoran and Zhao Wuji, Xiao Yun successfully established the 2 formations, which were relatively simple to set up, namely, the disordered space formation and the dragon lock formation. The more formidable 8 gates locking formation was abandoned due to its complexity, but the combined power of the disordered space formation and the dragon lock formation, bolstered by Xiao Yun and Appo's own strength, was sufficient to contend with Emperor Li Cheng. The disordered space formation could disrupt spatial dynamics, limiting Emperor Li Cheng and Appo's spatial abilities, while the dragon lock formation diminished his speed. Consequently, Emperor Li Cheng and Appo's swiftness was significantly curtailed, no longer posing a threat to Xiao Yun. "It seems you have long been preparing against me. I cannot claim to have suffered unjustly," Emperor Li Cheng remarked darkly, begrudgingly acknowledging his defeat. The adversary had been plotting against him even before entering the true dragon nest, while he had underestimated Xiao Yun, failing to regard him as a serious contender. This stark contrast rendered Emperor Li Cheng and Appo's loss all the more justifiable. That fool Wanyang Hui praised you as the temporal body, inflating your reputation. Naturally, I had to take you seriously," Xiao Yun grinned, striking fiercely once more, causing Emperor Li Cheng to cough up blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, Emperor Li Cheng mentally cursed Wanyang Hui, that imbecile, who not only failed to gauge the enemy's depth, but also exposed his own vulnerabilities. This time, Emperor Li Cheng truly found himself ensnared by Wanyang Hui's folly. Its formations, 2 formations. When did Xiao Yun set these up? He realized he might very well fall into Xiao Yun's grasp. Who would have imagined Xiao Yun possessed such capabilities? His comprehension must be astounding. Not only had he mastered multiple superlative combat techniques, but he also excelled in formations. Was he not yet 20 years of age? This formation was tailored specifically to counter Emperor Li Cheng's temporal body, indicating that the Chaos Holy Land had prepared thoroughly for this day. The Taichu Holy Land had undoubtedly been outmaneuvered. The Chaos Holy Land, despite its decline, still radiated a magnificent brilliance. Outside, discussions erupted. Observers noted that with the aid of the formations, Xiao Yun had completely seized the upper hand, driving Emperor Li Cheng back relentlessly. The once pristine garments of Emperor Li Cheng were now stained red with blood, and he faced increasingly severe injuries, struggling against Xiao Yun's might. The crowd was astounded. After all, he was a temporal body, and yet today he was on the brink of defeat against a mere mortal. However, Xiao Yun could no longer be deemed a mere mortal. He had cultivated the embryonic form of the chaos body, equivalent to a third-order king body. Defeating a supreme body with a king body was a miraculous feat, and without a doubt, Xiao Yun had achieved this miracle. After today, the name Xiao Yun would resound throughout the cultivation realm, as many lamented. Within the formations, Emperor Li Cheng, while fending off Xiao Yun's fierce attacks, contemplated an escape plan. However, after much deliberation, he found no opportunity to flee. Xiao Yun and Appo's onslaught was relentless, punctuated by the occasional strike from the flying daggers, rendering escape impossible. The two formations enveloping the area, though simple, boasted formidable defenses that Emperor Li Cheng could not dismantle instantaneously. Only external attacks on the formations could provide him with a chance. Yet, who would dare assault these formations? None possessed the ability or the courage, save for Zhao Wuji. Thus, Emperor Li Cheng bellowed, "Zhao Wuji, quickly break the formations. Otherwise, if I perish, you shall not fare well either." Though the formations obscured the area, they were merely simple constructs, insufficient to stifle Emperor Li Cheng's voice. Outside, Zhao Wuji, who was tending to his wounds, immediately heard Emperor Li Cheng's plea. His eyes flickered, contemplating whether to intervene. In truth, the best course of action for him would be to seize this opportunity to escape, rendering Xiao Yun a non-threat and eliminating any possibility of being hunted. He had no obligation to save Emperor Li Cheng. Instead, he could leverage Xiao Yun and Appo's strength to eliminate a future adversary. Ultimately, however, Zhao Wuji opted to intervene. He refused to retreat in disgrace. Such a notion was utterly humiliating. Moreover, he believed Xiao Yun to be the greater threat, a formidable rival for the future. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to join forces with Emperor Li Cheng to vanquish Xiao Yun. Boom! Once Zhao Wuji made his decision, he acted swiftly, unleashing the god of war fist, his fists glowing with an unmatched brilliance, striking fiercely at the formations before him. Inside the formations, Xiao Yun and Appo's expression hardened as he declared coldly, "Zhao Wuji, you are courting death." Chapter 71. 1 against 2, unmatched at the same level. Boom. The formation was ultimately shattered by Zhao Wuji, as it was merely a pair of simple arrays with insufficient defensive strength to withstand the assaults of such a prodigy. Whoosh! With the formation dismantled, Xiao Yun immediately lost sight of Emperor Li Cheng. Freed from the constraints of the formation, Emperor Li Cheng could now wield the power of space, employing the ability to traverse distances in an instant, coupled with accelerated time, granting him an alarming velocity. Xiao Yun could scarcely perceive Emperor Li Cheng's figure. He could only sense the rapid approach from behind. Golden Bell Shield, Taiji Divine Palm. Without a moment's hesitation, as the formation crumbled, Xiao Yun swiftly unleashed these two defensive techniques. Instantly, a Taiji diagram encircled his body, while a golden bell enveloped him, providing layered protection. Boom! At that very moment, Emperor Li Cheng struck the golden bell with a forceful palm, unleashing a torrent of power that radiated golden light, the sound reverberating like thunder. However, Emperor Li Cheng failed to breach Xiao Yun's golden bell shield, as Xiao Yun now possessed a strength of 900,000 pounds, rendering the shield remarkably robust. Moreover, after enduring such a prolonged confrontation, Emperor Li Cheng was already gravely injured, his available power severely limited. War God Fist, Zhao Wuji surged forward from another direction, joining forces with Emperor Li Cheng to besiege Xiao Yun. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Two extraordinary prodigies were attacking Xiao Yun, a scenario they could scarcely have imagined before. Back then, Xiao Yun was merely an unknown figure. Who could have envisioned him standing against two such formidable talents, one of whom was Emperor Li Cheng himself? In the midst of the battlefield, Xiao Yun deflected both Emperor Li Cheng's and Zhao Wujia's assaults, his expression chillingly indifferent as he articulated with icy disdain. "You thought that without the formation, I would be at your mercy? Today, I shall slay you both. Were your so-called spatial and primordial bodies to me mere refuse before Xiao Yun?" Xiao Yun's tone was supremely arrogant, yet he had every right to be so. With 900,000 pounds of strength, combined with the embryonic form of the chaos body, his power had long surpassed that of Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wujia. Kill! Xiao Yun unleashed the ninefold dominance fist, propelling a mighty punch forward, his aura soaring skyward like a vast mountain range stretching for countless miles, connecting heaven and earth in a magnificent display. Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wujia felt as though a celestial dragon was hurtling towards them, the overwhelming momentum stifling their breath. As if a deluge from the Milky Way sought to engulf all, they exerted every ounce of their strength to resist, but it was in vain. They were like a fragile boat amidst a tempest, instantly capsized by the colossal waves. Puffed, puffed. Both men spewed blood, hurtling backward, unable to withstand the might of Xiao Yun's fist. That terrifying power eclipsed their limits. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Both extraordinary prodigies had succumbed to Xiao Yun, a disciple from the chaos sacred land, who had become truly unrivaled at their level. Roar! Having struck successfully, Xiao Yun did not relent. He roared, shaking the very void. Waves of sound cutting through the air, causing the towering trees around him to tremble and explode. The ferocity of his roar was palpable. Xiao Yun pursued Emperor Li Cheng and Zhao Wujia, his momentum vastly amplified, resembling an unparalleled war god, as he swept forth with his fists. He drove his opponents back relentlessly. "War god fist, I am the war god." Zhao Wujia, consumed by fury, refused to accept defeat. With a roar, he fused with the celestial manifestation behind him, transforming into a golden war god, charging at Xiao Yun with a titanic punch. Space reigns supreme. Time is revered. Witness as I shatter the fabric of reality. Emperor Li Cheng too fought with desperation, channeling the powers of time and space to their utmost limits. His palms seemingly traversing the river of time, infused with the might of ages, aimed squarely at Xiao Yun. The two prodigies unleashed their combined might, causing colossal trees to explode around them, their force spreading outwards, fracturing the earth like an intricate spider web. Kill! No words were needed. Xiao Yun wielded the ninefold dominance fist, enveloped in golden radiance, shining resplendently as if clad in a golden battle robe, exuding an overwhelming presence. As Xiao Yun and Apos' fist struck forth, the void trembled, the ferocious force draining the surrounding spiritual energy. His golden fists surged forward, unstoppable and invincible, akin to a monumental mountain, instilling an overpowering sense of pressure. Boom! The battleground erupted with a thunderous explosion, deafening the distant onlookers. The brilliant light soared skyward, resembling a conflagration that illuminated the heavens, casting the area into a bright daylight. Xiao Yun exhibited his invincible power, 30 projections of the great Tao emanating behind him, amplifying his might as he advanced with lightning speed, pursuing Zhao Wujia relentlessly. Boom! Xiao Yun swung his golden fist, unleashing a blaze of light that crashed into Zhao Wujia's chest, the immense force distorting space itself, rendering Xiao Yun's figure somewhat indistinct. Roar! Zhao Wujia bellowed, raising his fists in a desperate defense. Their fists collided violently, producing a sound akin to thunder, followed by a radiant burst of divine light that sent Zhao Wujia reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Kill! Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Li Cheng charged in, his palm seemingly fracturing the very fabric of space, causing the flow of time around them to decelerate, rendering Xiao Yun's movement sluggish. Roar! Xiao Yun unleashed a thunderous roar, sending forth a wave of sonic force that momentarily staggered Emperor Li Cheng. This was the ultimate manifestation of the super technique, Dragon Might, which Xiao Yun had refined to its pinnacle, erupting suddenly and catching Emperor Li Cheng off guard. After all, sonic attacks were exceedingly rare, and few could master them. Under the tremendous impact of Dragon Might, Emperor Li Cheng faltered, allowing Xiao Yun to seize the moment and deliver a crushing blow. With no other recourse, Emperor Li Cheng had no choice but to confront Xiao Yun head-on, raising his fists to retaliate. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force, producing a sound like clashing metal. Dazzling light radiating from the impact, enveloping both in a golden glow, as if two war gods were locked in fierce combat. Then, the spectators witnessed Emperor Li Cheng spewing blood, flying backward, gasping in astonishment. Chapter 72. Subduing the primal sacred body. Xiao Yun, standing alone against two adversaries, emerged victorious, vanquishing both Emperor Li and Zhao Wuji. This time, he did not rely on formations but solely on his own formidable combat prowess, leaving all present in stunned silence. The atmosphere was so thick with disbelief that one could hear a pin drop, as if everyone had been rendered mute, unable to articulate their astonishment. Emperor Li, renowned for possessing the fourth-ranked supreme body, the temporal spatial body, which resounded through the ages, had now been defeated by Xiao Yun, who had merely just begun to forge the embryonic form of the chaos body. The reputation of the chaos body had once again solidified in the minds of all. After a long pause, someone remarked, "Indeed, the chaos body deserves its title as the foremost supreme body. Even in its nascent form, it exhibits such overwhelming strength." This assertion, however, was somewhat biased. Xiao Yun's might was not solely derived from the embryonic chaos body. His profound understanding was what truly set him apart. The combat techniques he employed were all ultimate martial arts, meticulously refined to their pinnacle, showcasing an extraordinary level of comprehension. It was no wonder he had crafted the embryonic form of the chaos body in such a brief span. Indeed, Xiao Yun and Appo's comprehension was astonishing. With such innate talent, I now find myself believing that he might truly succeed in manifesting the chaos body, potentially becoming the second individual in history to do so. Should he fully realize the chaos body, he would be utterly invincible, sweeping across the realms. Are we on the brink of witnessing the birth of a second chaos emperor in this era? It is said that upon fully mastering the chaos body, one can rival the emperor, much like the primal sacred body. However, the primal sacred body is shackled by limitations, making it nearly impossible to ascend to the rank of emperor. In contrast, the path to becoming an emperor with the chaos body is markedly less arduous, and once achieved, that emperor would undoubtedly be the mightiest among them. Throughout the ages, the chaos emperor ranks among the top 10 of all emperors, with only a few exceptionally talented celestial emperors and divine monarchs capable of standing alongside him. This illustrates the terrifying potential of the chaos body. Should Xiao Yun successfully forge a true chaos body, the chaos sacred land may very well reclaim its former glory, once again rising to prominence as the foremost sacred ground. As the crowd pondered and debated, the battle between Xiao Yun and Emperor Li, as well as Zhao Wuji, reached its climax. With both adversaries severely injured by Xiao Yun and Appo's relentless onslaught, they were no longer his match. Consequently, they decisively chose to flee in opposite directions, clearly fearing for their lives. Xiao Yun glanced at the direction from which Emperor Li escaped, but opted not to pursue. Instead, he chased after Zhao Wuji. Although Emperor Li was grievously wounded, his speed still surpassed Xiao Yun's, leaving him no choice but to accept that he must find a way to enhance his own speed to contend with Emperor Li in the future. With a signal to Tang Yunyun amidst the crowd, Xiao Yun pursued Zhao Wuji, whose speed was significantly diminished due to his injuries. After all, Xiao Yun had already refined the divine wind steps to the ultimate level of combat skill, making him nearly unmatched in speed among his peers, barring Emperor Li. Before long, Xiao Yun caught up with Zhao Wuji. In a secluded grove, Xiao Yun delivered a powerful punch that sent Zhao Wuji crashing backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided with several towering trees, staining the ground with crimson. With a cold expression, Xiao Yun approached. a fierce glint in his eyes as he declared, "Look at the mess you've created. Not only did you allow Jiang Haoran to escape, but you've also let Emperor Li slip away. If I do not eliminate you today, my wrath shall remain unquenched." The escape of both Jiang Haoran and Emperor Li, whom Xiao Yun could have slain for 20 opportunities of enlightenment, only fueled his fury toward Zhao Wuji. Furthermore, eliminating them would have helped him eradicate two formidable foes in the making, particularly Emperor Li, whose potential was undeniably terrifying. Despite Xiao Yun and Appo's triumph over Emperor Li this time, it was crucial to remember that Emperor Li had yet to reach his full potential. His mastery of temporal and spatial powers was still in its infancy, and once he matured, his abilities would become exceedingly formidable. In contrast, while Jiang Haoran's divine monarch body was also powerful, Xiao Yun did not regard it with the same level of concern. "I shall kill you if it comes to that. I, Zhao Wuji, was born to fight and shall die fighting. If it comes to it, I shall emerge as a hero once more in 18 years, Zhao Wuji bellowed, his blood surging with energy, golden light radiating from him as he summoned his final reserves of strength to charge at Xiao Yun. One must concede that the primal sacred body is indeed a warrior-esque body, especially when faced with a combat enthusiast like Zhao Wuji, which only amplified its prowess. Yet, regrettably for Zhao Wuji, Xiao Yun and Appo's strength far exceeded his own. With a resounding impact, Xiao Yun sent Zhao Wuji flying once more, placing his foot upon Zhao Wuji and Appo's chest, causing the latter's eyes to blaze with fury as he shouted, "If you wish to kill me, then do so. Why humiliate me? Is this the demeanor of your chaos body?" Xiao Yun coldly regarded Zhao Wuji beneath his foot, scoffing, "I have suddenly changed my mind. I want you to become my follower, to accompany me as we traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths, overseeing the myriad realms as my foremost general." How does that sound so familiar? Zhao Wuji paused, quickly realizing that these were words he had previously uttered to Xiao Yun. At that time, he had underestimated Xiao Yun's potential, believing him to possess merely some talent worthy of recruitment. Now, the tables had turned, and Xiao Yun sought to recruit him. This was a profound humiliation, a resounding slap in the face. Furious and crimson-faced, Zhao Wuji roared at Xiao Yun, "You are delusional. Throughout history, there has only been the primal sacred body that perishes in battle, never one that submits. If you wish to kill me, then do so. To think I would ever yield to you is a foolish dream." Xiao Yun chuckled coldly. "Do not be so hasty in your conclusions. Beware of the truth is stranger than fiction principle." Zhao Wuji bellowed, igniting the ancient blood within him, unleashing his peak combat strength in a final desperate push against Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he commended, "You are indeed the primal sacred body, the greatest warrior body in the world. The better you perform, the more I admire you. Submit to me, and together we shall conquer the realms, where you too can achieve dominion and etch your name in history. What is there to lose?" With that, Xiao Yun met Zhao Wuji's fist in a clash, once more sending him hurtling backward. Even with Zhao Wuji restored to his peak state, he remained no match for Xiao Yun. "Curse you!" Zhao Wuji seethed, his fury reaching a boiling point. For the words Xiao Yun now spoke were the very ones he had directed at Xiao Yun not long ago. This reversal was a deep humiliation for Zhao Wuji. Chapter 73. The Gentleman's Agreement. In the depths of the forest, the battle raged on. However, it was merely Xiao Yun delivering relentless blows to Zhao Wuji, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Zhao Wuji was no match for Xiao Yun, relying solely on the peak power derived from igniting his ancient sacred blood. He could not sustain his strength for long before reverting to his original state. What followed was a one-sided conflict, with Xiao Yun pummeling Zhao Wuji to the ground, rendering him exceedingly pitiful. Consider this well. As the saying goes, when one ascends, even their poultry rises. If you align yourself with me, once I attain the status of a great emperor, your ancient sacred land will soar anew because of your allegiance. I understand that geniuses are often headstrong. If you agree too readily, I may underestimate you. Your resistance brings me joy, for it demonstrates your formidable will, making you a prime candidate to be my chief general. As Xiao Yun spoke, he continued to rain down blows, transforming Zhao Wuji's visage into that of a battered visage. Zhao Wuji could endure the physical pain, yet he found himself tormented by the psychological onslaught of Xiao Yun's words, which echoed his own past admonitions to Xiao Yun. How ironic indeed. He sought to recruit Xiao Yun as his chief general, only to have Xiao Yun now attempt to recruit him in the same capacity. What a swift turn of fate. With his eyes blazing red and fury etched across his face, Zhao Wuji roared, I, Zhao Wuji, shall battle heaven and earth. I will never bow to anyone. There exists only a fallen, ancient sacred body, not one that submits. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yun's fist struck again, causing Zhao Wuji to spit blood, this time grievously wounded, unable to rise from the ground. Yet, the fire of indomitable warrior spirit blazed in Zhao Wuji's eyes, reflecting his unyielding resolve. It was evident that taming such a prodigious talent as Zhao Wuji was nearly an impossible endeavor. Xiao Yun understood this well. Individuals of such extraordinary caliber seldom yield to others. Were he in Zhao Wuji's position, he would rather perish than serve beneath another. Geniuses possess their own pride, especially these unparalleled prodigies. They embody an unassailable will, steadfast and unyielding, unwilling to be easily subdued. Let's try once more. If it fails, I shall have no choice but to eliminate him. Xiao Yun contemplated inwardly. Then, kneeling before the nearly breathless Zhao Wuji, he spoke gravely. Let us establish a gentleman's agreement. I shall not submit to you. You would do well to abandon such thoughts and grant me a swift end, lest I come to disdain you, a being of chaos. Zhao Wuji replied coldly, You would do well to give up on that notion. Xiao Yun smiled slightly, continuing, Allow me to finish speaking. Let us make an agreement. The stronger of us shall be the master. In other words, since you have been defeated by me, you shall be my follower. Should the day come when you conquer me, then I shall serve you as your follower. What say you? Zhao Wuji snorted dismissively, remaining silent. Xiao Yun, with a mocking grin, provoked him further. Do you truly believe you will not surpass me in the future? Keep in mind, I have merely begun to forge the embryonic form of the chaotic body. It remains uncertain if I will ever succeed in fully manifesting it. You have succumbed to me now. Do you lack confidence in your ability to defeat me in the future? At these words, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. He would never admit to being inferior to Xiao Yun in the days to come. In fact, he firmly believed that Xiao Yun would not surpass him. After all, Xiao Yun had yet to truly forge the chaotic body. His current strength stemmed solely from mastering a few superlative combat techniques and advancing them to their ultimate forms. However, as they progressed through several cultivation realms, who could say who would emerge as the stronger? Zhao Wuji held great confidence in his ancient sacred body. Not only did he not fear Xiao Yun's embryonic chaotic body, but he also recalled that in the ancient era, his ancestors had challenged the chaotic emperor. Observing Zhao Wuji's silence, Xiao Yun persisted, Consider this. I can promise you that with each breakthrough I achieve, you will have an opportunity to challenge me. Should you triumph, I shall gladly take on the role of your follower. If you are unable to defeat me consistently, what is there to begrudge in being my follower? I will never lose to you in the future. Zhao Wuji bellowed in anger. Xiao Yun smiled faintly, declaring, Then let us solidify this gentleman's agreement. I swear by the path of chaos, and you may trust me implicitly. Do you truly dare to swear by the path of chaos? Zhao Wuji asked, astonished, gazing at Xiao Yun in disbelief. He was aware that Xiao Yun aimed to forge a chaotic body, destined to walk the path of chaos. Should Xiao Yun violate this oath, he would be condemned to never attain the status of great emperor. Indeed, once you agree, I shall immediately swear by the path of chaos. Xiao Yun replied with confidence, assured of his superiority over Zhao Wuji, thus feeling no need to break his oath. Very well. As long as you swear, I shall accept your terms, Zhao Wuji conceded after a moment of silence, nodding. He was confident that, given time and several cultivation realms, he would indeed surpass Xiao Yun. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Xiao Yun would ever truly forge a chaotic body. As their cultivation levels increased, his ancient sacred body would only grow stronger. Hence, Zhao Wuji brimmed with confidence regarding his future. Excellent. You have made the right choice. Xiao Yun responded with a smile, promptly swearing by the path of chaos. Once Zhao Wuji heard Xiao Yun's oath and confirmed its validity, he spoke solemnly, "Very well. For now, I shall be your follower. Once we emerge from the true dragoness nest, I will declare it to the world." Zhao Wuji had not anticipated that he would initially assert he would never become Xiao Yun's follower. How ironic indeed. Xiao Yun nodded, confident that Zhao Wuji would not deceive him. After all, a person who feared not death had no need to engage in deceit. He then assisted Zhao Wuji to his feet, allowing him to recuperate nearby. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun examined his system. Indeed, after subduing Zhao Wuji, his system had granted him 20 additional opportunities for enlightenment. This confirmed that Zhao Wuji was not lying. Otherwise, the system would not have rewarded Xiao Yun so generously. Xiao Yun felt he had struck gold. Reviewing his system, he noted that, in addition to the 20 opportunities gained from subduing Zhao Wuji, he had also received 3 opportunities each for defeating Jiang Haoren and Li Chengdi, totaling 9. Furthermore, during the battle, several waves of astonishment had garnered him an additional 9 opportunities for enlightenment. In total, he had acquired 38 opportunities for enlightenment, bringing his total to 192, closer than ever to forging the chaotic body. How could Xiao Yun not be elated? Chapter 74. Journey to the core. In addition to acquiring a considerable number of insights, Xiao Yun's most significant gain this time was securing Zhao Wuji as a follower. This individual possesses the ancient sacred body, which, when fully developed, can rival an emperor, undoubtedly making him a formidable warrior. Furthermore, there is the Bodhi fruit, a treasure that can assist his master, Emperor Tian, in breaking through his current limitations and ascending to the heavenly realm, thereby significantly enhancing both strength and longevity. It can be said that since entering the true dragon nest, most of Xiao Yun's objectives have been accomplished. Now, he has but one goal remaining: to find a treasure that can facilitate the metamorphosis of his physical body, elevating his strength to the ultimate limit of 1 million pounds. Once this task is completed, his journey to the true dragon nest will be deemed a resounding success. Naturally, if the opportunity arises, he would also like to eliminate Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoren while within the nest. Otherwise, once he departs, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront him again. After all, should he slay Li Chengdi outside, it would undoubtedly incite a war between the primordial sacred land and the chaos sacred land, a burden Xiao Yun is not prepared to bear. Thus, the true dragon nest represents his sole opportunity to confront them. Prioritizing the search for treasures, he quietly contemplated the possibility of encountering them. Finding the item that would allow his physical transformation holds greater importance than eliminating Li Chengdi and the others. It is essential for establishing his supreme foundation and will greatly aid him in attaining the status of emperor in the future. As Xiao Yun adjusted his breathing, he awaited Zhao Wuji and Appo's recovery. It must be said that the ancient sacred body truly lives up to its reputation as a supreme physique, exhibiting astonishing recovery capabilities. Xiao Yun personally witnessed Zhao Wuji's injuries rapidly mend after consuming several pills. The swelling on his head vanished, and his wounds returned to their original state. A powerful aura and surging vitality emanated from Zhao Wuji, enveloping him in a radiant golden light, dazzling and brilliant. The ancient sacred body is indeed a combatant's physique. Xiao Yun mused inwardly. What defines a combatant's physique? It is one that grows stronger with every battle and possesses extraordinary recovery abilities. This is the essence of a combatant's physique. In this regard, the ancient sacred body holds an absolute advantage, with its Song Tian dominant body being a close second, thus establishing them as rivals. As both are combat enthusiasts, he had yet to encounter the Song Tian dominant body. Capturing him would indeed be a source of pride. Xiao Yun suddenly recalled Wu Gang, the Song Tian dominant body. If he could also win over Wu Gang, he would emerge from this experience accompanied by both an ancient sacred body and a Song Tian dominant body. Truly an impressive feat, one that filled him with exhilaration. However, the Song Tian dominant body is not easily subdued. Xiao Yun was unsure if the method he used on Zhao Wuji would be effective. After all, he knew that the lineage of the Song Tian dominant body was notoriously domineering and fierce, akin to the science he had seen in anime during his past life. If the ancient sacred body is characterized by its fervent combativeness and martial obsession, then the Tsang Tian dominant body is defined by its frenzied madness and ruthlessness. While they share similarities, they're not entirely alike. Xiao Yun would have to wait until he encountered the Tsang Tian dominant body to test his approach. Brother Xiao. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yunyun finally arrived, having lagged behind and struggled to catch up. Xiao Yun observed her breathless state and smiled. Sister Tang, please take a moment to rest. At that moment, Tang Yunyun's gaze fell upon the recovering Zhao Wuji, her face reflecting sheer astonishment as she inquired, Brother Xiao. In her view, Xiao Yun should have killed Zhao Wuji. Why would he keep him alive? Fear not. He is now my follower, one of our own, Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Nearby, Zhao Wuji opened his eyes to glance at Tang Yunyun before closing them again, clearly dismissing her as a useless presence. Tang Yunyun was taken aback, her mind swirling with disbelief. Zhao Wuji had become Xiao Yun's follower? The world had gone mad. Had the sun risen from the west? How could a dignified, ancient sacred body submit to another? Even if Xiao Yun were exceptionally powerful, such a feat seemed impossible. After all, while taking a life is easy, compelling someone to willingly submit is an entirely different matter, especially for someone like Zhao Wuji, whose pride matched his indomitable will. How could he possibly yield to another? Yet, seeing Zhao Wuji and Appo's silence in response to Xiao Yun and Appo's words compelled Tang Yunyun to accept this shocking revelation, albeit reluctantly. After a lengthy pause, she finally exclaimed, Brother Xiao, you truly are remarkable. Xiao Yun smiled gently. Rest for now. Soon we shall venture to the core of the true dragon nest. They had only just begun to penetrate the heart of the nest, yet they still had a distance to traverse before reaching the innermost sanctum. After all, they had yet to encounter the true dragon's legacy. Tang Yunyun nodded, settling down to recuperate. The long journey had drained her strength. Fortunately, they all had provisions of medicinal pills and food, enough to sustain them. Half a day later, as dawn broke, Zhao Wuji suddenly opened his eyes, his golden irises radiating brilliant beams of light, resembling two divine lanterns. Are you ready? Xiao Yun, having sensed Zhao Wuji's movement, inquired as he opened his eyes. Zhao Wuji replied coldly, ready. Where do we go now? Although he had become Xiao Yun's follower by agreement, it did not mean he would regard Xiao Yun favorably. Xiao Yun remained unfazed. As long as Zhao Wuji obeyed his commands, that was sufficient. He stated, we are heading to the core of the true dragon nest to seek treasures that can facilitate the transformation of our physical bodies, and perhaps capture some true dragon legacies as mounts. Zhao Wuji regarded Xiao Yun with a hint of surprise. With your talents, did the chaos sacred land not bestow upon you treasures for physical transformation? Or has the chaos sacred land declined so much that it lacks even such items? His tone bore a note of derision, as the chaos sacred land had indeed fallen rapidly in recent years, particularly after Emperor Tian's time, losing all notable prodigies. I am but a mere mortal. I'm not of your exalted stature, so the chaos sacred land naturally does not prioritize me, Xiao Yun replied nonchalantly. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. He felt insulted. A mere mortal? If he were indeed so, then how could Zhao Wuji, an ancient sacred body, be bested by a mortal? That would be a disgrace. He preferred to believe he had lost to a chaos body that would still preserve his dignity. Let's not waste any more time, Xiao Yun urged, awakening Tang Yunyun before leading Zhao Wuji towards the core of the true dragon nest. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For Zhao Wuji followed Xiao Yun as a loyal adherent. Chapter 75. Encounter with the True Dragon's bloodline above the platform outside the True Dragon nest. Towering figures stood upon clouds, their formidable presence radiating an awe-inspiring aura akin to divine beings surveying the earth from their lofty heights. Without a doubt, these individuals were the esteemed mentors and elders of the gifted disciples within the True Dragon nest. At this moment, 5 days had elapsed since the talented individuals had entered the True Dragon nest. Traditionally, the nest is only accessible for 7 days. On the 7th day, all must depart. For those who linger risk being slain by the nest's formidable array. Thus, by the fifth day, some had already emerged from the canyon's entrance. Instantly, their mentors approached, expressing concern for their disciples while inquiring about the events within the true dragon nest. Astonishing revelations began to unfold. Li Chengdi, the temporal body, was unstoppable, carving a path straight to the core of the true dragon nest. The ancient sacred body, Zhao Wuji, and the Tsang Tian overlord, Wu Gang, engaged in a fierce battle upon entry, yet neither could best the other. Ultimately, they both withdrew, wary of the watching Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoren. Lu Nanshan and Yi Wuchen clashed with blades, resulting in a stalemate. As news spread, the powerful figures in the sky remained attentive. Wan Yanghui, the Grand Elder of the Taichu's sacred land, stroked his beard with a smug expression, turning to Di Tian with a grin. Di Tian, it appears there are no reports from your chaos sacred land. Could it be that your disciple has perished within? I believe his name was something like Xiao, but a nameless wretch like him would likely go unnoticed even in death. On a cloud, Di Tian stood beside a woman named Xian, the Grand Elder of the Shanshui sect and mentor to Tang Yunyan. In response to Wan Yanghui and Apos, Estance, Di Tian snorted dismissively. Do not celebrate too soon. Beware of the folly of excessive joy. He had faith in his disciple, Xiao Yun, who possessed immense strength and an arsenal of ultimate combat techniques, ensuring his ability to dominate any foe within the true dragon nest. Di Tian, spare us the bravado. I know your disciple all too well, Wan Yanghui retorted scornfully. He is merely a pawn of your chaos sacred land, with some insight and the use of a comprehension elixir to bolster his cultivation. He has learned a few superlative techniques, yet that alone cannot contend with true genius. Your ambitions are doomed to fail. Di Tian, rendered speechless, pondered the notion that his disciple had indeed used the comprehension elixir. Yet, Xiao Yun could master a superlative technique to perfection in a mere moment. Did he truly need a flawed elixir? With a cold smile, he regarded Wan Yanghui, aware that the latter had misjudged Xiao Yun. If that were the case, the disciples of the Taichu sacred land were destined for calamity. As if to validate Di Tian and Apos' assertions, a gasp erupted for the platform below. The 9 disciples of the Taichu sacred land, including Zhou Feiyu and Xie Yulong, have been slain by a mysterious force, their corpses discovered in a gruesome tableau. Upon hearing this shocking revelation, a wave of astonishment washed over the powerful figures in the sky. While initial skirmishes among the talented individuals were expected, the news of such brutal deaths sent shockwaves through the crowd. Had Zhou Feiyu and his companions been murdered? And outside the core of the true dragon nest, no less? With a rush, Wan Yanghui descended from the sky, his overwhelming presence imposing upon all present. His hair and beard bristled as he fixed his piercing gaze upon a young boy, demanding, "Speak. How did Zhou Feiyu and the others meet their end? Were you a witness? Who is responsible for their deaths?" The boy, a mere disciple of an ordinary sect, quailed beneath Wan Yanghui and Apos' fierce aura, cowering behind his master, who dared not confront the elder. Instead, he urged the boy softly, "Quickly share what you saw with Elder Wan. He is a senior and will not hold your ignorance against you." Realizing he had overstepped, Wan Yanghui subdued his imposing aura, adopting a gentler tone. "Fear not, young one. I merely seek information." He then presented the boy with a fine spiritual treasure, which calmed him enough to recount his tale. In the sky, powerful consciousnesses probed for information, clearly invested in the fate of the Taichu sacred land. After all, Zhou Feiyu and his peers were no insignificant figures. Their deaths outside the core of the true dragon nest were astonishing. With a smile, Di Tian turned to Xian. I warned him to be cautious of his exuberance. See how swiftly it has turned. Xian smiled lightly, her gaze reflecting a hint of schadenfreude. Di Tian chuckled at the boy below, already suspecting his disciple was responsible for the chaos. After all, no one else would dare provoke the Taichu sacred land with such reckless abandon. On the platform below, the boy recounted, "Upon entering the true dragon nest, I sought treasures in various directions. Before long, I sensed fierce combat nearby. Realizing the strength of those engaged, I hid, too fearful to approach." Wan Yanghui pressed on, and then the boy continued, "Once the fierce auras dissipated, I cautiously ventured forth and discovered Zhou Xiang and the other 8 disciples lying in pools of blood. He then produced the corpses from his spatial ring, unleashing a wave of nauseating stench. The crowd beheld the gruesome scene: mangled limbs, severed bodies, and 8 heads, wide-eyed in disbelief and despair. Of the 9 corpses, only a few remained intact. The others had been cleaved in 2 or had their skulls obliterated, presenting a horrifying sight. Upon witnessing this, one Yang Hui's pupils constricted, and he bellowed in anguish, "Feiyu, Yulong, who did this? I shall tear them apart." One Yang Hui was utterly consumed by rage, for he recognized these 9 as the 2nd to 10th ranked disciples of the Taichu sacred land's physical cultivation realm. Save for Li Qingdi, nearly all had perished in this venture. How could one Yang Hui contain his fury? For years, the Taichu sacred land had never experienced such humiliation within the True Dragon Nest. Although they had suffered losses to Di Tian in the past, none had been as catastrophic as this. Wan Yanghui's wrath reached a fever pitch, his presence radiating an aura of fury that was palpable. The youth hurriedly concealed himself behind his master, trembling as he spoke. "Predecessor, I do not know who did it, but from the situation at the scene, it appears that senior brother Zhou and the others were besieging someone. I only discovered 2 unfamiliar footprints, one of which remained distant, seemingly observing the battle." Upon hearing this, everyone was profoundly shocked. Zhou Feiyu and his companions were attacking someone and had suffered such a devastating defeat. Who could that person possibly be? A prodigious talent? As one Yang Hui's eyes opened and closed, divine light flickered within them, his aura overwhelmingly intimidating. He cast an angry glance at the individuals from the other 5 holy lands in the sky, snorting in disdain. Indeed, only those exceptional prodigies could take on many and slay Zhou Feiyu and his companions. In an instant, his focus landed on Jiang Haoren, Zhao Wuji, Wu Gang, Lu Nanshan, Yi Wuchen, and others, for apart from them, no one could single-handedly defeat Zhou Feiyu and his group. The onlookers shared this sentiment. Even the elders from Jiang Haoren and Zhao Wuji's sect held similar views. One elder from the ancient sacred land solemnly stated, "One Yang Hui, I regret the death of Zhou Feiyu and his companions. However, our 6 holy lands have long agreed that within the True Dragon Nest, one can freely engage in combat, and no one can harbor hatred for the other. If one is outmatched, it is not others' fault. Can your Taichu sacred land not accept defeat?" One Yang Hui coldly retorted, "Rest assured, I will not target a few juniors for now, but do not rejoice too soon. Our Taichu sacred land still has Li Qingdi within, and he will certainly avenge Zhou, Feiyu, and the others." With that, Wan Yanghui ascended into the sky once more, his gaze fixed upon the valley's entrance, hoping to hear good news regarding his Taichu sacred land soon. Inside the True Dragon Nest, Xiao Yun, accompanied by Tang Yunyun and Zhao Wuji, had journeyed for 2 days and finally reached the core area of the True Dragon Nest. The reason for the 2-day duration was not due to their slow pace, but rather because they encountered numerous heavenly materials and treasures along the way, necessitating stops to collect them. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun was disappointed to find that despite gathering many heavenly materials, none possessed the ability to transform his physical body. Damn it, is there truly no second instance of a 9-leaf celestial ginseng here? Xiao Yun gazed at the forest before him, his face filled with fury. Beside him, Zhao Wuji, already aware that Xiao Yun had obtained a 9-leaf celestial ginseng, felt a pang of envy but retorted mockingly, "Do you think a treasure like the 9-leaf celestial ginseng is as common as cabbage? You wish to find a second one? I think you're dreaming. Encountering one of such caliber in the True Dragon Nest is already an immense stroke of luck. Senior brother, there are treasures here." Suddenly, Tang Yunyun and Appo's voice rang out with excitement, not far away. Xiao Yun immediately laughed heartily and said to Zhao Wuji, "It is not my fortune, but my junior sister and Appo's. Yes." Seeing her so delighted must indicate she has discovered something of great value. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so thrilled. Do not be too pleased too soon. I find it hard to believe a second 9-leaf celestial ginseng could appear." Zhao Wuji scoffed and followed along. In a moment, Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji arrived beside Tang Yunyun. At that moment, near a cave, massive emerald green vines were growing, adorned with clusters of vibrant red fruits, glistening and appearing exceptionally enticing. Xiao Yun recognized the fruit at a glance and exclaimed, "It is the legendary dragon saliva fruit." Zhao Wuji was also somewhat astonished, but soon he laughed in schadenfreude, saying, "Although the dragon saliva fruit is valuable, it merely extends one's lifespan by 10 years, which is rather trivial for us. For prodigies like us, becoming a sage is a certainty. When that time comes, having a few thousand years of life, who would care about an additional 10 years? Indeed, Xiao Yun had no need for the dragon saliva fruit, but he was pleased because he could gift it to Uncle Fu. The old man's lifespan was nearing its limit, and unlike Emperor Tian, he did not possess such remarkable talents. Thus, even if he were given a Bodhi fruit, he could not break through his bottleneck. Rather, the dragon saliva fruit was more suitable for him. Ignoring Zhao Wuji's taunts, Xiao Yun promptly collected the dragon saliva fruits, 30 in total, a considerable bounty. Tang Yunyun interjected, "Senior brother Xiao, each person can only consume 10 dragon saliva fruits. Consuming more is futile." "I know," Xiao Yun nodded. 10 fruits would grant 100 years of lifespan. While not a great deal, it was sufficient for him to grow stronger. By the time he became powerful enough, he could venture into forbidden lands and perhaps find even better treasures for Uncle Fu. Tang Yunyun did not contest Xiao Yun for the dragon saliva fruits. She was wise enough to yield valuable treasures to him when encountered. As for Zhao Wuji, he showed no interest in the dragon saliva fruits whatsoever. Just as Xiao Yun finished collecting the dragon saliva fruits, a series of furious roars erupted from the cave nearby, accompanied by 2 immensely powerful auras emanating from within the cave, creating an overwhelming pressure. Zhao Wuji's expression changed, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "It is the true dragon and Apos, descendants. It is said that wherever dragon saliva fruits grow, true dragons are present, and indeed, it is as the rumors say. Junior sister Tang, retreat." Xiao Yun shouted, joining Zhao Wuji. Like Zhao Wuji, he was aware of the true dragon and Apos, descendants within the cave. Yet neither stepped back. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. Why had they come to the true dragon nest? Apart from seeking treasures, they desired to engage in combat with formidable opponents, to grow stronger through such experiences. The true dragon's descendants possessed immense talents and strength, comparable to prodigious talents, making them the sought-after adversaries for Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji. "There are 2 true dragon descendants," Zhao Wuji said solemnly, sensing the 2 formidable presences charging forth from the cave. What a perfect opportunity to capture them as mounts. Xiao Yun grinned broadly. Zhao Wuji's eyes glinted with interest. Having true dragon descendants as mounts would indeed be incredibly impressive. Furthermore, once these true dragon descendants grew stronger, they could become battle companions, a rare opportunity. Roar! At that moment, 2 true dragon descendants burst forth from the cave, resembling colossal beasts, exuding an intensely terrifying aura that commanded respect. "Is this a dragon?" Xiao Yun gazed at the massive figures before him, puzzled. He had expected the true dragon descendants to resemble the Eastern dragons from myths in his past life. Yet the 2 before him were clearly not the snake-bodied dragons he envisioned, but rather bore striking resemblance to legendary tyrannosaurs. Their bodies were not overly large, standing only a few meters tall, but their scales were covered in a blend of black and gold, appearing as if forged from metal, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Reminiscent of ancient ferocious beasts, their blood surging and voices echoing like thunder, instilling fear. Before them stood a juvenile black dragon and a juvenile golden dragon. Zhao Wuji stared at the 2 true dragon descendants, his face brimming with excitement. Indeed, they are true dragon descendants, both possessing exceedingly rich true dragon bloodlines. However, they are still young. Only when they mature can they evolve into true divine dragons and soar across the skies. "I see." Xiao Yun nodded. He had also heard of the 9 sons of the dragon, each differing from the other. Perhaps only when these 2 true dragon descendants reach maturity would they evolve into the Eastern dragon forms he had in mind. Roar! Roar! As Xiao Yun and Zhao Wuji conversed, The two ancient dragon remnants opposite them roared furiously and charged forward, resembling a streak of dark shadow and a brilliant golden light racing towards them. They carried with them an overwhelming stench of blood and an aura of terror that struck them with ferocity. Xiao Yun bellowed, "You handle the black dragon, and I shall confront the golden one." With that, he surged towards the golden dragon, while Zhao Wuji faced the black one. Xiao Yun noted that the golden dragon possessed slightly greater strength, which piqued his interest. The clash erupted with a thunderous roar, fierce and tumultuous. Tang Yunyun had long since retreated to a safe distance, daunted by the terrifying battle that unfolded before her, an arena far beyond her capabilities. The power of the two ancient dragon remnants was formidable, each rivaling the exceptional prowess of Zhao Wuji, perhaps even surpassing him in subtle ways. With an astonishing force of 800,000 pounds, these dragon remnants were indeed formidable. Xiao Yun let out a resounding war cry, his fighting spirit igniting further. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Wuji found himself rendered speechless as he realized the black dragon before him was subtly more powerful, demanding his full focus and leaving no room for distraction. Chapter 76. Defeating the golden dragon. The inherent strength of the true dragon's progeny is formidable. The black dragon that Zhao Wuji faced possessed a staggering force of 700,000 jin, while the golden dragon that Xiao Yun confronted boasted an astonishing 800,000 jin. It is noteworthy that during his time in the true dragon and Oppos, as lair, the strongest adversary Xiao Yun had encountered was Emperor Li Cheng, who, despite being a being of temporal prowess, only wielded a strength of 700,000 jin. Zhao Wuji and Jiang Haoren, on the other hand, were limited to a mere 600,000 jin. Now, encountering two true dragon progeny, one with 70,000 jin and the other with 80,000 jin, truly attest to the terrifying bloodline talents of the true dragons, rightful descendants of the divine five-clawed golden dragon. Ah, such powerful steeds are worthy of my prowess. With a resonant roar, Xiao Yun's eyes blazed with an indomitable spirit of battle. The mightier the golden dragon before him, the more exhilarated he felt. The golden dragon, seemingly comprehending Xiao Yun's sentiments, erupted in fury. Its fierce eyes glimmered with bloodlust as it gaped its massive maw, revealing menacing fangs, and lunged at Xiao Yun with an overwhelming aura of menace. "Come forth!" Xiao Yun bellowed, leaping to meet the charge. He unleashed a punch towards the golden dragon, a straightforward yet powerful strike that collided with the creature in Oppos' head, unleashing terrifying waves of energy. The surrounding towering trees toppled, leaves spiraled into the air as if swept away by a tempest, and rocks scattered in every direction. Xiao Yun's strength, at 900,000 jin, clashed against the golden dragon's 800,000 jin, resulting in a cataclysmic collision that reverberated like thunder across the sky, creating a scene of awe-inspiring intensity. In the aftermath, the golden dragon let out a roar, staggering backward, its head shaking as it struggled to regain its composure. A tooth had been dislodged, leaving it in a state of disarray. In stark contrast, Xiao Yun surged forward. Exhilaration etched across his features. What a thrill! Aside from Emperor Li Cheng, you are my only worthy opponent. Let us engage in a true battle. Xiao Yun was brimming with excitement, relishing the rare opportunity to confront a rival at full strength. His spirit surged with the fervor of a volcano awakening from millennia of slumber, ready to erupt with molten fury. Boom! Xiao Yun executed the 9 turns overbearing fist, employing the divine wind steps, his fists radiating intense light as they struck forth like bolts of lightning against the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon roared in anger. Despite being one of the most powerful among its kin, it had never faced defeat. Though this human appeared formidable, the golden dragon remained undaunted. Its eyes ablaze with unprecedented battle spirit, its body emanating a brilliant golden light as it charged forward like a meteor. Boom! Xiao Yun's fist shimmered with brilliance, striking relentlessly at the golden dragon's form, while the dragon retaliated with its hardened head and massive claws. Their battle was fierce, radiant light engulfing the surroundings. As the sheer force of their clash shattered the earth, leaving it fractured as if the very heavens were collapsing. Xiao Yun was astounded. The golden dragon was a fearsome adversary. Though it lacked the raw power to rival him, its physical prowess and defensive capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. This was to be expected. Beasts of such lineage inherently surpass humans in strength, and the true dragon lineage was among the most divine of creatures, making the might of this progeny all the more formidable. Despite their fierce struggle, Xiao Yun had only managed to dislodge a single tooth and a few scales from the golden dragon, as its defenses were unyielding and its regenerative abilities remarkable. Nonetheless, Xiao Yun pressed on, continuously unleashing the 9 turns overbearing fist upon the golden dragon. As their battle raged on, the aftershocks obliterated the surrounding flora and debris, leaving only a desolate wasteland in their wake. Roar! The golden dragon, consumed by rage, felt humiliated by Xiao Yun's relentless assault. Unable to contain its fury, it unleashed a terrifying roar that echoed like thunder, threatening to shatter the very souls of those who heard it. Xiao Yun, sensing the overwhelming sonic assault, sneered, "Is that all you can muster?" With that, he roared back, invoking his own dragon might, sending forth a wave of formidable sound that resonated through the air, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. Golden ripples surged into the sky, akin to tumultuous waves upon the ocean, as the two powerful sound waves collided, causing the surrounding trees to explode. Even Tang Yunyun, observing from a distance, was overwhelmed by the cacophony and hastily covered her ears, retreating from the onslaught. Kill! The battle reached a fever pitch as Xiao Yun unleashed his full might. 30 vibrant pillars of light emerged behind him, showcasing the grandeur of his power. His fists, enveloped in radiant energy, struck forth like twin stars, colliding with the golden dragon. Roar! The golden dragon retaliated with all its might, its massive claws descending with earth-shattering force, clashing violently against Xiao Yun's fists, creating a terrifying symphony of sound and energy that filled the air with dread. Ultimately, the golden dragon could not withstand Xiao Yun's relentless assault, and with a single punch, its claw was shattered, golden blood spilling forth and igniting the grass beneath it. Kill! Xiao Yun roared, continuing his pursuit. At this juncture, his blood surged with fervor, his eyes sparkling with an electrifying intensity as he pressed onward with unyielding determination. His fists aimed directly at the golden dragon. Crack! The golden dragon's chest caved under Xiao Yun's ferocious blow, leaving it grievously wounded and emitting a beastly howl of agony. Submit to me! Xiao Yun leaped onto the golden dragon and Oppo's back, relentlessly striking its head, causing blood to flow profusely. Roar! The golden dragon bellowed in fury, humiliated by the fact that a mere human was atop it, demanding submission. It thrashed violently, desperate to rid itself of Xiao Yun. However, the already wounded dragon was no match for Xiao Yun, whose fists rained down upon it, leaving it dazed and bloodied. Submit or perish, Xiao Yun thundered, continuing to hammer the dragon until it lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise again. Chapter 77, Dragon Meat, 1 million limit, submit or perish. Xiao Yun relentlessly struck the golden dragon beneath him, his expression impassive, his voice frigid and devoid of emotion. Regardless of whether the true dragon's lineage was a divine beast, it ultimately remained a mere beast. Imparting profound truths to such creatures was futile, and the only way to subdue them was through sheer force. However, it was evident that this golden dragon was exceptionally proud. Upon hearing Xiao Yun's words, it responded with furious roars, its eyes blazing with defiance, showing no inclination to submit. Xiao Yun's gaze hardened. Did this true dragon's lineage look down upon him, deeming him unworthy of its submission? Clearly, it had never experienced the harsh realities of the world. Observing the golden dragon lying prostrate, he unleashed another series of brutal blows with his blazing fists. The dragon, now unable to raise its head, exhaled feeble breaths. Yet its eyes remained filled with unyielding anger and defiance, as if to say, "I would rather perish than submit." With a sigh, Xiao Yun coldly addressed the golden dragon. "Since that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." He then delivered a crushing blow, causing the dragon's head to cave in. The golden dragon's eyes widened in horror, letting out a mournful wail before fading into lifelessness. Nearby, the black dragon engaged in a fierce battle with Xiao Wuji. Since the demise of its golden counterpart, overcome with grief and rage, it roared and discarded Xiao Wuji, lunging toward Xiao Yun. You squander the chance to live. Then meet your death. Xiao Yun scoffed, brandishing his fiery fists and charging at the black dragon. He felt no remorse for slaying the golden dragon. After all, had he lacked the strength to overpower it, he would have been the one to die. Historical records in the cultivation world revealed that no true dragon would ever spare a defeated human cultivator. Rather, those who fell to them were devoured. Thus, Xiao Yun acted without mercy, relentlessly battering the black dragon, which bled profusely and staggered under his assault. The black dragon was slightly weaker than the golden one, and, having fought Xiao Wuji for an extended period, was already injured and drained. Consequently, it was no match for Xiao Yun, who dominated the confrontation. How dare you? That was my opponent. Xiao Wuji approached, glaring at Xiao Yun with fury. Xiao Yun retorted with a hint of mockery. You wasted too much time. With that, he landed a final blow that brought the black dragon crashing to the ground. He no longer attempted to subdue it, for the hatred in the black dragon's eyes was unmistakable. Submission was impossible. Thus, he ended its life. Xiao Wuji watched in anguish as he exclaimed angrily, You are utterly wasteful. These are two true dragon lineages. Once they mature, they would reach the level of saints. You would forsake such mounts and even kill them. Xiao Yun coldly replied, They are far too proud to submit. Would you prefer to keep them as enemies? Xiao Wuji fell silent. Indeed, if they refused to yield, they deserved their fate. Nevertheless, a twinge of regret lingered, for such mounts were exceedingly rare, and it was a pity they could not be tamed. Brother Xiao, the corpses of these true dragon lineages are treasures. We must not waste them. Tang Yunyun interjected as she hurried over upon witnessing the fallen dragons. Xiao Yun chuckled. As the saying goes and oppos, donkey meat is found on the ground, while dragon meat is found in the heavens. And oppos, I have tasted donkey meat, but I have yet to savor dragon meat. Today, we shall feast on roasted dragon. At this proclamation, both Xiao Wuji and Tang Yunyun felt a surge of excitement. They had consumed numerous spirit beasts, but dragon meat was an entirely new experience. However, Tang Yunyun hesitated. Brother Xiao, this is the lair of the true dragon. If we consume dragon meat here, might we provoke its wrath and trigger the array? Xiao Wuji's expression grew serious at her words. Rest assured, that true dragon has already ascended to the celestial realm. We shall not be harmed. Xiao Yun dismissed their concerns, urging Xiao Wuji to gather firewood while he retrieved his grilling equipment, which he had prepared in advance. Brother Xiao, I shall find some mushrooms, wild vegetables, and spirit fruits to brew soup with the dragon bones, Tang Yunyun declared before bustling off. As dusk fell, the three gathered around the campfire, sipping dragon bone soup and relishing roasted dragon meat, indulging in a feast of joyous delight. Ah, it is so hot. After consuming a dragon leg, Tang Yunyun felt an intense warmth enveloping her, steam rising from her body as her blood surged with fervor. This dragon meat contains such immense life, force, and energy. Xiao Yun too sensed a powerful transformation within himself, realizing that the dragon meat bore similarities to the nine-leaved celestial Ganoderma, both initiating a profound metamorphosis of his physical form. However, mere pieces of dragon meat alone could not catalyze such a transformation. Xiao Yun hastily seized another dragon leg, devouring it voraciously while encouraging Tang Yunyun, Sister Tang, eat more. It could lead to a transformation, enhancing your strength by 100,000 gene. Indeed, Tang Yunyun recognized the positive change within her body and eagerly resumed her consumption of dragon meat, accompanied by sips of dragon bone soup. Xiao Wuji observed enviously, remarking, It is said that the blood of true dragons can induce physical transformation. The blood within these true dragon lineages indeed manifests such an effect. Though envious, he felt helpless, as he was of the supreme body, having already reached the pinnacle of physical development, leaving no room for further enhancement. For Xiao Wuji and his peers, Venturing into the true dragon's lair was merely a quest for treasures like the Bodhi fruit that could elevate their comprehension. Other treasures could be easily obtained given their statuses in their respective sacred lands. I can no longer consume more. I feel my body on the brink of transformation. After consuming roughly a third of the black dragon, Tang Yunyun radiated a searing aura, her blood surging like molten lava in all directions. The temperature around them escalated due to her exuberant vitality, drawing boundless spiritual energy from the surroundings to nourish her body as it began to evolve. Tang Yunyun promptly sat cross-legged, focusing her breath and mind to commence her physical transformation. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, having consumed the entirety of the golden dragon, experienced a dramatic change. His vigorous blood surged forth like boiling magma, seemingly capable of igniting the very sky above him. At that moment, Xiao Yun's body radiated a divine light, resembling an eternal furnace ablaze, casting resplendent rays all around. Boundless vitality erupted from the meat of the golden dragon, flooding his being, as pure energy continuously refined his essence, nourishing his flesh and bones. As Xiao Yun operated his cultivation method, streams of pure energy flowed through his meridians, resonating with his breath, exuding boundless vitality that nourished his flesh, organs, and bones, initiating a metamorphosis in his physical form. Zhao Wuji, witnessing this scene, felt his pupils constrict in shock, his heart racing as he realized, this rascal has undergone yet another transformation. After this, his physical prowess will reach the astonishing limit of 1,000,000 gene. Chapter 78. Ignorance of Mortality, Observing the Transformation of Xiao Yun's Physical Form. Zhao Wuji appeared utterly helpless. He acknowledged that in the realm of body refinement, it was impossible for him to defeat Xiao Yun. Even in the gathering Qi realm, he could not surpass him. With a strength of 1,000,000 gene, once Xiao Yun entered the gathering Qi realm, he could potentially reach 5,000,000 gene. In contrast, upon entering the gathering Qi realm, Zhao Wuji could only muster a maximum of 3,000,000 gene, leaving a daunting disparity of 2,000,000 gene between them. It was evident that he would be thoroughly overpowered by Xiao Yun. It seemed that the only chance Zhao Wuji had to overcome Xiao Yun would be after ascending to the Divine Bridge realm or the Celestial Cave realm. With these thoughts, Zhao Wuji began to wander nearby, acting as a protector for Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun. Having established a gentleman's agreement with Xiao Yun, he felt compelled to fulfill his duty as a follower. Zhao Wuji was a man of his word, unwavering in his commitments. As time passed, the spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth began to converge towards Xiao Yun, assisting both him and Tang Yunyun in their physical metamorphosis. Enveloped in a radiant glow, Xiao Yun felt his internal organs, flesh, and bones radiating a fierce golden light. Every cell within his body gleamed with this golden luminescence, making him increasingly incandescent, akin to a golden sun illuminating the entire forest. During this process, Xiao Yun could distinctly sense his flesh becoming extraordinarily solid, his bones growing ever harder, and the surging power within him surpassing 900,000 gene, ultimately reaching 1,000,000 gene. He had finally attained the pinnacle of body refinement, comparable to his ancestral masters. Xiao Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. He had finally achieved his goal, reaching the limits of body refinement, rivaling the legendary Chaos Emperor of yore. This meant he had established a foundation akin to that of the Chaos Emperor. Once he forged the true Chaos body, ascending to the realm of the Chaos Emperor would not be out of reach. Furthermore, with the assistance of the Enlightenment system, his chances of surpassing the Chaos Emperor in the future were significantly enhanced. From this day forward, across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, I shall sweep aside all adversaries. From this day forth, the name of Xiao Yun shall echo throughout the myriad realms. Rising to his feet, his gaze ablaze with intensity, his brilliance breathtaking, he was enveloped in a dazzling divine halo, making it difficult for others to gaze directly upon him. His body resembled a furnace, emanating an intense light, with each cell bursting forth with divine radiance, akin to countless celestial beings chanting, their brilliance dazzling. Has the transformation been completed? Zhao Wuji hurried over from distance, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he scrutinized Xiao Yun, immediately sensing an overwhelming aura of danger. The current Xiao Yun instilled an even greater sense of crisis than before, indicating a significant enhancement in his strength. What a freak, Zhao Wuji muttered to himself, reflecting on how he had once been labeled a freak by others, only to find himself using the term now. Ah, this feels wonderful. Brother Xiao, I have stepped into the forbidden realm. Tang Yunyun, too, had completed her transformation, breaking through the limits of body refinement and entering the forbidden realm. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Given her innate talent, it had seemed impossible for her to reach this realm. Yet, with the aid of dragon meat, she had undergone a transformation, surpassing the confines of body refinement. Tang Yunyun felt immense gratitude towards Xiao Yun, knowing that without his assistance, she would never have reached the heart of the true dragon nest, let alone consumed dragon meat. Her gaze towards Xiao Yun grew increasingly fervent, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure. Xiao Yun, somewhat uncomfortable under Tang Yunyun's intense gaze, awkwardly turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "Let us split up and search for Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoren. If you find them, signal me immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted, shock evident in his expression as he looked at Xiao Yun. "You intend to kill them here?" Xiao Yun replied with a cold smile. "Since we are enemies now, they must be eliminated before they grow stronger. Are we to wait for them to become a threat? I didn't oppose. To expect you to fear their growth," Zhao Wuji retorted, mocking him. Xiao Yun shook his head. "It's not fear. I simply wish to avoid complications." Zhao Wuji refrained from further comments, only asking if I locate them. "How shall I signal you?" "Quite simple. Set a tree ablaze. The smoke will rise. I will see it if I am nearby, or not if I am far away." Xiao Yun replied with a smile. Zhao Wuji nodded and strode away. Xiao Yun turned to Tang Yunyun and said, "Let's be on our way." Tang Yunyun nodded. But after walking a short distance with Xiao Yun, she looked bewildered and exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, are we not searching for Li Chengdi and the others? Yet you are heading back." Xiao Yun coldly chuckled. "The true dragon nest is vast. Who knows if we can find them? We should first return and guard the entrance. I'm not concerned about them not coming." Tang Yunyun was taken aback, realizing the audacity of simply guarding the entrance. Such a stance was indeed imposing. Perhaps only Xiao Yun could undertake such an endeavor. Xiao Yun's intention was straightforward: to guard the entrance of the true dragon nest. Sooner or later, Li Chengdi and the others would have to emerge, and they would face him. He planned to set up formations at the entrance, and with his current strength, defeating Li Chengdi and Jiang Haoren would be a matter of certainty. Xiao Yun exuded confidence. Within the true dragon nest, his power was unrivaled. Coupled with the formations to hinder Li Chengdi's speed, it would be effortless to vanquish him. With unwavering conviction, Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun hastened towards the entrance of the true dragon nest. Along the way, they encountered many others retreating, for it was already the 6th day. If they did not leave soon, they might find themselves trapped. Particularly those of weaker strength would not foolishly wait until the 7th day, fearing unforeseen dangers that could spell their doom. Thus, many had already departed from the entrance of the true dragon nest by the 5th and 6th days, while only the most exceptional prodigies remained, confident in their abilities to endure until the 7th day. Boom! Just as Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun sped along, a figure suddenly leaped down from a nearby tree. He landed with tremendous force, causing the ground to crack and a massive fissure to spread toward Xiao Yun and Tang Yunyun, obstructing their path. "Brother Xiao," Tang Yunyun cried out in alarm, nearly losing her footing. Fortunately, Xiao Yun caught her and swiftly moved behind a large rock for cover. Once on solid ground, Xiao Yun raised his gaze, his eyes sharp and penetrating. Who had the audacity to cause such a ruckus before him? "Are you the Xiao Yun who defeated Zhang Yunfei, hailing from the Chaos Sacred Land?" The newcomer's eyes glowed intensely, exuding a menacing aura, his gaze formidable and intimidating. Xiao Yun recognized him instantly and scoffed, "Ah, it's the celestial overlord, Wu Gang. What business do you have with me?" Wu Gang, grinning widely, spoke ominously. "I've heard that Zhao Wuji intends to recruit you as his foremost general. I shall not allow that to happen. You should come with me instead and become my chief general. Together, We can slay Zhao Wuji and sweep across the world, instilling fear in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wu Gang radiated an aura of confidence, his tone domineering, and his entire being shimmered with a terrifying power. Tang Yunyin quickly stepped back, her gaze towards Wu Gang tinged with sympathy. She understood that yet another person was walking towards their demise. How audacious to attempt to subjugate Brother Xiao. Little did they know that Zhao Wujia had already been subdued by him. Chapter 79. The invincible Xiao Yun in a secluded forest. Xiao Yun gazed at the audacious Wu Gang before him, his expression dark as thunder, his eyes sharp as blades. He fixed his icy stare on Wu Gang and spoke with a voice that pierced to the bone. You foolish creature, daring to act so arrogantly before me. Your stupidity is astounding. His mood was grim, having just reached the pinnacle of body refinement. He believed himself invincible within this true dragon nest. Yet, he was confronted with someone who dared to provoke him, an affront that could only be met with death. How audacious to refuse me. Your existence is now forfeit. Wu Gang's demeanor shifted instantly, his expression chilling, his violet hair billowing without wind. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from his dark eyes, freezing the air around him. Wu Gang dismissed Xiao Yun, for the chaotic sacred land had languished for many years, and the only notable achievement Xiao Yun could boast was his victory over Zhang Yunfei. Wu Gang was unaware of Xiao Yun's triumphs over Li Chengtian and Jiang Haoren, as the vastness of the true dragon nest meant he could not have encountered those who witnessed the battles. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Xiao Yun scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. It seems the news of my battles with Li Chengtian and Jiang Haoren has yet to reach your ears. How boastful you are! Wu Gang, unconvinced by Xiao Yun's claims, advanced with an air of superiority, his gaze frigid as he declared, I am not like Zhao Wujing. Since you dare to refuse, you shall die. With that, a searing purple radiance erupted from Wu Gang, resembling a tempestuous storm at sea, and in an instant he lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch aimed at Xiao Yun's head, intent on a quick kill. Confident in his strength, Wu Gang believed that within the true dragon nest, only a handful of unparalleled geniuses could withstand his might. After all, Xiao Yun had merely defeated Zhang Yunfei. How formidable could he truly be? Kill! As Wu Gang's punch hurtled toward him, Xiao Yun hesitated not a moment, raising his own fist to meet it. His expression was icy, his eyes gleaming with contempt. He perceived Wu Gang as utterly reckless. The impact of their fists colliding reverberated like thunder, echoing through the heavens. Wu Gang's pupils constricted in disbelief as he witnessed his arm bending painfully, unable to withstand the sheer force of Xiao Yun's strike. Crack! The sound of shattering bones pierced the air, and an excruciating pain surged through Wu Gang's body, compelling a piercing scream to escape his lips. Ah! Wu Gang cried out in despair, dragging his broken arm as he retreated hastily, his heart churning with disbelief. To think that a single punch could render his arm shattered was beyond his comprehension. Such terrifying strength was unprecedented. How could someone at the peak of body refinement possess such power? A force exceeding 1 million pounds, 40,000 pounds more than his own, was a disparity he could not hope to match. Have you now tasted the bitter fruits of your folly? Xiao Yun remarked coldly, advancing with deliberate steps as he employed the divine wind step, his speed akin to lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Wu Gang. With a fist enveloped in blazing light, he struck fiercely at Wu Gang once more. Boom! Wu Gang attempted to block with one hand, but was sent reeling, spitting blood as he was knocked back. His remaining hand trembled, and he gasped in pain. The agony from his shattered arm left him drenched in sweat. Now, with only one arm left, he was no match for Xiao Yun's overwhelming strength. Recognizing his predicament, Wu Gang turned to flee. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. Xiao Yun sneered, utilizing the divine wind step to rapidly close the gap once more. In terms of speed, he feared no one in the same rank, save for Li Chengtian. Boom! With another punch, Xiao Yun struck Wu Gang, sending him flying, his violet hair disheveled. A picture of disarray. Following this, Xiao Yun delivered a harsh kick, pinning Wu Gang to the ground. This humiliation ignited a furious blaze within Wu Gang's eyes. His face a mask of wrath. Ah, he howled, his voice filled with bitterness. He was the celestial titan, a peerless genius, a scion of the sacred land. Who had ever dared to trample upon him like this? Even in the presence of the formidable Li Qingtan, he had never felt such despair. At most, he had considered himself slightly inferior, yet he always held a measure of confidence in his invincibility. But before Xiao Yun, he felt utterly powerless. His strength was beyond his imagination. It was unfathomable that such a prodigy remained obscure until now. Could it be that the chaotic sacred land had concealed him, awaiting the moment to astound the world within the true dragon nest? That fool Zhao Wujing had even sought to recruit him. How foolishly he had underestimated this situation. Submit to me, and I shall spare your life. Join me in conquering the world and sweeping through the realms, Xiao Yun declared coldly, his foot pressing firmly against Wu Gang's chest. Wu Gang glared at Xiao Yun, eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he uttered in a chilling tone, "No one has ever dared to insult the celestial titan." As Wu Gang spoke, an intense light erupted from his being, akin to a dormant volcano awakening, releasing a torrent of long-suppressed power. A terrifying force surged forth from his body, transforming into a scorching tide that surged toward Xiao Yun. Alarmed, Xiao Yun quickly retreated, retaliating with a powerful punch. Bang! Wu Gang responded with a fist of his own, his expression frenzied, his violet hair now blood-red, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust spiraling toward the heavens, exuding an air of dominance that shook the very earth. Their fists collided with a thunderous crack, shaking the void and causing trees to explode around them, fissures spiderwebbing across the ground. In the aftermath of this clash, both Xiao Yun and Wu Gang staggered back, though Xiao Yun only took 3 steps backward while Wu Gang retreated over 10. Despite Xiao Yun's continued dominance, both he and the distant observer, Tang Yunyun, wore expressions of astonishment, grappling with the incredulity of Wu Gang's sudden surge in power. How could Wu Gang suddenly unleash such extraordinary strength? Tang Yunyun pondered, bewildered. Xiao Yun, too, was taken aback, his keen gaze fixed on Wu Gang. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. So that is it. You have self-destructed the celestial titan. Such audacity. Even Zhao Wujing lacks your resolve. No wonder it is said that the lineage of the celestial titan is filled with battle maniacs.